Who the hell are you? Do you even know who's in charge in Dashizen? Neway was all pumped up. Onlookers around them backed away, afraid of getting into trouble. Long Sen shielded Yifeng behind him and whispered, "Ease on. This isn't the time to confront them. Many of those street punks have weapons in their pockets. I'm not afraid of them, but I'm more concerned about you getting hurt. There are too many of them. You will be in danger." These were all facts. If they started a fight now, Yifeng could be in great danger. Even with Long San's skills, he only had two hands, while they had over 20 people, and more youngsters on motorcycles were arriving. Just as the situation was tense between both sides, a police siren suddenly sounded. "Hey! Lucky you, kid. No more playing around. Brothers, retreat." Neway waved his hand, dispersing the motorcycle gang, and he left with the two girls. Before leaving, Neway spat at Yifeng and threatened, "TSK, dead street punk, next time you see me, remember to bow." Neway left a harsh remark, started the motorcycle, and drove away, disappearing into the night. After a while, a police car arrived, and the surrounding spectators dispersed. A middle-aged, thin-faced policeman got out of the car, saw Yifeng's damaged car, and glanced at Yifeng. "What happened? Is this your car? Was it smashed?" asked the middle-aged policeman calmly, seemingly unfazed by such incidents. "Yes, officer, as you can see," Yifeng replied truthfully. "I didn't expect someone would smash a car in broad daylight, damaging others' property." Yifeng exclaimed, "Oh, are you a local? What's your name?" The middle-aged policeman continued to inquire, showing no anger, and rather than investigating who smashed the car, he first inquired about Yifeng's background. This made Yifeng furrow his brows, feeling that the policeman wasn't too eager to investigate the matter. "My name is Yifeng. I'm a local from here, studying in Guangxi," Yifeng replied truthfully. "The car looks quite expensive, over 300,000, right?" The middle-aged policeman suddenly turned to look at the car and asked. Yifeng couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, why aren't you pursuing those people and asking me these questions now?" The middle-aged policeman calmly replied, "We need to investigate before taking legal action. This is also part of the investigation." "Fine, fine. Have the tow truck take the car away, and you to come back with us to give a statement." Yifeng's face darkened. What's going on? It seemed like the policeman in front of him wasn't interested in the young people's actions, deliberately trying to downplay the situation. Long Sen wanted to ask questions, but Yifeng raised his hand to stop him. Yifeng whispered, "It's no use asking questions in this situation. Let's investigate the backgrounds of those young people first." As a result, Yifeng and Long Sen were taken into the police car first. After recording their statements at the police station, Yifeng asked if they could press charges. The police on duty casually responded, "We can press charges, but it will take some time to investigate and collect evidence." Hearing this dismissive response, Yifeng felt there was little hope. Upon leaving the police station, Yifeng happened to encounter the middle-aged police officer smoking by the door. After inquiring, Yifeng learned that the police officer's name was Huo Dong, and he had been a police officer in Dashizen for his whole life. Yifeng saw that he had finished his cigarette, took out a pack of cigarettes, and handed one to him, saying, "Officer Huo, have another one." Huo Dong accepted without refusal and lit the cigarette. "It's unfortunate that you ran into them during the new year," Huo Dong said with a smile. Yifeng also squatted down and asked, "Officer Huo, who are they? Where are they from?" "It won't do you any good to know," Huo Dong casually said. Then he added, "I suggest you forget about this matter. Don't come back here in the future. It's better to focus on your development in Guangxi, right?" Yifeng calmly replied, "I think you make sense, but at least let me know who they are, right?" Huo Dong pointed upwards and said, "They're from the Niu family, nicknamed Dashiwang, well-connected and influential. You should know about the Chia family too. In this area, they're the second most powerful, besides the finance bureau. The relationship between the Niu family and the Chia family is very close." Huo Dong stopped there, not continuing. Yifeng understood more or less what was going on. It turned out that they were a group of influential local gangsters. I couldn't help but sneer. They have great connections, but whose connections are they? Huo Dong thought Yifeng was just being sarcastic and chuckled. "It's better than those even bigger than us." "All right, let's stop here. It's late, time to go back to sleep." Huo Dong got up, yawned, and was about to leave. "Officer Huo, Wait a moment. Yifeng stood up and called out. Is there something else? Huo Dong turned back. Yifeng took out 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to him. Thanks, I can't finish these 2 packs of cigarettes. Officer Huo, please help yourself. Consider it a favor. Yifeng smiled. Huo Dong was a bit surprised, but then, seeing the look in Yifeng's eyes, he felt a sense of appreciation. This young man was capable. He took the cigarettes and said, "You need help with smoking too? Well, I can help with that favor." With that, he turned and walked away. Long Sen came over and whispered, "Mr. Yi, can we trust these people?" Yifeng smiled and said, "It's good to have known a police officer, isn't it?" Long Sen was puzzled for a moment, pondered for a moment, then said, "Mr. Yi, I understand. But, how do we deal with those brats?" Yifeng pondered for a moment and said, "Let's investigate first. No matter their backgrounds or origins, if they dare to mess with me, Yifeng, I'll break their legs." Late at night, at the New family villa in DRIZZLE, Chia had quite a bit to drink tonight, and Neway brought her back home. At the doorstep, a little brother beside him lewdly smiled and said, "Wei Zhe, have fun tonight, spring nights and all." After smashing the car at night, Neway took Chia into a street food stall to drink, and ended up getting her drunk and taking her home. "Heh. Let me go first, and it'll be your turn later," Neway said with a smirk. He had long set his sights on Chia and had put in a lot of effort to pursue her, seizing the opportunity tonight to perform in front of Chia, and, to garner some favor, he had this chance. No matter what happens tonight, it's about getting her first. Neway helped Chia into the villa, sneaked up the stairs, returned to his room, and put Chia on the bed. "Where is this? Isn't this my home?" Chia woke up gradually, looked around, her senses still unclear. "Heh. This is your home now, with me. This is your home." Neway loosened his belt, licked his lips, and said, "This is not my home. I want to go home." Chia tried to get up but couldn't stand straight and fell off the bed. Neway picked her up, put her back on the bed, and lay on top of her. He looked at Chia's delicate face, with burning desire in his eyes. "Come on, baby." He opened his mouth and licked Chia's face. Chia, with a little consciousness left, instinctively started resisting and struggling. "Who are you? Let me go. Let me go." Chia tried to push him away with her hands, but being already drunk, she had no strength. "I'm your Wei Zhe. Don't you like me? Tonight, I'll fulfill your wish and be your man." Neway sneered. No. Chia frowned and resisted, but Neway wouldn't listen, and began invading forcefully. Chia subconsciously slapped him across the face, a solid smack on his cheek. Neway got angry instantly, grabbed her by the hair, cursing, "Damn, you be asterisk Chia. How dare you hit me?" He then gave Chia a slap across her face. Smack. This slap was especially crisp, and Chia's face instantly swelled up. This slap woke Chia up completely. She touched her face, staring at Neway incredulously. "Neway, you hit me. How dare you hit me?" Chia shouted angrily. She had been pampered since she was young. Even her own brother Chia Yue couldn't bear to hit her. Neway, in a fit of rage, disregarded many things, took off his clothes, and pounced on her directly. Despite Chia's resistance and struggles, she couldn't break free. "Don't you like me? I'm giving you a chance. Be my girlfriend from now on. Follow me to live a luxurious life. No one would dare to bully you. Behave. Don't move." Neway licked his lips, attempting to take off her clothes. But Chia held onto her clothes tightly, not letting him take them off. Neway had no patience, angrily slapped her again. "Damn it. Stop pretending. Take them off from me." Neway scolded, ready to use force. Chia screamed and struggled. "What are you doing, Wei?" Suddenly, Niu Hanfa's voice came from downstairs, followed by footsteps ascending. "Darn it." Neway cursed under his breath, wondering why his old man showed up at this time. He had no choice but to reluctantly let go of Chia. Regaining some awareness, Chia looked at Neway fearfully. This time, she finally saw the true face of a person. She had thought Neway was a loyal, straightforward, and good-natured man. Little did she know Neway was like this. "Shaowen, be cautious when you speak later. You hear me? There will be consequences if you speak out of turn." Neway approached, threatening in a low voice. Chia put her clothes back on, didn't even wear her shoes, and ran out barefoot. Exactly at the staircase, she crossed paths with Niu Hongfu. "Ha, Xiaowen, why are you here?" Niu Hongfu looked surprised as he glanced at Chia, but Chia Wen, with cheeks red and teary-eyed, ran out without a word. Seeing her like this, Niu Hongfu's brows furrowed instantly, realizing she must have been bullied by Neway. He pushed open Neway's room door, questioning, "What's going on here?" Neway put on his clothes, casually made up a lie. "It's nothing, just a little misunderstanding with Xiaowen. Dad, it's nothing. Nothing. It sure doesn't look like it to me." Niu Hongfu glared at him. Knowing Neway's character, fearless, carefree, loves to play and wander around. "Dad, really, there's nothing wrong. Please don't overthink it." Neway brushed off. Niu Hongfu could tell he was trying to dodge, scolding, "Damn it, do you want me to slap you? I'm warning you, if you're dating Xiaowen, I have no objection, but don't mess around. Her surname is Chia. Got it?" Neway impatiently said, "That's enough of your lecturing. It's really annoying." Niu Hongfu was both angry and helpless, sternly saying, "What's with this attitude of yours? All you do is hang out with your friends all day, eating and drinking. Where did you go tonight, not returning until this late?" "Went out drinking again." Neway, irritated by the nagging, kicked a chair, toppling it over. "Can you stop nagging all the time? It's really irritating." With that, Neway grabbed his coat and walked straight out of the room, without even looking back, heading downstairs. "Where do you think you're going? Get back here!" Niu Hongfu yelled angrily, but it was of no use. Neway's figure had already disappeared from the staircase. Niu Hongfu's face turned pale. Despite being powerful in DRIZZLE, there was nothing he could do to control Neway. The Niu family only had one seedling. Neway had been pampered since childhood, his temper getting worse by the day. It was now too late for Niu Hongfu to educate Neway, not wanting to strain their father-son relationship, and being unable to rein him in. "This child, does he really want to drive me to madness?" Niu Hongfu sighed heavily. On the other side, Chia Wen, with red and swollen eyes, returned home. Chia Yue was having a late-night snack when he heard some commotion, turning around to see her walking into the house with her head down. "Stop right there. Why were you out so late? Not answering your phone? I had to go look for you for so long. Dinner hasn't even been eaten yet." Chia Yue scolded. She stopped in her tracks, head down, afraid to look at Chia Yue. Thinking he might have been a bit too harsh with his words, Chia Yue instantly softened and said, "All right, it's brother's fault. Shouldn't have left you on the road like that. Are you hungry? Come, have some food." She shook her head, not saying a word. Observing her peculiar behavior, Chia Yue walked over to take a closer look. Chia Wen turned her head, seemingly not wanting him to see her face. "What's going on? How come? Come here, let me see." Chia Yue noticed her swollen face, a sudden change in his expression, sharply speaking. Chia Wen turned her head, with tear streaks and a look of helplessness, her cheeks becoming even more swollen. "What happened? How did you get like this? Who hit you?" Chia Yue asked angrily. Seeing his own sister's face swollen from a hit, he was both heartbroken and furious. "Brother Chia," and started crying again. She then confided in Chia Yue about everything that happened that night, hearing about Neway smashing Yifang's car and nearly insulting Chia. Chia Yue was furious. This Neway, how dare he bully someone from our Chia family? Chia Yue's face darkened. Did he smash Yifang's prince car? The one with the trident emblem? Chia Yue suddenly asked. Chia Wen nodded. Yes, that one. And it seems it's broken. Chia Yue sneered. Looks like Neway has caused trouble for himself. Do you know how much Yifang's prince car is worth? Chia Wen shook her head, trying to guess softly. Maybe more than 200,000. Chia Yue raised two fingers, coldly saying, "It's over 2 million. Chia Wen, shocked, covered her mouth in disbelief. 2 million. The number seemed astronomical to her. Even for a common household, the average income for a year is around 1 to 2,000. Buying this car would mean not eating or drinking for over 100 years. Chia Yue set down the magazine, calmly saying, "Can an average person drive this car? My old friend Yifeng looks like he's not as simple as he seems. Neway is in big trouble this time. However, I won't let him off easily either. I'll call Yifeng right now. I think it's time we set up something together." The next morning, the 30th day of the Lunar New Year, Yifeng brought Lan Da and Lan San to the Chia family. Chia Yue had been waiting for a long time, and when he saw Yifeng at the entrance of the courtyard, he quickly greeted him. Ha ha, Yi Xiao has come, please come in. Please come in, Chia Yue politely said. Since knowing that Yifeng came from a wealthy family, his attitude unconsciously became more polite. Yifeng smiled and said, no need to be so polite. By the way, I bought a big gift package. Consider it an early New Year greeting for Uncle Chia. Chia Yue was moved to see that Yifeng was still so friendly. Even with so much money, he was still approachable, which not everyone could do. Afan, I mentioned last night that there's no need for gifts. You don't have to bring anything. I felt embarrassed about what happened with my sister last time, Chia Yue said apologetically. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. I didn't take it to heart. Well, don't just stand there. Come in and chat. Chia Yue gestured for them to enter the courtyard and head towards the tea room. Where's Uncle Chia? Yifeng didn't see his father's figure and asked. Chia Yue sighed and said, my dad was furious last night. He said he's going to the Niu family today. With Niu Hongfa's personality, my dad probably won't be able to do much to him. Yifeng took out a cigarette, handed one to Chia Yue, and calmly asked, I heard that the relationship between your family and the Niu family used to be good, right? Chia Yue took the cigarette, nodded, and said, my dad and Niu Hongfa were classmates before. Later on, in DRIZZLE, Niu Hongfa expanded his business quite a bit with the help of my dad's connections. However, once Niu Hongfa made money, he started acting differently. The good relationship you hear about is just rumors. After Niu Hongfa made money, he had more connections, and he no longer needed our relationship. Yifeng understood his meaning immediately. Niu Hongfa may not rely solely on the Chia family's relationship. There might be other people involved. If there are no higher-ups, he wouldn't be acting this way. Who is it? From the political and legal departments, Yifeng asked. Chia Yue looked surprised and asked, how did you know? Yifeng chuckled, guessed. Actually, you could tell from the police station's attitude. If there weren't those relationships, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Chia Yue's father, Chia Fu, the second in command of DRIZZLE, couldn't have done it either. Chia Yue frowned and said, indeed, the head of that department, not just him. From what I know, there are at least 3 others. Yifeng sneered. Neway has quite a few protective umbrellas. As they were talking, Chia Wen came in with a kettle of hot water. Brother, hot water? Chia Wen said softly, head down. Chia Yue slammed the table and scolded her. Don't you have any manners? Call him, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, Chia Wen, pale-faced, whispered to Yifeng. Chia Yue glared at her and sternly said, look at what you did last night. You've disgraced our family. Kneel down. Apologize. With a thud, Chia Wen fell to her knees in front of Yifeng. Yes, I'm sorry. Brother Feng. Chia Wen was on the verge of tears, looking more like a child who had made a mistake rather than her previous aggressive self. Yifeng observed their actions like a clear mirror. Chia Yue was deliberately teaching Chia Wen a lesson in front of him to show his firm stance. Of course, he also hoped for Yifeng's understanding. Chia Wen remained on her knees, and at first, Yifeng didn't say a word, just quietly watched her. The tea room fell into silence for a while, with no one speaking. Even Chia Yue remained silent, showing no intention of excusing his sister. After a while, Chia Wen's knees started hurting, and her legs began to tremble slightly. Okay, you can get up now. Remember to be more sensible in the future. Yifeng smiled. To Yifeng, Chia Wen was just an insignificant figure, and he didn't take the matter to heart. He just wanted to teach her a lesson and remind her to tone down her behavior. Chia Yue scolded, aren't you going to thank Brother Feng? Consider this a lesson. If you don't listen and behave next time, you'll have a hard time. You'll suffer the consequences from society. Thank you. Brother Feng. Chia Wen stopped sobbing, stood up shakily, and then left. Chia Yue poured a cup of tea for Yifeng, sighed, and said, Feng, forgive the scene you witnessed. My sister can be a bit stubborn, but I believe after this incident, she will learn how to conduct herself better in the future. Yifeng raised his teacup and smiled. It's a good lesson for her. After contemplating for a moment, Chia Yue said, Feng, about the Neway situation, don't you think you should demand an explanation from the Niu family? Yifeng coldly laughed. An explanation? Yes, an explanation is necessary. However, I would rather see him end up in jail. Chia Yue was stunned by Yifeng's directness. The childhood playmate in front of him had, indeed, changed. The wanting to send Neway to jail wouldn't be an easy task. After pondering for a moment, Chia Yue said, in a heavy tone, "Often, the people backing the Niu family make it extremely difficult to act against Neway. It's a tough situation, very tough. Whether it's difficult or not depends on whether you are willing or not. For me, there's nothing difficult," smiled Yifeng. Chia Yue poured tea for him and whispered, "Often, those protective umbrellas behind the Niu family have quite a bit of influence at Shishi. It's not a matter of willingness for us. I think the Niu family needs to be dealt with, but we can proceed step by step. If Neway damages your car, make Niu Hanfa compensate. It will definitely hit them hard." Yifeng chuckled. "I have my ways. They will definitely have to compensate with money. And people must be involved as well." Chia Yue didn't understand why Yifeng was so confident, but seeing Yifeng's demeanor, he didn't seem like he was bragging. "Feng, I have already made an appointment with Niu Hanfa this morning to set up a meeting in 2 days to discuss this matter. Our Chia family will apply pressure on him," Chia Yue said solemnly. Yifeng squinted and calmly replied, "That's no problem. To avoid trouble." To avoid trouble? Chia Yue was puzzled by Yifeng's sudden comment. Could there be another deeper meaning behind it? Chia Yue felt like he was having difficulty understanding his old friend. His depth of cunning made it hard to grasp. At that moment, footsteps were heard outside the door, and an elderly man with gray hair and a black jacket entered with an angry expression. "Niu Hanfa is going too far," the old man exclaimed. "Dad, why did you go to the Niu family by yourself? Do you not know what kind of people they are? Calm down first." Chia Yue got up to comfort him. The old man was Chiafu, the deputy mayor of DRIZZLE. Suppressing his anger, Chiafu suddenly noticed Yifeng and the 2 men behind him. "Long Dian Long San. Zifeng?" Yifeng stood up and greeted, "Uncle Chia. Long time no see. I thought with the new year coming up, I should visit you." "Ha ha. It has been quite a few years indeed. You should be in your first year at South China University of Technology, right?" Chiafu asked. "Yes, I'm in my first year at South China University of Technology, heading to second year next year," Yifeng replied. "South China University of Technology? A top student?" Chiafu exclaimed. South China University of Technology had a good reputation in Guangdong. Whoever could get in would have a worry-free life after graduation. Graduates from South China were mostly talented individuals with no problem finding employment. "By the way, Zifeng, about last night, what are your plans?" Chiafu asked, closely watching him. "Yue is right. We'll set up a meeting to talk to the Niu family. They must compensate with money." Yifeng smiled. "Yes, they must compensate," Chiafu said decisively. After his daughter was bullied by Neway last night, he had been angry all night. Now he had an excuse to go after the Niu family, and he wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. He wanted to show Niu Hanfa that in DRIZZLE, he, Chiafu, also had a say. "Thank you for Uncle John's support," Yifeng bowed and smiled. The 3 men sat down to drink tea and discussed more about the Niu family. Chiafu had more dealings with Niu Hanfa and knew about his various relationships, even suspecting that Niu Hanfa had used money to influence certain people. He and Niu Hanfa were old classmates, and their relationship used to be good. However, after Niu Hanfa became wealthy, their relationship had grown distant. Several times Niu Hanfa wanted to give money to Chiafu, but he had always politely declined. After all, some money should not be accepted. Once accepted, they would be tied to the same boat. Perhaps that was why their relationship had gradually drifted apart. With the basic plan in place, Yifeng saw that it was getting late and needed to go back to help prepare the New Year's Eve dinner, so he bid farewell and left. Father and son saw him off at the door, watching Yifeng drive away in an Audi. "This Yifeng, he seems extraordinary," Chiafu whispered with his hands behind his back. Driving a luxury car at such a young age and having someone dedicated to protecting him by his side. Even Niu Hanfa didn't have this level of establishment. Riding in luxury cars like BMW and Audi, how could he be just a simple college student? He seems not just rich, but very rich, Chia Yue envied. He had a good starting point, with a father who was a deputy mayor, and after graduation, he had entered the finance bureau, making him one of the elite among his peers. But compared to Yifeng, he felt small and weak. The Niu family thinks they can do whatever they want in DRIZZLE, but it seems they are mistaken. If the Niu family is a local tyrant, Zifeng is a hidden dragon, Chia Fu exclaimed. Chia Yue hesitated for a moment and said, Dad, actually, what Zifeng wants is not just compensation from the Niu family. According to him, he wants to send Neway to jail. Did he really say that? Chia Fu was astonished. Chia Yue nodded. He does have that intention, but I'm not sure if what he says is true. Chia Fu frowned. Even though this young man had money, wanting to target the Niu family meant he had to deal with the people behind them. It's not something money alone can accomplish. Could he really do it? Meanwhile, in the car, Yifeng made a phone call. After a while, the call was answered. Hello, President Yi, are you looking for me? Came the friendly voice of Luo Xiang from the other end of the phone. Lao Luo, Happy New Year. I do have something to discuss with you, smiled Yifeng. On the other end of the phone, Luo Xiang stood up from his old bamboo lounge chair, showing a friendly smile. President Yi, please go ahead. On New Year's Eve, bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new. Every household hangs up spring couplets and red lanterns, creating a festive and harmonious atmosphere. In the evening, Yifeng was helping his mother prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Son, add more firewood, increase the flame, and stir-fry the meat with garlic sprouts in the pot, his mother instructed. Meng Xiaoyun was at the stove stirring the pot. All right. Yifeng stuffed 2 pieces of firewood in, then used a bamboo tube to blow into it, trying to make the fire stronger. However, thick smoke suddenly billowed out, causing him to cough and tears to well up in his eyes from the smoke. Meng Xiaoyun chuckled. Oh my, son, you look like a flower cat now. Ha ha. Yifeng awkwardly wiped his face, but ended up making it dirtier. Meng Xiaoyun scooped some water and gently wiped his face with her hands. Be careful, you have to place the firewood one by one so it won't smoke back. Have you forgotten about that? Meng Xiaoyun kindly reminded him. Yifeng felt the warmth of his mother's fingers, bringing a sense of comfort. In his parents' eyes, their children would always be their little ones who never grow up. Mom. Got it. Hehe. Yifeng chuckled. Okay, I have to stir-fry the vegetables. It's the last dish. Meng Xiaoyun got up with a smile. Crack. 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 Suddenly, firecrackers outside were set off, one after another, creating a lively atmosphere. Listening to the firecrackers, there was a sense of festive atmosphere. It's the new year. Yifeng sighed. Yes, we've all grown a year older, Meng Xiaoyun replied, then continued cooking the meal. As Meng Xiaoyun stir-fry, a fragrant aroma filled the kitchen from the stir-fried garlic sprouts with meat. After the stir-frying was done, Meng Xiaoyun served the dish and said to Yifeng, all right, son, you take the dish out, and I'll clean up. Okay. Yifeng carried the dish out to the main room and saw Yi Jianjun, Wang Da, and Long San pasting red couplets. Each door had to be pasted with 3, ensuring safety and security. Dad, Long Da, Long San, dinner is ready. Yifeng shouted. Just 2 more. Hold on. Yi Jianjun stood on a chair placing the couplets. After they finished, Yifeng washed his face at the well in the courtyard, took out the bowls and chopsticks, setting the table. Once everyone was done, they finally sat down to eat. Long Da, bring out the liquor. Yifeng grinned. Yes, bossy. Long Da smiled and ran to the room, bringing 4 bottles of white wine. 2 fish and mayo Taiyan to Wu Lianji. Long Da poured the liquor for everyone. Yifeng raised his glass. Come on, everyone. Cheers to a Happy New Year. Happy New Year. They all clinked glasses and laughed. Yifeng took a sip, but Long Da and Long San finished their glasses in one go. Yifeng advised, hey, take it easy, you two. Don't drink too fast. Long Da put down his glass, a hint of emotion in his eyes. Bossy, we are happy. Finally, we can celebrate New Year well this year. Long San felt touched by his words, a bitter smile on his face. Yes, we haven't been able to celebrate New Year like this in many years. Yifeng also felt a pang in his heart. The 2 brothers had lost their parents early, and with 2 other brothers gone, they both depended on each other. Enduring hardship, Yifeng personally poured liquor for Long Da and Long San, then filled his glass again. Long Da, Long San, you are my brothers, and this is your home from now on. Yifeng raised his glass, saying earnestly. Long Da and Long San were moved, raising their glasses in unison. Bossy, oh no. Brother Feng, Thank you. Long Da was touched. Yes. No matter how old you are our leader. If not for you, we might still be struggling to make ends meet, Lon Sen earnestly expressed. Yifeng jovially said, all right, let's not talk too much. Our feelings are all in the liquor. Cheers. They clinked glasses and drank up. Meng Xiaoyun handed Lon Sen a chicken leg, kindly saying, child, don't just drink, have some food first. Lon Sen, with tears in his eyes, started eating the chicken leg joyfully. The poached chicken is delicious. Yifeng teased, haha, you're exaggerating. This is a traditional dish during Guan Province New Year. Poached chicken, steamed shrimp, and steamed fish. These dishes are always prepared for the new year. Lon Sen laughed and said, Auntie's cooking is delicious. Meng Xiaoyun praised, what a sweet talker. Yi Jianjun then started drinking a bit more after eating. This New Year's Eve dinner ended up livelier with 2 more people, making the Yi family more festive. They finished 4 bottles of white wine among the 4 men. Yi Jianjun was in high spirits, drank a bit too much, and as they couldn't light firecrackers and fireworks due to safety reasons, the task was left to Yifeng. As night fell, the firecrackers in the town increased, and Lon Da and Long Sen brought out 10 rolls of large firecrackers, each about 1.5 meters in circumference. It was the first time Lon Da saw so many firecrackers being set off. Hey, Boss Feng, these firecrackers are amazing. Lon Da admired them. Yifeng joked, earn some money and we can set off even more next year. They then moved on to fireworks, bringing out 10 boxes to set off. Place them from the front door to the courtyard, Yifeng said. The brothers quickly organized them, and Yifeng personally lit them up. The firecrackers were deafening, the lights flashing, and the smoke billowing. The prolonged sounds attracted neighbors to come out and watch the spectacle. Not many households could afford to set off so many firecrackers during these times. It took a while until the 10 rolls of large firecrackers were done. The Yi family was enveloped in smoke. Yifeng, Long Da, and Lon Sen hid inside the house. Brother Fun, these firecrackers are powerful. Lon Da praised, seeing such a display for the first time. Haha. Make more money to set off even more next year. Yifeng laughed. Next, let's light the fireworks. Bring them out, and let's start with 10 boxes. Yifeng exclaimed. Yifeng had given Yi Jianjun 100,000 yuan to buy as many as they needed for the celebration. The shop owner delivered a truckload of fireworks, enough to last until the 15th day of the Lunar New Year. They placed the fireworks in the center of the courtyard and lit them together. The fireworks soared into the sky, exploding into colorful displays, beautiful and breathtaking. The sound of fireworks from the Yi family attracted many people from the town, excitedly gathering outside to watch. Children ran around spreading the news, calling others to come and witness the fireworks. At the entrance of the alley, a group of people stood together, marveling at the Yi family's fireworks, all with smiles on their faces. Yifeng looked up at the dazzling fireworks, feeling content. It truly was a happy New Year celebration. After the fireworks, Yifeng returned to the house to watch the Spring Festival Gala with his parents, Long Da and Lon Sen. They were watching on the new sharp plasma TV Yifeng bought, worth over 50,000 yuan. Compared to the old one, it was a huge upgrade. Watching the gala on this new TV was an absolute pleasure. They were enjoying the skit selling crutches performed by Ben Shan, which had the whole family laughing. Meng Xiaoyun couldn't stop giggling, and the house was filled with laughter and joy. Yifeng laid back on the sofa, watching the gala while messaging Gu Muxi. Muxi, did you enjoy the poached chicken tonight? It was delicious, but I think I'll be eating poached chicken until the 3rd day of the new year. Haha. Same here, but with Long Da and Long Sen around, it'll be gone by tomorrow. Hey, Stinky Fun, why don't you hurry over and help finish it? Muxi, you're missing me already. Hehe. Of course, I miss you. What's wrong? Not happy about it? Son, why are you smiling foolishly? Who are you chatting with? Meng Xiaoyun asked curiously. Mom, I'm chatting with Muxi, Yifeng replied. Oh, perfect. Tell her, on the 3rd day of the new year, you'll go over to her house to pay a visit. Meng Xiaoyun instructed. The Yi family and the Gu family were very close, and almost every year, Yi Jianjun would go to the Gu family to exchange New Year's greetings, have a chat, and drink a bit. Okay, I'll let her know in a bit. Yifeng nodded. He was about to text Gu Muxi when a stranger's call came in. It was a number he had never seen before. After a moment of thought, Yifeng answered. Hello, who is this? You're Yifeng, right? This is New Hanfa. A deep and heavy voice came from the other end. Yifeng furrowed his brows. New Hanfa, hehe. If Boss New is calling, I doubt it's to wish me a happy new year. Wish you a new year. I don't have time for that, New Hanfa replied coldly. Yifeng, we need to talk about my son hitting your car. Yifeng sat up from the sofa, crossing his legs and smiled. Discuss. Boss New, what do you want to discuss? New Hanfa said. This matter is between us. I hope Chia's family will not interfere. It is beneficial for both you and me. I know you want to use Chia's family to pressure me, but you've miscalculated. If Chia's family stands up for you, you will not benefit at all. In the territory of DRIZZLE, my word as New Hanfa still holds weight. Yifeng detected a hint of threat in his tone, sneered, and said, Boss New, what a big face you have. However, I don't intend to give you that face. There is nothing to discuss between us now. Boss New, be prepared to pay compensation. New Hanfa said in a deep voice. Yifeng, watch your words. You need to consider where you are now. Yifeng coldly said, I am well aware. No need for your reminders. Yifeng, listen. New Hanfa was getting angry, then suddenly heard the phone hanging up. Damn. New Hanfa put down his phone, his face dark. He never expected Yifeng to be so disrespectful. It seemed that this matter would definitely involve Chia's family now, and Chia Fu probably would take this opportunity to defend his daughter. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a headache. At this moment, Neway was coming down the stairs, about to go out. Stop there. It's the eve of the new year. Where are you going? New Hanfa asked as he stood up. Just going out to have some fun. None of your business. Neway replied without looking up. None of my business. Do you know the trouble you've caused? I have to clean up after you. New Hanfa said angrily, feeling like his son was pushing him to his limits. What trouble could there possibly be? Just a damaged car. I'll compensate them with a couple $100,000. What's the big deal? Neway said nonchalantly. Furthermore, that kid asked for money from me. Am I supposed to just let him off? New Hanfa almost spat blood at his son's words. A couple $100,000? You fool. That's a car worth over 2 million. New Hanfa slammed the table and roared. What? 2 million car? Neway was shocked by the number. New Hanfa glared at him, angrily saying, Do you think I'm joking with you? Do you now realize the mess you've caused? Also, what did you do to Chia when last night? Chia Fu came over this morning and scolded me. Did you bully Chia Wen? New Hanfa questioned. Neway felt a bit guilty at this moment, but his fearless nature made him unafraid. I didn't do anything, just wanted to date her, but she refused. New Hanfa glared at him and cursed, You fool, if it was just that, would Chiafu come to us for an explanation? You will drive me crazy sooner or later. Do you know, because of Chia Wen, now Chiafu wants to side with that kid's surname Ji. If it were just Yi, I wouldn't be too concerned. But now that Chia's family is involved, what can we do about this matter? New Hanfa sighed heavily, very disappointed in his son, truly regretting that he wasn't as capable as he hoped. However, since he was his only child and Chia's family had just the one heir, he had to help him resolve this matter. Neway realized that things were getting serious, but after some thinking, he said firmly, If Chia's family wants to intervene, let's take them down. Chiafu is just a deputy town mayor. He has no real power. Why should we fear him? Let Uncle Chia find a reason to investigate them. Once we find something, we can take them down easily. Chia's family would be at our mercy, wouldn't they? Uncle Chia, who Neway mentioned, was the disciplinary head in DRIZZLE. New Hanfa's face darkened as he said, You think it's that easy? If it were that easy, why would I let you handle it? Chia Fu has been in charge in DRIZZLE for so many years. No one could touch him. If there were any dirt on him, it would have been exposed long ago. However, although we can't touch Chia Fu directly, we need to make him think twice about this matter. New Hanfa suddenly had some ideas on influencing Chia Fu's stance. Son, tomorrow bring a few people to Chia's family as a gesture of goodwill, even if we have to apologize. Gifts should be sent first no matter what. Then, I'll have Uncle Chia send a gift too. He'll understand my intentions. New Hanfa instructed. Neway felt annoyed at the idea of going to Chia's family with gifts. I don't want to go. New Hanfa's temples throbbed. He walked over, kicked his son's shoes off, and ordered, You have to go. and you'll go with me. Neway also got angry, stood up, and shouted, I won't go with you. Find someone else, I'm not going. With that, Neway picked up his shoes, put them on, showing no respect for his father. Niu Hongfa slapped his own forehead, wondering how he ended up with such a son. Really a headache. You smashed Yifeng's car, and now I have to clean up after you. And now you're not even willing to do a small thing. Do you have no respect for me? Or your father? Niu Hongfa felt frustrated at his son's behavior. Neway coldly hummed, so what if I broke it? So what if it's over 2 million? If that guy dares to ask me for money, I'll send him to meet his ancestors. I want to see if he values his life or money. Niu Hongfa couldn't take it and gave him a slap, saying, Are you crazy? You want to harm someone now? Damn. You hit me? Neway's eyes turned red, glaring at Niu Hongfa. I barely hit you. I'm warning you. Don't act recklessly. Listen to me. Otherwise, I won't consider you my son. Niu Hongfa warned. Neway touched his face, snorted, and didn't respond. Just walked out straight. Niu Hongfa felt breathless, sitting on the sofa, taking deep breaths to calm himself down. It was really close to causing him to cough up blood. Niu Hongfa gritted his teeth. This brat, he really doesn't give me peace of mind. Am I being tormented by the heavens? After calming down, he thought about how to handle the situation. If he really had to pay 2 million, that was impossible, absolutely impossible. Besides, he couldn't come up with 2 million in cash right now. He might as well spend tens of thousands, build some connections, and deal with that guy surnamed Ji first. If that guy was a bit understanding, and for Chia's family's sake, he would probably settle for tens or hundreds of thousands. But if that guy was stubborn and demanded 2 million, then I have no choice but to be ruthless. A hint of ruthlessness gleamed in Niu Hongfa's eyes. He had made up his mind. On the other side, after sending a message to Gu Muxi, Yifeng went out to smoke. Long Da and Long Sen also came out. Long Da approached him and whispered, Boss Feng, Luo has already prepared, contacted the car dealer and a third-party appraisal agency, and insurance. However, the vehicle damage report might only be available after the new year. But Luo said the report won't affect things. He's on his way to Dashizhen to handle these matters now. Yifeng nodded. All right. Leave these matters to Luo. He's more experienced in this area than me. Understood, Boss Feng. And about Neway, should we do something about him now? Long Da rolled his fists, eager to release his anger. Yifeng flicked the ash off his cigarette, sneered, no need. Let him struggle for a couple more days. At that time, in the compound of Fuyun City, Dao Kaiyuan returned to his room with a grim expression, picked up his phone, and made a call. Hello, this is Dao Kaiyuan. Get me the mayor of Dashizhen, Zheng Jiazi. Immediately, right away. He hung up, and his eyes showed some anger. After hearing about Yifeng's car being smashed, he was shocked, but even more so to find that Dashizhen was tolerating the perpetrator to such an extent. After some investigation, he finally understood the hidden truth. The leadership in Dashizhen needed some cleaning up. If this matter wasn't handled properly, Yifeng could potentially bring this up to his superiors, and that could be my downfall. Also, I need Yifeng's help with the Fuyun New Port project. If the business environment is ruined, Fuyun New Port will be just a castle in the air. Therefore, no matter which way you look at it, Yifeng needs a satisfactory explanation for this matter. Dao Kaiyuan furrowed his brow, tapping his desk heavily with his finger. After a while, he received a call. On the other end of the phone, there was a nervous voice. Dao, Mayor. Happy New Year. This is Zheng Jiazi. Did you call me? Although Zheng Jiazi was the head of Dashizhen, there were several levels of hierarchy between him and Dao Kaiyuan, the mayor of Fuyun City. So when Dao Kaiyuan dialed him directly like this, Zheng Jiazi couldn't help but feel flustered. Dao Kaiyuan questioned coldly. Mayor Zheng, is Dashizhen planning a rebellion by allowing such lawlessness? 2 days later, on the second day of the Lunar New Year, at noon, at the entrance of Dashai Hotel, Chia Yue and Chiafu were already waiting at the entrance, father and son waiting for Yifeng. Dad, what's been going on these past 2 days? All the financial guys were taken in for questioning. Is there something going on? Chia Yue asked in concern. Chiafu's face was serious as he shook his head. I'm not sure, but these past 2 days have indeed been a bit strange. I just have a feeling that something big is about to happen. Yesterday, Lao Zheng called me and specifically asked about Yifeng. Even he seems alarmed. Chia Yue worriedly stated. Dad, could it be that Niu Hanfa has started using his connections to pressure you? Yesterday he even sent someone over, and even had Che Yi send something too. It's obviously a threat towards you. Chia Fu furrowed his brow. Niu Hanfa does have that intention, but does he really think he can have absolute control over Dashai Town? He doesn't dare move against me. If he dares, and things escalate, it won't benefit him at all. He's trying to give me a warning, but am I scared of him? I've been in Dashai Town for so many years. Even though there is no hope for advancement, I still have the necessary connections. Upon hearing this, Chia Yue felt a bit relieved. Niu Hanfa is really too arrogant. We need to put him in his place today. Dad, what about Lao Zheng? Could he also be connected to the Niu family? Chia Yue revealed his biggest worry. If Zheng Jiazi also had ties to the Niu family, then this situation would indeed be very tricky. Chia Fu pondered for a moment before responding. It doesn't seem likely to me. Lao Zhen is not on the same side as Niu Hanfa, and from what I know, they don't have much interaction. Chia Yue followed up. Then why did he suddenly inquire about Yifeng's situation? Chia Fu shook his head. I'm not sure, I asked. But Lao Zhen didn't mention anything. This situation is a bit strange. As the two were talking, a black Audi 100 suddenly drove into the entrance of Dashai Hotel and stopped in front of the entrance. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, there were no other guests at the hotel, only the father and son at the entrance. Dad, Yifan is here, Chia Yue whispered, then quickly walked up to greet him. Long Dian Long Sen got out of the car, opened the back door, and Yifan stepped out of the car. Ha ha. Fun. Happy New Year. Chia Yue greeted with a loud laugh as he hugged Yifan. Hey, Yue. Happy New Year to you too. Wishing you prosperity and good luck in the new year. Yifan smiled. Thanks for your well wishes, but my job doesn't offer much opportunity for prosperity. Chia Yue chuckled self-deprecatingly. Yifan replied, there will always be opportunities, it's just a matter of timing. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yifan went to pay his respects to Chia Fu. Chia Fu actually took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Yifan. In the traditional custom of giving red envelopes during the new year, most people give only 1 yuan. It's more about the gesture than the amount. Yifan gladly accepted the red envelope. The three of them chatted at the entrance before walking into the hotel and entering a private room. Fun. You can rest assured today, with us here, you don't have to fear Niu Hanfa. He wouldn't dare to harm you. Chia Yue tried to reassure Yifan. Yifan chuckled. What do I have to fear? I'm looking forward to seeing a good show today. A good show? What do you mean? Chia Yue asked in confusion as Yifan replied mysteriously. You'll know soon enough, Yue, as the day unfolds. Chia Yue chuckled and said, Hey, Fun, it's about time you stop teasing me. Niu Hanfa is not someone to be taken lightly. Whatever you plan to do, it's best to discuss it with me. Maybe I can help. No need. I already had everything arranged. Yifeng responded. Some things must be done by me personally. Chia Yue was left puzzled, not knowing what Yifeng had secretly planned. After the hotel staff served tea, the sound of footsteps could be heard approaching the entrance. Niu Hanfa, dressed in a floral shirt, showed up at the door of the private room. Following behind Niu Hanfa were Neway, and a dozen or so others. These people wore black coats, loose sweaters, and had a shady appearance. Chia Fu recognized a few of them as Niu Hanfa's men. Niu, this new year hasn't been going very well for me. Chia Fu raised an eyebrow, indifferent. He used to call Niu Hanfa Old Niu, but now he directly addressed him as Leader Niu, creating some distance between them. Chia Fu's words immediately chilled the atmosphere in the private room. Niu Hanfa, who had experienced many big scenes, smiled and tried to brush it off, saying, Aha. Lao Chia, you're quite the joker. New year, new attitude. Just be happy. Chia Fu gestured to a waiter to close the door. The waiter nodded and closed the door, leaving only the Niu and Chia families, along with Yifan, in the private room. Tapping the table to get everyone's attention, Chia Fu said, Leader Niu, let's cut the small talk, let's get straight to the point. What's your stance on Yifeng's situation? Neway lit a cigarette, sneered, and disdainfully replied, That's his own fault. What stance can there possibly be? Neway, the facts are clear, so there's no need for you to argue. Chia Yue said coldly. Neway exhaled a puff of smoke. He almost hit me. so it's only natural that I smashed his car. Suddenly, Yifeng grabbed the teacup on the table and smashed it over Neway's head. Smash! The teacup shattered, and blood streamed down Neway's forehead. The whole thing happened in an instant, leaving everyone else in the room stunned, completely unable to react. Yifeng calmly said, "Your smoke choked me, so it's only natural I smashed your head. Damn you." Neway covered the wound on his head, suddenly furious, and was about to charge at Yifeng. "Stop." Nihongfa stood up and grabbed him, slapping him across the face to calm him down. "Dad, this guy is too arrogant. I'm going to kill him. Don't stop me." Neway roared. Nihongfa glared at him and whispered sternly in his ear, "Calm down." Seeing the unquestionable look on Nihongfa's face, Neway suppressed his anger and stepped back. The Chia father and son were shocked and still in a daze. Chia Yue secretly clicked his tongue, not expecting Yifeng to suddenly pull such a stunt. It was truly unexpected. This guy is really daring. Chia Yue looked at Yifeng in astonishment, completely unable to fathom Yifeng's thoughts. Yifeng leisurely took out a cigarette, lit it, and smiled. "Boss Niu, that's just the way it is. Do you understand now?" Nihongfa knew that Chiafu was present and didn't want to make a scene. If something happened, Chiafu would definitely side with Yifeng. If they really got physical, it would give Chiafu a handle on them. "Yifeng, you're quite bold, very gutsy." Nihongfa stared coldly at Yifeng. "You're too kind, Boss Niu. Didn't you want to talk earlier? Well, now's the perfect time. Let's discuss what needs to be discussed." Yifeng said without changing his expression. "First, you need to compensate me for a new car, at the invoice price, 2,350,000. Nihongfa's face grew colder, and he sneered, 2,350,000? Yifeng, you're out of your mind if you think you'll get that much. In this place, Dashai Town, no one has ever dared to propose such a demand, such a sum. Today, by coming to talk, I've already given you enough face. Yifeng, you only have two choices now. First, take 20,000, and we'll consider this matter over, with no future conflicts. Second, you won't get a single penny, not ever." Chiafu frowned and said, "Boss Niu, what do you mean? Only 20,000? That's far too little. The law of the land and the rules of the home dictate that if you damage someone else's property, you must compensate them fully. Boss Niu, you don't want Neway to be held responsible, do you?" Nihongfa glanced at Chiafu and said, indifferently, "Deputy Mayor Chia, this matter has nothing to do with you. Are you sure you want to hold my son accountable? Are you sure? Go ahead and try." Chiafu slapped the table and shouted, "Nihongfa, what do you mean by this? Are you threatening me?" Nihongfa sneered, "Threaten you? I wouldn't dare. You're the deputy mayor. Who could threaten you? But I advise you to mind your own business and not bring trouble upon yourself." Chiafu glared at Nihongfa in anger. "I'll handle this no matter what." At this point, the once-old classmates had completely fallen out, and their relationship was thoroughly broken. Everyone started flipping tables. No more pretending, no more playing games. Yifeng shrugged and smiled. "Boss Niu, after saying all this, it seems you really lack sincerity." "Forget it. I didn't expect you to have any sincerity anyway." Nihongfa snorted coldly. "Yifeng, I'll give you only two choices." Yifeng squinted and chuckled. "No, I'll choose the third option, which is to take you down." Nihongfa was initially stunned by these words, then burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke ever. "Ha ha ha, what did you say? Take me down? Ha ha ha, ye. You probably don't know who calls the shots in Dashai Town." Neway wiped the blood off his forehead with a tissue and said viciously, "Dad, what's the point of talking to them so much? Just kill this guy." After saying this, he glared at the Chia father and son. "Chia, if you meddle in this, I'll take care of you both too. I'll turn you into vegetables and stage it as a car accident. Who's going to know it was us? Ha ha. Chia, you'd better watch yourself. Got it?" Faced with Neway's blatant threat, the Chia father and son turned pale, because someone like Neway might actually do something like that. The Niu family has connections in Dashai Town, and if they really did it, they could probably cover it up as a wrongful case. Chiafu slapped the table and shouted, under broad daylight, "Neway, do you dare?" Neway sneered, "Why wouldn't I dare? In Dashai Town, it's all our Niu family's connections. Even if we kill you, so what?" Chiafu was so furious he was trembling, momentarily at a loss for how to handle this. Neway turned to Yifeng with contempt and said, Yi, you're still daring to go against me on my turf. You're asking for death. Yifeng puffed on his cigarette, his expression calm, utterly unfazed by the intimidation. Neway, you still think this is your turf? Neway was stunned, unsure what Yifeng meant, thinking Yifeng was just pretending to be calm. Ha ha, this is indeed my family's turf. Dad, I don't think we can talk anymore. Let me deal with him. Neway looked at Nihonfa. Nihonfa's face was grim as he stared at Yifeng. Yi, I don't want to go to extremes. I'm giving you one last chance to choose again. Otherwise, you won't walk out of this room today. I hope you understand and save me the trouble. If he didn't have to take leads, he'd prefer not to. But if Yifeng insisted on demanding over 2 million in compensation, there was no room for negotiation. Just kill this Yi and be done with it. The Chia father and son both looked at Yifeng, their eyes filled with deep concern. Feng, maybe we should, Chia Yue whispered, trying to get Yifeng to retreat for now and deal with it later. The situation was very dangerous, but before he could finish, Yifeng raised his hand to cut him off. No need to say more, just relax. Chia Yue was stunned, not understanding why Yifeng was so confident, so calm in this tense situation. Yifeng waved his hand and smiled at Nihonfa. Boss Niu, as I said, I'll only choose one path, and that's to take you down first. Nihonfa slammed the table and shouted angrily, Yi, you're asking for death. Neway sneered viciously. Then don't blame us for being ruthless. He clapped his hands and shouted loudly, Guanzi, Akyong, come in and take care of this. But there was no movement outside the door, and no one responded. Yifeng's lips curled into a smile. Nihonfa was taken aback and turned around, shouting, Akyong, where the hell are you? Get in here. But still, there was no sound from outside. Nihonfa's face changed dramatically, and an ominous feeling began to rise in his heart. Akyong was usually very reliable, and he had given him careful instructions before, so he definitely wouldn't go far. If he was at the door, he would have heard the shouting for sure. What was going on? Chia Yue was already holding a bowl in his hand, so nervous that his palms were sweating. At this moment, he too was stunned. Something seemed off. He looked at Yifeng in astonishment, only to see Yifeng leisurely sipping tea, without a hint of tension. Boss Niu, what's wrong? Where are your people? Yifeng asked mockingly. Nihonfa's face changed, growing increasingly uneasy. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone walked in. But the people who entered were not the ones Nihonfa had brought. Instead, it was Long Da and Long San, with bloodstains on their faces and bodies. The two brothers looked as if they had walked out of hell, exuding a menacing aura, their eyes sharp. Boss Yi, those small fry have all been dealt with, Long Da said with a chilling smile. Neway, Nihonfa, the father and son were instantly stunned. Nihonfa slightly turned his head and saw a group of people lying outside the door. Akyong was foaming at the mouth, unable to make a sound. Seeing this terrifying scene, Nihonfa's face instantly turned pale, as white as paper. More than a dozen people had been knocked down, and there wasn't even the slightest sound of movement earlier. Hiss! Nihonfa gasped in shock, looking at Long Da and Long San with terror, as if he were staring at demons. In the private room, both the father and son of the Chia family had faces of shock. Chia Yue looked at the Long brothers in amazement, then at Yifeng. The two brothers by Yifeng's side were so fierce. It turns out this was Yifeng's confidence in coming to negotiate. Unbelievable. Where did Yifeng recruit these tough guys from? The room fell silent, dead silent. Yifeng took a sip of tea, stood up, and said to Long Da and Long San, You've worked hard. Long San wiped the blood off his face and chuckled. Not hard at all. Those street thugs were just tea enough to warm me up. Yifeng nodded, then looked at Neway and smiled. Neway, did you just say you wanted to kill me? Neway, full of fear now and still shaken from the recent shock, subconsciously took a step back upon hearing Yifeng's words. At this moment, he had completely lost his arrogance and was now cowering. With the current turn of events, he was left with no one to rely on. Yifeng taunted, Now you're afraid. I haven't even started with you yet. Nihonfa, who had been through many ups and downs, quickly composed himself, and hurriedly said, Yifeng, what do you want to do? I advise you not to act recklessly. In DRIZZLE, we have many people. If you dare to touch us, I will make sure you end up in jail. Yifeng's face turned cold. He grabbed a ceramic bowl from the table, took a step forward, and smashed it hard on Nihonfa's head. Crack! The ceramic bowl shattered, and New Hanfa's head was instantly covered in blood. The blow was heavy, leaving New Hanfa dizzy and staggering backward, leaning against the wall, crying out in pain. Blood flowed down from his forehead, staining his sleeve and clothes. Seeing this, Neway trembled in fear, looking at Yifeng with horror, wanting to retreat, but Long Da grabbed him by the arm, preventing him from leaving. Both the father and son of the Chia family were stunned. They had never expected Yifeng to be so ruthless. This young man, who may seem a bit scholarly, was actually fierce. Chia Yue swallowed hard, feeling that Yifeng was completely different now, more mature and ruthless. This version of Yifeng was too unfamiliar to him. He was no longer the somewhat naive and innocent Yifeng from before. Yifeng threw away the broken pieces in his hand, wiped his hands with a tissue, and smiled. Did anyone see me hit someone just now? Long Sen shook his head and grinned. Didn't see a thing. This old man fell on his own. Chia Yue forced a smile and raised his hand, saying, I didn't see anything. Yifeng smiled satisfactorily, walked up to New Hanfa, and asked, Do you still think this is your territory? New Hanfa's face showed fear, but he tried to sound intimidating. You're finished. If you touch me, you won't leave DRIZZLE. The police won't let you off. Asterisk ring. Ring. Ring asterisk. Suddenly, his phone rang. New Hanfa quickly picked up the call, and upon seeing the caller ID, his face lit up with joy. It was a call from Chia, asking him to inform the police to come and arrest people. New Hanfa immediately answered, Director Chia, please have Chief Lee bring people to DRIZZLE Hotel. On the other end of the phone, Chia cursed. Damn it, New Hanfa, you've caused my downfall. I'm warning you, if you get taken away, don't you dare involve me, understand? And you sent Li Guanhui to look for you? He was taken away by the investigation team a long time ago. Damn it. Hearing this, New Hanfa was struck as if by lightning, stunned, and asked, Chet, Director Chet, what's going on? Che. Damn it, all because your son smashed someone's car. Let me tell you, that person has connections in the city. You've messed with the wrong person. Damn it, I'm going to be ruined because of you. Suddenly, a nosy voice came from the other end of the phone. Che, right? We're from the investigation team. Please come with us for investigation. Then the call was abruptly disconnected. New Hanfa, upon hearing the tones from the call, was dumbfounded. DRIZZLE was about to change. He looked at Yifeng in astonishment, realizing that this young man not only had connections in the city, but also triggered an investigation team to look into the car incident. Who exactly was Yifeng? Too terrifying. Finished with the call, feeling surprised, Yifeng smiled. New Hanfa's whole body was covered in sweat. Yizong, let's talk this out. I'll definitely compensate you for your car. New Hanfa changed his tone and quickly offered compensation. Yifeng sneered. Yizong, it's not about compensation anymore. After speaking, Yifeng looked at Long Da, signaling with his eyes. Long Da nodded, then kicked Neway's legs. With a thud, Neway's knees buckled, and he knelt heavily on the ground, wailing in pain. Following this, Long Da grabbed his right hand, twisting it into a grotesque shape, rendering Neway's arm useless. Neway screamed in agony, his face drained of color. No. My son. New Hanfa, shock-stricken, wanted to protect Neway, but Long Sen grabbed his neck, rendering him immobile. Chia Yue, witnessing this, felt a chill run down his spine, sweat beading on his forehead. Too cruel. This man was completely disabled, but considering the sins Neway had committed in DRIZZLE, this was retribution. The Niu family was finished for good. Long Da released Neway, who collapsed on the ground, tears and mucus flowing. New Hanfa saw his son in such a wretched state, quickly knelt down, begging, Yizong, stop it, stop it. I'll compensate you for everything, however much you want. At that moment, footsteps sounded at the door. Then a man's voice rang out, New Hanfa, it's time to pay for your whole life. A familiar figure appeared at the door. Long Da, seeing the newcomer, grinned, Happy New Year. General Luo Xian nodded, then bowed to Yifeng. Yizong, our Zifeng group has formally sued New Hanfa and his son, demanding full compensation for the financial losses and requesting strict inspection of New Hanfa's Hanfa company by the industrial and tax departments. Moreover, I have reported New Hanfa and his son to the police for organizing criminal activities, threats, intentional injury, enough to make them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Yizong, rest assured. And as for their backers, I will ensure they all end up inside too. Not missing a single one. Yifeng smiled approvingly. Good job, old Luo. Luo Xiong looked at Niu Hanfo with a gentle smile, saying, Niuzong, are you satisfied with this New Year's gift? In the eyes of Niu Hanfo, a look of despair emerged. He had been active in DRIZZLE for over 10 years, but never expected to be defeated by a young man today. He felt a lot of unwillingness in his heart, but what use was it at this moment? He knew the situation was over. Step, glower. A dense sound of footsteps came from outside the door as a group of policemen rushed in, led by the previous officer, Huo Don. Huo Don unexpectedly glanced at the collapsed Neway on the ground, then at the blooded Long Delong, and then turned a blind eye. Niu Hanfa, you are suspected of multiple cases of intentional harm. Come with us. Huo Don looked at Niu Hanfa sternly. Niu Hanfa slumped on the ground, eyes dull. The other police officers behind came forward to handcuff Niu and his son, and take them away. At the same time, the fallen members of the Niu family outside were also taken away one by one. At that moment, a young police officer with a 20-something appearance ran over and whispered to Huo Dong, Sir, those troublemakers outside are all injured. They must have been beaten. Should we bring these to back for investigation? The two people mentioned by the young police officer were the Long brothers. Huo Dong gave him a stern look and scolded under his breath, Just arrest whoever needs to be arrested. Why so much nonsense? The young police officer was taken aback, dared not to retort, and could only leave with his head down. Huo Dong knew deep down that the young man named Yifeng had defeated the Niu father and son, causing turmoil in DRIZZLE. Such a person was not someone he could afford to offend. Hehe. Chief Yi, you have helped the people by getting rid of disaster. On behalf of the police, I thank you. Huo Dong walked over with a warm smile, handing a cigarette to Yifeng. Yifeng took the cigarette and smiled, saying, Officer Huo, upholding justice is the duty of every citizen, and maintaining social order and fairness also rely on you. Huo Dong chuckled warmly, saying, Of course, it's our duty. It's our duty after all. That, Chief Yi, I might have offended you last time. Please forgive me. Huo Dong leaned closer and whispered an apology to Yifeng. Last time, Huo Dong deliberately let Neway go because of the deep connections of the Niu family in DRIZZLE, whom he couldn't afford to offend. Yifeng naturally understood his predicament, smiling and saying, No problem, Officer Huo. I thank you for upholding justice. The Niu family has done many illegal and criminal acts over the years. This is the opportunity for you to uphold justice. Yifeng's implication was clear. The opportunity was there for Huo Dong to take down the Niu father and son with force. Huo Dong, being experienced, caught Yifeng's implicit meaning right away. He put on a serious face and said, Chief Yi, rest assured, we will give the people of DRIZZLE a satisfactory answer, and we will not let any criminal escape punishment. Yifeng smiled and said, Very well, I will leave it to you, Officer Huo. Chia Yue watched the conversation between the two men and suddenly felt like he was witnessing a conversation between two old foxes. Yifeng was indeed very scheming. Chief Yi, I have to go busy now. I will visit you in person to wish you a happy new year another day. Huo Dong nodded respectfully, bid farewell, and left with his team. Yifeng turned to Chiafu and said, Uncle Chia, things are done now, and it's about time for lunch. How about we have lunch together? Chiafu breathed a sigh of relief and agreed. Sure, that works. Yifeng then called out to Luo Xiong, Lao Luo, you can take it easy for now. Let's have lunch first before we continue. Sure. Chief Yi, that sounds good. I'm a bit hungry. Luo Xiong smiled and replied, DeLong, Long San, go wash up and change your clothes now. We will have lunch together later. You have worked hard today, Yifeng said to the Long brothers. Long DeLong grinned and said, Sure thing, Chief Yi, we will go change our clothes now. Hearing people refer to Yifeng as Chief Yi, Chia Yue was surprised. He had just heard about a person named Lao Luo mentioning a company called Yifeng Group. Could it be that Yifeng was a corporate boss of a group enterprise? He hesitated for a moment, approached Yifeng, and asked, Feng, what kind of business do you do in Guangxi City? Yifeng casually replied, It's nothing special, mainly computer accessories and software development. Software development? What kind of software? Chia Yue curiously asked, as he was familiar with software on the internet due to having a computer at home. 361 Computer Security Manager, Yifeng answered casually. What? The 361 Computer Security Manager was developed by your company? Chia Yue exclaimed in shock, finding it unbelievable. The 361 Computer Security Manager is a popular free computer security software nationwide. He was a premium member of 361, paying a discounted monthly fee of 29 yuan. Yes, are you also using this software? Yifeng asked with a smile. Of course. I've been a user for a long time. I am even a member. I never thought that this software was developed by your company. That's amazing. Chia Yue praised. It seemed that Yifeng's company was indeed an advanced technology company. The success of 361 Computer Security Manager in the national network security field show its strength and profitability. No wonder he was driving a luxury car worth over 2 million at such a young age. Yifeng smiled and said, It's okay. It's all thanks to everyone's hard work. Feng, you are too modest. If that's the case, I'll follow you in the future. Chia Yue said excitedly. Chia Fu, seeing his son's excitement, curiously asked, Wei, what's the 361 manager about? The older generation didn't like using computers and were not very familiar with them. Dad, that's a computer security software, the most popular one in the country. Oh, you might not be familiar with it, but think about it. Feng's company could be the next Sohu. Chia Yue explained with a smile. That sounds like a big deal. Chia Fu exclaimed in amazement, starting to understand why Yifeng was so capable. Yifeng modestly replied, Haha, Uncle Chia, I'm just making a living. I'm really grateful for your help today, so let me treat you to a meal as a token of my appreciation. Yifeng called the waiter and ordered the restaurant's signature dishes and the best wine. After ordering the food, while chatting and having tea, Yifeng's phone rang suddenly. The ringing silenced the others, and Yifeng looked at the caller ID, then answered with a smile. Haha. Mayor Dao, hello. Haha. Shafeng, where are you? Mayor Dao Kaiyuan's warm laughter came from the other end of the phone. I'm at Dashizhen Hotel, handling some matters today. Yifeng replied casually. Dao Kaiyuan laughed. Haha. I know. You can rest assured, I've taken care of all those corrupt elements behind the Niu family. I'm really thankful to you. Yifeng expressed his gratitude politely. Well, if I didn't investigate it early, who knows how long Dashizhen would have been poisoned. Dao Kaiyuan said solemnly. Yes, with your help, Dashizhen will definitely have a bright future. Yifeng complimented. Oh, don't give me credit. I'm coming to see you soon. Dao Kaiyuan said with a smile. Huh, are you in Dashizhen? Yifeng was surprised. Yes, I've come to oversee the investigation team and inspect Dashizhen casually. I'm at the town office right now. Yifeng was delighted. Haha, that's great. Come for a meal together. That was my plan, so I don't have to get fast food outside. You go ahead and order, and I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng continued to drink tea. Chia Fu, who had just heard Yifeng's call, asked curiously, Shafeng, who else is coming later? It's Mayor Dao, he's in Dashizhen and said, he'll be here soon. Yifeng replied casually, but the three words Mayor Dao landed in Chia Fu's ears like a bombshell. Could it be the Mayor Dao of Fuyun City? Mayor Dao is coming here in person. Yifeng unexpectedly has such a deep connection with Mayor Dao. This time, bringing down the Niu family and cleaning up the protective umbrella of the Niu family must have been Mayor Dao's effort behind the scenes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for a mere businessman like Yifeng to achieve it. Chia Fu was greatly shocked. He was stunned for a long time and asked in disbelief, Dao, Mayor Dao came to deal with the Niu family's affairs. He was not sure and wanted to confirm it from Yifeng. Well, he came to check on the investigation team, Yifeng said casually. Chia Fu's face changed. Coming to check on the investigation team meant he wanted to personally supervise the case. Mayor Da actually cared so much about this matter. Waves of turmoil surged in Chia Fu's heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. To ordinary people, it might not seem like a big deal, but being within the system, he knew the hidden rules inside. Ordinary leaders would not personally supervise a case, as it would compromise their status, but Mayor Dao did so, indicating a symbolic meaning. By standing on Yifeng's side, within the jurisdiction of Fuyun City, others wouldn't be able to target Yifeng. This was Mayor Dao's stance. To make a mayor value someone like this, Yifeng was definitely not simple. At that moment, Tiafu had a significantly changed view of Yifeng. Zifeng, I didn't expect you to be so close to Mayor Dao. I was sweating for you just now. Tiafu quickly poured tea for Yifeng, speaking warmly. Tiafu's attitude towards Yifeng had become even friendlier now, with a face full of kindly smiles. I was also worried about leaking information, Yifeng said calmly, meaning that Tiafu, or the people around Tiafu, were not yet reliable. Tiafu chuckled. Yes, I didn't think it through. Here, have some tea. Tiafu raised his teacup and personally toasted Yifeng. Yifeng raised his cup in return. Neway watched this scene with a sense of bitterness in his heart. It turned out, childhood playmates had grown to a height beyond his reach. Even his father had to show respect to him. So many years had passed in the blink of an eye, and people had completely changed. While everyone was chatting, with the food and drinks ready, they were all waiting for Dao Kaiyuan. Dao Kaiyuan called to say he was arriving, so Yifeng led them downstairs to greet him. Indeed, in a short while, an imported Honda sedan stopped in front of the hotel. Dao Kaiyuan got out of the back seat and, upon seeing Yifeng, greeted him with a hearty laugh. Ha ha, Zifeng, Happy New Year. Yifeng took the initiative to greet him, shaking hands and saying, Mayor Dad, Happy New Year. It's the new year, and it's a hassle for you to come. Hey, no need to say that. Our work is round the clock, serving the people without rest. Dao Kaiyuan joked. Yifeng complimented. Mayor Dao is truly righteous. With a leader like you, Fuyun City is blessed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, sensing the opportunity, Tiafu stepped forward to greet. Hello, Mayor Dao. Dao Kaiyuan looked at Tiafu, nodded, and said, You are Deputy Mayor Chia, right? I remember you. Tiafu bowed repeatedly, saying, Mayor, you have a good memory. I have attended several meetings in the city, and I didn't expect you to remember me. Dao Kaiyuan smiled, saying, Of course, I remember. You went with Zhang Jiaozi, right? You had a proposal for the Daishi Town Road Diversion Project, which I remember vividly. Your ideas were quite good. Tiafu was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect Dao Kaiyuan to remember even that proposal. Oh, let the mayor forgive me. That proposal was jointly researched with old Zhang. There may still be some shortcomings, so I ask for the leader's guidance. Tiafu said respectfully. Yifeng listened, smiling inwardly. Tiafu was clear and transparent in his dealings, sharing credit with colleagues. The only thing holding him back from advancing was the lack of connections at the top. Regarding the proposal, when the year is over, come up with a more detailed plan and let's discuss it in the city. Today, I mainly came to see Zifeng. Dao Kaiyuan patted Yifeng's shoulder. Tiafu was secretly surprised. Indeed, Dao Kaiyuan valued Yifeng a lot. With such a relationship, wouldn't Yifeng have smooth sailing in Fuyun City in the future? Yifeng invited Dao Kaiyuan. Mayor Dao, let's not just stand at the door and talk. The food and drinks are ready. Let's go upstairs and have a few drinks together. It's New Year's, so having a few drinks shouldn't be a problem, right? Ha ha, no problem. I've had lunch, and it's about time for me to head back. I've completed the morning's work. Dao Kaiyuan smiled and waved his hand. The group returned to the private dining room. Yifeng offered the main seat to Dao Kaiyuan, while he and Tiafu sat on either side, and the others took their seats accordingly. Initially, they exchanged New Year's wishes and toasted each other. After a few rounds of drinks, Dao Kaiyuan tapped the table and said, This time, eliminating local criminal forces is of great significance. It indirectly indicates that there are some black sheep within our team colluding with these criminal elements, which is truly despicable. The cadre of Daishi Town must learn from this. This was clearly a way to indirectly remind Tiafu not to get involved in such matters in the future. Tiafu quickly apologized, saying, The mayor is right. Our work was not done properly, and we will definitely learn from this experience. Dao Kaiyuan smiled slightly, then looked at Yifeng, saying, Zifeng, thanks to you this time for bravely stepping forward and fighting with those people. Rest assured, those troublemakers in the team have already been dealt with. Che Li Tangyuan, FEI Crossing, and that group have been taken away for investigation. If it's confirmed they have vested interests with the Niu family, I will not tolerate it. I aim to thoroughly cleanse the business environment of Fuyun City. I am determined. so you can rest assured. This was to reassure Yifeng, so he wouldn't be affected by this matter concerning the future investment in the Fuyun Newport project. Naturally, Yifeng returned the favor and raised his glass, saying, "Of course, I believe in the mayor's determination. Under your leadership, the future of Fuyun City will be even better." Dao Kaiyuan smiled with relief, clinking glasses and finishing his drink. Witnessing the cordial relationship between the two, Tiafu felt envious and gained a newfound appreciation for Yifeng. To be able to have a friendly drink with a city mayor at such a young age was something beyond the reach of ordinary people. After downing a glass of wine, Dao Kaiyuan leaned in closer to Yifeng and whispered, "Zifeng, besides dealing with the new family's affairs, there is another very important matter I need your help with." Yifeng was taken aback. "What very important matter?" Dao Kaiyuan's expression turned serious as he said, "It concerns the Fuyun Newport project. I have thought about it and I'm afraid only you can help me." Dao Kaiyuan pondered for a moment and then said solemnly, "Ever since you mentioned the Fuyun Newport project at the beginning of the year, I immediately started to arrange surveys after I returned, and we've had several meetings. I believe that in development, we need to seize the opportunity, but some comrades feel that this matter needs to be handled with caution, and there have been some issues in pushing the work forward." His words were cryptic, but Yifeng understood them clearly. It seemed that the leadership team in Fuyun City had not achieved unity of thought, as some had raised objections, which were hindering the progress of the project. Investing billions in such a major project, it was likely that some people were looking to benefit from it. Yifeng suddenly realized, "I see, Mayor Dao. If I can help you, I will do so without hesitation." Dao Kaiyuan revealed a look of joy and said, "Haha, Zifeng, I didn't misjudge you. You are truly righteous. I plan to prioritize the Fuyun Newport project as a top project for Fuyun City. We'll need to apply to the provincial government for approval. If the province approves it, then we must proceed with the project, allocate the funds, and I believe the other colleagues will have no objections. However, I am not as capable as Elder G on the provincial level. I'm afraid we'll have to ask Elder G to take action." Yifeng smiled slightly, understanding Dao Kaiyuan's intention. He was being asked to speak to Ji Bowen, persuade him to personally assist in pushing the project forward, and to put some pressure on the other members of the Fuyun City team. The success of the Fuyun Newport project would be of great benefit to the West Maple Group, so Yifeng wouldn't miss this opportunity, and asking Ji Bowen for help was not out of the question. Yifeng pretended to make a determined decision and nodded, saying, "Mayor Dao, I understand. Since you've spoken, I have no objections. I will visit Mayor Ji in the near future." Dao Kaiyuan smiled then said, "Ha, good. Zifeng, I owe you a favor." Yifeng waved his hand repeatedly, saying, "There's no need for this, Mayor. If we're talking about favors, then I owe you one today. You helped Dashi Town a lot. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to root out that social cancer." Dao Kaiyuan politely said. The two old foxes praised each other, then continued to toast and finish their drinks. Tiafu, watching the two enjoying themselves, noticed how close Dao Kaiyuan was with Yifeng and felt extremely envious. Yifeng had a powerful backer. It seemed that he needed to take better care of the Yi family in Dashi Town in the future to get closer to Yifeng. Moreover, from their conversation, he vaguely heard the name Mayor Ji, which made him secretly worried. The only mayor in Guan province with the surname Ji must be Ji Bowen of Guan City. Ji Bowen also held a position in the provincial government, indicating his high status. From Dao Kaiyuan's words, it seemed that there was some relationship between Yifeng and Ji Bowen. If that was true, then Yifeng's connections were not shallow. No wonder he was doing big business in Guan City. "Come, let's all raise our glasses together to celebrate the new year," Yifeng invited as he raised his glass. Tiafu instinctively stood up, clinking his glass with Yifeng's, and said, "Here's to a prosperous new year." Now, in front of Yifeng, he was showing even more humility. Yifeng smiled knowingly. He hadn't intended for this, but social hierarchy dictated such interactions. If there was inequality in status, others would respectfully keep their distance, without you needing to push them away. The meal lasted for over 2 hours, everyone had enjoyed the food and drinks, and Yifeng secretly instructed Long Da to foot the bill. As the gathering dispersed, Yifeng saw Dao Kaiyuan, leaving only the Chia father and son at the entrance of the restaurant. Tiafu watched Yifeng's car drive away and sigh. "Yifeng is extraordinary. Truly extraordinary." He's like a dragon, transforming when faced with adversity. Chia pondered for a moment and then said earnestly, Dad, I want to resign from my job at the finance bureau. Chia looked at him in surprise and asked, What's wrong? Chia looked in the direction Yifeng had left, took a deep breath, and said seriously, Dad, I want to work with Yifeng. A decent and powerful bureaucratic job in a small town was already enviable for many people, as it meant a worrying-free life with a secure job. But such a life was limited, and perhaps he could reach a position similar to his father's or even higher by the time he was older, but breaking out of the small town circle would remain a challenge. Today, he saw a true gap from Yifeng, glimpsing a potentially broader future. Seeing Yifeng chit-chatting with the mayor of Fuyuan City at the gathering, he had this idea. He didn't want to be confined to Dashi Town for his whole life. There was a wider world out there. Chia looked at him with satisfaction and encouraged, Son, go ahead. I respect your choice. But, if you want to work with Yifeng, you'll need to prepare some gifts, visit him in person, consult with him about his opinions and thoughts. When the time comes, I'll go with you. The next day, the third day of the Lunar New Year. It had rained lightly in the night, but by morning, the clouds had cleared up considerably, allowing the warm sunlight to shine upon everyone. Yifeng got up early and stretched in the yard. His father, Yi Jianjun, came out with bags in hand, heading to the car. These were all gifts they were taking to the Gu family. Yifeng looked at his father, who was so thoughtful and had prepared so many gifts, and couldn't help but advise, Dad, the trunk is almost full of your gifts. They are our own family, and sending so many gifts may seem distant. Yi Jianjun, holding to bottles of mayotai, stuffed them into the car and replied, What do you know? You and Zixi are in a relationship. Today, we are going to visit the future in-laws for the new year, so the gifts must be generous. Yifeng was stunned, chuckled, and said, Is that so? Meng Xiaoyun came out in casual clothes and said with a smile, Son, of course it is. You and Zixi will enter your second year of college this year, and in another year or two, you'll probably be getting married. The gifts should naturally be more elaborate. By the way, I also bought a pair of bracelets for Zixi, one gold and one jade. Do you think they look good? Meng Xiaoyun showed the bracelets, one shining in gold, thick and grand, the other with white swirling clouds, clearly not cheap. Yifeng was a bit surprised. His usual haggling mother had been so generous this time. It seemed she had already accepted Yifeng's future wife. Okay, as long as Dad and Mom are happy, anything is fine. Yifeng shook his head with a smile. As long as his parents were happy, he wouldn't say anything even if they purchased something very expensive. They had been frugal all their lives. Now that they had earned some money, he knew they wouldn't spend too much. Letting them spend more and making them happy was alright. Yi Jianjun clapped his hands, pleased, and said, Well, everything is loaded in the car. Let's get ready to set off. Meanwhile, at the Gu family's residence, Li Wen was busy cooking in the kitchen. She was preparing a rich feast to entertain Yifeng's family, moving around like a spinning top. She turned back, and seeing Gu Xingzhong reading the newspaper at the tea table, she shouted, Husband, if you have time, come and help me. Gu Xingzhong looked around in surprise and asked, Hey, where's Zixi? Isn't she helping you? Where did that child run off to? Li Wen rolled her eyes at him and said, in a commanding tone, Zixi is busy in her room. You're the idle one here. Say less and come help me quickly. With a commanding tone, Li Wen signaled, and Gu Xingzhong chuckled, not daring to disobey his wife's orders, put down the newspaper, and went into the kitchen to help pick vegetables. What's up with Zixi these days? If she's not out, she's in her room. What is she busy with? Gu Xingzhong curiously asked. Li Wen smiled and said, She's busy knitting. Before coming back for the new year, she asked me how to knit a towel and said she wanted to learn, wanted to knit a scarf. Gu Xingzhong, pleased, laughed, haha. Last time I mentioned needing a scarf, didn't expect her to actually knit one for me. This child, she really kept it from me. Zixi is knitting for Yifeng, Li Wen said plainly. Gu Xingzhong's smile froze on his face. In the room, Gu Muxi was finishing up a scarf. Her hands were a bit clumsy, her movements not fast, but she was very serious, paying full attention to every stitch. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang. She paused her work, checked her phone, and answered. It was a call from Chen Jia. Ha ha, Muxi, Happy New Year. Chen Jiajia's cheerful voice came through the phone. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. What's up? Gu Muxi asked while continuing her difficult knitting. Can't I call you without a reason? Hey, I wanted to ask when you're coming back to Guangxi, so we can hang out. Chen Jiajia asked with excitement. Probably around the 6th day of the new year. Another 2 or 3 days. We should have some fun soon, after the new year. Where do you want to go? Gu Muxi inquired. I made plans with TZ to go mountain climbing and reach the summit of Baiyun Mountain. Chen Jiajia expressed her anticipation. Great, let's discuss it closer to the date. Gu Muxi focused on the scarf knitting, deflecting the conversation. Chen Jiajia caught on to her distraction and asked, Hey, Muxi, what are you doing? I'm knitting this darn scarf. Gu Muxi replied with a bitter smile. She was thinking of giving Yifan a heartfelt New Year's gift before the new year. Drawing inspiration from a drama series, she decided that the most meaningful gift for her boyfriend would be a hand-knitted scarf. Though she tried to learn basic knitting techniques from her mother, she still often pricked her fingers. Despite the pain and challenges, she persevered with strong determination. Hearing the pain in her voice, Chen Jiajia expressed concern. Muxi, with your thick nerves, can you knit well? Don't hurt yourself. Gu Muxi assured her that she was fine and would complete the scarf soon. She wrapped band-aids around her injured fingers, realizing the toll the knitting had taken on her hands. I won't do this again, she grumbled in frustration. Yet, looking at the almost completed scarf filled her with pride and excitement. With renewed motivation, she picked up the scarf and continued knitting. After about an hour, she finally finished the scarf. Just then, she heard Meng Xiaoyun's voice outside the door. Hastily, she hid the scarf, thinking Yifan had arrived. She greeted him and presented the scarf, only to find Yifan at the door with a red rose, striking a pose he thought was charming. After a series of comical exchanges, she accepted the rose from him. Similarly, she offered a gift to Yifan, leading to a playful interaction between them. While Yifan was left puzzled, Gu Muxi's family admired her thoughtfulness and kindness. Gu Muxi went back to her room and took out a bag. When she came out again, everyone was already sitting on the sofa in the living room, seemingly anticipating her gift. She hurried over to Yifang, holding the bag in her hand, and sweetly smiled. Hey, Yishao, this is the New Year's gift I am giving you. Yifang looked at the logo and design on the bag, looking puzzled. Others also had the same puzzled expression. Yifang smirked and curiously asked, she, are you trying to give me a pair of stockings, black, or in black color? Indeed, the bag was a black stocking bag, but with English words and designs on it. Li Wen immediately rolled her eyes and said, Daughter, what are you holding? Gu Muxi was shocked and realized after picking up the bag and seeing the English words and designs on it. Oh no. She grabbed the wrong bag. The stockings were bought when shopping with her cousin. And in the hurry earlier, she didn't notice. Oh no. What a social suicide. No. This is a scarf. Gu Muxi quickly explained, pulling out a blue scarf from inside. Yifan stood up to take the scarf, looking surprised that Gu Muxi had such skills. However, his gaze suddenly fell on Gu Muxi's fingers, noticing the band-aids and bloodstains. Your fingers, Yifan said with concern. Gu Muxi hid her hands behind her back, sweetly smiling. Oh, it's nothing. Please try it on, see if it fits. Yifeng's expression turned serious as he didn't look at the scarf but grabbed her arm, pulling her back into the room and making her sit on the bed. Show me your hands, Yifeng demanded earnestly after putting down the scarf. Gu Muxi shrugged but eventually brought her hands out from behind her back. Yifeng looked at her fingers, 8 of them covered with band-aids, some with bloodstains, making him feel sorry for her. What happened to your hands? If you can't do this, just don't. Do you have any ointment? Does it hurt? Yifeng asked with concern. Gu Muxi felt warm inside and smiled. It's okay. It doesn't hurt at all. Try on the scarf and see if it fits, Gu Muxi said, putting the scarf on him. He examined it and complimented. It looks very nice, even though it's plain. The color is good, and you sewed it neatly. Yifeng felt touched by the gesture of having a woman do something like this for him, even if it was a small thing. Gu Muxi smiled happily at the praise. Haha, do you like it? This is handmade by me. I like it, but next time, it's better not to do it, okay? Yifeng advised. Gu Muxi playfully pinched his ear and asked, Stink Yifeng, what about my gift? Any other opinions? Hey, stop. There are no opinions about the gift, but making a scarf is laborious. I just pity you, Yifeng explained quickly. Gumuxi giggled and let go of his ear. All right, I'll give you credit for that. Xiaofeng, Zixi, come out for dinner. Li Wen called from outside. Gumuxi linked arms with Yifeng, saying, let's go eat first, and after that, we'll go shopping. I've invited my cousin to join us. You should come too. Yifeng jokingly exposed her plan to buy clothes for him, and Gumuxi was surprised at being caught. Oh, you figured it out, but do you have a choice? Creak, a joint popped. Yifeng frowned and said firmly, accompanying your girlfriend for shopping and carrying things is a duty. Gumuxi chuckled and planted a kiss on his cheek. That's almost it. Consider this an advance reward for you. Yifeng touched his cheek, smiling mischievously. Is there more reward later tonight? Gumuxi blushed and pinched his waist. HMPH. You want more rewards? Of course. Discussing the origin of life together. Yifeng joked. Gumuxi blushed even more, swatting his soft spot. HMPH. Too much? Then, let's talk about it later. Oh yeah. Yifeng cheered, clearly eager for the night ahead. Gumuxi blushed, pulling him up from the bed. What are you thinking about? Go eat first. Yifeng nodded seriously. Right, let's eat first, then talk. You know me. I'm ignoring you, Gumuxi said shyly before running out alone. Yifeng? Why? Why had you become so bold? Wait. He was always audacious. Humph. Someday I'll have you all figured out. Two people walked into the dining hall, where the dishes were already served but the table was missing alcohol. Yifeng immediately called Londa, asking him to bring the Maotai liquor and 2 packets of cigarettes from the car. After a while, Londa and Lonzhen carried the items to the table. Gu Xingzhan saw the two of them, and insisted they stay for a meal and a few drinks. Londa scratched his head and smiled. No need. Uncle, you guys go ahead and drink. We're on duty now and need to drive later, so we'll pass on the drinks. You and Joe. Londa and Lonzhen were both very principled individuals, instilled with discipline during their time in the military. If they were to drink now and then drive and something happened, it would be a disservice to their job. The Long brothers insisted on waiting in the car for further instructions, and Gu Xingzhan couldn't persuade them otherwise. He ended up giving them 2 packs of candies and melon seeds. Yifeng chuckled, saying, Uncle Gu, don't worry about them. The brothers are very responsible. Sometimes, my persuasion doesn't work. Gu Xingzhan smiled and said, being serious and responsible in your work is what matters. People like that are reliable. Enough talking. Come, sit down and have a drink. Xiaofeng, you have to have a few more drinks with me today. Ha ha. Yifeng replied, no problem, Uncle Gu, whatever you say goes. Everyone took their seats, started to eat, drink, and toast to the Lunar New Year. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Li Wen went to open it and greeted the visitors. Shanshan is here. Perfect timing. We are having a meal. Join us. Standing at the door were a young couple. The woman dressed stylishly, and the man wore round glasses and a black jacket, exuding an educated demeanor. Young Shanshan sweetly said, Auntie, Happy New Year. We specially came to pay our respects today, and yesterday I made plans with my sister to have a meal and go shopping. By the way, Auntie, let me introduce my boyfriend, Pengkun. The young man named Pengkun greeted, Happy New Year, Auntie. Great, come join us for the meal. Li Wen warmly welcomed them in and they greeted the elders with New Year wishes while carrying gifts. Gumuxi saw Yan Shanshan and the 2 girls happily embraced each other. Whenever Gumuxi returned to her hometown, she would play with her. Their relationship was very good. Yan Shanshan noticed Yifeng seated next to Gumuxi and, showing maturity, she asked, Sister, I suppose this handsome guy is your brother-in-law, right? Ha ha. Gumuxi blushed and retorted, What brother-in-law? What are you talking about? Yifeng stood up, smiling happily. Hey, cousin, you are quite the talker. Here's a red envelope for you. Say more next time. Yifeng took out a large red envelope from his pocket and handed it to her. Ha ha, thanks, brother-in-law. Yan Shanshan took the red envelope, shouted even louder, causing laughter in the room, except for the embarrassed Gumuxi. Yan Shanshan felt the red envelope and it seemed thick, probably 50 yuan inside. This brother-in-law was quite generous. She then introduced her boyfriend Pengkun to everyone and Pengkun distributed cigarettes to guests. When he handed a cigarette to Yifeng, he said. Here, brother-in-law, have a lucky cigarette. While assessing Yifeng, he found an amiable man much younger than himself. Thank you. Let's get lucky together. Yifeng smiled as he received the cigarette. Handing a cigarette to someone is a polite gesture and a sign of humility when interacting with strangers apart from subordinates or friends. Tenkan smiled, noting that this young man was quite good, capable, and respectful. However, being 26, he felt awkward having to address him as brother-in-law. He pulled up a chair next to Yifeng and said, "Brother-in-law, I'll sit next to you. It's more convenient for drinks. Let the ladies sit together and chat. Can we?" Yifeng smilingly agreed. Sure, no problem. Dealing with such an affable person was more agreeable. After taking their seats, Peng-kun poured drinks for Yifeng. After a few glasses, the conversation flowed, touching on work and earning money. It turned out that Peng-kun worked at the town's finance office as a staff officer, with a lucrative family business in timber processing and some connections in town. As the rounds of drinks went on, Peng-kun had consumed half a kilo of baijiu, his face flushing with some drunkenness. He grabbed Yifeng's hand and boldly proclaimed, "Brother-in-law, if you ever face trouble in DRIZZLE, don't hesitate to reach out to me. Though my position isn't high, my cousin in the police station is a squad leader, and I have a few other relatives in town units. I dare say, we won't invite trouble, but we aren't afraid if it comes. You can trust me on this." Yifeng, seeing that Peng-kun was almost drunk, chuckled and said, "All right, I believe you." Thinking Yifeng was still doubtful, Peng-kun hooked his arm around Yifeng's shoulder and leaned in, whispering, "I know you may not believe it, but I'll share a secret with you. Just don't spread it. Do you know Niu's family in DRIZZLE? The ones who own the Hanfa Hotel in the town center. Quite influential, right? Yet, my cousin caught the Niu family father and son just yesterday." Peng-kun patted Yifeng's shoulder, looking mysterious. It was a piece of news he got only the previous night. With the Niu family caught up in a scandal involving many town officials, the whole DRIZZLE establishment was in turmoil. Such insider news was rarely known to outsiders, and Peng-kun presumed Yifeng, returning from afar, would be unaware. Smirking, he continued, "Brother-in-law, this matter has a considerable impact in DRIZZLE and may lead to several people losing their positions. Only in a social setting and among close relations, like you being my brother-in-law, will I disclose this information. Otherwise, I won't mention it in front of others." Yifeng was both amused and perplexed, stating, "I see, it seems you are quite well informed." Peng-kun was pleased to be praised, showing a content smile and saying, "Brother-in-law, not to boast, but I have the best sources of information at my workplace. I'm the most well-informed in the office about anything happening in DRIZZLE. Niu's family used to be quite arrogant in DRIZZLE, relying on Niu Hanfa's money and connections, right? Now that they have fallen, losing their support, DRIZZLE needs a reshuffle. You know, my cousin who nabbed the Niu family has earned high praise. They say he's getting a promotion after the new year." Heh. Yifeng casually replying, "Oh, really? Congratulations, that's good news." Peng-kun offered a cigarette to Yifeng and said, "Here, if you ever plan for business or work in DRIZZLE, I'll introduce you around. In the future, we are relatives, you can count on me. Don't be shy." Yifeng nodded and responded with a smile. "Okay, thank you in advance." Peng-kun exuded generosity, saying, "Hey, it's not about thanks between family. If you need help, let me know. My old man has been running a timber business in DRIZZLE for many years. Not to boast, he makes figures like these each year." Peng-kun held out 5 fingers, waving them in front of Yifeng. Yifeng was amazed. Making 5 million a year from timber. Peng-kun chuckled, at least $500,000 a year. During good times, it can go up to 700,000 to 800,000 a year. It's all thanks to the connections and favors from the town. Otherwise, how could we engage in such massive business? In fact, we have quite a standing in town, and there are certainly more opportunities for prosperity in the future. But to maintain these connections, we have to spend tens of thousands each year." Yifeng laughed, remarked, "It seems like your dad is quite the businessman indeed." Peng-kun tapped his cigarette, then patted Yifeng's shoulder, advising earnestly, "Brother-in-law, running a business in a small place differs from a big city. In small towns, relationships matter more. With good connections, everything becomes easier, and business thrives. You must remember this point. It will serve you well in your future endeavors." Yang Shanshan elbowed him playfully and rolled her eyes. "Akum, Why are you preaching again? Tang Kun got serious, saying, Hey, you're right, these are indeed valuable insights. I'm teaching your brother-in-law some principles that will be useful in his future business ventures. After expressing this, he turned to Yifeng, patted him on the back, indicating a bond of friendship, leaned in closer, and said, Brother-in-law, truth be told, when I first saw you, I thought you were young and friendly. If you enter the workforce, you might be taken advantage of. If you cannot find opportunities elsewhere, you can come to DRIZZLE and join me. Go back and hang out with you. Yifeng tugged at the corner of his mouth, shook his head and said with a smile, Thanks for the offer, but I'm doing fine temporarily in Guangxi. Tang Kun thought Yifeng was being polite, so he got a little closer and said earnestly, Brother-in-law, don't feel embarrassed. From now on, we are family. Supporting each other is a given. What are you two whispering about? Come on, let's have a drink. Gu Xingzhang raised his glass and invited. Tang Kun also raised his glass, laughing, Oh, brother-in-law, it's nothing. We were just chatting. Let's drink. After a meal that lasted more than an hour, everyone was full and satisfied, sitting in the living room sofa to rest. Gu Muxi ran to Yifeng's side, holding his hand, smiling, Stinky fun. We agreed to go shopping later. Sure. Let's go for a walk and burn off some of the food we just ate. Be careful not to turn into a little pig after eating so much during the new year. Yifeng pinched her nose. Gu Muxi wrinkled her nose. Humph, you'll be the one turning into a little pig. Tang Kun approached, handed Yifeng an orange, and said, There's a clothing market nearby, quite lively. We can walk over later. Brother-in-law, I'll take you to try some snacks later. All right. Since I didn't spend much time in my hometown when I was young, I'm not familiar with this area, so I'll rely on you to show me around. Yifeng accepted the orange with a smile. After the group made plans, they all went downstairs together and walked to the clothing market on the next street. It was bustling with people due to the Lunar New Year, bicycles and motorcycles weaving through the crowd, people dressed in Hong Kong-style clothes, with a hint of vintage charm. In Yifeng's memory, this really felt like the millennium, with Hong Kong and Taiwan popular culture having a significant influence on the mainland. Crossing the street, the four of them arrived at the market. Hey Kunjae. Happy New Year. Kunjae, hello. Some of the stall owners in the market greeted Tang Kun, who responded warmly. Hey, brother-in-law. Look, am I lying? I'm quite familiar with this area. In DRIZZLE, I can still hold my own. Tang Kun confidently said. Well, you indeed can. Yifeng complimented. Tang Kun put his arm around Yifeng's shoulder, leaned in and said with a smile, Brother-in-law, I feel like we have a good connection. If you decide to develop in DRIZZLE, I can help you with some projects. Easily earn tens of thousands, no problem. It's only you. If it was someone else, I wouldn't bother. We are relatives. Yifeng shook his head and smiled. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not trouble you. Hey. No trouble. What's between family? Right? Tang Kun said confidently. Gu Muxi and Yan Shanshan, two girls, were shopping ahead, while Yifeng and Tang Kun followed behind holding bags and packages. Suddenly, two Santana cars from the other end of the market drove over, honking loudly, and pedestrians hurriedly made way. Yan Shanshan walked outside, and didn't react in time. Her coat was scraped by the car's side mirror, causing her to fall to the ground. Oh my gosh! The parasol on the roadside fell, hitting the car hard and smashing the windows. F***CK, UB**Chi, can't you see? A man with dyed blonde hair in the driver's seat stuck his head out and cursed loudly at Yang Shanshan. Gu Muxi quickly helped her up, glared at him, and scolded, Who can't see here? Why are you driving so fast in the market? In a hurry to reincarnate? The blonde man glared back at Gu Muxi, menacingly saying, FCK, who are you talking to? Do you talk to your dad that way? With that, the blonde man angrily opened the car door, got out to inspect the damage to the vehicle. Seeing the shattered windshield and a big dent on the hood, his heart sank. F***CK. This is a new car I just bought. Don't leave, you need to pay up. The blonde man turned to Yan Shanshan and yelled. Gu Muxi was about to step in for her cousin when Yifeng's figure appeared in front of her. Let me handle this, Yifeng calmly said. Buddy, it was your speeding that knocked her down first, causing the parasol to fall. Why should we pay? It's not fair, right? How is it not fair? It's because of her that the car got damaged, the blonde man retorted, Several more men got out of the car, and another car stopped, with 5 men also getting out and approaching, glaring at Yifeng with a threatening look. Hey, what are you guys doing? You knocked down my girlfriend, and didn't even apologize. What kind of attitude is that? So rude. The angriest was Pang Kun, who quickly came up to check on Yang Shanshan's injuries. Shanshan, are you okay? Nothing serious? Yang Shanshan shook her head, enduring the pain. No, I'm fine. Just twisted my ankle. What? Unacceptable. Pang Kun was furious, turning around and pointing at the blonde man. How do you drive? Acting so arrogant? The blonde man fixed his gaze on Pang Kun and sneered. Hey, isn't that Pang Kun? Take a good look. Who are you talking to? Pang Kun focused and his face changed suddenly. Oh, it's Mr. Liu. Pang Kun was at a loss for words, feeling somewhat embarrassed on his face. He recognized the blonde man in front of him as the son of Liu, the director of the town office, Liu Hang. They had met a few times before, but they weren't very close. But now he was nervous because Liu Hang's father was the director of the office. This position was a power center in the town, one he couldn't afford to offend. Is this your chick? Huh? Liu Hang stepped forward, patted Pang Kun's shoulder, and coldly asked. Why yes, Mr. Liu, I'm really sorry. It seems there's a misunderstanding here. Pang Kun wiped the sweat off his forehead, awkwardly smiling. At this moment, he really looked like he had backed down. Offending Liu Hang would likely mean losing his job. Misunderstanding my ass. F***ck. Liu Hang backhanded slapped Pang Kun, hitting his face. Pang Kun was dumbfounded, not expecting Liu Hang's temper to be so hot. Yifeng frowned and immediately stepped forward to rebuke. Why are you hitting people? So what if I hit? Liu Hang lifted his head and stared fiercely at Yifeng. A group of men behind Liu Hang approached, all staring at Yifeng threateningly. Pang Kun quickly held Yifeng's arm, took a few steps back, and whispered urgently. Brother-in-law, he's Liu director's son. We can't offend him. Forget it. Don't argue with them. Should we just pay some money and call it a day? Otherwise, we might get into trouble with Director Liu in the future. He really didn't want Yifeng to have a conflict with Liu Hang over this. It would have a big impact. Yifeng glanced at him and calmly said, just leave it at this. You still want to pay them? I thought you could handle it. You backed down so quickly. Pang Kun awkwardly smiled, whispered, the situation is different, brother-in-law. Really? Calm down. Don't argue with Liu Hang. As the two were talking, suddenly Gu Muxi scolded. What are you doing? No fighting. Yifeng's heart jumped at the words and turned to look, but it was too late. Gu Muxi had already thrown Liu Hang over her shoulder, slamming him hard on the ground. Pang Kun grabbed his hair with both hands, his face pale, and said, it's bad. We're done. This physical altercation changed the situation. It was no longer just a matter of money. Oh no. Oh no. My future is over. Gu Muxi's action happened in just a moment, leaving everyone around in a daze as they stared at her dumbfounded. This girl is too fierce. Lush. A group of brothers behind Liu Hang quickly stepped forward to help the person up. Liu Hang gritted his teeth in pain and cursed. Damn it, just accompany me for a few drinks, and that's it. But now, it's not enough. You. Come here. Liu Hang pointed at Gu Muxi, signaling her to come over obediently, or else he would take action. Suddenly, a foot appeared in front of him. Dang. Yifeng kicked him in the face and spat, coldly saying, say one more word, and I'll cut your tongue. This kick also left Pang Kun bewildered. Damn. Brother-in-law, do you have to be this fierce too? Retreat when faced with a wide sea and sky. With this, how can I continue to hang out in DRIZZLE in the future? It's completely finished. Even Uncle cannot save this situation now. Uncle still has to consider Director Liu's face. Be brother-in-law. Please don't. Pang Kun reached out to stop Yifeng, but Liu Hang's group of brothers couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward to attack Yifeng. Two of them picked up nearby folding chairs and tried to hit Yifeng on the head. Just then, two figures dashed out. Clap clap. Two loud sounds rang out successively. Long Da and Long Sen each kicked and shattered the incoming folding chairs, the wooden board splintering in the air. Oh my god. The onlookers next to them all exclaimed in shock, utterly stunned. Directly shattering the folding chair wooden boards. How much strength is needed for that? The two little brothers holding the folding chairs were also dumbfounded on the spot, holding the remaining pieces of wood in their hands, at a loss. Long Da and Long Sen both shouted out loud. taking the initiative to meet Lu Hang's brothers head-on. The two brothers from the Long family acted cleanly and efficiently, using close combat techniques from special forces, knocking down to people with just one punch or kick, unstoppable. In just a few breaths, all 8 of Lu Hang's brothers were defeated. Lu Hang was dumbfounded. Tenkun was even more dumbfounded. Who are these two fierce individuals? Where did they come from? Their skills are too powerful. Hey. General Yi. Only one left now. Long Da stretched his neck, turned around, and respectfully said to Yi Feng. Tenkun was stunned. General Yi, are these two fierce individuals related to brother-in-law? Are they bodyguards? Damn. Can brother-in-law afford bodyguards? At this moment, the sound of police sirens came from behind the crowd. Two patrolling police cars arrived and parked nearby, with a group of police officers getting out of the cars. Tenkun saw a familiar figure getting out of one of the police cars and quickly called out, Uncle, Uncle is here. Hopefully, there is still some room for the situation to improve. Upon hearing the call, Huo Dong turned his head and glanced at Tenkun. Then also noticed Yi Feng, his expression changing. Huo Dong quickly rushed over. Tenkun was about to approach and talk to him, but Huo Dong directly ignored him and went to Yi Feng, bowing politely, saying, General Yi, are you okay? Are you hurt? Tenkun, what's going on? Uncle and brother-in-law know each other, and uncle is being so polite to him. Could it be? Tenkun had some faint suspicions in his heart. Brother-in-law must be hiding something deep. I'm fine. These people are just too despicable. They knocked down my friend, demanded compensation, and even wanted to resort to violence. It's too much, Yi Feng said seriously with a stern face. Officer Huo, I hope you can uphold justice. Tenkun nervously asked. Of course, I'm really sorry. Dashizan is a small place, a bit chaotic. You can rest assured, I will definitely tighten law enforcement in the future, Huo Dong said solemnly. Huo Dong then turned around and called out, Take these rascals back for investigation. Huo Dong, how dare you? My dad is Lu Gang, Lu Hang hurriedly shouted, bringing up his father. Huo Dong walked over in large strides, stood in front of him, and whispered, Lu Hang, this time mentioning your dad is useless. Do you know who you have offended? It's General Yi of Zifeng Group, the one who got rid of the Niu family. The investigation team hasn't left yet, and your dad is waiting to be implicated. Lu Hang's face turned pale at the words. What? This kid got rid of the Niu family. Lu Hang had naturally heard about yesterday's incident. The Niu family offended a big shot, the owner of Zifeng Group, who is very close to the mayor of Liuyun City, with the mayor personally visiting Dashizan to oversee the investigation team. Lu Hang's legs went weak, and he collapsed on the ground. It's over. Take them all away. Huo Dong waved his hand, and a group of policemen took Lu Hang and his brothers away. After dealing with these people, Tenkun immediately went up to find Huo Dong. Uncle, we're okay, right? Tenkun nervously asked. We're fine. What could be wrong? By the way, do you know General Yi? Huo Dong curiously asked. Yi? Yi Fan, Tishan Shan's boyfriend, also known as brother-in-law. He's a relative, Tenkun quickly answered. Upon hearing this, Huo Dong revealed a happy smile and said, after flipping around, it turns out, we're still family after all, so I can consider myself half related to General Yi. Tenkun was stunned, not expecting Huo Dong to be so pleased about this. He became even more curious and asked in a low voice, Uncle, what's brother-in-law's background? Huo Dong looked surprised and said, You don't know. He's the boss of Zifeng Group Pinguan City. Heard his net worth is over $1 billion. The Niu family made troubles with General Yi. Hehe, you know the consequences. Tenkun's mind was in turmoil, stunned and speechless. Damn. The one who got rid of the Niu family is actually brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is the boss of a company worth over $1 billion. Oh, he remembered the things he said at the dinner table before, feeling like his head was about to explode. Damn. Turns out the clown is me. He now just wished for a hole to hide in, feeling so embarrassed and ashamed. Huo Dong, unaware of why Tenkun was so shocked, patted his shoulder and said, Get closer to your brother-in-law, build more relationships. Don't say I didn't remind you. I should go and handle these rascals first. I'll head back now. After Huo Dong left, Tenkun was still in a state of shock and confusion, not yet regained his senses, standing dumbfounded in his spot. Huo Dong walked over to Yifeng, hesitated for a moment, and said, "General Yi, can we have a chat on the side? Regarding the Niu family's matter, I may need to seek your opinion." Yifeng smiled lightly and said, "Captain Hu, there's no need to be polite. What opinions could I possibly have?" Hu Dong leaned in closer and whispered, "Some people still want to manipulate the situation that led to Nai Hongfa implicating me." Yifeng smiled ruefully and said, "Is that so? But with the national laws in place, if Nai Hongfa has committed any wrongdoing, then he should receive the appropriate punishment, right?" Hu Dong was taken aback, thought for a moment, and then understood Yifeng's meaning. He smiled and said, "You're right, Mr. Yi." "All right, Mr. Yi. I'll handle those guys first. I'll take my leave now," Hu Dong said. Yifeng waved his hand and replied, "No need to be polite, Captain Hu. You've worked hard." After Hu Dong left, the crowd dispersed, but many people still cast curious glances at Yifeng. Teng Kun ran up to Yifeng, grabbed his arm, and asked, "Senior, are you really the boss of Zifeng Group? Why? Don't I look like one?" Yifeng raised his hands and joked, To be honest, not really," Teng Kun replied. "Yifeng, come on, Yifeng. Don't go. How about coming to my place for dinner tonight? Or we could go to the bar." He thought of quickly latching onto this big shot, but Yifeng had already walked away with Gumuxi. Yan Shanshan pinched his waist, scowled at him, and said, "Why are you shouting? Aren't you going to help me for a bit?" Teng Kun awkwardly reached out to support Yan Shanshan. "Shanshan, are you okay? I've sprained my foot, and you ask if I'm okay. Humph, you're useless." Yan Shanshan angrily left. Teng Kun hurriedly followed to coax her. Since Yan Shanshan had twisted her foot, Gumuxi decided to head back home, after buying 2 sets of clothes for Yifeng. Back in the room, Gumuxi helped Yifeng try on the new clothes. "Stinky Fun, you'd look really handsome in this one." Gumuxi held up a blue shirt eagerly. "I feel like it's similar to the ones I have at home," Yifeng joked. Gumuxi rolled her eyes at him. "How are they similar? Look at the cinched waist, it's different, more fitted. Come on, try it on," she urged. Yifeng was surprised. "Try it on now." "Of course, why not? What's the big deal?" Gumuxi replied. "Hurry up and change. I've seen it all before," she said matter-of-factly. Yifeng chuckled. "Okay, let me try it on." He took off his jacket, unbuttoning the shirt, all the while looking at her. Gumuxi blushed under his gaze. "What are you looking at? What do you want me to look at?" Yifeng pondered for a moment and replied seriously, "I want to." "What?" Gumuxi was baffled. What riddle was Stinky Fun talking about now? Moments later, Yifeng took off the shirt, revealing his muscular physique with faint traces of ABS. Gumuxi's eyes widened in amazement. Tears of admiration welled up. "My goodness, Stinky Fun, have you been working out?" she asked incredulously. Yifeng smirked. "Of course, the company has a gym. Whenever I go to the office, I make sure to work out there. We even have professional trainers." "Wow, what a transformation!" Gumuxi applauded. She felt that Stinky Fun now exuded more of a masculine aura. "With all this extra strength, one arm of mine could probably equal both of yours." Yifeng flexed his bicep, showing off. Gumuxi scoffed. "Stop boasting. Let's compare. Arm wrestling?" "Ah, Gumuxi, you think I'm afraid of you?" Yifeng struck a martial arts pose, ready to take on the challenge. "Whoever loses will be the horse. I feel like riding a horse today." Gumuxi challenged confidently. "No problem, let's do it." Yifeng extended his palm. Determined to prove himself as a man, he and Gumuxi gripped hands at the desk, ready to arm wrestle. Yifeng inwardly smirked, thinking, "Little girl, how could a big guy like me lose to you?" He was ready to demonstrate his true strength. "I'll start counting and we start on 3. Yifeng began to exert hidden force. 1, 2, 3. With a sudden burst of energy, Yifeng prepared to win in an instant, but the next moment, he felt a surge of immense power at his palm. A terrifying strength. Dang. Yifeng's hand was forced down onto the table. Yifeng was dumbfounded. What kind of strange strength did little Muxi possess? Gumuxi stood up, clapped her hands and proudly declared, "Stinky Fun, I win." Yifeng also stood up, quickly checked Gumuxi's body, pinching her arm and then her face. "Gumuxi, Omega." She swatted away Yifeng's teasing hands and asked, "What are you doing?" Yifeng looked serious and said, "I'm trying to see if you're a future robot, or maybe An alien. Gumuxi playfully retorted, "You're the robot. Would a robot as handsome as me exist? From childhood, your strength has never matched mine, so why is this surprising?" Yifan remained silent. Gumuxi kicked off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, motioning for him to come closer. "Fine. You lost. Admit you've lost, and you have to be my horse." Yifan chuckled and said, "All right." He took off his shoes, got on the bed, and then just as Gumuxi was about to mount him, Yifan flashed a mischievous smile, quickly flipped her over, pinning her down. "Little Muxi, how about I ride first?" Yifan teased. Gumuxi blushed as she met his bare-chested gaze, heart racing. "What are you doing? You lost? You're being unfair." Yifan chuckled and said, "Den, let me be unfair." With that, he was about to play the role of a scoundrel wolf pouncing on a powerful little white rabbit. Suddenly, the room door creaked open. Li Wan, carrying fruits, was about to enter. Just as she opened the door, she saw Yifan pinning Gumuxi down shirtless, and she was instantly stunned. Gumuxi was equally flabbergasted. Yifan froze in place. In a moment of awkward silence, the air was thick with embarrassment. Gumuxi clenched her fists, nearly creating a replica of the Eiffel Tower with her grip on the bedsheet. "Ow, carry on. I didn't see anything." Li Wan chuckled and quickly closed the door behind her. Gumuxi's cheeks burning red, she glared at Yifan, embarrassed. "Oh, it's all your fault, Stinky Feng." Asterisk to be continued. Asterisk. Yi Jianjun was stunned. "Oh, alright, then let's wait a bit more. This brat, what are Zixi and him doing in the room?" In the room, Yifan rubbed his chest and grinned. "Gumuxi, are you trying to murder your husband?" Gumuxi held back her laughter, pretending to be angry. "Who let you act like a scoundrel first? Consider this your punishment." Yifan turned around, ran to the door, and locked it from the inside, swinging and laughing. "Hey, don't worry, I just locked the door. Let's do it again." After saying that, Yifan jumped back onto the bed, hugged Gumuxi and rolled around on the bed. "Huh, Stinky Fun, your hands, don't move around. Nasty." Gumuxi dodged his mischievous hands, giggling. The two of them played around on the bed for a while until they were both tired. In the end, Gumuxi ended up lying on top of him, pinching his nose playfully. The two of them quietly enjoyed their time together. After a while, Gumuxi chuckled softly. "Stinky Fong, why do I love you so much? Did you cast a spell on me? Confess." Yifan also pinched her small nose and said with a smile, "And to think, you must have put a spell on me. Zixi, I love you too." Gumuxi sweetly smiled, then leaned her head against his chest, listening to his heartbeat. She just wanted to lean on him like this for a lifetime. At this moment, she truly felt it, with her whole body and mind, feeling Yifan right by her side. "So comfortable, will you be forever by my side?" she asked softly. Yifan patted her head and promised, "Yes, we will never be apart. I'll always be by your side." Gumuxi's eyes became slightly moist, and she looked up at him. The next moment, she kissed him. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. After what seemed like a long while, Gumuxi finally released him and said softly, "All right, Uncle and Annie must have been waiting outside for a long time. You should go back first. In the future, I hope you can be less busy, get more rest, and smoke less." In reality, she often missed Yifan during regular days, but she understood that he had work and sometimes worked late, or had to attend business meetings. She would silently wait at home for him, or bring him supper at night, not wanting to disturb his work. She wanted to quietly support him from behind, being a warm harbor for him when he was tired. Looking at her sensible appearance, Yifan even felt a bit heartbroken, smiling. "All right, I'll listen to my wife." Yifan got up from the bed, straightened his clothes, opened the door, and turned back to wave at her. "Zixi, I'll come to pick you up in Guan City in a few days, okay?" Gumuxi covered her mouth and chuckled. "Okay, I got it, you should go back first." Yifan went out of the room, arrived in the living room, and saw Yi Jianjun already putting on his shoes, holding some gifts to bring back, looking ready to leave. "Dad, are you leaving now?" Yifan lowered the tablecloth and asked. Yi Jianjun shook his head, saying, "I haven't received any calls. I think no one else is coming. Finish cleaning up, then pack your bags. We're heading back to Guang City tomorrow." Yifan smiled. "That's good. Traveling for days can be tiring, and it feels more comfortable back in Guan City." As father and son were chatting, they suddenly heard a knock on the front gate. Who is it? Yi Jianjun asked in confusion. Jianjun. It's me, old Chia. Tiafu's voice came. Old Chia. Yi Jianjun couldn't recall which Chia he was referring to. Was he a former colleague? He quickly went to open the gate and was amazed. Ah, Mayor Chia, how come you're here? Please come in. Yi Jianjun was surprised and flattered, inviting Tiafu into the yard. Oh, Jianjun. I wondered why you forgot about me. I came to wish you a happy new year. Haven't seen you in years. By the way, is Zifeng at home? Tiafu asked politely. Yi Jianjun was puzzled. What's going on? Am I that well acquainted with Mayor Chia? Why did he personally come to wish me a happy new year? Maybe he's here for my son, but as a guest, especially such an esteemed one, he quickly said, Ah, Mayor Chia, he's at home. Please, come inside. Your visit is really unexpected. Please, sit inside. Happy New Year, Uncle Yi. Wishing you good health and all the best. Chia Yue carried his bags, politely extending his greetings. This is my son, Yue. When he was little, he used to follow Xiaofeng around catching frogs. Don't you remember? Tiafu introduced with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Jianjun recalled some memories and recognized Chia Yue. He's grown up so much. I almost didn't recognize him. Come in and have a seat. Yi Jianjun warmly welcomed the Chia family into the house. Yifeng was a little surprised to see the Chia family come to pay New Year's greetings. Nothing happens for no reason. Please have a seat first. I'll pour you some tea. Yifeng greeted with a smile. Guests should always be treated well. Ah, no need to trouble yourself, Zifeng. Tiafu continued to persuade. Yi Jianjun chuckled. Ah, Mayor Chia, it's Chinese New Year. How could you visit someone's house without tea? You guys sit first. I'll go prepare some food. Tiafu also didn't decline and politely said, Oh, it's really troublesome for you all. Yifeng had been hearing such polite words these past 2 days. Whether visiting relatives or having relatives come over, people would say these polite phrases, or ritual of politeness. Perhaps it was part of the tradition in Guan province. Yifeng poured 2 cups of tea, handed them to the Chia family father and son respectively, then sat down and asked, Uncle Chia, I had planned to visit you today and wish you a happy new year, but you beat me to it. I'm pleasantly surprised. Tiafu had a warm smile on his face and said, Zifeng, as long as you have the intention, it's all good. It doesn't matter who visits whom. I thought that since you all might be heading to the city in a couple of days, and I happen to have some free time today, I thought I'd come and visit, Yifeng said with a light smile. Tiafu was surprised. In such a rush, you could stay a few more days in your hometown. No. I have some matters to attend to in the city. Can't stay in the hometown for too long. Yifeng shrugged. I see, I understand. Tiafu smiled, then looked around the house and asked, Zifeng, this house looks like it's been around for some time. Why not renovate it a bit? If you want to renovate or rebuild, I can arrange for someone to assist with the approvals in no time. In rural towns, any renovation or rebuilding of a house required official approvals, a process that could take months. Tiafu wanted to help, and Yifeng could sense that, so he replied with a smile. This is our ancestral home. My dad is reluctant to tear it down. We're thinking of buying a piece of land nearby to build a new house, so we can be more comfortable when visiting our hometown. Chia Yue quickly added, There's a piece of land right at the entrance of the alley, opposite that large vacant lot. It's residential land for sale, and I heard it belongs to the Liang family, but it has been idle. He was quite familiar with the town's situation and saw Yifeng's interest in buying residential land as an opportunity to strengthen relationships. I see. No wonder it's been empty. Are they interested in selling? I'm willing to pay for it. Yifeng got interested and asked. Chia Yue thought for a moment and replied solemnly, The Liang family doesn't have many members left. I heard Mr. Liang was willing to sell, but no one has been willing to take over. It's a Tunmo piece. He wasn't entirely certain about the details, but if Yifeng was interested, he would find a way to help secure the land. Tiafu waved his hand and said, Zifeng, you don't need to worry about it. If you really want to buy it, I'll speak to the Liang family. The land is just sitting idle. It will turn into wasteland if they don't sell. Chia Yue chimed in. That's right, Timus of land. If left unused, it might be reclaimed and turned into farmland. Yifeng understood their intentions and was eager to help. Developing a new house in his hometown would definitely require assistance from the Chia family, and it will incur a debt of gratitude. With Chia family's help, the process of acquiring land and obtaining approvals would be much easier. If you have the time, could you inquire for me within a reasonable price range? I'll buy the 2 mo land, Yifeng said with a smile. Chia Yaowen's face lit up. No problem, you can leave it to me. I'll talk to the Liang family later and we should be able to settle it quickly. Thank you so much. Yifeng smiled and handed him an orange. Chia Yue gladly accepted the orange. Ah Feng, now that the Niu family is no more in Dashi town, there's hardly anything we can't handle, you can rest assured. Talk shifted to the Niu family, and Yifeng turned to Chiafu and asked, Uncle Chia, how many people were taken in relation to the Niu family? Chiafu raised 3 fingers and said, 35. Everyone associated with the Niu family was taken for investigation. It involved key positions in the town government and various agencies. They say the wind is sowing fear among some people. Chiafu continued. Now, everyone is avoiding the Niu family, trying all means to distance themselves. Yifeng chuckled, saying, when the wall collapses, everyone pushes. Chiafu moved closer to Yifeng, whispered, Niu family's assets have been confiscated, but the industrial assets are still intact. Regarding the investigation of the Niu family's assets, I've asked them to go slow. There's a vanadium mine. The reserves are unknown, but all the approvals for mining were taken care of beforehand. However, Niu Hanfa didn't have the capability to develop it, so the mine has been sitting idle. When Yifeng heard about the vanadium mine, his eyes sparkled. Starting in 2001, with increased investments in the manufacturing industry, the demand for ore resources also increased. Yifeng remembered the ore shortage in the headlines of major newspapers in 2003. The current price of vanadium ore was 15,000 yuan per ton, but in just 2 years, the price soared to a high of 320,000 yuan per ton. As state-owned assets poured into mines, the supply increased, and the price of vanadium ore quickly stabilized at 100,000 to 150,000 yuan per ton. The profit margin was staggering. Intrigued, Yifeng pondered for a moment. Since the Niu family is out, their mine should be confiscated, right? Chiafu, sensing Yifeng's interest, laughed and said, of course, it will be considered as forfeited assets, but I believe these assets have to be liquidated for fines. After discussing with Lao Zhen, we decided to list the mine for auction, including the exploration and mining rights. Yifeng heard this and picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, took out 2 and handed them to Chiafu and Chia Yue, then lit one for himself. Ha ha, Uncle Chia, I'm actually interested in this mine, Yifeng revealed without hesitation. Chiafu took a drag and chuckled. I knew it, Zifeng. I knew you'd be interested. Niu family is gone. In all of Dashi town, I think you are the only one capable and qualified to develop the mine, Chiafu said. Water the fields with one's own sweat. You are a Dashi town local. It's more appropriate for a local to handle this, he added. In Yifeng's mind, he was hastily calculating the investment in the mine. It is a business worth tens of millions. If operated well, it is possible to achieve a few small goals. What a great gift! What does Chiafu want in exchange for giving me this big gift? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If it's a free lunch, then it must be poisonous. Thank you so much for taking care of me, Chiabo, Yifeng politely replied. Chiafu waved his hand, saying earnestly, no need to be so polite, we are all family. Wei and you are childhood friends. I will definitely help with this favor, he continued, establishing a closer relationship between the two sides. Yes, although Wei is a few years older than me, we get along well and have a solid friendship. Yifeng agreed. Chiafu's eyes flashed a hint of cunning as he felt the timing was right. He pretended to be a little distressed and said, even though Wei is a few years older than you, he hasn't made much progress in these years. Although I arranged for him to work in the finance department, it seems like a dead end. Unlike you, Yifeng, who does big business and even knows Mayor Dao closely, has a bright future. Yifeng understood that there was an underlying message in his words and smiled, saying, well, it's just luck. Wei should be doing fine in the finance department. There are good chances for promotion in the future. Chiafu shook his head with a bitter smile. That's true, but his heart doesn't seem to be in it. Yifeng turned to Chia Wei curiously and asked, Wei, do you not like working in the finance department? Chia Wei, smoking a cigarette, shook his head and said seriously, to be honest, I didn't mind before, But doing this job for a long time, it just doesn't feel right anymore. Just like my dad said, these kinds of days lead to a dead end. I don't really like the idea of being stuck in a dead-end job. I want to go out and make something of myself. Chia Wei paused, looked up at Yifeng, and sincerely said, "Ah Feng, I want to go out and work with you." Yifeng was surprised that Chia Wei was willing to give up a secure job and follow him to work. Seeing Chia Wei's determined expression, he knew he wasn't joking. "How? Wei, why do you suddenly want to work with me?" Yifeng asked in surprise. Chia Wei gave a bitter smile and said, "It's not sudden. I've been thinking about it for a long time, and I'm sure. These days, I can't sleep at night thinking about this, and I've made up my mind. I'm still young, and there's a vast world outside DRIZZLE. I want to go see it, experience it, and make a name for myself." Chia Fu put down the cigarette, grabbed Yifeng's hand, and earnestly said, "Ah Feng, I'm a bit worried about him going out on his own, but if he's working with you, I feel more at ease. I'm getting old, I can't help Wei much anymore. I just hope he can succeed in the future, so I ask for your care." These words revealed the bitter and helpless feelings of an old father. In DRIZZLE, he held authority, but outside of DRIZZLE, Chia Fu was powerless. Yifeng finally realized the purpose of the Chia family father and son's visit today, and their continuous gestures of goodwill. It turns out they wanted to find a future for Chia Wei. Yifeng's mind cleared up at that moment. This was also a form of exchange of interests. Indeed, given Chia Wei's situation, if he stayed in DRIZZLE, at most he would only be able to rise to Chia Fu's position. But if Chia Fu stepped down in the future, he might not even make it that far. Being stuck in DRIZZLE all his life was torture for a young man who wanted to explore the world. "Ah Feng, rest assured, I will work with you wholeheartedly and will never hold you back," Chia Wei said solemnly. Yifeng chuckled and said, "Wei, I don't doubt your capabilities. You have talent and ability. I know that, but I'll remind you, venturing out may not be as comfortable as working in the finance department." Hearing Yifeng's words, Chia Wei's face showed a hint of joy, saying, "What kind of man is afraid of hardship?" "I'm not afraid." Yifeng nodded and said, "All right, once you've taken care of things after the new year, come work at my company." Since the Chia family showed such sincerity and he owed favors for the construction of the new house and the mine, he naturally agreed. If you owe favors, you have to repay them. There's no benefit in just owing favors and not repaying them. Those who don't repay favors can't win people's hearts. Chia Wei was happy, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Ah Feng." Chia Fu, also in a good mood, patted his head, jokingly said, "Don't act all high and mighty. From now on, call Yizong." Chia Wei chuckled, scratching his head, earnestly said, "Dad, I got it. Yizong, boss." Yifeng waved his hand, saying, "What boss? This isn't the office. Don't be so formal." Chia Wei understood the implied meaning behind Yifeng's words. This wasn't a formal occasion, so there was no need to be so formal. Private relationships were private, work was work. He realized that maintaining this distinction was important. Otherwise, what had he been working for all these years in the unit? "All right, boss, I'll follow what you say, haha." Chia Wei laughed happily. With things settled, Chia Fu finally felt relieved. A few days ago, Chia Wei expressed his willingness to work with Yifeng, and Chia Fu actually supported the idea. Yifeng's enterprise in Guanxi was not insignificant, and with his close relationship with Mayor Dao, there would definitely be plenty of projects in the future. Working with Yifeng would broaden Chia Wei's horizons and provide more opportunities. Working with higher-ups would surely provide plenty of money-making opportunities. As the daughter of the Chia family was not reliable, all hopes were now placed on the son. With that thought in mind, Chia Fu handed Yifeng a cigarette and said, "A couple of years ago, someone predicted a bright future for Wei when he turned 24, mentioning a benefactor who would help him. It wasn't wrong after all. Ah Feng, you are that benefactor." Yifeng took the cigarette, politely replying, "Oh, Tiabo, you're kidding. I'm not the one calling the shots. Most of it depends on the individual. We are our own benefactors. As the saying goes, relying on mountains can lead to their collapse, and counting on people can lead to their flight. Only oneself is truly reliable. I can offer limited help. The platform and opportunities are there. Whether you can make something of it depends on Wei." Chia Fu chuckled, "Haha, what Yifeng said makes sense. Wei, in the future, be humble and learn from Ah Feng. Be diligent, and don't let him down. Chia Wei responded solemnly. Dad, you can rest assured. I'll do my best. Chia Fu nodded in satisfaction, then smiled at Yifan, saying, Fan, you don't need to worry about building your house. I'll take care of it for you. As for the vanadium mine, if there are any policies or updates, I'll inform you immediately. When the time comes to auction it off, there won't be any issues. This was Chia Fu's promise to Yifan. Yifan smiled and said, Thank you for looking out for me, Tiabo. As they were talking, Yifeng's phone rang. He checked and saw that it was a call from Yin Zubing. He walked out of the room to answer the call. Hello, Bingjie. Happy New Year. Ha ha, Zifan, when are you coming to Guanxi? Came Yin Zubing's hearty laughter from the other end of the line. Yifan was surprised, wondering what good news could be making Yin Zubing so happy. I'm planning to go to Guanxi tomorrow, Bingjie. By the way, you sound like you have good news. Yin Zubing laughed and said mysteriously, I have some great news for you. Big news. What's going on, Bingjie? Yifan asked in confusion. Hey, Pingan has finally come to his senses. It's my birthday next week, and he plans to confess to my sister, Yin Zubing said happily. That's great news. How are you going to do it? Any plans? Yifeng's eyes lit up as he smiled. I'm calling you to discuss it. Your brain is more creative than mine. I'm sure you have plenty of ideas. Yin Zubing said. Yifan chuckled and replied, Okay, but I have something to attend to now. Let's meet in Guanxi tomorrow and brainstorm together. It's hard to discuss over the phone. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Just come straight to my place. Yin Zubing instructed. No problem, Yifan said with a smile. After a brief chat, the two hung up the phone. After ending the call, Yifan immediately called Han Pingan. Hey, Pingan, are you planning to confess to Zilu? Yifan asked directly. Han Pingan was surprised. Oh, Yijie, I was just about to call you. How did you know? Bingjie told me. What are your thoughts? Hey. Yifan said. On the other end of the phone, Han Pingan scratched his head and whispered, I don't know how to do it. I have no experience. Yijie, can you give me some ideas? Han Pingan asked. Ha, no problem. Tomorrow, go to Bingjie's house. I'll also call Tai Zi, Yifan said. After ending the call, Yifan immediately informed Wang Tai about this great news. Wang Tai was thrilled and shouted excitedly. He was genuinely happy for Pingan and expressed his approval. Yifan hung up the phone, feeling happy that Pingan had finally found his match. Why did I say match? Oh well, it doesn't matter, as long as he's no longer single. Yifan turned around and returned to the room, a smile on his face. Zifan, what's up? Why do you look like you've won the lottery? Chia Fu asked with a smile. Yifan sighed and said, A buddy of mine is about to get out of singledom. I'm happy. It's not easy. That's definitely good news. Finding a girlfriend and getting married is not easy these days. Chia Fu nodded. At that moment, Yi Jianjun called out from the kitchen, Son, the food is ready. Please call Mayor Chia over. All right. Yifan responded and then led the Chia family to the dining table to eat. The meal went on from morning till noon. With 3 bottles of Mayotai finished, everyone had a great time. After bidding farewell to the Chia family, Yifan went straight to his room and lay down. Early the next morning, Yifan packed his bags and got into the car with his family to meet the Gu family. When they returned, there were only 2 Audi 100 cars left out of the 3 that came, so Yifan planned to buy 2 luxury cars after returning to Guanxi. Back in Guanxi around noon, after dropping off his parents at home, Yifan and Gu Muxi together carried the New Year gifts and toast to Yin Zubing's house. When they arrived at Yin Zubing's doorstep, Yifan pressed the doorbell. Shortly after, the door opened, and a plump and beautiful woman, Yin Zubing's wife Xia Yan, appeared at the door. Sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Yifan greeted with a smile. Sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Gu Muxi also greeted, as she had been to Yin Zubing's house before and was familiar with everyone there. Zifan, Muxi, come on in and have a seat, Xia Yan warmly invited. Yifan carried the gifts inside, and Yin Zubing's son Xiao Hui saw Yifan, excitedly ran over and exclaimed, Uncle Yi, this kid must know that you bought him a toy and has been asking when you'll come back. Xia Yan chuckled. Ha, there are plenty of toys, Xiao Hui. This is a super big tank for you. Yifan placed the toy in front of Xiao Hui. Wow, such a big tank. Xiao Hui happily picked up the toy and bounced around. This kid, isn't it time to thank Uncle Yi? Also, Have you greeted Uncle Yi for the new year? Xia Yun said with a stern look on her face. Xiao Hui then remembered and bowed to Yi Fang, saying, Thank you, Uncle Yi. Happy New Year and wishes for prosperity. Xiao Hui is so well behaved. Here, take your lucky money. Yi Fang happily touched his little head and handed him a big red envelope. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Xiao Hui happily received the red envelope. Gu Muxi squatted down, pinched his cute little cheek, and said with a smile, What about me? You haven't greeted me yet. Auntie. Happy New Year. Xiao Hui obediently said. So well behaved, Gu Muxi also handed him a red envelope. Xiao Hui is so cute, his chubby face. Xia Yun teased, Why don't you hurry up and have children? Gu Muxi blushed and said, It's too early. She really liked children, but these things had to be left up to fate. Yan Zubing came out from the tea room, saw Yi Fang and Gu Muxi, and said, Zi Fang is here. Happy New Year, Bingjie. Yi Fang put down the gifts and greeted, Hey, you sit first, and when Pingan arrives, we need to come up with an idea for him. Today, we must come up with something. Yan Zubing smiled. Hearing this, Gu Muxi became excited and took out her notebook from her bag. Bingjie, I've been thinking about it since last night and even on the way here. I have a total of 18 confession plans. Yan Zubing was puzzled. What? 18 plans? Where did you find all that from? Gu Muxi said seriously, I summarized them from TV dramas. I also consulted my bestie, Chia. Well, let's discuss all of them later. Yan Zubing coughed and didn't expect Gu Muxi to have so many ideas. About half an hour later, Han Pingan and Wang Tai rushed over. Everyone gathered around the table in the living room, starting to brainstorm confession ideas. How about this? Set up flower lanterns downstairs in the neighborhood, make a heart shape, and then you stand in the middle. While we lead Lulu over, she'd be surprised. Gu Muxi pointed to one of the plans. Sis-in-law, the weather forecast says it will rain tonight. Wang Tai pointed out with a smile. Gu Muxi slapped her forehead and said, Oh, I almost forgot. Oh no. If it rains, most of my plans won't work. Then have I wasted time preparing? She flipped through her notebook, looking confused. All her design plans were for outdoors, and if it rained, all would be ruined. Now, the other people were also puzzled. Yan Zubing, being straightforward, had no ideas at all. Han Pingan, a bit simple-minded, couldn't come up with any good ideas. Wang Tai had succeeded by pure chance last time, and had no advice to offer. Gu Muxi's plans were all outdoor-oriented, and were impossible to execute due to rain. Zi Fang, do you have any ideas? Yan Zubing looked at Yi Fang. Everyone else also turned to Yi Fang. Me? Yi Fang was taken aback. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he clapped his hands. I've just thought of something. What? Tell us. Yan Zubing asked curiously. Yi Fang turned to Han Pingan and asked with a smile. Pingan, where did you first meet Zilu? Han Pingan scratched his head and replied, In the hospital, and she took care of me. Yi Fang grinned and said, That's it, you'll have to go back to the hospital again. Han Pingan looked confused. Yi Fang waved his hand to everyone. Hey, here's my plan. Stay calm. Follow the plan later. We'll be waiting by the ward door at any time. Remember, don't reveal the plan. Hide your ring in the left pocket of your coat. Be sure not to lose it. We'll be outside holding flowers and balloons. After you distract her, immediately text me. We'll rush over and set up for you. When she comes back, take advantage of her confusion and immediately take out your ring. Then confess your feelings. Clear on the plan. Take action immediately. Go go go. In the evening, at the hospital entrance, Yi Fang pushed Han Pingan out of the car. Inside the car, Yan Zubing stared at him, instructing, Pingan, be clever, you know? Han Pingan felt a bit confused and nervous. He wasn't this nervous even when handling million-dollar projects. I got it. Han Pingan nodded heavily and then turned towards the hospital. Inside the hospital, Yan Lu was on duty in the nursing department. Lu, I'm off now. Thanks for your hard work tonight. A nurse took off her white coat and smiled. Yan Lu sat at her desk and replied with a smile. All right, Fang Ya, you can leave. Leave it to me here. Don't worry. Fang Ya arranged the documents and suddenly asked curiously, Hey, Lulu, how come your little boyfriend didn't come to see you today? What little boyfriend? It's not, Yan Lu blushed and stammered. Fang Ya teased her, not a boyfriend. I see boyfriend written all over your face. Hey, you two often go out to eat together, and he visits you frequently. I feel like you two are closer than just friends. Yenlu blushed, feeling embarrassed. He hasn't confessed, so there's nothing. Confession? Who does that these days? Fang Ye shook her head and whispered in Yenlu's ear. Just have a few drinks with him, then take a nap, and everything will work out. Yenlu blushed, feeling embarrassed. Oh, Fang Ye, what are you saying? Really? Fang Ye laughed. Oh, now you're blushing. I usually see you very open-minded. Aren't you both in love? If you ask me, don't wait for the man to speak up. Find a chance and confess yourself. Fang Ye continued teasing. All right, Fang Ye, hurry up and leave so you can pick up your child. You talk too much. Yenlu got up and pushed her out. After a while, Yenlu took out her phone, thinking of calling Han Pingan, but hesitated and didn't make the call. I wonder where he is now, if he's busy. Would it disturb him at work? Yenlu muttered to herself, put down her phone, and rested her chin on her hands. Is he coming to see me today? Should I find a time to talk to him? Just do it. When did I become so timid? Oh, why am I thinking too much? Focus on work. She patted her face to clear her mind. Suddenly, a nurse at the door called out, Lulu, there's a patient in the ward for you to see. Okay. One moment. Yenlu responded from her office, then gathered her things. As she stepped out of the office, she saw the patient and was shocked. Pingan? Yes, the patient admitted to the ward was indeed Han Pingan. Han Pingan turned to see Yenlu and stammered, Lulu, I'm here to be hospitalized. Yenlu hurried over, asking with concern, are you not feeling well? Injured? Han Pingan covered his heart, about to speak, but forgot his lines. He discreetly spread his palm, where words written with a waterproof pen were listed. He followed the written words, speaking slowly. I have a bit of discomfort in my heart. I've come for heart treatment, to be observed in the hospital. Yenlu looked puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why are you speaking like you're stuttering? Han Pingan dropped his hand and chuckled. It's nothing. Lulu, can you arrange a ward for me? Okay. Follow me. Yenlu led him to a ward. How come I never heard you had a heart problem before? Yenlu stared at him suspiciously. Han Pingan imitated Yi Feng's confident demeanor. I don't know either. Being sick is unpredictable. Is that so? Yenlu was skeptical, but still took him to a room where an elderly couple in their 70s or 80s was also staying. Wait here for a moment, I'll go check the registry, Yenlu instructed before checking the list at the door. Han Pingan promptly took out his phone, sending the wardroom number to Yi Feng. Brother Feng, Ward 13 on the 6th floor of the hospital department. Come quick. On the other side, Yi Feng and his group were waiting for the message. Ding ding. The phone rang, and he immediately checked it. Pingan's text, let's move. Yi Feng smiled. They quickly left the car carrying flowers and balloons, drawing the attention of passers-by. Hey, is there a big event happening? Yenlu entered the ward again, holding a thermometer. She said to Han Pingan, Pingan, the doctor instructed you to take your temperature first. Okay. Han Pingan took off his coat and placed it on a nearby chair. Yenlu took his temperature and reminded him, hold it still, follow me to the treatment room. Isn't it here? Han Pingan looked confused. No, not here. Let's go to the treatment room for further examination, Yenlu said. At the same time, she took his coat away and said, all right, come quickly. Han Pingan checked his pocket to inform Yi Feng, but his phone was also in the coat pocket. He looked up to see Yenlu had already left the ward door. Wait, Lulu, wait for me. He hurried to catch up with her. In the treatment room, Han Pingan wanted to get his coat, but Yenlu pressed him to stay seated. Don't move around. I have professional nursing training. I will listen to your heart now and check your heart rate, Yenlu said solemnly. This. Han Pingan wanted to reach for his coat, but under Yenlu's stern gaze, he withdrew and sat obediently. Yenlu picked up the stethoscope, placed it in her ears, sat in front of him, and reached inside his clothes to listen to his heartbeat. As Han Pingan watched Yenlu's face inches away, her fair skin, and the fragrance emanating from her, his heart rate couldn't help but increase. It was normal just now. Why is your heartbeat suddenly speeding up? Yenlu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Well, there might be some issue maybe. Han Pingan felt a bit embarrassed and tried to remain calm. But Yenlu suddenly stood up, moved closer again. almost bringing them face to face. Huh. Yenlu was puzzled, removed the stethoscope, lightly pressed her hand against Han Pingan's chest, feeling his heartbeat. Oh my. Pingan, your heartbeat is fast. Could you really have heart disease? Yenlu asked seriously. Han Pingan scratched his head, saying, maybe, probably, possibly. Yenlu reassured him, it's okay. Maybe it's just a temporary irregular heartbeat. Follow the doctor's advice. She stood up, went to the treatment counter, and gathered other items preparing for his other hospital tests. Pingan, you should be fine. Yenlu suddenly spoke. Probably. But, Lulu, can you let me get my clothes first? Han Pingan was interrupted by Yenlu. Wait a moment. Yenlu approached with a blood pressure monitor, looking at him seriously. Pingan. Hot. What's wrong, Lulu? Han Pingan looked back at her. How about we confess to each other? Do you want to be my boyfriend? Be your boyfriend? Han Pingan's head was buzzing, unable to react for a moment. Yenlu sat in front of him, serious, and said, yes, dating. What? You don't want to date me? Do you not like me? Yenlu's tone was calm, as if discussing a small matter with him, like what to eat for dinner. I'm willing. Han Pingan came to his senses and nodded heavily. But why did it feel a little off when he said that? Wait. Why am I the one being confessed to? This wasn't part of the plan. Han Pingan was a little confused but repeated excitedly. I'm willing. Lulu, be my girlfriend. Yenlu patted his shoulder, smiled boldly, and said, ha ha, sure, you're my boyfriend now. Han Pingan twitched his mouth, feeling like this was more like becoming sworn brothers. By the way, Lulu, why did you suddenly? Han Pingan scratched his head. Yenlu sweetly smiled and said, you said you have heart problems. I was afraid if I didn't say it now, I might not have another chance in the future. Actually, I really like you. I don't want to have regrets. By saying it out loud, at least I won't have any regrets. Han Pingan, ahem. Lulu, actually, my heart is fine. This was just my excuse. Han Pingan said truthfully. Yenlu looked at him in astonishment and asked, then why did you come today? He immediately got up to get his coat, took out a ring box from the pocket, and then walked up to her, kneeling on one knee. Lulu, actually, I wanted to confess to you today. This ring, I give it to you. Han Pingan stumbled through his words. He acted decisively, but his mouth was a bit clumsy, especially when facing Yenlu. He always felt a bit nervous for some reason. Yenlu took the ring box, opened it, and inside was a diamond ring, shining brightly. Then put it on me. She extended her right hand, chuckled, and said, hey, okay. Han Pingan showed a happy smile and personally put the ring on her finger. At that moment, he felt a sense of relief throughout his body. He now had someone to protect in his life, another loved one. Nanny, Funjae, TZ, Lulu, and the eldest brother, Dingjae. He never had a family from a young age. Maybe in the near future, he would have a family and relatives. What a beautiful thing to think about. With that in mind, Han Pingan's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. Despite being stabbed numerous times, without flinching or shedding a tear, at this moment, he felt so happy and content, because he had touched the most sensitive string in his heart. Why are you crying? We're just dating. Why so emotional? Yenlu helped him up and wiped the tears from his eyes. Han Pingan smiled and said, because I'm so happy. Silly. Yenlu sweetly smiled and then wrapped her arms around his neck, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him. Han Pingan's body stiffened instantly, hands frozen in the air, his mind exploding. Hold me. With her arms wrapped around him, Yenlu whispered. Only then did Han Pingan put his hands on her delicate waist and hugged her tightly. Lulu, I love you. Meanwhile, Yifan, Yenzubing, and the others rushed to the 6th floor of the hospital, room 13 in the inpatient department, with big bunches of flowers in their hands, drawing astonished looks from other patients on the way. Room 13. The ward is right here, Yifan exclaimed. Once inside, we have to act fast. Start decorating immediately, Gu Muxi said excitedly. Got it. Yenzubing turned to the others behind him and said, you guys, move fast. Click. Yifan pushed the door open and immediately placed the flowers on the table. Pingan, are you ready? Yifan shouted, but as he looked around and saw no sign of Han Pingan, only an elderly couple in their 70s staring at them in disbelief, Yifan exclaimed, where's Pingan? Where did he go? Who are you? The old lady looked at him in surprise and asked. Then, she turned to the old man and laughed. Old man, did you buy me this many flowers? The old man looked bewildered. I don't know. Instantly, an extremely awkward atmosphere filled the war. Yifeng was so embarrassed his toes might have built a mansion. Oh no. How embarrassing. Ahem. Wishing you both 100 years of happiness. These flowers are for you, free of charge. Yifeng chuckled awkwardly, left the flowers he had brought, and then ushered the others out of the room. At the door of the ward, Yan Zubing slapped his thigh and sighed. What's going on? Where did that kid Pingan go? Wang Tai scratched his head and asked, does this mean our plan failed? At that moment, two nurses passed by, giving them strange looks. Nurse, hold on a sec. Yifeng quickly called out to them. What's up? Need something? Are you family members of a patient? One of the short-haired nurses asked. The plump nurse beside her shook her head and said, isn't it a bit too much to visit a patient with so many flowers? Do you own a flower shop? Yifeng was at a loss. Now wasn't the time to explain, so he quickly asked, sorry, could I ask, where is Nurse Yan Lu? I just saw her in the treatment room with a patient. The short-haired nurse pointed in the opposite direction of the hallway. Thanks. Yifeng expressed his gratitude and hurriedly led Yan Zubing and the others to the treatment room. As they arrived at the door of the treatment room, there was an observation window where they could look inside. Yifeng and Gumuxi looked inside from the observation window and were stunned. After a moment, they both wore weird smiles at the same time. Yan Zubing, curious, hurriedly asked, what's going on? What's happening inside? Yan Zubing squeezed in, taking a look inside, his eyes widening. Oh man. It worked. What's going on? Wang Tai curiously leaned over. Inside the treatment room, there was a scene of sweet happiness, with Han Pingan and Yan Lu embracing each other in a kiss. Oh my. It worked. Yifeng exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha, Pingan succeeded in getting a girlfriend. Wang Tai laughed stupidly. So, does that mean our plan was successful? It should be considered a success, but it seems like it wasn't fully successful. Gumuxi giggled. But who cares? The result is good. Hehe. Yan Zubing showed the smile of an approving elder brother. This kid didn't disappoint me after all. A group of people, holding big bunches of flowers, crowded near the door of the treatment room to peek inside, creating an eerie scene. Inside the treatment room, Han Pingan and Yan Lu slowly stopped. Both were slightly out of breath. Yan Lu's cheeks were flushed, looking beautiful and charming. I still have duty tonight, Yan Lu whispered. You go ahead. I'll wait for you at the hospital after you finish. Han Pingan smiled foolishly. Tilde Yan Lu sweetly smiled, then gently pushed him away. She turned her head and saw several pairs of eyes from the observation window outside glaring at her, and she was dumbfounded. Who's outside? She blurted out, realizing that they might have seen her and Han Pingan kissing just now. Oh no. It's so embarrassing. Han Pingan turned abruptly, saw those eyes, and instantly recognized them. Oh my. How did Feng Jie and the others get here? Yan Lahong blushed and walked quickly over, opening the door as a group of people rushed in. Yan Zubing smiled awkwardly. Ah, there you two are. We've been looking for you for a long time. Yan Lu crossed her arms, staring at him and questioning. How long have you been waiting at the door? Just arrived. Just arrived. Really? Yan Zubing nodded heavily. Then he added, we didn't see anything. Really? Yifeng pulled the corner of his mouth. Brother. Aren't you giving away the game? Yifeng raised her fingers and said seriously. I bet for. We really didn't see anything. Yan Lu swept a glance at the crowd in embarrassment and said, HMPH. A bunch of big liars. I'm too lazy to deal with you. I'm going to work. Excuse me. Yan Lu passed through the crowd, left straight away, but after reaching the door, she suddenly sped up, covered her face, and ran away. Ha ha. This girl. Turns out she knows how to be shy. Yan Zubing teased. Brothers, how did you get here? Han Pingan walked over. We came here according to the plan. Are you being silly? Yan Zubing laughed. Han Pingan was a bit dazed, but now he remembered that he had reserved a room at the hospital. Yifeng patted his shoulder and exclaimed, all right, Pingan, congratulations on officially being in a relationship. Let's go have a few drinks, celebrate. And you can fill us in on the details. When he heard about drinking, Yan Zubing became lively, saying, yeah, let's go have a few drinks, let's go. Han Pingan smiled and said, Feng Jie, Zhu Jie, you guys go ahead, I promised Lulu to wait for her to get off work at the hospital. Good kid, turning into a romantic so fast. Well, keep waiting. We'll go drink. Ha ha. Yin Zubing laughed heartily. He understood Han Pingan well, knowing he was reliable. He entrusted Yan Lu to him without any worries. Now that things are settled, let's disperse and go drinking. Yin Zubing waved his hand and the group left. Ku Muxi didn't like drinking and didn't want to hang out with a group of men, so she made plans to go shopping with Chen Jia. Meanwhile, Yifeng and Yin Zubing went to a bar. Yin Zubing had a lot of venues. Tian and Yuexiu were his main areas. The other places were more remote and he couldn't be bothered with them as they didn't bring in much profit. It could be said that the most profitable spots in the Guangzhou nightlife scene all belonged to Yin Zubing. Inside the Night Rose Bar VIP room, the air was filled with smoke. The sound of people drinking and playing games was constant, and it was very lively. However, Yifeng, Yin Zubing, and a few others sat quietly in a corner. After finishing a beer, Yin Zubing sighed. Feng, I am truly happy today, so happy. I only have one sister, and she used to have a bad temper, high standards, and look down on everyone. Watching her grow up day by day, I worried about her, thinking, what if she couldn't find a good man to marry in the future? Now, I can finally rest assured. Yifeng could tell he was genuinely happy as his smile never wavered. Brother, from now on, you can rest assured. Although Pingan is a bit dull, he's a good person with a sincere personality. After so many years of suffering, he knows how to treat people well, and I'm sure they will have a good relationship in the future. Yin Zubing comforted. Yin Zubing shook his head and said, of course, I wouldn't let them be together if I didn't believe in him. Yifeng commended, yes, Brother Zubing has met more people than I've eaten meals. Yin Zubing laughed and scolded, ha ha, you always flatter people, but I like hearing it. Camel chuckled and asked, brother, when can we have a toast for the wedding? Yin Zubing decisively said, soon, when they get engaged, we'll have the engagement this year, and I'll get married next year. I'll make you all drink too. No, 3 times, and have another child next year, all in one go. Yin Zubing asked Yifeng. Yifeng, you're a man of culture, how does that saying go? Something about the big brother is like a father, something like that. Yifeng's sweat dropped and replied, are you talking about an elder brother is like a father? Ah yes, that's it, an elder brother is like a father. I'm the big brother, so I'm half of a father to her. I've said it. Yin Zubing clapped his hands. Camel happily said, ha ha, great. I'm looking forward to the wedding toast. Come on. Let's have a toast to celebrate today. Everyone raised their glasses. They drank from the evening until midnight. Yin Zubing rarely drank so much and was so happy. By midnight he was already quite drunk. Yifeng also felt his head heavy, unable to drink more. He'd have to puke if he did. In the VIP room, more than 10 people had passed out. Yifeng waved his hands, brother, stop drinking. I can't drink anymore. I'll just pass out. Yin Zubing put his arm around his shoulder, saying, all right, let's go upstairs and have some tea. There are some things I want to talk to you about. Sure. Let's go. Yin Zubing and Yifeng supported each other and left the VIP room, taking the elevator to the 8th floor, the rooftop bar. There was Yin Zubing's office, with a sofa set in the main hall. Behind the sofa was a huge floor-to-ceiling window showcasing the neon lights of the city outside. As soon as they entered the office, they didn't bother with tea and just collapsed on the sofa to rest. Yin Zubing sat up, took out a pack of cigarettes, and handed one to Yifeng. Have one. Take it slow. Yifeng took the cigarette, lit it, took a drag, feeling a bit clearer in the head but still a bit groggy. Yin Zubing looked out at the bustling night scene of the city and exclaimed, Guangzhou, so vibrant. Yifeng also got up and leaned on the sofa, looking outside. Yes, the night scene is beautiful, but I've had my fill of it too, not planning to look at it anymore. Huh. Yifeng was surprised by his sudden change in tone. Yin Zubing exhaled a smoke ring and calmly said, for many years, I've always felt indebted to Lulu. From childhood to now, as her older brother, I couldn't help her much, and I even caused her trouble. I always hoped she could find a good man to marry, someone who could protect her and cherish her. Today, I finally see some hope. Yifeng could sense the sincerity in his words, and he smiled. Brother, you're a good elder brother. Yin Zubing shook his head, a hint of bitterness in his smile. I'm not that great. I remember an old saying, once you step into the world, life and death become the border. For people like us who make a living dangerously, just to survive is a blessing, but bringing trouble to our families is a sin. How can I be considered a good elder brother? Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash, remaining silent. Yan Zubing was right. Once you enter the world of danger, life and death become your daily concern. Those who have walked this path probably have a constant fear, including their families. Brother, what are your plans for the future? Or, Yifeng wanted to say something but stopped halfway, the rest of his words left unspoken. Yan Zubing naturally knew what he was going to say and chuckled. I plan to retire once Lulu and Pingan get engaged. Then I want to travel the world with my wife and child, see things and broaden my horizons. Yifeng was taken aback. Retire. Yan Zubing's face showed a hint of weariness as he smiled. Yes, I never had this thought before, but seeing Lulu today gave me the idea. It's for myself, and for Lulu too. It's time for me to step down as a husband and father. With those words, he stood up, walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the sparkling city night scene outside, with a tinge of reluctance. Guangzhou's night. It's really beautiful. Late at night, inside the UXU hotel, the lights were dim. A dozen people were gathered around a middle-aged man in a floral shirt. The man in the floral shirt was kneeling on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, looking nervous. Dong Mingji sat in front of him, smoking a cigarette with his legs crossed. Yifeng and Yan Zubing are at the bar now. The man in the floral shirt nodded eagerly, saying, yes, yes. Dong Mingji flicked off his cigarette, suddenly stood up, walked to him, patted his face and said with a smile, well done. The man in the floral shirt wiped the sweat off his face, dryly laughing. Mingji Zhe, it's nothing, it's nothing. Dong Mingji smirked and said, once we're rid of Yifeng and Yan Zubing, you'll have done a great service. After that, Dong Mingji got up, waved his hand, and said, brothers, let's go, time to work. Yes, Mingji. The dozen or so people inside the room shouted in unison. Just as Dong Mingji was about to lead the group out, Ren Yangming suddenly rolled out in a wheelchair, blocking their way. Boss. Dong Mingji bowed. Ren Yanghua scanned the group and asked, where do you think you're going? Dong Mingji smiled and replied, boss, we're going to the Night Rose Bar to deal with Yifeng and Yan Zubing. The two of them are there right now. Ren Yanghua snorted disapprovingly and reprimanded, foolish. Yan Zubing always has people with him wherever he goes, especially in his territory. You are reckless. Dong Mingji's smile stiffened. He lowered his head, not daring to speak more, waiting for the scolding. Ren Yanghua, frustrated, said, Iji, I appreciate your courage, but you need to use your head more for what you do. You can't achieve great things in this world by fighting alone. Dong Mingji pursed his lips, showing a sense of reluctance on his face, but in front of Ren Yanghua, he dared not say more. Yes, boss. Ren Yanghua tapped the armrests and continued in a low voice. Now is not the right time. We need to wait for the most suitable moment. Remember, we are wolves lurking in the shadows. Once we strike to kill. The following day, at noon, sunlight filtered through white curtains into the room. Yifeng lay in bed, still asleep after drinking a lot the night before. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the window woke him up from his slumber. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he asked, who is it? Knock, knock. Stinky Fun, the sun is already shining, and you're still sleeping. A clear and sweet voice came from outside the window. Yifeng pulled back the blanket, got out of bed, and opened the curtains. The glaring sunlight almost made him unable to open his eyes. He shielded his eyes with one hand, pushed open the window with the other, and saw Gumuchi leaning against the opposite window, wearing a white shirt. Oh, good morning, little Shishi, he yawned, smiling. Gumuchi glared at him, retracting the extendable clothesline, saying, Master Yi, it's almost noon, and you called this morning. How late did you come back last night? Were you drunk? Yifeng rubbed his temple, not even remembering what time he had returned last night or how he had come back. Ow. Maybe around 11. Gumuchi snorted, exposing, no way, you weren't back by 11. Heh. I really forgot. Yifeng said awkwardly. I'm so hungry. My stomach is growling. I'm starving. He quickly changed the subject. Gumuchi pouted and said, you slept so long, of course, you're hungry. Come on. I bought breakfast for you Baozi and so milk I'll warm them up for you later. Yifeng grinned. Heh. She cares for me the most. Alright, I'll take a shower now, and then I'll be right there. After showering and changing into a blue shirt and casual pants that Gumuchi had picked out for him, Yifeng admired himself in the mirror. Not bad at all. She has good taste. Tidy and refreshed, he then hurried to Gumuchi's place, where she had just brought out the heated breakfast. Master Yi, you've finally woken up. Come sit down. I've prepared breakfast for you, Gumuchi said, in a sweet manner. Yifeng felt something was off. Very off. Ahem. She. What's going on? You better watch your words. Remember, a gentleman uses his mouth, not his hands. Yifeng walked over, sitting down under Gumuchi's caring gaze. Gumuchi opened her mouth, revealing her cute little fangs. Sorry, but this young lady is no gentleman. With that said, she attempted to bite him. Yifeng simply hugged her, pulled her close, and then kissed her. Oh, Gumuchi widened her eyes. After a moment of this unexpected affection, Gumuchi went limp in his arms. Ah, darn it, you cheater. Blushing, she scolded him. Yifeng wiped his mouth and chuckled. Heh, you forced me to. Gumuchi playfully punched his chest, saying, HMPH, next time don't drink so much. Drinking too much is no good. Drink less, I'm really worried about you. Yifeng ruffled her hair, promising, Alright, I promise I'll drink less next time, I swear. Gumuchi poked his forehead with her finger, saying, I don't believe you, you're just trying to trick me. Okay, let's eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Yifeng concentrated on eating breakfast while Gumuchi watched, seeing nothing but him in her eyes. To her, he was everything. Stinky fun, eat slowly. Careful not to choke, Gumuchi handed him a tissue to wipe his mouth. Seeing Yifeng's funny eating behavior made her want to laugh. Stinky fun could actually be quite cute sometimes. By the way, Stinky fun, Chia said she's going back to her high school in a couple of days, and I want to visit the old teacher. Will you go too? Gumuchi asked softly. Sure. It's good to go back and see the old teacher before school starts. Otherwise, we won't have time later, and neither will he. Yifeng nodded and replied with a smile. Speaking of the old teacher, Jozu, who was the class teacher at Taoyuan one high school. During high school, he had a nickname, Joe Demon King, as he was particularly strict with students, but also a teacher who cared deeply for them. Throughout the 3 years of high school, Yifeng's academic performance wasn't the greatest, yet Jozu never gave up on him, and never resented him for lagging. Yifeng remained grateful to Jozu. He had wanted to find a time to go see him, and now with Chia wanting to go as well, he saw an opportunity to fulfill that wish. Gumuchi sweetly smiled. Let's make that our plan. Okay, that settles it then. We can go buy some gifts later. 2 days later, at Taoyuan one high school, it was a beautiful day. A bit humid due to the rain the previous day, but the sun was shining, typical of the southern region. Long Da and Long Sen each drove an Audi 100 towards Taoyuan one high school. Gumuchi and Chen Jia had some secrets to share, so they left Wang Tai to ride in the same car as Yifeng. Brother Feng, to be honest, I'm still a bit nervous about meeting the old teacher. My legs are shaking. Wang Tai self-mockingly laughed. Every time he thought of the stern face of the old teacher, it was like recalling a nightmare from high school. Yifeng teased, What are you afraid of? The old teacher might be strict, but he's not a monster who eats people. Actually, he's quite good. He's an excellent teacher. Wang Tai scratched his head and said with a smile, That's what they say. But I'm still scared of him. At this moment, in the dormitory building of Taoyuan First Middle School, Jiaozu is buried in preparing lesson plans in the room. His wife Tang Hong brings in a cup of tea and says, Lao Zhao, you're still busy. Weren't you expecting some students to come over today? Jiaozu doesn't look up and replies, I'll help you with cooking after I finish this section. Tang Hong is used to this kind of conversation after all these years. Jiaozu has devoted his entire life to the field of education, seeming to care less about anything else besides work. After a while, when Jiaozu finishes his work, he stops writing with the pen in his hand and takes a sip of tea. Well, I'll stop here for today. I'll continue tomorrow. Don't blame me. The new semester is about to start. I need to prepare the lessons early. Jiaozu says. Tang Hong gives him a look and says, I know you're busy, otherwise, I'll just handle everything myself. Jiaozu reassures her, Alright, I'll help you. Is that okay? The couple leaves the room together and heads to the kitchen to start preparing food. How many people are coming over? I'll cook some extra rice, Tang Han asks. 6 or 7. Well, just fill up the pot with rice, Zhao Zu replies. Tang Hong smiles and says, every year after the new year, a wave of students come to visit you. Aren't they afraid of your stern face? Am I that scary? Zhao Zu furrows his brows. Come on. The way you are now, any student would be afraid of you. Tang Han teases and smiles. Oh, I can't change that, but I'm quite happy when the children come to see me. Zhao Zu finally shows a gentle smile on his face. After teaching for so many years, he never expects every student to like him, so if students do come to see him, he is quite satisfied. Working together, one prepares the side dishes, while the other stir-fries. In no time, 5 home-cooked dishes are ready. Knock, knock. The doorbell rings. They're here. Zhao Zu wipes his hands and calls out. Is it Yifeng who has arrived? He goes to open the door, greeted by 2 young men. Teacher. Happy New Year. The 2 young men at the door greet in unison. Neway. Lu Libo, come in, sit down, Zhao Zu invites with a smile. Neway, wearing black-framed glasses, a crew cut, and a checkered shirt, exudes an aura of a technical guy. Neway enters with a happy smile. Teacher, I'm bothering you again. Oh, what are you saying? I'm happy when you come to visit, Zhao Zu warmly replies. We remember your kindness forever, and we agreed to visit you every year. Lu Libo laughs heartily. He has a side-parted hairstyle. Knowing that you care, please have a seat. Zhao Zu welcomes. Neway places a big gift bag on the table and notices there are now 6 dishes on the table. More than usual. Oh, it's troublesome for you to prepare so many dishes. Zhao Zu pours tea and chuckles. Oh, more than you 2 are coming today. A few more students will arrive later. Is it your junior? Neway casually asks. Yes, from the 2000 class. Come, sit down. No need to stand, Zhao Zu offers with a smile. The 3 sit down, and Zhao Zu looks at Neway. Noticing he looks a bit tired, he asks, Neway, how's work now? Your complexion doesn't look good. Neway smiles wryly. Same old. Busy in the lab all day. After the new year, I have to start a new semiconductor project. I took a day off on purpose today, otherwise, I might be too busy for the next 2 months. Lu Libo teases. You're always so busy. If not you, then who else would they squeeze? Neway sighs. If this continues, I'll be squeezed dry. I'm leading a team on the project. Without more hands, it's too tough, he shares. Zhao Zu, with a serious expression, says, even if you're busy, you must take care of your health. Health is the foundation of work. You must pay attention to rest. Neway self-deprecatingly adds, Teacher, if I rest, I might go hungry. Zhao Zu glares at him. What nonsense. You're a graduate of a top university. Who wouldn't hire you? If not, switch jobs. Don't let making money drain your health. Neway helplessly says, Teacher, I want to, but this industry is limited. There are only a few companies in the city. Where else can I go? Oh well, I'll endure for now. If I can't take it anymore, I'll just switch careers. Neway laments. Lu Libo quickly advises, change careers. You've put in a lot of effort in recent years. With your awards, don't give up. Talk to your boss. Neway shrugs. I have already talked. Can I afford to wait until today? Forget it. It's the big new year. Let's not talk about these depressing things. He turns to Zhao Zu and asks, by the way, teacher, I forgot to congratulate you. I heard that last year, there were several students from your class admitted to Tsinghua University, and one even became the top student in the province, right? Zhao Zu's face lights up with wrinkles as he laughs. Ha ha. Yes, the 2000 class has some determined kids. Indeed, one of them became the top student in the province, but he didn't go to Tsinghua. He chose South China University of Technology instead. What? South China University of Technology? Neway is surprised. Yes, everyone makes their own choices. South China University of Technology isn't bad. Zhao Zu smiles. Indeed, South China University of Technology is good too. He will definitely have a bright academic future, able to pursue postgraduate studies easily. Neway admires. The top student of the Guangdong Provincial College entrance examination going to study at South China University of Technology. I'd even have the privilege of direct entry into a doctoral program. Such conditions are truly enviable. Zhao Zu says contentedly. Yes, Although that student's family background is a bit humble, he is talented and will surely change his fate in the future. Lulibo chuckles. In that case, teacher, ask him if he wants to study and work part-time. He can come to our place. We have many part-time opportunities here that only require a computer. It's a great idea. He enrolled in computer science. Jiazu joyfully responds. Oh, no need to wait until another day. You've come at the right time. That boy is coming today, so let's have a good chat with him later. You senior students, help as much as you can. As long as he is willing to do it, there are still many opportunities, right? Lol you. Lulibo joked. Yeah. I have a hunch that after we enter the WTO, there will definitely be opportunities everywhere, but my field is an exception. Yue self-deprecatingly reply. Lulibo teased. Lol you. Don't be so pessimistic. The industry you are in is growing rapidly. Once the profits go up, your treatment will definitely be good. Yue smiled bitterly. I hope so. Jiazu stood up and said, you guys sit down first. I'll help out and lend a hand. We'll start eating once everyone is here. Yue stood up and said, teacher, let us help you. Jiazu waved his hand repeatedly, saying, no need. Guests are here. You guys have some tea first. However, Yue had already rolled up his sleeves, smiling. Don't be polite with us. No need for all this guest formalities. We are forever your students. Helping out is only right. Lol Lu, you agree, right? Lulibo also stood up, saying, that's right. Strength in numbers. How can we let the teacher and his wife do all the work? Jiazu couldn't argue with these two, so he let them help in the kitchen together. As they were busy in the kitchen, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Jiazu wiped his hands and said, at this hour, it must be Yifeng and the others coming. He went to open the door, and indeed, standing outside the door were Yifeng, Guxi, Wang Tai, and Chen Jia. Teacher, Happy New Year. We're here to wish you the best of the new year. Yifeng picked up the large gift package in his hands and greeted. Hello, homeroom teacher, Guxi said sweetly. Wang Tai rubbed his neck and joked nervously. Teacher, Happy New Year. Ha ha, come in, but just the presents is enough. No need to bring gifts next time. Jiazu said with a smile, even deliberately putting on a stern face. Yifeng smiled and said, how can we visit our teacher empty-handed? Teacher, please accept it. The gifts Yifeng brought were not particularly expensive, some large gift packages, candies, and clothes. Visiting for the new year was different from giving gifts. The thought was what mattered, and being excessive with gifts will only create pressure. Yifeng and his friends entered the house. When he put down the big gift package, he noticed there were other gift packages on the table. Were there more people coming to visit? Ha ha. Junior brothers and sisters, Happy New Year. Lulibo came out of the kitchen holding a large cabbage to greet them. Jiazu introduced, Yifeng, they graduated in '96. They are your senior brothers. This is Lulibo, and the other is Yue. Yue wiped his hands clean and appeared from the kitchen with a smiling face. Hey, teacher, who was the provincial college entrance examination champion last year? Yue curiously asked. Jiazu laughed. Yifeng, he was the provincial college entrance exam champion. Among the students I taught, he had the best results in the college entrance examination. Jiazu's tone revealed his pride. Yifeng bowed to the two senior brothers and greeted, Senior Lu, Senior Yu, Happy New Year. To be able to meet at the teacher's house today is indeed a special fate. Please take care of me in the future, seniors. This made the two senior brothers feel pleasant. Lulibo and Yue came out of the kitchen. Yue happily said, we are all the teacher's students. It's not about taking care, it's about supporting each other, helping out. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the headmistress Tang Hong came out with the dishes, saying, the dishes are almost ready. Everyone, sit down. Come, eat and chat. Okay. Headmistress, Yifeng responded, helping to arrange the seats. A table, 9 home-cooked dishes, everyone sat around together, chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was cheerful and lively. Today is a joyous occasion. Do you guys want to have some drinks? You've all grown up now, you should be able to have a drink. Jiazu took out a large bottle of mineral water filled with baijiu. Hey, teacher, I drove here. Today I'm the designated driver. Lol, you can have a drink with you. Lulibo quickly said. Jiazu was surprised. Lulibo, you only graduated from university not long ago, and you already bought a car. Lulibo modestly smiled. Oh, Teacher, that's a sentence sponsored by my family. How can I afford to buy a car with my little salary? Jiaozu waved his hand. Okay, then you don't have to drink. I'll drink with them. Jiaozu turned to Yifeng and asked, Little Fan, do you want to have a drink? Yifeng nodded, smiling, Sure, teacher. Since I came by car, it's okay to have a drink. Ha ha, that's good. Then let's have a drink, Jiaozu said cheerfully. Jiaozu personally poured wine for the students, placing a wine cup in front of each person. Let's raise our glasses together. Cheers to your academic progress, smooth work, good health, most importantly, good health. Jiaozu raised his glass. Everyone followed suit and raised their glasses. After a few rounds of toasts, everyone was in good spirits. Jiaozu turned to Yifeng and asked, Little Fan, are you still comfortable at South China University of Technology? How's your studies going? It's all right, the classmates are friendly. Teacher, rest assured, I haven't fallen behind in my studies. I didn't fail any exam last time. Oh. Yifeng responded with a smile. Wang Tai, standing by, envied. Not only did you not fail, you scored near perfect in all subjects. Hey, in terms of academic talent, people are really different. Brother Fan, share some of your talents with me. I failed one subject. Yue looked surprised. Near perfect scores. Junior brother, you're impressive. To be able to score near perfect in all subjects at university, the highest level of scholarships was bound to come. Truly deserving of being the college entrance exam champion. Yifeng modestly said, Oh, there is also an element of luck. The exams were within the specified range, not particularly difficult. Jiaozu was pleased. Little Fan, you truly haven't disappointed me. Yes, don't be arrogant. Keep it up. Strive for a full excellent graduation. It will make finding a job easier in the future. Finding a job. Yifeng was momentarily stunned. He seemed to have never thought about going out to find a job. Jiaozu took a sip of wine and asked, Little Fan, I read in the newspaper that a steel mill is going to close down during the Spring Festival this year. I heard it's being acquired by a steel company from another province. Yifeng nodded in agreement, replying, Yeah, the acquisition process has already started. They say it will be completed this month. These were all exact news Yifeng had received. Isn't your dad working at the steel mill? If it's being acquired, won't he be laid off? Jiaozu asked with concern. Yifeng lightly laughed. Yes, not just my dad. Most of the employees at the steel mill will be laid off. Jiaozu, seeing him still smiling, couldn't help but feel a tinge of sadness. This child was still so optimistic. The main breadwinner at home is going to be laid off. How will they manage their livelihood in the future? Alas, the world is ever-changing and ruthless. In today's society, there are too many workers losing their jobs. Little Fan, you don't need to worry too much. Focus on your studies. You will surely succeed in the future. Jiaozu earnestly advised. Yifeng nodded emphatically. Yes, teacher, I will follow your guidance and study hard. Hearing about the impending layoff of Yifeng's family's main breadwinner, Yue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Why is the world so cruel? Yifeng has such high academic talent, yet his family faces such difficulties. What about future tuition fees? Living expenses? How can the living expenses of a month be as low as 400 yuan? If the family doesn't have financial capacity, they probably won't be able to sustain for too long. No wonder Zhao teacher personally asked for help. It seems there are indeed difficulties. In the face of such difficulties for the younger brother, as a senior brother, how could I not offer a helping hand? At the mention of the difficulties faced by Yifan, Weibi's heart ached for him. The child was diligent and hardworking, but reality was just too cruel. Come on. Let's not talk about these things during the new year. The future will definitely be wonderful. Little Yi, as long as you stay optimistic and keep moving forward, there will be no problems in the future. Weibi raised his glass. Thank you for your encouragement, senior. Yifan clinked glasses with him. The meal lasted for over an hour, with no work-related discussions, just chatting about life. After dinner, Jiaozu invited everyone for tea, and Gumuxi and Chen Jiujia helped tidy up the dishes and utensils. Try the tea leaves I bought. Pai Guanyin. It's a bit cheaper, but the taste is not bad, Jiaozu said to everyone. Yifan took a sip and felt a bit bitter, probably because he was used to drinking high-quality tea leaves. However, this hint of bitterness also made him think back to the time when he and Wang Tai were starting their business, staying in a small shop with Han Ting'an. eating box lunches, and having rice mixed with doused. Although those days were tough, everyone was happy. Throughout the journey of starting a business, despite encountering many difficulties, having these brothers around made it somewhat smooth sailing. Good tea. I used to like drinking Thai Guan Yin too. Yifeng smiled. Indeed, when we had no money, we could only drink cheap Thai Guan Yin at home. It had a different flavor, unrelated to tea leaves, but connected to memories. Haha. If little Feng likes it, I'll give you a couple of packs to take back, Zhu said happily. At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang. It was Long Da calling, and he immediately answered. Hey. Long Da. What's up? Yifeng asked. Brother Feng, I just ran into the principal of Taoyuan, one middle school downstairs. He heard you were here and wanted to come upstairs to see you. Long Da replied. The principal? What does he want with me? Yifeng asked in surprise. I'm not sure, but he's already upstairs, Long Da said. Yifeng shook his head and smiled helplessly, guessing that the principal probably wanted to discuss something. Just when he finally had a few days off, work came knocking again. All right, I got it, Yifeng responded, then hung up the phone. Li Bo, who had been listening to him, curiously asked, Brother, who was that? Who did you say was looking for you? Principal Lin. He called me before the new year to have a meal together, and it turns out he's downstairs now, Yifeng explained, shaking his head. Li Bo laughed. That's great. You're the top scorer in the province's college entrance examination. Surely Principal Lin must care a lot about you. By the way, do you want to take on some part-time work opportunities? The pay may not be high, but it should be enough, Li Bo asked abruptly. Yifeng was taken aback. Part-time work? I don't need to take on part-time jobs, Li Bo emphasized. Oh, young people, don't worry about face. Money is what matters for life. Just as our teacher said, if you have difficulties, just tell us directly. As your seniors, we will definitely help if we can. No need for further discussion, Wei Bai chimed in. Yes, although we are also working for others, we've been in the workforce a bit longer than you. Coincidentally, our company also has some part-time opportunities. If you do well, it could help with household expenses, Wei Bai added. Yifeng couldn't help but smile and shake his head at their proposal. When did he become the poor student in their eyes? Just as he was about to explain, there was a knock on the door. Oh, it must be Principal Lin coming to see you. I'll go open the door, Wei Bai said as he got up. Smiling, Wei Bai opened the door to find a middle-aged Mediterranean man in a black jacket standing at the door, wearing glasses and looking shrewd. Hello, Principal Lin, Wei Bai greeted. Zhu also came over to greet him, asking, Hello, Principal Lin, what brings you here? Lin Gohui was actually visiting his younger sister, but he happened to see two Audi 100 cars downstairs and thought that a city leader was inspecting or visiting a friend. Upon inquiry, he found out that it was Yifeng who had returned. Earlier, before the new year, city leaders came to inspect and mentioned Yifeng. At that time, he also learned that Yifeng was actually the boss of West Maple Group, Taoyuan, one middle school's top scorer in the provincial college entrance examination, and also a big business owner. What an impressive identity. Not recognizing Yifeng's status, he immediately called Yifeng, wanting to have a meal together, hoping to establish better relations and maybe secure some off-campus sponsorships. Big bosses like to sponsor their alma mater, gaining reputation and building school relationships, benefiting both sides. So upon finding out that Yifeng was at Zhu's house, he went straight to visit. It was necessary to meet Yifeng this time. Oh, Zhao teacher. Happy New Year. Is Mr. Yi still here? Lin Gohui asked politely. Yi Xiao. Do you mean Yifeng? Zhu asked uncertainly. Yes, our pride at Taoyuan, one middle school, the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Lin Gohui clapped his hands. Yifeng is here, come on in. Principal. Zhu invited. Zifeng, the principal, is here to see you. Yifeng had already reached the door, smiling. Principal Lin, Happy New Year. Hey, Mr. Yi. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Ha ha. Lin Gohui quickly stepped forward, shaking Yifeng's hand with delight, his face full of smiles. Wei Bai and Li Bo were dumbfounded. Mr. Yi, what's going on? Why is the principal so friendly towards him? Ow. Principal, what did you say? Mr. Yi. Who? Zifeng? Zhu was also puzzled. Lin Gohui was surprised. "Huh, you don't know? Mr. Yi is the boss of West Maple Group. That's how I refer to him." "No problem." "What? The boss of a $10 billion company?" Wei Bai was even more shocked. So the junior was not just a boss but a super big boss. He was really low-key. Yifeng humbly said, "Principal, let's sit down and chat if you have something to discuss." "Ha, sure. Let's go. Mr. Yi, please." Lin Gohui gestured for Yifeng to go first, showing proper respect. Wei Bai and the others were stunned, increasingly amazed. Even the principal was so polite to him, indicating he was indeed not an ordinary boss. Everyone sat down in the living room to have tea. Lin Gohui took out a pack of cigarettes, lit one for Yifeng first, and then for the others. "Mr. Yi, by the way, we rarely meet, and I have something I want to discuss with you first," Lin Gohui said with a smile while lighting his cigarette. "Oh, what is it? Principal, please go ahead." Yifeng smiled. He could see that the principal in front of him was quite shrewd and wouldn't bring up things without reason. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Gohui politely said, "I plan to establish an outstanding alumni hall of fame at the school. You are currently the first top scorer in our Taiyuan 1 middle school, and also a well-known entrepreneur. I think you meet the conditions for being inducted into the Hall of Fame. I would like to invite you, Mr. Yi, to join the Hall of Fame, which would serve as an excellent role model for future students." Yifeng responded without hesitation, smiling, "Principal, this proposal is excellent. As a graduate of Taoyuan First High School, I fully support it." Yifeng was familiar with the Alumni Hall of Fame concept and generally did not refuse. This was a networking platform. Regardless of whether it was a Hall of Fame, maintaining alumni relationships was necessary. Such a networking platform was one of the earliest ones individuals could encounter in life. Once one entered society, there were hardly any similar networking platforms available for expanding relationships. For example, many officials in the system could help each other significantly due to having attended certain cadre training classes or refresher courses together, becoming classmates. Many people relied on these classmate relationships to advance step by step. The same applied in business. Transforming a stranger into a business partner or someone who could provide you with favors was quite challenging. But if you had this inherited relationship from your school days, making it easier to work with someone, then everything became more convenient. Taoyuan First High School is a key high school and had produced many officials and businessmen, so having a network in both government and business circles was one aspect that caught Yifeng's attention. Lin Gohui exclaimed happily, "Ha, with Yi General's support, I believe the Alumni Hall of Fame will definitely come to fruition. However, Yi General, our school is currently expanding, and I was thinking of building a separate building for the Alumni Hall of Fame as an exhibition hall. But obtaining the funds for that might be a bit difficult." His implication was that he hoped to get Yifeng's sponsorship. For the school to proceed with this project, funding was essential. Yifeng smiled sarcastically, saying, "Well, Principal, since this is for the benefit of the school and as a graduate of Taoyuan First High School, I will definitely offer my strong support. On behalf of Shifeng Group, I can donate $2 million for the school's expansion. It can be used not only for the Hall of Fame building but also for the reconstruction of the main building of the Arts Center, providing a better activity environment for younger students." Everyone was astonished upon hearing this. "What? $2 million? Lin Gohui was dumbfounded. He had initially hoped to secure tens or hundreds of thousands in sponsorship, thinking that he could contact other alumni later to raise a few $100,000. But Yifeng's immediate donation of $2 million took him by surprise. Zhao Zhu was also stunned, wondering how this student of theirs could offer millions just like that. Were they that wealthy? Yu Wei and Lu Libo exchanged glances, shocked by Yifeng's generosity. Yu Wei stuttered, Student, it's $2 million. Yifeng smiled slightly and said, "I'm aware. Is there a problem?" $2 million was just a drop in the ocean for Yifeng now. Buying a few cars would easily cost $2 to $3 million. Lin Gohui couldn't believe it and confirmed, Yi General, are you serious about donating $2 million to the school?" Yifeng nodded, saying, "Yes, Principal." Lin Gohui took a deep breath, grasping Yifeng's hand firmly, expressing his gratitude. "Yi General, on behalf of Taoyuan First High School, thank you so much. We are truly grateful for your strong support. Indeed, coming to Yifeng today as the right decision. This child was truly generous. It's just a small effort. Principal, no need to be so polite, Yifeng said humbly. Supporting the school financially was also very beneficial to him, allowing him to expand his network. In the future, students graduating from Taoyuan First High School would feel a connection with Yifeng Group. Whether in high school or university, Yifeng would choose the right moments to make some contributions. Investing in building relationships was worthwhile. Lin Gohui, ecstatic, clapped his hands and laughed, haha. We are truly honored to have a graduate like Yi General from Taoyuan First High School. I think we should name the main building of the Student Art Center Yifeng Building. Yi General, how do you feel about that? Lin Gohui reciprocated the gesture. Yifeng remained non-committal. It's up to the principal to decide. Lin Gohui was quite considerate. Then it's settled. It will be called the Yifeng Building. The younger students of Yi General will surely remember this act of kindness. After discussing official matters, everyone sat together, drinking tea and chatting. Neway curiously asked Yifeng, Senior, you mentioned that you work in the semiconductor industry. Which company is it? Guangzhou Semiconductor Device Company, which has an integrated circuit research institute under it. I lead a project team there. Neway scratched his head, feeling a bit inferior in front of Yifeng. It was inevitable. His junior was too outstanding. He was a big group's boss, while he was just an ordinary worker, with a title that sounded senior. Was merely a high-level worker. Yifeng's eyes lit up upon hearing this. So it's a semiconductor device company. Oh, senior, you know about us? Neway asked in surprise. Although the company was relatively well-known in the Guangzhou semiconductor field, it was only familiar to industry insiders, and many people were not aware of it. Yifeng smiled mysteriously, asking, Is your company currently in negotiations for an acquisition proposed by Guangdong Core Industry Group? Neway's face turned pale, asking in amazement, How did you know? Yifeng smiled, saying, Oh, it's just some rumors circulating. In truth, this matter was quite significant. Yifeng closely followed the semiconductor and integrated circuit industries, and he was aware of this particular situation. The Guangdong Provincial Academy of Sciences took the lead, along with its Semiconductor Research Institute and the state-owned Semiconductor Research Institute, in jointly establishing the Integrated Circuit and Application Research Institute, laying the foundation for Guangdong to become a leading province in the domestic semiconductor industry. The semiconductor industry chain mainly includes raw material suppliers, equipment manufacturers, design service providers, and semiconductor fabrication and testing companies. Its primary products involve chip manufacturing, which is also the upstream industry of the integrated circuit industry. Downstream industries include industrial electronics, consumer electronics, and various application fields. At that point in 2001, the domestic focus was mainly on developing and conquering the downstream of the integrated circuit industry chain, manufacturing various electronic products. However, the upstream of the industry chain was still controlled by foreign companies, which took away most of the profits from the chain, leaving domestic manufacturers with only meager profits. But there was no choice but to go down this road. Neway forced a smile, saying, Is that so? I thought the company was quite secretive, but it seems the news leaked. This was a matter that the company prohibited discussing and sharing outside, and it was surprising that Yifeng had access to such information. After pondering for a moment, Yifeng smiled, asking, What field of research do you specialize in, Senior? Oh, I work in the consumer electronics sector, dealing with various household appliances and small electronic devices. It's not that advanced in terms of technology, Neway modestly replied. Yifeng's eyes sparkled, and his interest was piqued. Consumer electronics, eh? That's not bad. Senior Yu, I plan to invest in an electronics factory in Tian District. Are you interested? Yifeng extended an offer to Neway. Neway was taken aback, pointing at himself, and asked, Me? At that moment, he felt like a massive cake had just dropped from the sky and hit him on the head, leaving him dizzy. Neway is feeling very confused at the moment. Yifeng wants to start an electronics factory. This is extending an olive branch to him. Student, oh no, Yifeng, if I do research, will that be okay? Neway is feeling a bit unsure of himself. Yifeng smiles and says, Of course, I'm just lacking in research-oriented talent, and you couldn't be more suitable. Someone who can lead projects at a semiconductor company, how could you not be a fit? Yulong, if you're willing, you can come to my factory," says the technical director, specializing in product research and development. Everyone nearby was shocked to hear this. Being a technical director at a company surely comes with great benefits. Neway has encountered a benefactor. Even Lu Libo cast an envious glance at him. This is equivalent to skipping several levels from a researcher to directly becoming an executive in a company. When Neway heard the title of technical director, he was even more dazed. For a moment, his head felt a bit muddled, and he couldn't make a decision right away. Yifeng sees his hesitation and says with a smile, "You don't need to make a hasty decision. Come to my company, take a look around, sit for a bit, and then we can discuss in detail later. How about that?" Yifeng is giving him the choice, not forcing him. Neway quickly nods and says, "Yes. Yifeng, let me consider this matter." "Yifeng, I have a question. Why do you want to invest in the semiconductor industry? The investment scale and magnitude of this industry are exceptionally large, and the return on investment is slow, with a long payback period." Lu Libo nods and adds, "That's right. Although the country is vigorously developing the manufacturing industry, the profit margin of the manufacturing industry is very low, especially when such a huge investment is made in the semiconductor industry. It may not see profits quickly." Facing the puzzled looks of others, Yifeng calmly says, "Some things, no matter how difficult, still need someone to do it. If neither you nor I do it, then this industry will forever be controlled by Western capital and be unable to stand up. I know that investing in semiconductors may not necessarily be profitable, and it requires a significant capital investment. But I just don't want to see a day where our domestic semiconductor industry is firmly controlled by foreign entities, begging for scraps in front of foreign capital. For our country to achieve industrial operating, we can't do without cutting-edge semiconductor industry, and even more so, cutting-edge science. To develop technology, there must be people willing to invest. Even if not for personal gain, it's also for the sake of this country and everyone's future." As he speaks, Yifeng's tone becomes increasingly firm. Investing in semiconductors is something he has always wanted to do. Having missed the golden opportunity in his past life, he witnessed the rise of the domestic industry advocating buy rather than build, thinking that local production was too slow, and it was better to use foreign technology. This mainstream trend took over and led to the decline of the domestic semiconductor industry, eventually leaving the neck of technological development tightly held by foreign entities, struggling to survive painfully. He knows the future, so he cherishes the present even more. He knows he can't afford to miss this golden window of opportunity again. For the domestic semiconductor industry to rise, it must be built by ourselves, not relying on others, and certainly not on Western capital. Yifeng's resolute words have inadvertently infected everyone present. Although not passionate, they feel a surge of inspiration. Neway clenches his fists, his eyes shining. "Yifeng, if all entrepreneurs have your vision, why wouldn't the semiconductor industry in our country thrive?" Chia personally pours tea for Yifeng, sighing, "Shafeng, with your outlook, you are my proudest student." Wang Tai raises his fist and laughs, following Brother Feng, "We can't go wrong. Believe that no matter how difficult it is, we can overcome it one by one." Yifeng raises his cup and smiles. "Ha ha, with everyone's effort, success in our careers is guaranteed. Cheers." Everyone raises their teacups in unison. It's already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Time is running short. Everyone has enjoyed their tea and conversations thoroughly. Neway has some matters to attend to, so he bids farewell. Yifeng and the others also say their goodbyes and leave together. Downstairs, Yifeng bids farewell to Neway and Lu Libo. "Yulong, if you have time, feel free to visit the company. You're always welcome." Yifeng extends his hand for a shake, smiling. "Sure. Yifeng, I will come by for sure." Neway nods firmly. "All right, you guys go back for now if you have things to attend to. We should also head back. We'll make plans another time." Yifeng waves his hand, then gets into the Audi. Long starts the car and drives away from the faculty building. Neway and Lu Libo watch as Yifeng's car departs, disappearing from their sight. "Lao Yu, today you truly encountered a benefactor." Lu Libo admires. "Yes, indeed. A benefactor. Our junior brother is really impressive." Neway laughs. "Let's go visit Yifeng group together another day. You think about it when you get back. I believe Yifeng is very sincere." The position of technical director, how many people can reach that level and how long does it take? Lu Libo pats his shoulder. Neway smiles wryly. Honestly, I am very tempted, but my rationality tells me that I should think twice before acting. We researchers can make decisions rashly, right? Haha, that's true. Consider it yourself. Come on, let's get in the car. Lu Libo laughs. On the other side, Guxi hooks her arm around Yifeng's and asks, Stinky Fun, what were you talking about just now? It was so intense. How come I feel like they all have been brainwashed by you? Yifeng smiles awkwardly. I don't have the ability to brainwash anyone. We were just discussing work matters. Men, apart from talking about women, they only talk about work. Guxi pinches him and says, You are a workaholic, but you were really charming just now. A man who is dedicated to his work, a man who is focused on his career, is handsome, isn't he? She was just listening beside him. Although she couldn't understand, seeing Yifeng's spirited appearance was simply too handsome. He exuded a certain kind of charisma, attracting charm. This is the Stinky Fun I like. Guxi sweetly smiles and pecks his cheek. A handsome Stinky Fun like you deserves a reward. Yifeng smirks softly. Then, can I get another reward tonight? Guxi's cheeks redden, and she pinches him. Ah, Guxi, you're pinching me again. Tilda Stinky Fun. Who allowed you to push the boundaries? No. The two are playfully bickering, when suddenly, bang, a box truck slams into the Audi from the right side. Asterisk bam, asterisk. A loud noise rang out. The massive force of the Audi sedan collided with the sidewalk from the road, getting stuck on a utility pole. Inside the car, Yifeng instinctively held Mushi tightly, embracing her in his arms. However, the violent impact still caused the two to sway back and forth in the car. Thankfully, they were both wearing seatbelts, so they didn't get thrown out. When Yifeng came to his senses, Mushi held her head, groaning slightly. He let out a sigh of relief that she was okay. She, are you okay? Yifeng asked with concern. I'm fine. What about you? Are you hurt? Mushi asked anxiously as she quickly checked his limbs, afraid that he might be missing something. I'm fine too. Let's get out of the car and see what's going on, Yifeng said, in a deep voice. Lan, who was in the driver's seat, alertly took out a baton from the armrest, keeping it behind him, and asked in a low voice, Yifeng, are you both okay? We're fine. Let's get out and assess the situation. Yifeng replied softly. He opened the car door and found that the right side was almost deformed. The front of the van had collapsed in. It seemed that this accident was serious. If they hadn't been wearing seatbelts even in the back seat, if someone had been thrown out, they would have been seriously injured. At this moment, the van driver got out of the car, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair. Oops, I'm really sorry, I wasn't paying attention, the middle-aged man said, smiling sheepishly. Yifeng noticed that he was wearing work gloves and furrowed his brows. Come on, she, you go to Lan-san's car first. What's wrong? Mushi asked with confusion. Just listen. Yifeng's voice grew lower as he pushed her away. Lan also noticed that something was wrong. There were not many cars or people nearby. It was a perfect ambush spot. Yifeng, I don't feel right, Lan whispered. Just as he finished speaking, the back door of the van opened, and young men wearing work gloves jumped out with knives, sticks, and various weapons in their hands. It's an ambush. Yifeng, be careful, Lan shouted. Damn it, kill that Yi surname. The group of young men from the other side brandished their weapons menacingly, charging towards them. Yifeng, run, I'll hold them off. Lan drew out his baton, his face serious. Yifeng directly grabbed Mushi and ran towards Lan-san's car. Lan-san arrived just in time, took out his baton, got out of the car, and went to help Lan. TZ, you drive and take them away first. I'll go support Lan-san. This is an order, Yifeng instructed. Even though the Lan brothers were his bodyguards, he treated them like his own brothers and couldn't leave them behind to escape alone. No. Stinky Fun. Mushi grabbed his hand, her face pale, knowing the situation was very dangerous, and she didn't want to see Yifeng in danger. Yifeng, I'm going with you, Wang Tai quickly shouted. Damn it, just do it. Yifeng glared at him. Wang Tai gritted his teeth, pulled Mushi into the car, then got behind the wheel and drove away. He knew that leaving two women behind was the most dangerous move, potentially putting Mushi and Chen Jiajia in extreme danger. He also understood Yifeng's intention and could only follow orders. In the meantime, Lan Dai and Lan Sen had already engaged in combat with a group of young men. The two fought back while retreating, standing their ground against 10 adversaries without wavering. Yifeng lifted a trash bin from the sidewalk and hurled it towards the group of young men. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. The trash bin hit 2 of them, knocking them down with the stench of garbage filling the air. The trash bin momentarily impeded the group's movement, enabling the Long brothers to take advantage of the gap. Long Da. Long San. This way. Yifeng shouted, reminding the Long brothers. Realizing they were outnumbered and couldn't fight head-on, the Long brothers turned and ran towards Yifeng's direction. Damn it! Kill that Yi guy! Someone in the crowd yelled, pursuing Yifeng, with the Long brothers leading the way in a desperate escape, followed by a group of 20 or so pursuers. People on the street saw this scene and scattered, not daring to get involved. Yifeng was somewhat familiar with the nearby urban village, leading the Long brothers into the alleyways of the village. The narrow roads, numerous intersections, and complex environment made it more suitable for evading pursuit. Along the way, Long Da knocked down various objects on the side of the road, such as clotheslines and water buckets, hindering their pursuers. Shortly after, they managed to create some distance, turning into a side street and hiding in a mahjong parlor. Inside the mahjong parlor, Yifeng ran directly towards the back of a house where there was another back door leading to another alley. This way, Yifeng called out, with the Long brothers following behind. The 3 of them arrived in another alley, no longer hearing the sounds of pursuit, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Yifeng's legs felt weak, so he sat on the doorstep, panting heavily, feeling like the air in his lungs was being sucked dry. Long Da and Long San, having better stamina, were more alert, scanning the alley on both sides. Yifeng, we must have been targeted by someone, Long San said, in a low voice. Yifeng took a deep breath, speaking coldly. Yes, they came prepared. It seems someone wants to take my life. Meanwhile, on the other side, the group of thugs who had lost their target were infuriated. A young man wearing a duckbill cap cursed, damn, that kid got away. Search, find the kid and drag him out. Several cronies began searching around. Wolf, it's Jay on the phone. A blonde youth handed over the phone. The guy in the duckbill cap quickly took the call, saying nervously, Jay, Wolf, what's the situation? Did you get rid of the target? Jay's stern voice came through the phone. The guy in the duckbill cap hesitated for a moment, his face showing some displeasure. In a low voice, he replied, Jay, we had the kid's surname G-trapped. But that kid is really cunning, he slipped away. Damn it, what are you saying? He got away. Damn it, how could he escape? Jay cursed angrily. The guy in the duckbill cap looked grim, not daring to speak. He had been watching Yifeng for several days, waiting for this opportunity, but he hadn't expected that a simple car collision wouldn't injure or kill their target. Usually, without a seat belt in the back seat, people would have been thrown out. Not only did they fail to hit him, but he also managed to escape. Knowing he'd be in trouble for this failure, it was definitely a humiliating situation to bring back to Jay Sunhwa. Where are you guys now? Jae Ming asked. Jay, we're in the South District, the guy in the duckbill cap replied softly. Get the hell back now. If the target escaped, and you don't come back, be ready to get arrested, Jae Ming ordered. Yes. The guy in the duckbill cap nodded repeatedly. They quickly left the urban village. On the phone, Jae Ming angrily smashed the phone on the ground, cursing, those useless idiots. Great at fooling around with women, but screw up the important things. Damn it, he kicked a chair angrily. In the room, no one dared to speak, fearing Jae Ming's wrath. Jae Ming paced back and forth in the room, his face grim. He had initially wanted to handle things smoothly this time, to show his abilities to the boss, Ryan Hua, to prove he could take charge. Now everything had gone wrong. It was a setback and loss of face. At the door, a young man spoke softly. Boss, the big boss is here. Da Mingji swept a glance at the others in the room, and said, in a harsh tone, don't speak out of turn later. Do you understand? He didn't want Ren Yanghua to find out about this. It would be too embarrassing. If Ren Yanghua found out, there would definitely be criticism. Yes, Jay. The group of henchmen quickly fell silent. Da Mingji went to the door to greet Ren Yanghua, who arrived at the doorstep in a wheelchair. Ji, has everything been peaceful at the site recently? Ren Yanghua coughed a few times, looking tired and haggard. Don't worry, Lauda, everything is fine. Da Mingji smiled. Oh, really? How come I heard that Wolf didn't go to the site today? Ren Yanghua asked in confusion. Oh. I let Wolf go to Leizhou to pick up some goods to sell, Da Mingji quickly replied. Ren Yanghua nodded and rubbed his forehead, saying, I thought there was something going on at the site. Lately I've been feeling a bit unsettled. Da Mingji dryly chuckled. Ah, Lauda, you need to rest well. Don't worry, I'll take care of other things. Ren Yanghua nodded and said, By the way, arrange manpower to get ready. The opportunity has come. He pounded the armrest and said sternly, This time, we have the chance to take down Yan Zubing. At night, at Zifeng Group, Yifeng stood by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, smoking, his face dark. Long Da opened the door and said, Fenjie, Bingjie is here. Following a rush of footsteps was heard. Zifeng, are you okay? Yan Zubing quickly walked in, asking in a deep voice. Behind Yan Zubing were a group of people, including Luo Luo, and Big Head, and his brothers. Yifeng turned around, shaking his head. Nothing, Jost. Zixi was a bit scared. I had a hard time comforting her. After this experience, Gu Muxi was really frightened. Even though she was usually brave, when she saw such a dangerous situation, she was a bit panicked. Who did this? Yan Zubing asked sternly. Yifeng handed him a cigarette and calmly said, Leizhou. In the preliminary investigation this afternoon by the police, the car was Leizhou's black car, but they haven't caught anyone yet. Yan Zubing lit the cigarette, stood beside Yifeng in silence for a moment, and said, It's hard to catch Leizhou and his men through the police. Yifeng snorted coldly. I'm not considering having the police catch them now, even if they are caught. What will it change? Some things need to be resolved by us, Yan Zubing said. Zifeng, what do you think we should do? It's time for us to make a decision with Leizhou, Yifeng replied with a cold gleam in his eyes. No more waiting. I want to dig out all those rats. Since they're not showing their tails, we'll find them ourselves. Yan Zubing chuckled. Zifeng, I'll fully support you. In that case, let's make a big move. If they want a fight, we'll give them a bloody one. With that, Yan Zubing turned to Luo Luo and the others, saying, Luo Luo, Big Head, have everyone spread out. As long as we find out Leizhou's whereabouts, I'll reward 100,000 yuan. Even if they are all rats, I want them found. Luo Luo gave a fierce smile, bowed respectfully. All right, Bingjie, we'll get it done. Luo Luo and a few others walked out of the office, followed by more than a dozen brothers outside. Luo Luo raised his arm and shouted, Brothers, let's get to work. Yes. They responded in unison, and followed Luo Luo out. Yifeng turned to Long Da and said, in a deep voice, Long Da, gather the brothers from the security company and take care of business. Also, let Siwon come in. I have something to tell him. Long Da clenched his fist and grinned. Got it. Fenjie, I know what to do. Long Da left the office, and after a while, Wu Siwon walked in. Fenjie, what are your orders? Wu Siwon bowed. Yifeng said coldly, Siwon, go find Lei Jinhuo. It's time for him to do his job. This time, I want to see his performance. Wu Siwon nodded. Yes. Fenjie. With that, Wu Siwon turned and left. As he walked out, he put on his combat gear and picked up a dagger. This time, it would involve bloodshed. Long San was sharpening a knife at the door and whispered to him, Wu Jie, we'll have a drink when you come back. Wu Siwon smiled slightly and nodded. In the office, there were only Yifeng and Yan Zubing left. They smoked in silence, looking at the bustling night scene outside the window, without saying a word. In the colorful city lights, the undercurrents were already surging madly. At 11 o'clock late at night, my Hao Billiards Club in Uxu District, inside, smoke filled the air, and many young people were playing pool, having fun. Two tattooed young men were chatting in a corner near the door in Thunderbolt dialect. That hot chick last night was something strong. She got me 3 times. My legs are almost jelly. Haha, so good. When are you introducing me to her? Hehe. Mengjie, no problem. Next time I'll let you taste it too. At this time, a man in a black jacket came to settle the bill, glanced at them and said, in a cold tone, What are you looking at? A blonde youth shot him a glance. The man in the black jacket remained silent, paid the bill, and left the billiards room. Get lost. What are you looking at? The blonde youth cursed. 3 minutes later, there was a rush of footsteps coming from the stairs at the entrance. A group of young people in black coats burst in, about a dozen of them. The blonde youth, seeing so many people, was stunned and asked, "Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you here to play pool? Play your mother." A big head in the group in black coat stepped forward and landed a big slap on the blonde youth. The slap left the blonde youth dazed. The big head grinned viciously, saying, "Lay Joe's little mouse, I finally caught you, right?" His comrades behind him rushed forward and started smashing things in the billiards room. "Who are you? Do you know who my boss is?" The blonde youth shouted in fear. "I don't know, but you must know, right?" The big head grabbed his collar and lifted him up in the air. "You'll definitely tell me, won't you?" The big head pulled out a knife, and his brothers also brandished their knives menacingly. In Tian District, Li Wuching Village, Lei Jinhue and Lei Jinlong led more than 30 people through the alley, and before long, they arrived in front of a game arcade. Lei Jinhue threw away his cigarette and crushed it with his foot, exclaiming, "He's hidden pretty deep." "Wu Zhe, this is the place." Wu Xiyuan, wearing black combat gear and cut-resistant gloves, walked out of the crowd and stood at the entrance of the game arcade. He looked at the sign of the arcade, drew his dagger from his waist, and silently walked in. Lei Jinhue gestured, and more than 30 people followed suit. Dang bang bang. Whoosh. Don't move. Nobody's leaving. Sounds of smashing, cries of pain, sounds of bones breaking, and intense fighting noises emanated from the game arcade. Uxu Xinshan Village, Rongfa Inn. 8 vans parked outside the inn. Luo got off the van, holding a phone. "Okay. I know. I'm here." He hung up the phone. More people got down from the vans behind him, including security personnel led by Long Da. "This is the location Big Head mentioned." Luo pointed at the inn with a fierce smile. Long Da nodded. "Let's go up first. First squad. Second squad. Follow me. Third squad. Wait downstairs. Don't let anyone escape." Long Da waved his hand, and his fully armed security team, wearing helmets, combat gear, and tactical gloves, immediately formed up and marched towards the inn. "Hey, don't hurry, wait for me." Luo smiled viciously, took a knife from one of his men, and swaggered along. Under the street lamps, a dark crowd of people flooded into Ronfeng, eyes flashing cold light in their hands. In the early hours at 2 a.m., at the Fang Fei massage parlor in Uxu District, the young Wolf puts on his pants, zips up, and throws down a 100 yuan bill. The alluring woman on the bed picks up the cash happily, coquettishly saying, "Thank you, Wolf brother." The young Wolf turns around, pinches the woman's cheek, and laughs, saying, "Little baby, wait for me to come find you next time. Wolf brother, remember to come." The woman smiles enchantingly, her eyes like hooks, captivating. "Hehe, for sure. After I finish my business, I'll keep you company for 3 days and nights." The young Wolf jokes. He opens the door and goes to the lobby of the massage parlor, where a dozen or so young gang members are drinking or playing cards, the air thick with the smell of smoke. "Hey, did Wolf brother finish his business?" A short and chubby young man approaches, raising his eyebrows suggestively. "Save some energy, still have business to attend to. Otherwise, tonight you won't see me." The young Wolf proudly says, "Wolf brother is amazing." The chubby young man gives a thumbs up, admiring. "How is it? Has Yajie sent any information over? What's the plan? When can we go out?" The young Wolf asks. The chubby young man whispers, "Yajie ordered us to lay low for a while as the cops are investigating. We can go out next week." We have to wait until next week. What's the big deal? We haven't left any evidence behind. Why fear the cops? The young Wolf complains. The chubby young man dryly laughs, not daring to reply. At this moment, the sound of car engines roars outside the rolling shuttered door. What's going on? Making so much noise this late at night? The young Wolf is annoyed. "Chubby, go check it out." The chubby young man complies, runs to the shutter, opens a gap, looks outside through the glass door, but only sees the lonely streetlight glowing without a sight of any cars, only the sound of engines coming from both sides. What's going on? The chubby young man is puzzled. Suddenly, black figures start pouring in from both sides of the road, countless in number. These people are armed with various weapons, machetes, clubs, iron chains, and guangong swords. K. The chubby young man turns pale with fright, legs giving way, falling to the ground. DM men, "Chubby, what's wrong with you? Overreacting like that? Seeing a ghost?" The young Wolf scolds. The chubby young man trembles and stammers, Wolf brother. So many people outside. Many people outside. As he speaks, the sound of heavy knocks accompanies the shattering of the glass door. This commotion startles everyone in the room. They stand up, grab weapons, and become alert. The lock of the rolling shutter door is cut off. The rolling shutter door is pulled up, and a dark mass of figures gradually appears in front of the young Wolf and his gang members. OF***K. Seeing too many people, the young Wolf realizes the danger. The other gang members turn even paler, hands and legs trembling. The power balance between them and the intruders is hugely disproportionate. There could be more than 100 people flooding by the doorway, with countless more heads behind them. The young Wolf nervously swallows his saliva, sensing trouble ahead. Meanwhile, a group of men wearing black uniforms emerge from the crowd, led by a stern young man. The young man's body still has fresh bloodstains, like an icy killing god. The young Wolf sees these people are well equipped, with combat suits, tactical gloves, helmets, everything. Damn. It's like facing a regular army. He feels like falling into an abyss, hair standing on end. Who is Wolf brother? Woo-Siwon pulls out a bloody dagger, scanning the 10 or so people in the room, calmly asking. No one dares to speak up, but some inadvertently look towards the young Wolf. F***K. Do you know who we are? What do you want? The young Wolf shouts in a threatening tone. Woo-Siwon coldly says, I know, we are looking for you. Camel insert hands in pockets, walks out, and says, you better hand over Ren Yanghua, or else get ready for the Pearl River to swallow you. T***MN. The young Wolf grabs a chair and smashes it before turning and running. If he doesn't run, it's a dead end. Woo-Siwon kicks the chair to pieces, looking for death. The security personnel behind him and Camel's men rush forward. More than 100 people crowding into the small space. A melee of swords and shadows fill the room. Woo-Siwon ignores the others and goes straight for the young Wolf. The young Wolf runs desperately for his life, exhausting all his strength. But having spent his energy on the woman moments ago, he couldn't run far before falling to the ground. Hearing the commotion, the alluring woman opens the door, witnessing the horrifying scene as she screams. The young Wolf drags her out of the room and pushes her towards Woo-Siwon, who is chasing from behind. Woo-Siwon kicks the woman away and charges forward. Bang! The young Wolf feels a sharp pain at the back of his head, a tremendous force knocking him down, feeling dizzy. Brother, don't kill me. The young Wolf senses his skull cracking, blood spilling everywhere, kneeling and begging for mercy. Now, he truly fears for his life. Woo-Siwon kicks him down, uses a standard restraining posture to subdue him, pressing him to the ground, then holds a knife to his neck. If you had known this, why act recklessly? Now, your life is no longer yours. Elsewhere, in UXU Hotel, Ren Yanghua is woken from a dream by a phone call. Ren Yanghua struggles to prop himself up, answers the call. Hello. What's the matter, boss? There's trouble. After a moment, Ren Yanghua's eyes widen in anger. What? The place got raided. T***MN. He hangs up the phone, his expression dark, knowing something must have gone wrong. Wait. Ren Yanghua shouts. Boss, do you have any orders? The door opens, and a man walks in. Notify G and the others, we leave now. Quickly. Also, tell everyone in the place to get out. Fast. Ren Yanghua commands. 4 hours later, dawn breaks on the horizon. A ray of golden light pierces through the dark night, landing in the silent city. The city seems to be awakening along with this golden ray, slowly returning to life. At the Zifeng group, Yifeng and Yan Zubing sit by the floor-to-ceiling window sipping tea, the ashtray on the table already filled with cigarette butts. Yifeng looks out the window, calmly saying, it should be over now. Yan Zubing shakes his head. Wei's people are like rats, it might not end so quickly. At least, there should be some gains. Yifeng finally smiles. Knock. A knock on the door, and Lonson opens the door to the office. Brother Feng, Brother Wu, and the others are back. Shortly after, Woo-Siwon, Long Da, and Camel quickly walk into the office. Ha. Brother Bing, Boss Yi, that Wolf brother has been caught. Camel laughs loudly, his black jacket stained with blood. Woo-Siwon bows. Brother Feng, the person is in the parking lot. How do we handle this? Yifeng walks over, hands out cigarettes to everyone, pats Woo-Siwon on the shoulder, saying, you've worked hard. It's my duty. Woo-Siwon smiles. Yifeng smiles, Leave the person to Camel. He's skilled at this. Ha. No problem. I am indeed skilled. Camel laughs, feeling recognized, which makes him very happy. Yin Zubing asks, what about that old fox Renyang Hua? Did you catch him? Camel shakes his head with regret. When we got to the UXU hotel, there wasn't a person to be seen. But judging from the scene, they had just run away. Yifeng coldly remarks, he's now truly turned into a rat, but as long as he's still in the city, we'll catch him sooner or later. At noon, inside the HUA Brothers investment company, Lei Jinlong was lying on the boss's chair with his eyes closed, taking a rest. He had been working all night, exhausted beyond measure. The door opened, and Lei Jinhua came in, proudly saying, brother, Jialagu just brought us a gift, ha. Jialagu was someone who did loan sharking business with them, sometimes cooperating, sometimes competing, each looking down on the other. He brought us a gift. Lei Jinlong opened his eyes, bloodshot. Yes, he sent over a fruit basket and even called me himself, wanting to invite us for a meal. Lei Jinhua chuckled. Jialagu is quite clever and well-informed. Lei Jinlong sneered disdainfully. Surely the news of their involvement in the Lei Zhou incident last night had spread, and Jialagu had hurried over to curry favor with them upon hearing about it. Lei Jinhua lit a cigarette and said, Hey, brother, that old dog knows we were the ones behind what happened last night and he's practically begging to call me brother now. Ha. Lei Jinlong glared at him and cursed. Damn, do you really think of yourself something special? What's going through your mind? Lei Jinhua was confused by the scolding and didn't understand why. Lei Jinlong sat up, glared at him, and said, Jialagu is afraid of the people behind us. Everyone knows. Do you think we could have set up Lei Zhou by ourselves? Just think about it with common sense. He's afraid of Zifeng Group, of Yizong. They are giving face to Yizong. What does that have to do with you? Lei Jinhua finally realized and awkwardly said, brother, I see now. I'll be more low-key. In the future his earlier sense of pride was extinguished instantly. Lei Jinlong snorted and said, Bro, in the future, when we do things, remember to be cautious. Before, what you did only represented yourself, but now it's different. Before doing anything, think more about Yizong. If something goes wrong, think about how Yizong would deal with you. Lei Zhou is the end result. With these thoughts, Lei Jinhua suddenly became clear-headed. After completing the task for Yizong last night, his reputation had spread, but at the same time, in the eyes of others, he also represented Yizong. The Zifeng Group was powerful and close to Yin Zubing. And now, Lei Zhou was no longer influential. The entire Guan city had to consider Yizong's influence. With Yizong's backing, he would be as stable as Mount Tai, but if he displeased Yizong, he could be taken out at any time. Yes, big brother, I understand. Lei Jinhua nodded repeatedly. Lei Jinlong took out a cigarette, lit it, and thought for a moment before saying, I think, maybe we shouldn't do loan sharking anymore. We could just join forces with Yizong. It's more profitable than loan sharking. Brother, all in? Lei Jinhua hesitated. Trust me. Lei Jinlong glared at him and made the decision. Late at night, Yifeng returned to the staff community. His parents were already asleep, so he secretly called Gumushi. Having just finished a busy day at work and feeling hungry, he wanted to eat the noodles that Gumushi cooked. After a while, the door opened, and Gumushi appeared in her pajamas, with long black hair cascading down her shoulders, her graceful figure sparking imagination. You finally decided to come back, huh? Gumushi pouted. Hey, just finished, she. I'm hungry. Do you have any food? Yifeng asked hopefully. Or maybe, you want to eat the one down there? Yifeng hinted. How? Ooh, what are you saying? Really? Gumushi blushed, glaring at him. Yifeng was confused for a moment and smirked. I meant noodles. What were you thinking? Oh, I also meant noodles. Gumushi awkwardly defended herself. Inside the house, Yifeng sat at the dining table, waiting for Gumushi to cook noodles. Soon, Gumushi brought out a steaming bowl of egg noodles and placed it in front of him. Yifeng, dig in. Be careful, it's hot. Gumushi cautioned. Let me taste your cooking skills, Yifeng said, picking up a chopstick of noodles, blowing on it, and putting it in his mouth. Gumushi looked at him expectantly, wanting to hear his feedback. She might not be good at cooking in general, but when it came to noodles, she felt she was quite skilled. She had optimized each step, trying to make them better than before. Seeing Yifeng savor the noodles, she waited patiently to hear his evaluation. "Oh, Yifeng, tell me how it tastes." She couldn't contain her excitement. Yifeng pinched her nose and said, "Delicious, very delicious, you've improved." "Really? You're not just flattering me?" she asked joyfully. Despite cooking many times, this was the first time she received such high praise. "Of course, the texture and firmness are perfect. It seems you have got the timing just right," Yifeng praised. "But it could use a little more seasoning, a bit short on salt. Next time, I'll cook for you again to show you." She happily agreed. "All right," Yifeng casually asked, "do you prefer your noodles soft or firm?" Gumushi tapped her chin, thinking, "I prefer them firm." "Oh, I see, heh. Yifeng chuckled mischievously. At that moment, Gumushi seemed to realize the innuendo in his words and pinched his waist. Embarrassed, "Yifeng, you're really naughty." Yifeng smirked. "Men have to be mischievous, women love it, but, she, you're quite quick-witted." Ha ha. After numerous interactions, Gumushi was well-versed in drilling projects and was no longer as naive as before. Blushing, Gumushi pushed the bowl toward him. "HMPH. I won't feed you anymore." Yifeng looked pitiful. She, "I'm hungry." Unable to resist, Gumushi gave in and handed him the bowl. "Go on, eat. You're getting thinner from hunger." Yifeng chuckled. "Heh, you're worried about me after all." She, "Could you also fetch some soy sauce for me?" Gumushi, "All right, are you giving me orders now?" Despite saying that, she got up and fetched the soy sauce for Yifeng. With a bit more soy sauce, Yifeng enjoyed the noodles to the fullest while Gumushi watched him quietly, hands on chin, eyes narrowed in a smile. At that moment, he was her world. In this moment, she felt peaceful and content. Isn't this how life should be? Working during the day, having meals with loved ones at night, washing dishes together, taking walks, chatting, simple and true. With her hands propping up her cheeks, Gumushi suddenly whispered, "Yifeng, shall we get married?" "How? Marriage?" Yifeng paused with a mouthful of noodles, looking at her in surprise. His surprise wasn't about the idea of marriage itself, but that she seemed to have planned not to consider it so soon, intending to think about it after completing her third-year internship. It was unexpected for her to bring it up now. She, "Have you thought it through?" Yifeng swallowed the noodles in his mouth and asked eagerly. Gumushi nodded seriously, saying, "I have thought it through. Actually, getting married a little earlier would be better because..." She didn't finish her sentence. Yifeng curiously asked, "Because why?" Gumushi moved closer, hugged him, and buried her head in his neck. "Because I'm afraid of losing you." After the incident with the car accident, she became increasingly anxious. Though she didn't say it, she was more worried than anyone else. She was afraid of such a thing happening again, and even more afraid of Yifeng having any accidents. "Because I'm afraid you'll leave me," she added. This leave wasn't about leaving emotionally, but physically. Yifeng's heart trembled, feeling a tinge of sadness in his nose. He fought back tears, gently stroked her hair, and asked softly, "Is it because of the incident last time?" Gumushi nodded. Yifeng felt a strong sense of guilt and sigh. "I'm sorry, she, for making you worry." Sitting up straight, Gumushi smiled and said, "Oh, silly Feng. Let's get married, okay?" Yifeng ruffled her hair and replied, "All right, let's get married." Gumushi happily suggested, "You can choose whenever you want." Yifeng agreed, "Sure. How about the end of this year? It'll give us enough time to prepare." He embraced her and said, "Okay, whenever you say, that's when it will be." Gumushi snuggled in his arms, trying to find a more comfortable position. Feng, what's in your pocket?" "It poked me." "Oh, really?" Feng, you big troublemaker." "Ah, Gumushi, you're pinching me again. It's clearly your fault." "HMPH, I thought you were a gentleman who doesn't mess around." "When did I say that?" "I definitely didn't say that." "Feng, your face is thicker than a city wall." "Ahaha, stop teasing me." The two of them were playing around at the dining table when suddenly footsteps approached. "Zifeng, she, what are you doing?" Liwen looked at the two of them in surprise. At that moment, Yifeng had his arms around Gumushi's waist, and she was pinching Yifeng's nostrils with her fingers. They froze in that pose. For days later, in the evening at Yan Zubing's home, doom. Fireworks exploded, and everyone clapped and cheered. Amidst the cheers, Yan Zubing wore a birthday hat with his son Yan Hui on his shoulders, laughing heartily. "Dad, I also want to blow the candles." Yan Hui looked at his father with innocent eyes. "Ha ha, sure, sure." Yan Zubing pinched his cheek indulgently, a look of love in his eyes. "Zifeng, why don't you take a picture of me and my son?" Yifeng nodded and said, "Sure, Brother Bing." Zia Yun handed a Polaroid camera to Yifeng. Standing behind the cake, Yifeng crouched halfway and said, "I'll count to 3, and then you guys blow the candles, okay?" "Okay." Yan Zubing happily agreed. In the camera, Yifeng saw the father and son bowing together, taking a deep breath, ready to blow the candles. 3, 2, 1, go. Asterisk click asterisk. Yan Zubing and his son blew the candles together, their adorable looks captured on film. As soon as the shutter clicked, the photo was printed out from the camera, a bit faint at first but quickly becoming clear. "Brother Bing, look, you two are so in sync. Your expression is so funny." Yifeng handed him the photo jokingly. Yan Zubing saw the funny expression of father and son on the photo and burst into laughter, his laughter lines showing on his face. "This one's good. I'll keep it and look back at it when we're old. Ha ha ha." Yan Zubing laughed loudly. "Brother, it's your birthday. No need to talk about getting old. You're forever young." Yan Lu teased, giving him a side glance. Han Pingan held Yan Lu's hand, scratching his head sheepishly. "Brother, happy birthday." Yan Zubing joked, "You silly bo, change your words now." Yifeng patted Han Pingan's arm and said, "Pingan, are you silly? Hurry up and call him your big brother-in-law." Okay. Happy birthday, big brother-in-law." Han Pingan realized and shouted loudly. Laughter filled the room. Yan Lu blushed but confidently hugged Han Pingan's arm. Zia Yun handed Yan Zubing a plastic knife to cut the cake, saying gently, "Come on, quickly cut your cake." Watching this tender and thoughtful wife, Yan Zubing grinned foolishly, took the plastic knife, and said, "All right, today, thanks to my wife for making so many dishes. It's your birthday, no need to thank me, not hard at all." Zia Yun smiled. Yan Zubing felt warm inside. Over the years, Zia Yun had silently supported the family, her gentle nature never demanding anything from him. She lived frugally, took care of the family well, and was his safe harbor in times of exhaustion. Throughout his life, he felt indebted to her. "When you're free, I'll take you on a trip to the South China Sea, Asia, wherever you'd like." Yan Zubing smiled. "Sure. We'll see when you're not busy." Zia Yun giggled, covering her mouth. Yan Zubing smiled, then held Yan Ji's hand to cut the cake together and served it to the elders. When it was Yifeng's turn, Yan Zubing cut a large piece of cake and asked Yan Hui to give it to Uncle Yi. "Uncle Yi has always spoiled you and bought you toys. Remember that in the future." Yan Hui nodded, took the cake, and happily handed it to Yifeng, saying, "Uncle Yi, have some cake." "Ha ha, thanks, little partner." Yifeng took the cake and patted his head. Yan Zubing carried the cake, then gestured to Yifeng with his eyes to go to the balcony. The two of them stood on the balcony, eating cake heartily. "Zifeng, a couple of days ago you mentioned getting married this year, at the end. Is that really happening first?" Yan Zubing asked with a smile. "Well, it's more reliable than pearls." "Brother Bing, are you ready with that red envelope?" Yifeng joked. Yan Zubing gave him a stern look and said, "I've had that red envelope ready for a long while, waiting for you to announce it." "Where can Yan Zubing's red envelope be lacking?" Yifeng chuckled. "Oh, brother, you just get prepared. When the time comes, I'll let you know." Yan Zubing glanced at the room, then put down the cake, put an arm around Yifeng's shoulder, and said softly, "Zifeng, before you get married, today, let me take you to a good place." "Huh, what good place?" Yifeng asked curiously. Yan Zubing smiled mysteriously, raising his eyebrows. "You'll know when you get there tonight. It'll be absolutely fun, absolutely happy." At night, at the entrance of the Eastern Yaoqi Bath Center, two golden pillars stand like palaces. A young man in a suit and pants squats at the corner of the entrance, secretly smoking. This is his only moment of relaxation during work breaks. "Zibao, are you slacking off again?" A middle-aged man walks up behind him, arms crossed, and sternly asks. Dao Zhicheng turns around to see the head of the security department, his immediate superior. Hastily standing up, he takes out another cigarette from his pocket and offers one to him. Smiling, Dao Zhicheng says, "Lao Lu, have a cigarette. I was just standing for too long and needed to relax. Lu Juo sees the cigarette and his stern expression softens. He accepts it and says, I know standing guard is tough, but once you've rested enough, get back to your post, understood. Dao Shicheng chuckles and agrees, of course, I will obey your orders. Lao Da. Seeing Bao Shicheng light up a cigarette, Lu Juo relaxes. Come on. Lao Da, there aren't many guests right now. Let's have a smoke. Dao Shicheng still wants a break, so he takes out a lighter and lights Lu Juo's cigarette. Lu Juo enjoys being flatter and casually smokes, praising, Huazi is good. Zibao, you know how to enjoy. Dao Shicheng only buys expensive cigarettes to distribute to others, even though it hurts to spend so much money. Making relationships with colleagues and superiors in the security department has helped him advance. As they smoke, a fleet of black sedans approaches in the distance, including Toyotas, Audis, and Santanas. Lu Juo recognizes one of the Toyotas among them and is shocked. He quickly flicks his cigarette away and pulls Bao Shicheng to return to the gate to welcome them. The security personnel at the entrance also gather to greet the arriving convoy. Dao Shicheng gazes at the black Toyota, his eyes filled with admiration, as Yan Zubing steps out of the Toyota followed by a young man, both chatting happily. Lu Juo leads everyone to bow and greet them. Yan Zubing nods slightly in acknowledgement and continues conversing with the young man. Dao Shicheng curiously watches the scene, wondering who this young man is to walk alongside Yan Zubing. Being a young businessman in charge of a group company is quite impressive. Lu Juo whispers to Bao Shicheng, warning him to be cautious around the young man as he holds a significant relationship with Yan Zubing. Inside the lavish Yaoqi Bath Center, there are 7 floors with various amenities such as baths, saunas, massages, and entertainment. Yan Zubing, Yifan, and Han Pingan relax in one of the luxurious baths. Yan Zubing boasts about the center he invested millions in, seeking feedback from his companions. Yifan acknowledges the potential profitability of the business venture within 3 years. Yan Zubing then surprises Han Pingan by announcing his intention to gift the establishment to him. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Han Pingan thanks Yan Zubing for his generosity. As the scene unfolds, the story reveals complex relationships, business dealings, and the dynamics within the world of entertainment and security protection. After soaking in the bath for nearly half an hour, the 3 put on sauna suits and went to the sauna room. In the sauna room, steam filled the air, resembling a giant steamer, making people sweat profusely. Yifeng and Yan Zubing seemed accustomed to this feeling, finding the sauna very comfortable. However, Han Pingan, who was next to them, was struggling on the chair, gasping for air. It was his first time in a sauna, and he wasn't used to it. Seeing his condition, Yifeng teased, "Ha ha, Pingan, you can't handle this." Han Pingan embarrassedly replied, "Brother Feng, it's my first time here. Let me get used to it." Yifeng reminded him, "Just relax, sit calmly, and enjoy the sweating sensation, then it will be much more comfortable." Remembering not to breathe heavily but to relax and enjoy the sauna, Han Pingan followed Yifeng's advice, adjusted his breathing, and felt less uncomfortable, experiencing a warm and comfortable feeling all over his body while sweating. Yan Zubing laughed and said, "That's it, Pingan. Learn more from little Feng. When you enter society, you need to be skilled in everything. Otherwise, it can be embarrassing in business discussions." "Yes, Brother Bing," Han Pingan agreed. After some time in the sauna and a bath, the 3 went to the massage room on the 7th floor to enjoy a massage. After a full-service experience, they all felt relaxed and went to the tea room. Inside the tea room, Yan Zubing poured tea for Yifeng and Han Pingan and jokingly said, "Little Feng, try this tea and see if you can figure out what it is." Yifeng took a sip and raised his eyebrows, saying, "Wu Yulong, ha ha. Little Feng, you have quite the taste buds." Yan Zubing chuckled. Han Pingan drank a few sips but couldn't distinguish it from other teas. He shook his head and said, "Brother Feng is amazing. I thought it was black tea." Yifeng smiled. Black tea is fully oxidized, while oolong tea is semi-oxidized or lightly oxidized. There are subtle differences based on the tea's origin, processing techniques, and oxidation levels which affect the flavor and mouthfeel of oolong tea. Among them, Wu Oolong tea stands out, with a slight mineral taste, unique style, and sweet aftertaste for you to appreciate. Han Pingan listened, feeling a bit lost by the depth of tea knowledge. Yan Zubing then asked, "Just like tasting life. To you, little Feng, prefer semi-oxidized or lightly oxidized? After some contemplation, Yifeng reply, actually, I prefer green tea, but some green teas also undergo slight oxidation, which is beyond the tea maker's control. It ends up being lightly oxidized. So, it would be lightly oxidized tea. Yan Zubing continued to inquire. Yifeng nodded silently. Han Pingan heard their conversation feeling puzzled, trying to decipher their cryptic words. Suddenly, Yan Zubing's phone rang. He answered and listened attentively, his eyebrows furrowing slightly. You have something to tell me. All right, I got it. Wait for me there. Yan Zubing hung up the phone, stood up, and said, Lama mentioned a friend looking for me downstairs. I'll go see, you guys sit tight, and I'll be back soon. Yifeng replied, sure. Brother Bing, you go ahead. Yan Zubing left the tea room. Han Pingan approached Yifeng and asked, Feng, what were you laughing about earlier? Yifeng chuckled, you figure it out yourself. On the other side, Yan Zubing took the elevator to the lobby. However, it was eerily quiet, with no one in sight, and the surroundings were silent. La Mod, Yan Zubing called out in the lobby, but there was no response. Puzzled, he suddenly heard a series of footsteps echoing from all directions. Dang! A door behind him was kicked open. He spun around to see a group of young people, wrists tied with red ribbons, clad in black coats, approaching him briskly, wielding shiny objects. Damn it, Yan Zubing! Today is your death day. One of them yelled fiercely. Yan Zubing's heart sank. It seemed like an ambush, as people emerged from all directions. All were members of the Lei Zhou faction. How did Lei Zhou's people get here? Numerous thoughts and doubts raced through his mind, but reality urged him to act. With nearly 100 enemies behind him, Yan Zubing remained composed, facing them without a hint of fear. Hey, you want my life? Come ahead. Yan Zubing's eyes narrowed as he made a decisive move, charging forward, dodging and striking a youth in front, seizing his machete. Damn it, kill him! The youth roared, and the group surged forward, but Yan Zubing valiantly fought off numerous attacks, cutting a path through the attackers while sustaining numerous wounds, his body covered in blood. Crack! Yan Zubing's machete struck a shoulder, severing an arm, causing blood to spray, creating a terrifying sight of carnage. This scene shocked the Lei Zhou faction members into a momentary standstill, amazed at Yan Zubing's resilience. Not a single person dared approach him in the face of his imposing presence. Everyone looked at Yan Zubing with fear. Was he still human to withstand so many blows? Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the crowd. It was Ba Mingji. Ba Mingji stared at Yan Zubing coldly, saying, Yan Zubing, today is your birthday and also your sacrifice day. Kill Yan Zubing. Get rewarded 2 million. Motivated by the substantial reward, the Lei Zhou members raised their weapons and charged at Yan Zubing. Sensing imminent danger, Yan Zubing realized he needed to escape the encirclement. He turned and ran, sprinting towards the elevator, with Lei Zhou's pursuers close behind. The elevator corridor was narrow, accommodating only 5 people side by side, with huge stone sculptures on either side. Yan Zubing pushed to topple the stone sculptures, creating obstacles and confusing his pursuers, blocking their advance temporarily. He raced towards the elevator, witnessing it descending to the first floor, a glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. But his smile froze as the elevator doors opened, revealing over a dozen Lei Zhou members armed with metal rods and machetes, smirking at him. Glancing at the vast number of pursuers behind him and the group inside the elevator, Yan Zubing cursed, damn it! Without hesitation, he stormed into the elevator with the machete. The elevator door slowly closes, the flash of knives, fresh blood, flying and shimmering in the narrow space. The elevator gradually ascends, swaying. Inside the elevator, Yan Zubing just grits his teeth and mechanically swings the machete in his hand, forgetting the pain, forgetting rationality, relying solely on his animalistic instincts in battle. His whole body covered in knife wounds, blood had dyed him into a blood man. In the chaos, a youth fiercely stabbed him twice in the stomach. He grabbed the youth's hair with one hand and slashed at the youth's neck with the other. The major artery in the youth's neck burst like a suddenly broken water pipe. In the blood rain, others also lost their rationality, lost their fear. With red eyes, one after another, they chopped and stabbed at Yan Zubing. Yan Zubing's eyes were cold. He grabbed a youth as a shield in the narrow space, shielding in front of him, then opening and closing widely, chopping towards the others. The elevator stops. Jing! The elevator reached the 7th floor, slowly opening, revealing a hell on earth unfolding slowly. Blood and dismembered limbs everywhere, over a dozen people lying in pools of blood, fresh blood quietly flowing from the cracks of the elevator. In a corner of the elevator, Yinzubing sits on a corpse, leaning against the elevator wall, breathing heavily, his breath like an old exhaust fan, panting. He struggles to stand up, stepping on the sea of corpses and blood, walks out of the elevator, wanting to leave but falls at the elevator entrance. Drip, drip, drip. The elevator door cannot close, sounding an alarm. Brother Bing, Yinzubing. In a daze, hears Han Pingan's voice. Han Pingan looks shocked, hurries over to help him up from the ground. It's Lei Zhou's men. You guys get ready to hide. Yinzubing weakly says, Brother Bing, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. I'll find a way to get you to the hospital. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Han Pingan's head is spinning, repeating it's okay 3 times, frantically pressing down on the knife wounds in his abdomen. Calm down. Yinzubing knocks his head against him, scolding. Han Pingan instantly calms down, lifting Yinzubing, running towards the tea room. Dang. The tea room door suddenly opens. Inside, Yifeng turns to look, seeing Han Pingan holding a blood-soaked Yinzubing, shocked. What's going on? Han Pingan says as he puts Yinzubing on the ground. After setting him down, Han Pingan locks the room door from the inside, then pushes the tea table and tea cabinet to block the door, barricading the tea room door. This was the best choice he made in extreme calmness. Zhou's men are outside. Rushing out would mean certain death. Make a call. Yifeng regains his senses, immediately dials a number. Hey, General Yi. Before Luo on the phone can speak, he is interrupted by Yifeng. Lei Zhou's men are here. Brother Bing is severely injured. Hurry over. 7th floor tea room. Yifeng says solemnly. What? Luo is shocked, his voice raised. Forget it. Come quickly. Yifeng hangs up, then calls 120 for medical assistance and notifies Dragon's brothers, Wu Xiyuan. After making the calls, Yifeng turns to see Han Pingan pulling out all the cloths, tissues, and tea leaves from the drawer, trying to stop Yinzubing's bleeding. But Yinzubing pushes him away weakly, saying, No need to waste your efforts. No. Brother Bing, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Hold on. The ambulance will be here soon. Don't fall asleep. Don't sleep. Han Pingan ignores his pleas, muttering while bandaging Yinzubing. His eyes are red, shimmering with tears. Pingan, calm down. Yinzubing places a hand on his shoulder, saying in a solemn tone. Han Pingan calms down again, stopping his movements. Yifeng, help me up. Yinzubing looks towards Yifeng. Yifeng hurries over, together with Han Pingan, helps him sit up against the wall. Yinzubing sits against the wall, looking at Yifeng and Han Pingan, suddenly showing a smile. It's good to see you guys. Yifeng couldn't help but tear up, feeling an extreme sadness. Even though they never called each other brothers, they were indeed close friends. Not related by blood, yet closer than brothers. Brother Bing, you must hold on. Yifeng grits his teeth. Yinzubing coughs twice, blood flowing from his mouth, but his face remains calm. I have expected this day ever since I stepped into the Jianghu. There is no turning back once you are in it. But I have lived enough in this lifetime. Ha ha, he he, cough, he he, laughing and coughing. Yinzubing smiles, his eyes filled with the heroic spirit. He holds Yifeng's hand, breathing heavily, earnestly saying, I only regret not asking you one thing. Yifeng, I hope you can take care of my wife and children. I wouldn't trust anyone else, but I trust you. Yifeng grips his hand tightly, nodding heavily, choked up. I promise you. Yinzubing smiles in relief, then grabs Han Pingan's hand, saying, Pingan, my good brother-in-law, I'll leave my business to you. I've already left a will. My wife and Lulu will know my intentions. Han Pingan shakes his head, whispering, No, that's yours. You have to take care of it yourself. I have my own job. I don't want to worry about you. Yinzubing trembles, raises his hand, touches his face, and smiles, saying, You are so much like me. Yinzubing then looks at Yifeng, weakly asking, Yifeng, give me a smoke. Yifeng immediately takes out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, hands him one, and lights it for him. Before he can take a puff, Yinzubing's hands go limp, falling to the ground. He has stopped breathing. For a moment, the entire tea room falls into an extreme silence, a deathly silence. Yifeng can only hear his own rapid breathing and heartbeat. In this moment, his mind goes blank. Brother Bing, Han Pingan is also stunned. Hey, uncle, Brother Bing. Don't sleep. Get up. You wake up. Get up. Han Pingan shakes Yan Zubing's shoulders, weeping bitterly. Yifeng holds him tightly, speaking softly. Enough, Pingan. Han Pingan cries out in agony, kneeling on the ground, sobbing. Since being with Yan Zubing had treated him like family, taking care of him in every way, and he had come to see Yan Zubing as his own brother. He couldn't accept this moment. This was heart-wrenching. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there is a frantic knocking at the door. The people from Leizhou are here. Yifeng didn't have time to be sad, immediately pulled Han Pingan up from the ground. Han Pingan grabbed a chair and was about to push open the tea table blocking the door, as if he wanted to fight fiercely with the people from Leizhou. But Yifeng stopped him, scolding, Pingan, are you crazy? Do you remember Bing Ji's words? If you died, who will you be letting down? Are you responsible for Zilu? When Han Pingan heard the word Zilu, the madness in his eyes gradually subsided, and he calmed down. Bang, bang. There were two loud noises at the door. The lock was forced open by someone. Darn it, Yazhe, they are inside. Darn it, kill Yan Zubing and Yifeng. The people from Leizhou shouted outside the door, trying to push open the door of the tea room. But Yifeng and Han Pingan used all their strength to firmly hold up the tea table, blocking the door to prevent them from entering. Both sides exerted their strength. Time passed by minute. Yifeng and Han Pingan persisted for more than 10 minutes. The people from Leizhou outside the door took turns kicking the door. They had already kicked it open, and it wouldn't be long before the door would be broken open by Leizhou's people. Suddenly, there was a roar outside the door, followed by the sound of many footsteps and a fight. When Yifeng heard this sound, he knew that Camel had arrived. Camel's arrival brought him a glimpse of hope. Leizhou's dead-end street. Darn it. Outside the door, Camel cursed loudly, leading a group of brothers to charge towards Leizhou's people. The two sides fought fiercely in the corridor on the 7th floor. Ba Mingji stood at the entrance of the emergency exit and saw Camel and his men arrive, realizing that there was no hope. Darn it. Retreat. Ba Mingji knew that staying here was extremely dangerous. Once Yan Zubing's men arrived, he might have no way out, so he decisively ordered a retreat. Following Ba Mingji's retreat order, Leizhou's men fought and retreated, going down the emergency exit. Camel ordered some of his men to chase after them, leaving some to guard. At this moment, the door of the tea room opened. Camel hurriedly turned back, but when he reached the door of the tea room, he was stunned. He saw Han Pingan carrying Yan Zubing's body, walking out step by step. Sout, Camel knelt down on both knees, in deep sorrow. Dingzhe. 5 days later, in the morning, Half Mountain Cemetery in Guanxi, the sky was overcast. Yifeng, dressed in a black suit, sat on the stone steps, holding a bottle of Maotai, drinking by himself. Fengzhe, sister-in-law is here. Han Pingan walked over and whispered. Yifeng turned his head towards the direction of arrival and saw Zia Yan, dressed in a black morning dress, walking with sunglasses on, holding Bai. By her side was Yan Lu, and behind her was Camel, Dad, and more than 10 of Yan Zubing's brothers. Zia Yan walked up to Yifeng, her voice hoarse. Zifeng, thank you for helping with the funeral arrangements these past 3 days. Yifeng stood up, shaking his head. Sister-in-law, it's my duty. Zia Yan took off her sunglasses, her eyes swollen. She seemed to have cried for a long time these past 3 days. I plan to take Zihui and Dad on a trip out of town for a while. I've handed over Yan Zubing's things to Lawyer Chen. He will carry out according to the will. Zia Yan looked at Yifeng calmly. Yifeng nodded. Yes. Sister-in-law, rest assured, we have me, Pingan, and Zilu watching over here. Thank you. Zia Yan gratefully bowed to Yifeng, and Yan Lu, with red eyes, choked up and also bowed to Yifeng. Han Pingan walked over, hugged Yan Lu, patted her head, comforting her. Zia Yan put on her sunglasses. Before leaving, I want to see Zubing again. She then bowed and walked to Yan Zubing's grave, offering a bouquet of flowers, then quietly watched the tombstone without saying a word. A breeze passed by. The rustling of leaves seemed like a farewell, carrying a trace of sorrow. Everyone stood quietly in front of Yan Zubing's grave. No one spoke, It was extremely quiet. After a long time, tears flowed down from Zia Yun's sunglasses, silently dripping onto the blue stone slabs on the ground. Zia wiped away her tears, her voice hoarse. Zubing, rest assured, I'll take care of the family. Zihu will grow up healthy and happy, just like the other children. He kept asking for you the past 2 days. I told him you went on a business trip. It might be a while before you come back. He said, he hopes when you come back, you'll bring him back a toy, a blue airplane that can fly. We'll buy it for him in a few days. I'll buy the big one that can fly. In blue. He should be very happy. Dad hasn't been feeling well lately. His heart has problems. We haven't dared to tell him. When he gets better, he'll know. Your business, property, I've arranged everything according to your will. You've worked hard all your life, enough for our family for generations to come. That's it. I'll come back to see you next time. Zia's voice trembled slightly, obviously trying to suppress her emotions. She took a deep breath, turned to Yifeng. Zifeng, what's here? I'll leave it to you. Yifeng took a sip of the wine. The burning sensation in his throat couldn't match the pain in his heart. Sister-in-law, I know what to do, Yifeng said calmly. Zia nodded, turned and left. Yanlu followed to support her. Camel led the group to escort the women back. Only Yifeng, Han Pingan, and Camel, along with more than 10 brothers, remained in front of Yan Zubing's grave. Yifeng put down the wine bottle, took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to Camel. Camel took the cigarette with both hands, bowing. Thank you, Funjay. He understood that from now on, they would follow Han Pingan as their head, but his admiration for Yifeng was even greater. Yifeng nodded, then lit cigarettes for Han Pingan and the other brothers, one for each. Finally, Yifeng walked to Yan Zubing's grave, lit a cigarette, and inserted it into the incense burner. As the smoke rose, Yifeng sat in front of the grave, lit his own cigarette, and smoked slowly. Dingjie, after you finish this cigarette, leave the rest to me. Woo. The wind grew stronger, crying out in the empty cemetery. It seemed to echo Yan Zubing's presence in some way. The people on the scene looked mournful, paying their respects to the grave, lost in sorrow. After a long time, Yifeng finished his cigarette, stood up, and walked towards the outside of the cemetery, followed by Han Pingan, Camel, and more than 10 others. On the steps of the mountain, Camel asked, Funjay, what should we do? Just tell us. Yes, Funjay, your command. The people behind Camel shouted in unison. Han Pingan clenched his fists, teeth gritted. Funjay, this vengeance must be avenged. Yifeng's expression was stern, as he calmly said, Camel, you take some men to Lizhou and find Ren Yanqua's base and all his relatives. Pingan, send out all our brothers. In the entire city of Guangzhou, locate every hotel, club, night venue, arcade, and any property belonging to the people of Lizhou. Find them all for me. Our Shifeng group will put up $1 billion for the brothers to run errands. Camel's eyes lit up with excitement, and he nodded heavily. Yes, Brother Fun. Han Pingan also responded, Brother Fun, I understand. As the group walked down from the cemetery, they saw over 300 people standing neatly within it, a dense crowd, all dressed in black suits and trousers, with eyes filled with the fire of vengeance. Brother Fun, our condolences. They all shouted in unison, their voices resounding through the sky. Long Da stepped forward and draped a black trench coat over Yifeng's shoulders. Yifeng walked straight towards the silver-gray Mercedes-Benz, waved his hand, and said coldly, words are useless. Let the people of Lizhou mourn. 2 days later, in the early morning, when the sky was just getting light, at the Guanxi South Tang Vegetables Market, the vegetable vendors were busy unloading vegetables, setting up stalls, and getting ready for the market opening. Suddenly, the sound of motorcycles could be heard outside the market. 8 motorcycles entered the market, all riders wearing helmets and white ribbons tied around their arms, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. The unexpected appearance of the motorcycle team drew the attention of the vendors in the market, who looked up one after another. Uncle, where can I find Lei Zhou Agui? A middle-aged man wearing a red helmet asked a vegetable vendor. Agui. He's inside, at the third last stall. The vegetable vendor pointed towards the back of the market. Thank you. The middle-aged man nodded in thanks. The man in the red helmet waved his hand, followed swiftly by more than 10 people, heading towards the back of the market. Brother Lu, should that be the kid? Dao Shicheng pointed at the youth squatting and washing vegetables. Lu Juo snorted, bowed, catch him first. As long as they are under Lei Zhou, in Guanxi, we can't let a single one get away. If we can't catch those rats, we won't be able to report back. Now Yan Zubing had suspended all businesses, and everyone was assigned tasks. Only one goal, to flush out Lei Zhou's rats and avenge Brother Bing. Bao Zhicheng reply. Yes, boss. And the group haste and their pace. Ah Gui, who was washing vegetables, heard the footsteps approaching, looked up, saw the approaching individuals, and suddenly dropped the vegetables he was holding and ran. Chase, Lu Zhuo ordered, and everyone pursued. As the chase ensued, the market became lively, with onlookers gathering one after another. Ah Gui, the youth, didn't run far before Bao Zhicheng tackled him and caught him. Damn, trying to run. Kid, is your leader Ba Mingji? Bao Zhicheng grabbed him by the collar and interrogated. The youth named Ah Gui was frightened and nodded honestly. He was indeed associated with Ba Mingji, not selling vegetables usually, doing tasks for Ba Mingji. Bao Zhicheng slapped him, inflating his face. Boss, it's the right person we've caught. Bao Zhicheng raised his head. Lu Zhuo coldly chuckled, waving his hand. Take him away. The henchman behind him stretched out and took Ah Gui away, amidst the eyes of the public, bringing along a motorcycle. Lu Zhuo and the group rode the motorcycles out of the market, arriving at a street in a revitalized urban village district. There were no people on the road, but occasionally, 4 or 5 motorcycles or even a dozen motorcycles would whiz by. The riders had white ribbons tied around their arms, representing they were part of Yan Zubing's group. Morning Yan Zubing. Bao Zhicheng saw the scene, shocked. Wow, boss. So many brothers coming out for business. After being in Guanxi for so long, he had never witnessed such a scene. Lu Zhuo snorted. You think Feng Jie is kidding with us? Nowadays, more people are working for Feng Jie than the city police force. Feng Jie wants to thoroughly investigate all of Lei Zhou's men in Guanxi. Every place. No one is to be overlooked. Let's go, find a place to make this kid talk. Lu Zhuo's combo set off again, heading towards the revived city area of Guanxi. This day, Guanxi was destined to be turbulent, with similar scenes playing out all over the city. In the Tian police station, Zhou Guofeng was heading to the meeting room with a document. Ziliu ran over from behind. Boss, something's happened. What happened? Zhou Guofeng stopped in his tracks. Ziliu approached and murmured a few words in his ear. Zhou Guofeng's face darkened. It's chaos. Simply chaos. Yan Zubing is dead. Those people are indeed unruly. Ziliu, we're not having the meeting today. Let's go. We'll take people to see what's going on. We can't let them cause trouble. With that, Zhou Guofeng turned around, organizing police forces to respond. Just as they were preparing to assemble, his phone rang. Hello. What instructions does Director Wei have? Zhou Guofeng inquired formally. Old Zhou, where are you taking people? Put a hold on that. There's been a notice from above today to transfer police officers and cadres to the city for training. Your name is on the list. Organize and take people to participate. Director Wei instructed over the phone. Zhou Guofeng was taken aback, questioning. Now, today? Yes. What's the issue? It's now. Director Wei reaffirmed over the phone. After hanging up the call, Zhou Guofeng's complexion turned unpleasant. Boss, we're ready. We can head out at any time for the emergency. Ziliu ran over excitedly. Zhou Guofeng spoke gravely. We're not going anymore. Ah, why? Why not? Ziliu was puzzled. Zhou Guofeng adjusted his hat, his expression solemn. We're going to the city for training, he announced, clenching his fists and turning back to the police station. At noon, in the western suburbs of Guanxi's Tian district, lies Ma Village. This village was far from the city center, surrounded by industrial parks, and most of the self-built houses in the village were rented out to migrant workers. At the end of the main road of Ma Village was a 6-story red brick building. Ba Mingji stood at the window on the 6th floor, smoking a cigarette as he looked out at the street. Damn. Yaje, when can we go back? Inside the room, over a dozen people were smoking. One blonde youth impatiently asked, Don't rush, what's the hurry? Yan Zubing is dead. It's going to be Yi Feng's turn next. Ba Mingji answered, turning back. Just wait. Old-fashioned Yan Zubing is a jerk, next is Yi Feng. At that moment, the door opened, and Ren Yanghua wheeled in on a wheelchair. Boss. Ba Mingji tossed away his cigarette and walked over. Ren Yanghua smiled contentedly. Ah yeah, good job. Ha ha. He had rushed over upon hearing about Yin Zubing's death, feeling greatly relieved and elated. Dong Mingji finally received acknowledgement, feeling happy himself, and said, "Ha ha, boss, your teachings have been good. Ma Wei is still obedient." Ren Yanghua laughed. "That's why. Always use your brains, can't go wrong. Yifeng is looking for you everywhere now. Hide with your brothers first. Lie low. It's better not to stick out your heads right now." Ren Yanghua contemplated for a moment, earnestly advising, "Well, that's true. You'd better have all the brothers in Guanxi hide for a while. It's best not to stand out recently." Dong Mingji chuckled and agreed. "Yes, boss, I understand. I'll make sure none of them go out during this time. They have food and shelter here. We'll stay put for a while. Even if Yifeng is resourceful, can he keep mobilizing like this? I think, in a few days, everything will settle down." Ren Yanghua nodded approvingly. Dong Mingji, who used to only indulge in fighting and killing, was now learning to be patient and discreet, hiding away. This was starting to resemble Evolve. Only by becoming Evolve, more ruthless, more patient, could they lead the Leizhou gang to expand their territories in Guanxi. Ren Yanghua waved his hand, and his assistants pushed him out, intending to rest in his room. Suddenly, Ren Yanghua's phone rang. It was a call from Clan Uncle Ren Lao. "Hello, Uncle Wu, what's going on?" The voice on the other end lowered, trembling, and said, "Don't come back, do you hear me? Whatever you do, don't return to the Leizhou family home." What's wrong with fifth uncle? Ren Yanghua furrowed his brows. But the call suddenly disconnected. Ren Yanghua felt a sudden tang in his heart, sensing that something might be wrong back at his hometown. His expression darkened as he pondered for a moment before saying, "Zili, hurry back to the Leizhou hometown and see what's going on there." The assistant named Zili behind him bowed respectfully and replied, "Yes, boss, I'll go back soon." Ren Yanghua picked up his phone, wanting to call back again, but his hand hesitated. He didn't make the call again. However, the next moment, the phone rang, and it was fifth uncle's number. He immediately answered and asked, "Hello, fifth uncle?" But a stern male voice came from the other end of the line. "Ren, old dog, I finally found you." Ren Yanghua's heart sank, and his face turned completely dark. "Who are you?" "Hey, Ren, old dog, you're getting old. Can't even remember me." Luo. Ren Yanghua gritted his teeth. Hey, Ren, old dog, where are you? Why not come out obediently? Don't worry, even if you don't come out, I can still find you. Luo's voice carried a chilling intent. "I will personally seek revenge for Bingjie." Ren Yanghua immediately hung up the phone, his expression uncertain. He couldn't believe Luo had the audacity to find Leizhou, and even more surprising was that Leizhou seemed powerless. Why? At that moment, in the ancestral hall of Kai Tang village, Luo sat on a chair, with dozens of people standing behind him. In front of him stood a group of trembling old men with white hair. Ren Lao wiped the sweat off his forehead, his heart pounding in his throat. He woke up to find a large group of people in the village, more than 200 of them. Before he could recover, he was informed to gather at the ancestral hall. In front of this group of people, he and the other old men dared not move a muscle. "Ren Lao, you must know a lot, right?" Luo threw his phone to the ground. I don't know anything." Ren Lao replied with a mournful face. "Stop the nonsense. I found Ren Yanghua. You better give me some clues, or else." Luo's menacing gaze swept over the other old men. One of them scolded, "Lao, Ren Yanghua is a wanted man. Why are you protecting him? You fool. Yad. Don't drag us down. That's Ren Yanghua's business, not ours." Luo stood up, walked to Ren Lao, and grabbed his collar. Ren Lao instantly wilted. "Don't hit me. I'll talk. On the other side, in the evening, at Guanxi New Sand Wharf, fishing boats were returning one after another, and a middle-aged man with a dark complexion stood on the wharf smoking, looking out to sea. At that moment, a phone call came in. "Leizhou, there's a fish looking to be shipped." Fu Paolei raised an eyebrow, blew a smoke ring, and asked in a low voice, "What fish? What's the deal?" "His name is Ma Wei. Looking for food in Guanxi. Wants to go to Shanjiang." Fu Paolei narrowed his eyes, then chuckled. "Ma Wei, this fish is quite valuable. You have him come over to find me now, getting ready to board the ship." The person on the other end of the phone smiled and thanked. "All right. Thank you, Leizhou. I'll bring him over right away." After hanging up the call, Fu Pale immediately made another call. Hey, Longe, it's me. Lao Fu. Yes, a fish is looking to be shipped. I think you guys might be interested. A van sped towards the wharf, with Neway wearing a duckbill cap vigilantly looking around from the passenger seat. Right now, he just wanted to leave Guanxi quickly, but he couldn't take the bus or a truck, knowing that Yan Zubing's men were likely there. He had followed Yan Zubing for 7 or 8 years, knowing the extent of Yan Zubing's power, and it would be suicidal to go by land. And it's better to not stay in the country. But he wasn't worried. He had over 1 million yuan in cash and could live comfortably anywhere. He took Lei Zhou's money, worked for Lei Zhou, and killed Yan Zubing. Although he felt some fear and anxiety, the allure of 1 million yuan surpassed all his worries and fears. Quan, can this wharf really get to Shanxi? Neway asked. Quan, the driver, smiled proudly. Of course, Ma Zhe, rest assured, we can definitely get there. Lei Zhe is an expert in this area. Not to mention going to Shanxi, even to Southeast Asia, he can make it happen. Neway relaxed a bit at the assurance. As long as he could leave, anything was okay. Soon, the van arrived at the wharf and stopped. Neway got out, lowered his hat, stuffed his hands in his coat pockets, and looked around vigilantly. Ha ha. Lei Zhe is good. Quan went up to shake hands, smiling and greeting. Fu Pale took the cigarette, glanced at Neway, and said, "Is this the fish?" Yeah. Please take care of him, Lei Zhe." Quan handed over a red envelope. Fu Pale took the red packet, opened it, counted it. 20,000. It was 10,000 more than usual. Hehe. You understand well. Fu Pale patted his shoulder, smiling. Oh. I hope Lei Zhe takes care of my brother. Quan clasped his hands together, pleading. Fu Pale laughed heartily. Ha ha, that's no problem. Have him come over to prepare to board the ship. Quan happily nodded, waving to Neway. Neway understood and walked over quickly. This is Lei Zhe. Lei Zhe. This is my brother, Ma Zhe. Quan introduced. Neway greeted Lei Zhe honestly and timidly. Lei Zhe. Now in the hands of others, he had to lower his posture a bit. Fu Pale grinned. Oh, okay, get ready to board the ship, but remember not to use your phone on the ship. It will be tracked by the maritime police. Neway was puzzled and looked at Quan. Quan nodded, indicating that it was a rule. Neway reluctantly took out his phone, handed it to Fu Pale. Fu Pale took the phone, turned it off, then gestured. Please, ma brother. Neway glanced at a fishing boat docked at the wharf, nodded, packed his bags, and walked towards the fishing boat. It was a long way, with the sea on both sides, and the end of the road was the fishing boat. However, the further Neway walked, the more uneasy he felt, as if the fishing boat was a giant beast with its mouth open, waiting for prey to deliver itself. Halfway through, he couldn't help but stop and look back. He saw only Fu Pale standing on the wharf. Quan was nowhere to be seen. What's going on? A sense of unease crept into his heart. He turned back to look towards the direction of the fishing boat, and his face suddenly changed. A group of people in black combat uniforms, wearing tactical gloves and helmets, were descending from the fishing boat. They held shiny objects in their hands, gleaming with a cold light in the evening sun. Neway's face turned ashen. Disaster. This was an ambush. His body involuntarily took a few steps back in fear, then turned to run back towards the wharf. But as he turned, he found another group of people in black uniforms on the other side of the wharf, densely packed. His face went pale, falling into the depths of despair, with no way out. From the crowd of black uniformed people behind him, a crooked youth walked out. Neway recognized him as Wu Siwan from Yifengsai. Wu Siwan rubbed his fingers, looked at him, and indifferently asked, "Where do you think this traitor is going?" Neway's legs went weak, and he slumped hopelessly to the ground. At 10 o'clock in the evening, in the western suburbs of Ma Village, inside a self-built house, Ren Yanghua and Ba Mingji were eating supper. Ren Yanghua had no appetite, staring at his phone on the table, waiting for a message. "Boss, why aren't you eating?" Ba Mingji asked, raising his head. "I'm disturbed, can't eat." "You go ahead," Ren Yanghua replied in a deep voice. Ba Mingji knew what was bothering him and said with a smile, "Boss, don't worry so much. Even if camels arrives in Lizhou, what can they do? Those old guys don't know where we are." Ren Yanghua turned to him and asked in a low voice, "Ji, Are you sure all the brothers' phones have been collected? He worried that someone might not resist contacting their hometown and leak out this secret location. Mingji smirked and said, "Should be fine. I've given orders. No one is allowed to make calls outside." "Should be?" Ren Yanhua felt a bit uneasy. Mingji gave a somewhat uncertain answer. "What about manhwaedit? Where is he?" Ren Yanhua asked. Mingji looked at the time and said, "Hey, that old boy is probably already in Xiangxi, boss. Don't worry, that old boy took the money, betrayed Yan Zubing, and wanted to run away a long time ago. Plus, he doesn't know where we are now." Ren Yanhua still felt a bit uneasy and restless. He sat in his wheelchair, moving around the room. "Let everyone be cautious these next 2 days. If there's any movement from Lijo's side, I'll immediately arrange for you to move to a new place." Ren Yanhua stopped suddenly and said solemnly. Mingji nodded indifferently and said, "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements." As Ma Village quieted down late at night, the night market snack street became sparsely populated. Two construction vehicles drove in from one end of the bustling street and started setting up construction fences at the end of the night market street, sealing off the road. Some young couples who had just finished supper nearby wanted to leave through this road, but stopped when they saw the construction barriers. "What's going on? More construction? Working late at night? Are they not going to let us sleep? Starting work at night? Are they trying to make us sleepless? Forget it, let's find another route," people murmured and left one by one. A Santana sedan wanted to pass through here with a young man in a floral shirt driving. The young man looked around and saw the barriers just set up, realizing that work hadn't started yet, so he decided to let the construction team pass first to avoid deterring. He got out of the car, walked confidently to the construction team, and loudly said, Hey, can you give me a way first, and I'll pass through." Two young men wearing red safety helmets approached him. One of them stepped forward and replied, "We're about to start working, please take another route." "Hey, what's with your attitude? Call your supervisor, I want to speak to him," the floral shirt young man shouted. He had been drinking that evening and was feeling bold. The two helmeted young men remained unfazed. At that moment, a deep voice came from behind. "What's going on?" The young man in the floral shirt turned to see a tall, burly man walking towards them, with a huge head and a fierce look that didn't seem friendly at all. The man stood in front of the floral shirt young man and looked down at him. The floral shirt young man was so frightened his legs trembled, feeling weak in the presence of the intimidating man. "Big brother, I was just asking. No, nothing serious," he stammered in fear. The man gave him a stern look. After being glared at, the young man almost fell to the ground, quickly ran back to his car, turned around, and drove off. "Damn. Who are these people?" the floral shirt young man in the car muttered in shock, not daring to stay any longer. In the construction team, a young man ran over and said, "Big Head, the road is sealed off." Big Head nodded, his eyes showing a cold and chilling intent, saying, "Get ready to do something. It's time to catch the rats. No one gets away." At that moment, another road junction was also blocked, with two construction vehicles sealing off a 200-meter stretch of road at the end of Ma Village Street. On the other side, Mingji finished his supper and planned to look out the window for some fresh air and a smoke. He opened the window and suddenly noticed the street lights outside were off. What's going on with the street lights tonight? He lit a cigarette and peered out in confusion, only to see a pitch black outside, unable to see anything. Only the two street lights at the entrance of the self-built house were on, but a total of 6 lights in the front and back had all gone out. "Black dog, Black Dog." Mingji turned back and shouted, and a slim young man ran in, respectfully asking, "Jay, do you have any orders?" Mingji gestured towards the road outside, saying, "Take 2 brothers and check if the street lights are broken. If they are, make sure to get them fixed tomorrow." The village's street lights were all bulb lights, so he guessed it was probably just a filament that had burned out, a common occurrence. Without lights, the security outside couldn't see clearly, so it had to be fixed. "All right, got it," Black Dog responded and then left. After a while, Black Dog returned with 2 other guys, and in the dark of night, the 3 men held flashlights and headed towards the direction of the streetlights. Suddenly, the roaring sound of car engines could be heard in the distance. "Cars coming?" Black Dog shone his flashlight and saw a minibus approaching. But it wasn't just 1, but 2, 3, 4, 5. More than 10 minibuses appeared, parking on the right side of the road, followed by vans and black sedans on the left side, flooding the road with their lights. The high beams were blinding, even dazzling Black Dog's eyes. As the lights turned off, a group of men in black suits or uniforms descended from each minibus and van, each holding white protective gloves and a variety of weapons like knives, sticks, and machetes. In the dim environment, the figures of people were distinct, and a rough estimation show at least 500 people gathered. Bewildered, Black Dog saw this scene and felt his scalp go numb. Damn, what's going on? Black Dog's legs went weak, he staggered, and turned to run back towards the self-built house, but as he turned, he noticed that a group of people had also appeared on the other side of the road, a countless number of heads, densely packed like a sky-covering dark cloud, approaching aggressively. Run, run. Black Dog's face turned pale, shouting loudly, and ran back towards the self-built house. The crowd of people on both sides quickly converged to stand in front of the entrance of the self-built house. Lao Luo took a glance at the self-built house, dropped the cigarette from his mouth, put on his protective gloves, and grabbed a machete. Finally caught these rats. Standing next to him was Wu Siwan, who quietly put on his tactical gloves and a white helmet. All right, let's get to work, Lao Luo said with a grim look. Yes, it's time to avenge Brother Bing, Wu Siwan added. We won't let a single one escape. At that moment, another road junction was also blocked. A construction vehicle sealed off a 200-meter section at the end of Ma Village Street, and on the other side, Ba Mingji had finished supper and was about to look out the window for some fresh air and a smoke. He opened the window and suddenly realized that the street lights outside were out. What's going on with the street lights tonight? He lit a cigarette and looked out in confusion, only to see a pitch black outside, unable to see anything. Just the 2 street lights at the entrance of the self-built house were on, but the total 6 lights in the front and back had all gone out. In the grand hall on the first floor of the self-built house, the sound of swords, fighting, wails, and bones breaking mixed together. A camel wielding a machete strode forward, swinging the machete vigorously. Unstoppable. Ren Lagu, Ba Mingji, come out. The camel's eyes were red, staring at the staircase leading from the first floor to the second floor. Suddenly, a member of the Lei Zhou gang pounced on him from the left, wielding a spring knife. The camel instinctively raised his left hand to block, preparing to fend off the attack. A figure suddenly jumped out and kicked the Lei Zhou youth, who was sneaking up. Focused on the task, Wu Siwan lifted his helmet visor and said calmly to the camel, "Hey." "Thanks," the camel said gratefully. The Lei Zhou youth who had just been kicked was enraged, got up and rushed at Wu Siwan. Wu Siwan was extremely agile, dodging the incoming knife, then gripping the Lei Zhou youth's neck with his left hand, and his dagger stabbed towards the Lei Zhou youth's body at an almost invisible speed. The onlookers were stunned by this scene. In just 1 second, they couldn't count how many stabs Wu Siwan made. The speed was too fast. The remaining Lei Zhou gang members were all terrified by Wu Siwan, full of fear, continuously retreating. They seemed to see a living reaper. Wu Siwan released his left hand, and the Lei Zhou youth in his hand collapsed on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. He wiped the blood off his dagger and walked step by step towards the Lei Zhou crowd. The Lei Zhou men retreated, in fear. None dared to advance. They had been scared out of their wits. People who had lost their fighting spirit were like a flock of sheep, directly submerged in the dark tide. Go to the second floor. The camel strode forward, leading the way to the second floor, with his brothers following closely. Ba Mingji ran to the second floor and saw the dense crowd downstairs, his scalp tingling with fear. Block them. Block them. Ba Mingji commanded the front line of his brothers to hold them off. The staircase was narrow, and although there were many people with the camel, they were stuck at the staircase by a few individuals. The Lei Zhou gang members even used tables and chairs to block the staircase. Seizing the opportunity, Ba Mingji ran straight to the third floor. Boss, Yan Zubing's men are here. There are so many of them. Let's retreat for now, Ba Mingji hurriedly shouted, as he still had a retreat plan. A hidden retreat route. Ren Yanghua's face darkened, and he said, "Go down from the third floor room window." Snap. Snap. The window on the third floor suddenly shattered. Figures in black uniforms and helmets emerged from the window. They used a kind of hook claw, climbed up to the third floor window from the first floor using ropes. Ren Yanghua was stunned. Damn. They can even use grappling hooks. Who are these people? Ba Mingji shouted in shock. Damn. It's the Yifeng Security Company's men. Retreat quickly. This shout brought the dazed Leizhou gang members back to their senses, and they rushed to another room at the end of the third-floor corridor, while some were ordered by Ba Mingji to block the way. However, the Leizhou men were no match for the fully armed security personnel. In the blink of an eye, they were all subdued. Ba Mingji led the remaining dozen or so men to a room at the end of the corridor, locked the door, and barricaded it with tables and chairs. Meanwhile, the Leizhou gang members, who had been blocking the camel at the staircase on the second floor, turned back, only to see the security personnel descending from the second floor and the third floor. Caught in a pincer attack, the Leizhou men were completely defeated and knocked down. The camel raised his thumb to the security personnel. "Damn. You guys are amazing." He glanced around and suddenly realized he didn't see Wu Xiuan's figure, the figure with the white helmet. Wu Xiuan must have gone to catch Ren Yanhua. "Damn. Let's first catch old Ren." The camel gave the order, and more than 200 people rushed towards the second floor and third floor. In the last room on the third floor, Ba Mingji put down the rope, and there was a piece of land behind the self-built house with 3 of his men already scouting ahead. It was Ren Yanghua's turn next. But suddenly, with a loud bang, the room was violently broken open. "Hurry! Lower me down." Ren Yanhua, propelling his wheelchair's wheels himself, ran towards the direction of the window. Ba Mingji hesitated for a moment, but the next moment, he climbed directly onto the window. "Aji, what are you doing? Don't leave me behind." Ren Yanhua grabbed hold of Ba Mingji's thigh. "Damn it, let go." Ba Mingji kicked Ren Yanhua away, sliding down the rope. With a bang, the door was broken open, and a group of men in black uniforms rushed in. The people in the room who hadn't had the chance to escape immediately set down their weapons and knelt on the ground in panic, begging for mercy. Ren Yanhua, seated in the wheelchair, looked hopeless and despairing. He never thought that one day he would fall into the hands of his enemies, and he never thought that Ba Mingji, whom he had supported, would kick him away in a crucial moment of life and death. This kind of betrayal, the most trusted person, made him feel even more painful and hopeless. "It's over. Everything is over." Wu Xiuan entered the room, his white helmet now tainted with a layer of blood. He coldly stared at Ren Yanhua. "Ren Yanhua, Yuzong said you would pay a more painful price." Ren Yanhua smiled bitterly. "Hey, I never thought that Ren Yanhua, who roamed all his life, would finally lose to a young man in the end. Hey, Yifeng is quite bold." The camel quickly walked up to the room, saw Ren Yanhua, and went straight at him, grabbing Ren Yanhua from the wheelchair and throwing him to the ground. "Damn it, Ren, old dog." The camel slapped Ren Yanhua heavily, knocking his teeth out, causing blood to fill his mouth. But this was far from enough to satisfy the camel. "Damn. If you have the guts, just kill me." Ren Yanhua cursed loudly. The camel showed a cruel smile and said to Ren Yanhua, "Ren, old dog, do you want to die just like this?" Wishful thinking. Ren Yanghua's heart chilled at the camel's smile, feeling a wave of cold fear. "Instructor Wu, a few escape," as security personnel reported to Wu Xiuan. Wu Xiuan sneered, "They can't escape." On the other side, Ba Mingji was spotted just as he came downstairs and was chased and attacked. After being struck twice, he fled towards the main road with his last 3 men, pursued closely by his attackers. In the chase and escape, Ba Mingji and his companions reached the main road, aiming to quickly shake off their pursuers. He had left a motorcycle by the roadside, his planned escape route. As long as he could ride the motorcycle, he could escape. As he was running forward, bright lights from the road ahead almost blinded him. He stopped, shielding his eyes from the glare, vaguely seeing many figures and hearing the clanking of weapons hitting the ground. Dead-ending street, no way out. Tato, laughing cruelly, shouted, "We're done." "Yeah bro." Ba Mingji's companions behind him despair. With pursuers behind and a blockade in front, it was a dead end. "Charge back," Ba Mingji shouted, and the remaining 3 companions could only turn back. But instead of running alongside them, Ba Mingji took a different path, running towards the building next to the street. It was because he had already seen his motorcycle hidden on the roadside under a tarp. Damn it, Ba Mingji made a tough decision, throwing his companions behind and dashing towards the direction of the motorcycle. Dato waved his hand, "Catch him." Several dozen companions quickly ran over, chasing after Ba Mingji. Ba Mingji quickly removed the tarp, inserted the key, and started the motorcycle. His face filled with joy, seeing a glimmer of escape. Damn it, as long as I'm alive, I have a chance. Sooner or later, I'll come back to kill them all. Ba Mingji twisted the throttle and sped towards Dato, using the maximum power and speed to rush past. Dato's men were thrown off by the impact of the motorcycle, with others subconsciously evading. The motorcycle thundered away at breakneck speed, close to 100 kilometers per hour. Damn it, Dato's face darkened, cursing as he hastily chased after. If Ba Mingji managed to escape, he could never show his face in front of his brothers again. He never thought Ba Mingji, the fox, had such a trick up his sleeve, but as he tried to follow, he found himself unable to catch up with the motorcycle. Ba Mingji crashed through construction signs, avoiding parked construction vehicles on the road. Ha ha, I've made my escape. Ba Mingji laughed maniacally, feeling the satisfaction of narrowly escaping death. But in the next moment, a black Santana sedan emerged from a side street at the night market, and at the intersection, it collided with Ba Mingji head-on. Dang! With a deafening roar, Ba Mingji, along with the motorcycle, was sent flying meters away. Ba Mingji crashed heavily against a wall, and a water pipe pierced through his body. The intense force caused his head to spin twice, his face facing his back, the sight extremely gruesome. The black Santana sedan screeched to a halt, its front end damaged. The young man in a floral shirt inside the car was dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Did I just hit someone? The flower-shirted young man was stunned in the car, completely confused. He had just finished meeting with his kept lover and was planning to drive back to the city center. Little did he know that shortly after driving out, such a thing would happen in the middle of the night. Damn it, this is terrible bad luck for generations to come. It's over, it's over. If he killed someone, would he go to jail? If he ran away now, wouldn't it be hit and run? A bigger offense. Oh my god. I don't want to go to jail. The flower-shirted young man sat in the car, at a loss, with no idea what to do. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether to run or not. Suddenly, a burst of footsteps approached. He turned his head and saw countless people pouring out from the roadblock, all wearing black uniforms, a sea of heads like a vast cloud covering the sky. Damn! The flower-shirted young man was shocked, stunned in the car, almost scared out of his wits. What on earth is happening? Several people ran over, one of them being the muscular man he had seen earlier. The muscular man glanced at the poster of Ba Mingji on the wall and then at him, grinning. You, young man, did a good deed. Huh. The flower-shirted young man was bewildered. Come out. The muscular man tapped on the car window. The flower-shirted young man was already trembling, nervously undid his seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. Don't be afraid. Calm down. I'm not going to eat you. Here. Have a smoke, relax. The muscular man smiled, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and handed it to the flower-shirted young man. The flower-shirted young man took it with shaking hands, but didn't dare to light it. The muscular man patted his shoulder and said, Little brother, thanks to you, otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Big brother, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. The flower-shirted young man was on the verge of tears. I know, heh. The muscular man grinned and then lit a cigarette for himself. Light up. Don't worry, we'll take care of the situation. The muscular man even lit the cigarette for him personally, and the flower-shirted young man dared to not refuse. He smoked with a drooping face, reluctantly taking a puff. He turned to look in the direction of the roadblock, seeing more and more people in black clothing, at least 600 to 700 people, many with bloodstains on them. My god, what is this situation? Who are these people? In the crowd, a group of men walked out, led by Luocha. Luocha strode forward, giving the muscular man a pat on the head. Oh, big head. You almost messed up. Luocha scratched his head, helplessly explaining, Luocha brother, I really didn't know he was so cunning. Wusi followed and looked at the body of Ba Mingji, calmly stating, the mission is complete. Luocha took out a cigarette, handed one to Wusi, and lit it for himself. Luocha took a deep puff and said heavily, Brother, this grudge is settled. Brother, have one too. Luocha took out a new cigarette, lit it, and then placed it in the direction of Ba Mingji as an offering. This scene immediately moved hundreds of people on site. Everyone spontaneously stood in silence, mourning. Tears welled up in Luocha's eyes as he knelt heavily in front of the cigarette. Brother, see you in the next life. Dighead wiped away a tear, patted Luocha's shoulder, and said, Luocha brother, let's go. Luocha stood up, wiped his tears, waved his hand, and shouted, brothers, let's go home." "Yes." Hundreds of people responded in unison. This sound made the flower-shirted young man shudder. He stood motionless, watching the group gradually leave. The next morning, at 5 o'clock, in the wilderness on the eastern outskirts of the city, by the Pearl River on the embankment, 3 black Audi sedans raced along the bumpy muddy road, kicking up dust. The convoy stopped at a riverbank entrance. Luocha got out of the front car, lit a cigarette. "Get them out." He waved his hand, and a young man in a black suit behind him responded, "Yes." "Luocha, brother." The man in the black suit went behind, opened the car doors, and dragged Neway out of the car. Big Head then dragged Ren Yanghua out. The present Ren Yanghua had no wheelchair, collapsed on the ground, unable to even sit up, bruised and blood-soaked. "Luocha. Luocha, I don't want to die. Please, I beg you. I beg you." Neway, with his hands bound, knelt on the ground, pleading to Luocha. Luocha took a drag of his cigarette, glanced at Neway, and coldly said, "Do you still have the face to beg me?" Luocha walked up to Neway, kicked him in the face. "Damn it, brother used to treat you as a brother. Are you worthy of brother? Are you worthy of these brothers? Traitor, you're just thinking about money. Damn it." Luocha berated Neway, while punching and kicking him to vent his anger. Neway curled up on the ground, shaking. After exhausting his rage, Luocha poked the lit cigarette on Neway's forehead. Neway let out a cry, tears and snot streaming down his face. He was genuinely terrified of death, overwhelmed with fear. Luocha stood up, then walked over to Ren Yanghua and lifted him up from the ground. The present Ren Yanghua was full of despair, his face pale. "If you want to act, just do it," Ren Yanghua said, in a subdued tone, his old face losing its past luster. "Ren, old dog, your life doesn't belong to me yet. When Feng Jie arrives, I'll know how you should die." Luocha grabbed his collar, whispered with a hint of cruelty in his eyes. "Feng." Ren Yanghua was stunned, the figure of Yi Feng appearing in his mind, filling him with anger and unwillingness. He had been fighting with Yan Zubing for so long, only to fall into the hands of a young man at the end, truly unwilling. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine from behind. Two black Pilsy vehicles approached from the rear, finally stopping behind the convoy. Londa got out of the car and opened the back door of the Pilsy. A young man in a suit and leather shoes stepped out, with Londa draping a black coat over him. Ren Yanghua turned to look, his pupils shrinking abruptly. "Yi Feng." Ren Yanghua stared at Yi Feng with his eyes fixed firmly. The thunderous business empire he had built over a lifetime was all destroyed in the hands of this young man. "Yi Feng, you're ruthless." Yi Feng walked up to Ren Yanghua, waved his hand, signaling for the camel to release him. The camel nodded, throwing Ren Yanghua onto the car hood. Yi Feng's face remained calm as he lit a cigarette and said, "Ren Yanghua, between us, there should be closure." Ren Yanghua gritted his teeth and said, "It should be closure, kid. You've won." A cold light flashed in Yi Feng's eyes as he raised his hand and slapped him. "Win? No. I haven't won. Bing Jie hasn't won. And neither have you." Yi Feng never wanted to get involved in the Jianghu, but he was already in it, beyond his control. He would rather everything hadn't happened. He would rather Bing Jie was still alive. For him, this was just the end of a grudge, not a matter of winning or losing. In reality, all 3 sides lost. He lost a close friend. Yan Hu lost a good father. Xia Yun lost a good husband. Ding Jie lost his life. Now, Ren Yanghua had to lose everything. Ren Yanghua, slapped in the face, felt a surge of anger, his eyes burning like a valve, longing to tear Yi Feng apart with his teeth. But his paralyzed body left him powerless. A sense of impotent rage filled his heart. Yi Feng flicked off the ashes of his cigarette and said coldly, "You don't need to look at me like that. If you want revenge, save it for your next life. Camel, Ren Yanghua is yours to deal with. Handle him as you wish." The camel smirked cruelly, saying, "Hey, all right. Thanks, EJ." Ren Yanghua's face changed abruptly, a sense of despair flooding over him. Dying in the hands of the camel would probably be more painful than death. Yi Feng approached Ma Wei, and kicked him as Ma Wei knelt on the ground. "Ma Wei, you will pay for your greed. Traitors always meet a bad end." Ma Wei got up from the ground, kneeling in front of Yi Feng, pleading, "Feng Jie, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. I don't want to die." "Feng Jie." Yi Feng sneered and kicked him in the face again. "You don't want to die. Did Bing Jie want to die? Damn. Do you still have the face to ask for mercy from me now?" Get lost. Yifeng kicked him down again. Neway tried to crawl back on his knees, but Dato couldn't take it anymore. Rushed over and kicked Neway several meters away, like a soccer ball. Damn. Neway, you deserve to die. Dato cursed loudly. Yifeng patted his shoulder and said, Dato, Neway, it's now your responsibility. With that, Yifeng returned to the Pingzi car, sat in the back seat, smoking a cigarette and watching the sunrise in a daze. The sun had risen. It was a new day. Yifeng exhaled the smoke, then reached his hand out the window, trying to grab onto the fresh sunlight of this new day. There were wails outside the car, the sound of bones breaking. Shrieks echoed through the wilderness. Yifeng threw away the cigarette butt, clenched his fist, holding the sunlight tightly in his hand. After about 10 minutes, the sound of two bodies splashing into the water rang out, and Long Da walked over. Long Da whispered, Funjie, camel has finished. Yifeng nodded calmly, saying, let's go back to the company. Got it. Long Da replied, then got in the driver's seat and started the car. The two Pingzi cars left the scene one after the other. The camel and Dato bowed towards the Pingzi car. Thanks, Funjie. Yifeng returned to Shifeng Group and saw Wang Tai and Han Pingan drinking in the office. Han Pingan's face was already flushed, and there were 2 bottles of Mayo Talia on the table. Funjie is back. Wang Tai wasn't drunk yet, nudging Han Pingan's shoulder. Han Pingan snapped out of it, saw Yifeng, and stood up, saying, Funjie. Yifeng just smiled and said, the job is done. Why are you drinking without me? You didn't even wait for me to celebrate with you. Han Pingan's eyes reddened, picked up a glass, poured a drink for Yifeng. Funjie, thank you. Han Pingan handed the glass to Yifeng, grateful for avenging Yin Zubing, a great favor that he would always remember. Everyone would remember it forever. Yifeng took the glass and said with a slight smile, all right, Pingan, let's toast. Everything is in this drink. Wang Tai also raised his glass, saying, yep, it's all in this drink. The 3 of them clinked glasses and drank up. Yifeng poured himself another glass, then poured it on the ground, saying calmly, this one is for Bingjie. May his spirit in heaven find comfort. Han Pingan couldn't hold back his tears after hearing this, and they rolled down his cheeks. After that drink, the 3 brothers got drunk and all lay on the office sofa, sleeping for a whole day and night. When Yifeng woke up, he had a splitting headache and a dry mouth. Water, mumbled Yifeng as he prepared to get up and get some water. Suddenly, a glass of warm water was handed to him. Thank you, Yifeng mumbled, taking the glass of water and drinking it down in big gulps. The warm water helped clear his head a bit. Suddenly, he realized who handed him the water. He looked up and saw the exquisite and beautiful face of Gu Muxi. Gu Muxi stood with her hands on her hips, teasingly. Yi Shao, you finally wake up. If you didn't wake up soon, I was about to take you to the hospital. Yifeng chuckled and said, but I didn't drink that much, I swear. Gu Muxi gave him a glare, saying, still swear you didn't drink that much? I don't believe you even if you swear more. I didn't drink that much. Look, what time is it now? Gu Muxi pointed to the window, showing that it was already nighttime outside. Yifeng slapped his forehead, saying, oh, it's already dark now. He glanced at the clock and laughed, it's only 7 o'clock. I don't think I slept that long. You're overreacting, Muxi. Gu Muxi grabbed his ear playfully, scolding, 7 o'clock. Do you know what day it is today? If I hadn't asked Long Da, I wouldn't have known you've been sleeping for so long. Yifeng said, oh, it's already been a day and a night. I slept for a long time. He quickly changed the subject, asking, hey, where are TZ and Pingan? Gu Muxi let go of his ear, rolled her eyes, and said, they've already gone back. Yifeng chuckled, scratching his head. Oh, I see. Gu Muxi, amused and exasperated, sat down beside Yifeng and began to massage his temples, asking, are you feeling better? Your head must be throbbing after drinking so much, right? Yifeng nodded and lay comfortably on her round and elastic thighs. Yeah, it was throbbing a bit, but when you massage it, it feels much better. You're magical. Gu Muxi smiled and said, you're always taking advantage of me. Yifeng looked up, but his view was blocked by something massive, a sly smile appearing on his face. Me? Taking advantage of you? A serious guy like me? How could I ever do that? Gu Muxi pouted, asking, Stinky Fan, why do you look a bit lecherous when you smile? No. I didn't smile like that. Hehe. Yifeng chuckled. Gumuxi pinched his ear and scolded. Ha, stinky fun, why are you smiling so lecherously? Oh. No. No. I didn't smile like that. Hehe. Yifeng chuckled. Gumuxi shook her head, asking, aren't you hungry, stinky fun? What do you want to eat later? Yifeng instinctively replied, a big steamed bun. Gumuxi, you little devil. Gumuxi blushed and pinched his soft waist. HMPH tilde stinky fun, getting bolder and bolder. Hey. What are you doing? Yifeng winced in pain and joked. Gumuxi glared at him and said, who made you so smooth talking? Yifeng sat up, grinned, and said, mention smooth talking, then I won't be sleepy anymore. Before Gumuxi could react, Yifeng kissed her. The sudden kiss made Gumuxi stiffen, wide-eyed, and speechless. After a crazy plundering, Yifeng let her go with a satisfied smile. Blushing, Gumuxi looked at him playfully and said, stinky fun, you naughty boy. A man needs to be naughty for a woman to love him. Yifeng chuckled. All right. Little she, come, let me take you to eat delicious food. Gumuxi saw through him and said, take me to eat delicious food. I'm sure you're just hungry yourself. Yifeng laughed. It's all the same, let's go. He got up and pulled her up. 1 month later, at Neway campus. The afternoon sun was warm. Yifeng sat under a tree bench reading a professional book. When he got tired, he covered his face with the book, leaned back, and listened to the sounds of insects and birds, feeling the warm sunlight on him. Very comfortable. This month, Yifeng and Gumuxi had a relaxing campus life. Life at school was simple, with no complicated social issues. They attended classes, played sports, ate, and slept. Yifeng took a break and let Wan Tai and Han Pingan handle the company's affairs. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Wow. Fun, so leisurely. Yan Jian ran over, sat beside Yifeng with a smile. Yifeng lowered the book, looked surprised, and asked, aren't you on a date? Why are you still hanging around school? Ah, forget about it, we broke up, Yan Jian said nonchalantly. Another breakup? How many is this? You just can't keep a relationship, Yifeng teased. She kept asking me to buy designer bags, where do I have all that spare cash? Yan Jian shrugged. Yifeng laughed. Aren't you rich? Yan Jian's expression darkened. Fun. Stop teasing me, my dad restricted my card. I plan to be self-reliant. Yan Jian clenched his fist. Yifeng rolled his eyes and asked, self-reliant? Doing what? Going to be a gigolo. Yan Jian thought for a moment, and then, after a long silence, seems like I really don't know how to do anything. Being a gigolo might be my last resort. Yifeng, it's the first time I've heard someone so calmly considering being a gigolo. Yifeng laughed. Are you out of your mind? Doesn't your family do road construction? Just find some business for your dad. Yan Jian rubbed his chin, shook his head, but I don't know how to find projects. Hey, Fun, do you have a project? Yifeng was taken aback, then said, I do have a project, but I haven't found the right company yet. It depends on your family's capabilities. Yan Jian didn't understand what capabilities meant, so he clapped his hands. Oh, that's good. I'll talk to my dad when I go back. If it's suitable, great. If not, it's okay. He'll increase the limit seeing how devoted I am. Yifeng tugged his mouth and said, Yan, better focus on being a second generation. I'm afraid you'll spend all your dad's money if you start a business. Even if you spend a lot on eating and drinking, you probably won't spend much. If you start a business, in 2 or 3 years, it might all be gone. Yan Jian laughed embarrassedly. Am I that bad? I'm pretty smart, aren't I? At that moment, Yifeng's phone rang. He picked it up and saw Zhang Shibei calling, then answered. Hey, Shibei. What's up? Ha. Fun. Old Zheng and Old Cheng and I are going on a business trip to Guangxi tomorrow. We want to visit your place. The voice of Zhang Shibei came through the phone with a hearty laugh. Yifeng smiled. It was a great opportunity. Sure. Very welcome. I've been saying, if you guys come to Guangxi, you must give me a call. Yifeng said seriously. Definitely. I'm just informing you in advance. Ha. Zhang Shibei laughed. Hey, you don't need to inform me. Don't treat me like a stranger or I'll get mad at you. Yifeng joked. Zhang Shibei smiled, joking. Fan, we plan to arrive in Guangxi around 5 tomorrow afternoon. Yifeng nodded. Okay, I'll have someone pick you up then. You guys coming to Guangxi will definitely have a great time. After a brief exchange, they hung up. Yifeng held his phone, already planning ahead. Zhang Jibei, Zheng Jing, and Cheng Dan, these three people, needed active engagement. The plot of Peng Company cannot do without these three people. In Shenzhen, at the office of Penguin Company, Zhang Jibei hung up the phone and smiled at Zheng Jing, saying, "I told you, contacting Feng Shan in Guangzhou was the right move." Zheng Jing replied with a smile, "It all depends on whether Director Yi has time. Besides, our trip to Guangzhou is not for leisure. We need to finish our business quickly and return." This time, the company sent the three of them to negotiate with the Guangzhou Telecommunications Administration about the special line needs of Penguin Company. Zhang Jibei is in charge of technology, Zheng Jing is in charge of operations, and they are responsible for explaining the details on site. Cheng Dan is in charge of personnel and was not supposed to go, but since the person in charge of external relations, Su Yi, wasn't available, Cheng Dan was asked to follow up. Originally, the three of them had agreed to return after finishing business in Guangzhou, but Zhang Jibei wanted to see Yifeng, so the itinerary was changed last minute. Zheng Jing didn't mind, as spending a couple of days in Guangzhou was fine with him, although he was concerned about bothering Yifeng at work. "Hi." Feng Shen said he has time, so it's okay to visit him. Zhang Jibei waved his hand. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Cheng Dan appeared at the door, smiling at the two of them, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Zhang Jibei told him the news that they would be meeting Yifeng tomorrow. Cheng Dan then said, "Okay, but we might need to leave for Guangzhou early tomorrow." Why? Zhang Jibei asked in surprise. Cheng Dan explained, "The secretary from the Guangzhou Telecommunications Administration called to inform us that Director Lu will be on a business trip the day after tomorrow, and there are many tasks tomorrow. We have been asked to attend a meeting at the office by noon." Zhang Jibei sighed and said, "Oh, okay. Then we can only leave early tomorrow morning." Cheng Dan walked into the office, sat on the sofa, and said seriously, "This negotiation is very important for us. The number of users on QQ is increasing, and the access to our servers is also growing. We must establish 3 dedicated lines to meet QQ's development needs. Whether we can get the approval depends on how well we negotiate this time." Zheng Jing stroked his chin and said, "Shouldn't be a problem, right?" Cheng Dan shook his head and said, "Old Zheng, dealing with the system is different from dealing with businessmen. Many companies apply for dedicated lines, but whether they can be approved is uncertain. But we do what we can. Leave the rest to fate. If it works out, great. If not, we'll have to figure something else out. Maybe seek other connections." Zhang Jibei rubbed his forehead with a bitter smile. He was specialized in technical matters, so he didn't mind focusing on that. However, dealing with those people was a headache for him. That's why Ma Teng arranged for Cheng Dan to be involved, as he had better negotiation skills. Shibei, just focus on explaining the technical requirements. I'll take care of the rest, no need to worry," Cheng Dan reassured him. "All right," Zhang Jibei grinned. "Then, we'll depart for Guangzhou early tomorrow morning." The next day, in the morning, Zhang Jibei and the other two drove directly from the company to the Guangzhou Telecommunications Administration. Upon arrival, they met with Lu Penbin, the director of the Telecommunications Administration. "Hello, Director Lu." Cheng Dan stood up to greet Lu Penbin and shook hands, followed by the others. Lu Penbin merely smiled, showing neither warmth nor coldness towards the three of them. "Mr. Cheng arrived in Guangzhou early this morning, didn't you?" Lu Penbin suddenly asked. "Yes, we rushed here this morning. As soon as we arrived in Guangzhou, we came straight to see you," Cheng Dan replied. Lu Pengbin furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of doubt on his face, but he continued with his hands behind his back, saying, "You must have had a tiring journey. Please have a seat." Lu Pengbin sat down and casually looked through the material submitted by Cheng Dan and his team. During the meeting, Zhang Jibei and Zheng Jing explained the situation of Penguin Company and the requirements of QQ. However, Lu Pengbin seemed a bit disinterested, occasionally nodding in agreement. It was only when Cheng Dan summarized and emphasized the importance of dedicated lines for the company's development that Lu Pengbin finally spoke up, saying, "All right, I have a general idea of your needs. We will carefully study them. As you know, the approval of dedicated lines involves cross-departmental cooperation, and considering the number of companies seeking them, the workload for our department is quite heavy. Director Lu, when can we expect the approval of our application?" Zhang Jibei, growing anxious, asked. Some of the people from the telecommunications administration smiled ambiguously, some shook their heads, and some looked at Lu Pengbin, but no one answered. Lu Pengbin then smiled and said, I understand that you're eager, but this matter needs further consideration. It's not something we can rush. Confused, Zhang Zhibei scratched his head, wondering if he hadn't explained clearly enough. He thought he had been very clear, so why wasn't the approval given immediately? A middle-aged secretary stood up with a smile and said, Okay, let's end the meeting here today. Please wait for further instructions. Director Lu has another internal meeting coming up. Lu Pengbin stood up, nodded to Cheng Den and the others, and then walked out of the meeting room briskly. Soon, only the three of them were left in the conference room. Old Cheng, Old Zheng, did he just string us along? Wasn't my explanation clear enough? He should have understood, right? Why didn't he just approve it on the spot? Zhang Zhibei scratched his head, puzzled. Cheng Den carefully reviewed what he had said and concluded that he had not made any mistakes. Shaking his head, he said, I don't know either. Everything was properly explained. We even informed the secretary in advance. Director Lu should have understood. Glancing towards the direction of the door, Zheng Jing muttered, I feel like Director Lu doesn't really care about us. Cheng Den shrugged, indicating he was unsure. Well, it's almost noon. Let's go have lunch and then come back in the afternoon to inquire. Cheng Den suggested. That's all we can do. I already told Feng Shen that we'll visit him. After finishing the business, Zhang Zhibei agreed. Let's go, let's fill our stomachs first, Zheng Jing said, as they left the telecommunications administration office and wandered the nearby streets, looking for a place to eat. This area was on the northern outskirts of Uxu district, not in the center of Guangzhou, so there were few places to choose from. After walking a couple of streets, the three of them finally found a seafood restaurant that seemed to suit their tastes. The entrance of the restaurant displayed several fish tanks with a variety of live fish and lobsters, all looking fresh. On both sides of the restaurant, there were signs that read, prices clearly marked, fresh seafood. Since Zhang Zhibei loved seafood, he pointed at the restaurant and said, let's not look any further. Let's go here. A burly man in a tank top was standing at the entrance of the restaurant smoking a cigarette. When he saw the three of them approaching, excitement flashed in his eyes, and he quickly threw away the cigarette, warmly welcoming them inside. Are the three bosses here to eat? Please come in. Please come in. Boss, are all the seafood here fresh? Zhang Zhibei casually asked. Of course, fresh, especially lively. Come man, take a look. Our seafood is all thriving. Rest assured. The muscular man in a vest patted his chest and assured, as long as it's fresh, then let's eat here, the three of us. Zhang Zhibei nodded with a smile. Zheng Jing whispered to Zhang Zhibei, Zhibei, do you think the seafood here is expensive? The muscular man in the vest also heard and quickly said, Boss, don't worry, the seafood we sell here is reasonably priced, based on market prices. Zheng Jing was somewhat doubtful, but couldn't resist the enthusiastic hospitality of the muscular man, so they agreed to eat there. As soon as the three entered the restaurant, the muscular man grabbed a notebook and a pen and said to the three of them, Come on, bosses, pick some seafood first. Choose as you like, they are all live. Zhang Zhibei smiled at the other two and said, Ha ha, you choose, this meal is on me. Hey, John is so generous. Cheng Dan gave a thumbs up. Zheng Jing shrugged and said, Zhibei, I don't mind. Just order casually for the three of us. Zhang Zhibei put his arm around Zheng Jing's shoulders and said, Hey, don't worry, it's just a meal. Order what you like. The three of them then selected some seafood, such as lobster, abalone, and king crab, a total of 5 types. After ordering, they found a table and sat down. In a short time, within 15 minutes, the dishes started to arrive one by one. Zheng Jing was surprised and asked, Why is the food prepared so quickly? The muscular man in the vest chuckled. These are quick dishes, they don't take much time. Bosses, please enjoy your meal. With that, the muscular man excused himself. Zhang Zhibei looked at the dishes on the table, especially the vibrant lobster, his mouth watering. He said, Let's dig in. We need to eat before we get back to work this afternoon. The three began to eat. However, after Zheng Jing took a few bites, he furrowed his brow slightly, sensing something was off. Why is the crab meat falling apart? Is it really fresh? Zhang Zhibei, surprised, said, Falling apart? Let me try. He picked up a piece and tasted it, feeling that the meat was indeed too loose and lacking in freshness. Indeed, Chengdan also hesitated and tried a piece, exclaiming, "Oh my, are we being scammed? The meat is too loose," indicating the ingredients might not be fresh. Zhang Jibei widened his eyes. "This doesn't seem right. I remember these were live and kicking when we chose them." Boss. Zhang Jibei stood up and called out. The muscular man in the vest walked over. "What can I do for you bosses?" Zhang Jibei pointed at the crab angrily. "Boss, this crab isn't fresh. We specifically chose live crabs. How can you serve us with dead ones?" The muscular man's face changed. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Boss, you cannot slander us. We only use live crabs. The taste is genuine." Zhang Jibei, taken aback, didn't expect the man to deny it. He said angrily, "How dare you? Do you think I've never had crab before? The meat is so loose. How could it be from live crabs?" He then tried the lobster, encountering a similar texture, his face darkening. "Even the lobster isn't fresh." The muscular man responded coldly, "If you say it's not fresh, then it's not fresh. The dishes we serve are what they are. When I say they're live, they're live. Damn it, do you think you can run a business like this? You clearly intend to deceive us." Zhang Jibei, understanding the situation, realized they were being taken advantage of. Zheng Jing, worried they might escalate the situation, stood up and tried to calm things down. "Let's just stop arguing. We won't eat this meal." Chengdan slammed the table. "Exactly. We won't eat this. Is this food even fit for consumption?" Zhang Jibei glared at the muscular man and demanded, "Do you really think you can run a business like this? Go bankrupt. I'm not eating this meal." The three were about to leave but were blocked by the muscular man. "Feel free to leave, but settle the bill first. It's a total of 6,500. The muscular man extended his hand, his voice cold. Zhang Jibei and the others were stunned. They were still being asked for money after being deceived. And the amount was over 6,000. Zhang Jibei was shaking with anger. Pointing at the muscular man's nose, he scolded, "Shameless! How dare you ask for our money?" The muscular man sneered, "Even if the King of Heaven comes, you still have to pay for your meal. You ordered these dishes, we prepared the jumbo shrimp and crabs as requested. Do you want a free meal?" The argument caught the attention of the restaurant staff, who surrounded the three and prevented them from leaving. Zheng Jing and Cheng Don's expressions changed suddenly, realizing they wouldn't be allowed to leave without paying. "Jin Jie, do these three want a meal without paying?" A man with dyed hair asked. "Yes, if they don't pay, none of them leave." Jin Han tugged at his white vest, sat down on a chair and started smoking. "Outrageous! You're trying to rip us off. I'm telling you, we won't give you a single cent." Zhang Jibei was furious. He may not be good with words, but he had his pride. Jin Han cursed, "FCK, dare not pay. I'll chop off your arms and legs and leave them here. Do you know whose turf this is?" Zhang Jibei heard the blatant threat, his face turning red with anger. However, seeing that there were over 10 people on the other side, he didn't dare to act recklessly. The scene was tense, suffocating. Just then, a ringing phone broke the silence. Zhang Jibei picked up the phone and saw it was from Yifeng's number. He immediately answered. On the other end, Yifeng's voice came through. "Hey, Jibei, where are you guys? Have you arranged for accommodations for tonight?" Zhang Jibei lowered his voice. "Executive Yi, something came up here. Let me take care of it first." "How? What happened?" Yifeng asked in surprise. Zhang Jibei briefly explained the situation. Upon hearing this, Yifeng replied in a deep voice, "Where are you guys now?" Zhang Jibei hesitated, unsure if Yifeng's intervention would help. After a moment, he whispered, "We're at Nando Seafood on Hucken Street in Uxu District. Not far from where I am. Wait for me. I'll be there soon to help you guys out." Yifeng reassured him on the phone. Reluctant to involve Yifeng and potentially cause trouble for him, Zhang Jibei felt guilty. "No. Executive Yi, these people are clearly trying to cheat us. I fear your involvement might not help. We'll manage on our own." Zhang Jibei shook his head. From the other end of the phone, Yifeng's car engine could be heard. "Jibei, listen to me. I'll handle it." The call ended, leaving Zhang Jibei stunned. He hadn't expected such solidarity from Yifeng, rushing to his aid upon hearing he was in trouble. Jin Han, smoking in his chair, mocking, "Heh, still trying to shake people down? Are you shaking people down now? Who's afraid of whom?" F***ck. Your shaking down is worthless. Trust me. No matter who your parents are, no one can leave here without paying. Roughly half an hour later, the sound of a car engine outside broke the stalemate atmosphere inside the shop. Zhang Jibei looked towards the shop entrance and saw the figure of Yifeng, with a young man following behind him. Fun Shen, Manager Yi, Zhang Jibei, Zheng Jing, and Cheng Dan wanted to approach, but Jin Han raised his foot to block their way. I said, you can't go anywhere now. Don't think about leaving here without paying. Jin Han glared fiercely at the three. Yifeng remained calm, walked quickly over, glanced at Zhang Jibei, then at Jin Han, and said, Boss, is this how you do business? Doing business emphasizes the two words of integrity. Boss, can you do business like this? If they could talk things out nicely, no one wanted trouble. It all depended on whether the boss had any sense of propriety. Jin Han stood up, walked to Yifeng, looked him up and down, sneered, Who are you? Little punk, teaching me how to do business. Should I let you teach me how to do business, punk? If you are so righteous, are you going to pay 6,500 bucks? Yifeng coldly snorted, Boss, is this worth 6,500 bucks? It's not that he couldn't afford the thousands of bucks, but he wouldn't pay that money. Jin Han spat, fiercely saying, This is a matter of money. Less nonsense, either pay or get lost. Yifeng's face turned cold. Am I taking someone away today? Jin Han took a step forward, threatening, Then you can try it freely. Whoosh! More than a dozen youths beside Jin Han dragged chairs over, surrounding Yifeng and Dragon. The atmosphere on the scene became extremely tense for a moment, like a powder keg ready to be ignited by a spark. Fun Shen, Zhang Jibei worried that Yifeng might be implicated and fall into danger, and wanted to intervene. But Yifeng raised his hand to stop him, and looked at Jin Han calmly, asking, There is another rule in doing business, that is to value harmony. Boss, are you sure you won't let the person go? Jin Han disdainfully smiled. By what right do you tell me to release someone? Are you going to kneel down and beg me? Beg, will you? Yifeng's eyes flashed a cold light, raised his leg suddenly and knee, hitting him in the abdomen. Bang! This blow was extremely powerful, catching Jin Han off guard. The other little brothers saw Yifeng make a move and lifted chairs, ready to attack. Dragon, who was standing behind Yifeng, quickly stepped forward, instantly kicking out several legs. Smack, 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 smack. 4 wooden chairs shattered on the spot, and 2 people were even kicked and flew out. Dragon's skill shocked the whole place instantly. Jin Han's little brothers were all stunned. Damn. Is this still human? Too terrifying. For a moment, those little brothers all revealed fear when looking at Dragon. Zhang Jibei and the others were also stunned. They never expected the young man following Yifeng to be so skilled, and judging from his temperament, it seemed like he came from the military. Is he Yifeng's bodyguard? As everyone was shocked, Dragon grabbed Jin Han's neck with his left hand, pulled him up from the ground forcibly, and had a dagger in his right hand before they knew it, pressing it against his neck. Can we leave now? Dragon asked coldly. Jin Han, looking at the dagger on his neck, trembled in fear. Damn. This guy is ruthless. With his life in someone else's hands now, his previous arrogance disappeared entirely. Why you? Calm her down. You see can leave now. Jin Han stammered. Dragon sneered. Coward. When he finished speaking, Dragon threw him on the ground and put away the dagger. Yifeng looked at Zhang Jibei, smiling. Jibei, the boss said we can go. Huh? Okay. Zhang Jibei was still in a daze, not fully recovering. Phew. Luckily nothing happened. Fun Shen is truly amazing. Yifeng and Zhang Jibei's group left the restaurant. The young brothers helped Jin Han up from the ground. Boss, are you okay? Feeling embarrassed in front of the little brothers, Jin Han cursed. Damn. A bunch of useless. He looked in the direction Yifeng had left and a grim look flashed in his eyes. Leaving the restaurant, an Audi car was parked at the entrance, and Yifeng welcomed 3 people to get in. After getting into the car, Zheng Jing expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you so much, President Yi. It's all thanks to you. Yifeng smiled and replied, Don't mention it. We are all on the same team. You are not familiar with Guanxi City, so encountering some dishonest businesses is normal. Not everyone in this world is kind. Zhang Jibei scratched his head awkwardly and said, We were actually planning to look for you after finishing our business, but now it's trouble for you to make a special trip. Yifeng laughed heartily and said, "Ha ha, I happen to be nearby on business. If you encounter difficulties, how could I not come to help? All right, let me take you somewhere else to eat. It just so happens that I haven't had lunch yet." With that, the car left and headed to the Swan Hotel. Arriving at the Swan Hotel, Yifeng let them order freely, assuring them that they wouldn't be taken advantage of in a formal 5-star hotel. Zhang Jibei and the others expressed their thanks repeatedly, but they politely ordered only 3 dishes. Yifeng shook his head with a smile and asked the waiter to add 5 more dishes. During the meal, Zheng Jing's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from LV Penbin's secretary. "Hello, is this Secretary Wu?" Zheng Jing's face lit up, thinking there might be some good news from the communications department. On the other end of the phone, Secretary Wu cleared his throat and said, "General Zhen, we have discussed internally, and your application for a dedicated line is not an issue. However, our department is very busy recently and understaffed. You may have to wait a bit." Zhen Jing's face fell immediately. "How long do we need to wait, Secretary Wu? This matter is urgent. Can you talk to Director LV to expedite it?" Secretary Wu comforted him. "General Zheng, I understand your urgency, but this matter requires going through the approval process, and we are short on staff. I hope you can understand." Zhen Jing's face darkened, feeling the other party's attitude was dismissive. He urgently asked, "Secretary Wu, how long do we need to wait? Can you give me a time frame?" General Zheng, I'm sorry, but I can't provide a specific time frame for matters at a higher level." Secretary Wu dodged the question. After a brief conversation, Zheng Jing couldn't get a clear answer and the other party seemed disinterested, so he hung up the phone. Zheng Jing put down his phone, looking displeased. If this matter couldn't be resolved, it would have a significant impact on Penguin Company's development. Zhang Jibei turned to ask, "How did it go, old Zheng? What did they say?" Zheng Jing sighed helplessly. "Our approval for the dedicated line might be delayed. When I asked, Secretary Wu just said they were busy and didn't know. It's frustrating. Isn't it outrageous? Isn't this treating us like a joke? Dealing with them is really difficult." Zhang Jibei, being straightforward as an engineering background, slammed the table. "No, why does this matter keep dragging on? We have to complain. We must escalate it to the higher authorities." Zheng Jing gave him a look and said, "Complain? If we really complain, what if they give us a hard time in return?" Zhang Jibei was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Yifeng listened to their conversation and understood the situation. He asked, "Hey, Jibei, which department are you dealing with?" "Guanxi Communications Management Bureau, Yishen." "How can the Guanxi department handle things like this?" Zhang Jibei sighed and then explained the ins and outs of the situation to Yifeng. After listening, Yifeng chuckled and couldn't help but say, "You guys didn't even inform me in advance when handling this matter. You didn't need to make a special trip yourself. I understand now. After we finish our meal, I will take you to deal with it." Zhang Jibei asked in surprise, "Yishen, do you have a way?" Yifeng smiled mysteriously. "Dealing with the system internally, how can it be the same as doing business with others?" "Jibei, I acknowledge your computer skills are excellent, but perhaps you need to learn more about dealing with the system internally." Zhang Jibei shrugged. "Yishen, I focus on technology. I don't understand these things." Yifeng smiled and said, "It's all right. I will go with you later, and we will get this done." Zhen Jing was puzzled, secretly speculating that maybe Yifeng had a good relationship with Director LV. They could communicate with him, but if he couldn't handle it, he might have to rely on President Yi. After finishing the meal, Yifeng drove them back to the Communications Bureau. At the bureau, Yifeng opened the trunk, and Zhang Jibei saw a car full of gifts. Various cigarettes, alcohol, jade ornaments, piled up high. Zhang Jibei was surprised and asked, "My goodness, Yishen, so many gifts. Who are you planning to give them to?" Yifeng laughed. "Of course, they are to be given to the appropriate people. These items are always kept in the car." Zhang Jibei was puzzled and asked, "Always kept in the car? Why?" Yifeng took 2 bags of alcohol gift boxes, closed the trunk and said, "Because sometimes they may come in handy, and I don't need to make a special trip to buy them. Just like now." "Did you not bring anything for your business in Guanxi City?" Zheng Jing suddenly understood and chuckled. "We thought we were just here for official business and didn't think much about it." Yifeng said, "No matter what business you are involved in, you still need these items. You must pay attention to the way you interact when doing business. Zheng Jing nodded repeatedly, feeling embarrassed. Yes, President Yi, we neglected that. Yifeng picked up the gift box, gestured. All right, let's go inside. Old Zheng, you call Secretary Wu and say, you're preparing to return. Before we leave, we wanted to thank him for his help today. All right. Zheng Jing was taken aback but followed suit and called Secretary Wu. After hanging up after a while, Zheng Jing excitedly said, Hey, Secretary Wu said he wants to meet us in the conference room. Yifeng nodded and said, Let's go then. The group entered the communications bureau and went to the conference room. After a while, the door of the meeting room opened, and a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket entered. Oh, General Zheng, sorry to have kept you waiting. Secretary Wu greeted with a smile. Hello, Secretary Wu. We didn't wait long. We just arrived. Zheng Jing got up to greet, then introduced Yifeng to Secretary Wu. This is our company's operation director, President Yi. Yifeng approached with the gift bag and placed it aside. He shook hands with Secretary Wu and said, Hello, Secretary Wu. I heard from old Zheng that they were able to discuss matters here. Thanks to you. Just before we head back, we wanted to thank you. These are some benefits from the company. We don't need them, Secretary Wu. Please accept them. Secretary Wu looked at the gift bag on the table, not being able to tell what it contained. He peeked inside and saw 2 bottles of Mutai and 2 Dragon Balls, and his eyes lit up. This operations director really knows how to handle things. Unlike these 3 people who directly came from Shenzhen, empty-handed. No wonder the leaders didn't pay much attention to them. Secretary Wu still politely declined, saying, Oh, no need, Mr. Yi. You are too kind. Yifeng handed the gift to him and said seriously, This is just a small token, all company benefits, not purchased with money. Secretary Wu, no need to decline. You have helped us so much. A small gesture really means nothing. Just take it. Secretary Wu smoothly accepted it, saying with a smile, Haha, all right, since Mr. Yi insists, I'll accept it. Their insincere pleasantries left Zhang Zhibei puzzled. Yifeng then said, This is good. But, Secretary Wu, I heard that the special line issue, the leadership side needs some time, right? Our company is in an expansion period. This matter is quite urgent. Secretary Wu pondered for a moment, leaned in closer, and whispered, Mr. Yi, the leadership has their considerations. It's not a small matter. Other companies are also waiting in line. The implication was clear. In Director LV's eyes, other companies were given priority, and the reasons for such priorities were evident. Yifeng nodded in realization. It seemed the Penguin Company had not taken care of its relationship with the Telecommunications Bureau in advance, so re-establishing it now would be difficult. They had to find another way. After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng said, Secretary Wu, I understand. This truly troubles you. Secretary Wu hesitated for a moment and replied, Mr. Yi, I'm really sorry. There's not much I can do to help. Yifeng smiled and said, It's all right, Secretary Wu. Let's think of another solution. By the way, I heard that the Telecommunications Bureau falls under Mayor Ji's leadership, right? Secretary Wu was surprised, indeed. But what do you mean, Mr. Yi? Yifeng chuckled. That makes it easier. With that, Yifeng made a phone call. Hey, Xiaofeng, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Came the voice of Ji Bowen from the other end. Yifeng laughed and said, Hey, leader, I just wanted to greet you. Haha, stop it. You only come to me if there's trouble, so speak up. Ji Bowen cut to the chase. As expected, being a leader, he was perceptive. Yifeng didn't beat around the bush and briefly explained the Telecommunications Bureau's situation. After hearing it, Ji Bowen chuckled. LV Bengbin likes to play these games. Sitting in that position, he should be more dedicated to serving companies. A bit too much. All right, I got it. I'll give him a call later. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up. Secretary Wu, with widened eyes, asked in astonishment, Mr. Yi, you just called Mayor Ji? Yifeng grinned. Yes. Secretary Wu was amazed. She hadn't expected a company executive to have such a good relationship with Ji Bowen. She was completely caught off guard. She quickly returned the gift to Yifeng, saying, Mr. Yi, you should have said so earlier. I can't accept this gift. Cannot. You keep it. I'll inform Director LV later. Yifeng waved his hand. Hey, gifts that have been given should not be taken back. Secretary Wu, Please accept it without worries. Secretary Wu's face lit up with an immensely warm smile and repeatedly invited Yifeng to sit down for a chat, showing a deferential attitude. Zhang Jibei and the other two were surprised to see how swiftly Secretary Wu had changed her demeanor, from being formal to showing reverence towards Yifeng. The switch was too fast. Zheng Jing asked in amazement, Mr. Yi, do you really know Mayor Ji? Yifeng spread his hands, laughed, and said, isn't it obvious? Zheng Jing gave a thumbs up in admiration. Mr. Yi is incredible. Perhaps there was a turning point in the situation now. After a while, Secretary returned with Tia and another person, LV Bengbin. Oh, Mr. Yi, why are you here? Leave Bengbin hurried over, warmly shaking Yifeng's hand, as if they were long-lost friends. His attitude was completely different from before. In fact, Yifeng didn't even know him, but LV Bengbin was acting like they were old acquaintances. Of course, Yifeng was aware of the reason and said, oh, Director LV, nice to meet you. I'm honored to meet you for the first time. Leave Bengbin was a little embarrassed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and awkwardly said, oh, it's my honor. Just now, the leader called me personally, or I wouldn't have known that you had come. I'm really sorry. Leave Bengbin never thought that a small matter like handling the special line would attract Ji Bowen's attention. When he heard that Ji Bowen inquired personally and found out Yifeng was the CEO of Shifeng Group, he was shocked. If not handled properly, he would likely face consequences from above. He hurried over to meet Yifeng to prevent Yifeng from escalating the matter. Please, Yifeng, have a seat. Everyone, please take a seat and have some tea. Leave Bengbin cordially invited them. Zhang Jibei and the others were a bit uncomfortable with his enthusiasm, but seeing Yifeng calm and composed, they sat down too. Yifeng looked at LV Bengbin and asked with a smile, Director LV, about the Penguin Company's special line issue. It was said it might be postponed, right? Leave Bengbin pretended to be clueless and asked back, is that so? Is there such a thing? There is no such thing. Secretary Wu, did you misunderstand my meaning? My point was it might not be that quick. How can it be done in just 1 or 2 days? At least 3 or 4 days are needed. How did you convey my message? Wu's secretary was taken aback but then understood that she had to take the blame for this. Embarrassed, she quickly bowed and said, yes. Leader, I may have misunderstood your intention. Yifeng sipped his tea, observed their exchange, and knew what was happening. He then said, Director LV, can it really be settled in 3 to 4 days? Do the approval procedures move that fast? I heard the bureau is short-staffed. Leave Bengbin immediately responded seriously, Yifeng, rest assured, I'm overseeing the approval procedures myself and coordinating with other departments directly. It will definitely be done quickly. Our bureau is indeed short-staffed, but we must serve enterprise as well. Even if we have to work overtime, we must do it well. His resolute words made Zhang Jibei and the others in the meeting room feel incredulous. Leave Bengbin's level of thinking had suddenly risen remarkably within a few hours. Yifeng stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand with a smile, saying, Thank you, Lu Ru. I appreciate it. Lu Pengbin quickly stood up, shook hands, and said with a smile, Ha, you're welcome. It's just something that should be done. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lu Ru, Yifeng said, taking another gift from under the table and handing it over. Lu Pengbin repeatedly declined, saying, Yizan, you don't need to. There's no need to be so polite. Yifeng insisted, saying, Lu Ru has done us a great favor. This small item is nothing, rest assured. This is just a benefit from our company. We don't need it. Lu Pengbin glanced inside and saw Mao Tai and Huazi. It was no ordinary gift, but seeing Yifeng's persistence, he no longer refused and accepted it, saying with a smile, All right, Yizan, let's have dinner together tonight. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. Yifeng was someone who could make Ji Bowen come forward personally. How could their relationship be ordinary? If he could connect with Yifeng, maybe his position could be improved in the future. However, Yifeng politely declined, saying, Lu Ru, we had other matters to attend to this time. It might not work out today. Let's do it another day. I'll invite you myself. Ha. Yifeng saw through his intentions, but this meal really couldn't be eaten. If Lu Pengbin made some special requests later on, it would be hard to refuse, so he chose not to have this meal to avoid trouble. Lu Pengbin, upon hearing this, showed a trace of disappointment in his eyes but still smiled, saying, "Alright then, Yizan. You have things to do first. Let's reschedule." Next, the group discussed the specifics of setting up the dedicated line. Lu Pengbin assured them that the approval procedures would be completed as quickly as possible, reassuring Zhang Jibei and the others. After chatting for another half an hour, Zhang Jibei and his group bid farewell. Lu Pengbin personally escorted Yifeng, Zhang Jibei, and the others downstairs. As he watched Yifeng drive off, Lu Pengbin wiped the sweat off his forehead, saying, "Finally got it done. Leader, what's the situation with that Yizong?" "I saw him call Mayor Ji right then and there," Secretary Wu whispered. Lu Pengbin pondered for a moment and guessed, possibly Mayor Ji's younger relative. However, no matter what, it shows that Yifeng has significant influence. With someone backing him up, he can thrive in Guan City. It's best not to offend such a person, understand? Secretary Wu nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, leader, I understand. Yifeng, let's go check out your company now." Inside the car, Zhang Jibei curiously suggested. He wanted to see firsthand what kind of company operates 361 Security Manager. "Sure, I'll take you to the company for a tour," Yifeng said with a smile. The two cars raced down the row and arrived at Tian Building shortly after. Looking up at the 45-story building, Zheng Jing was astonished. "Yizan, your company is located here. Isn't this place expensive? Even Penguin Company currently doesn't dare to rent in a CBD building like this. The rent inside must be too high." Yifeng smiled. "It's fine, not too expensive." "How? Not expensive? How much is the rent per square meter here?" Zheng Jing asked in surprise. Yifeng walked ahead and casually mentioned, "Rent went up this year, but it's about 18 yuan per square meter per month." Zheng Jing couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Isn't that expensive? This price is considered high-end office space even in Shenzhen. It's not that Penguin Company can't afford it, it's just that the company is currently in a phase of conserving resources and doesn't want to spend on high rent." Yifeng led the three inside the building and straight to West Feng Group. Arriving on the 30th floor, as soon as they stepped out of the elevator, Zhang Jibei was shocked by what he saw. There was an incredibly spacious entrance hall with a sign reading West Feng Group on the wall. Just this hallway alone was at least 200 square meters. Zhang Jibei's eyes widened in disbelief and he asked, Ye God, is this your company? With such a large front hall, how much space is left for office use? Why was it designed this way?" Yifeng gestured dismissively and said, "It's okay, this entire floor is mine." "Zhang Jibei? Zheng Jing, Cheng Dan?" Zhang Jibei was a bit confused. Fun Shen rented the whole floor. How much rent does that cost? So extravagant. Just looking at this lobby, it's very luxurious. Although the decoration is simple, leaving so much empty space is another kind of luxury. Fun Shen is awesome. Renting a whole floor, this scale is too big. Zhang Jibei praised without end. "It's all right," Yifeng smiled slightly. The group entered the gate, and Zhang Jibei saw two young and beautiful girls at the spacious reception area, with melon-seed faces and big eyes, very eye-catching. With just one glance, his face couldn't help but blush, avoiding their gaze. "Good afternoon," CEO Tilda the two receptionists greeted respectfully. "Well, good afternoon. You guys keep busy. I'm here to show my friends around." Yifeng nodded amiably. "Of course, CEO." The two receptionists responded in unison. Zhang Jibei sneaked a look again. The reception area was really large and white hot. It should be comparable to public companies. Working in such a company is really good, he secretly murmured in his heart, then followed Yifeng into the corporate headquarters, the office area. The office area was spacious, with rows of clean and tidy workstations, which were large workstations. One individual workstation was twice the size of Penguin Company's. Most employees were busy working and didn't notice Yifeng until an administrative staff member passed by them and greeted Yifeng, which caught the attention of other employees who turned their heads to look. "Hi, CEO, CEO. Hey, CEO." They all greeted enthusiastically as if they were seeing an idol. Yifeng smiled and nodded, waving to everyone. However, Zhang Jibei saw the light shining in the employee's eyes and felt that Yifeng was the soul of the company at that moment. At this time, the general manager of West Maple Technology, John Lei, hurried over. "CEO, perfect timing. I was just looking for you. The Dragon God Legend of West Maple Esports has started internal testing," John Lei said happily. This game had been in the final stages before the new year, and now it had entered the internal testing phase, with rapid progress. As long as the internal testing goes smoothly, it can be released to the market. Hearing this good news, Yifeng smiled and said, "You guys work fast, already in internal testing. You and the developers of West Maple Le Sports deserve credit. Let's go, show me." Zhang Jing and the others were stunned. Game internal testing? Was West Maple Group also involved in games? Weren't they a company specializing in 361 computer security management? How magical. Fun Shen, does your company also do gaming business? The prospects of the gaming market are good now, but it's not very profitable. Zhang Zhibei asked in confusion. There are many small games on the market now, but most of them are not making much profit and are not very popular. Why would West Maple Group choose to develop games? Yifeng turned back mysteriously and said, "Hey, Zhibei, this game, it's not just an ordinary game. You'll see later. This game should be the first large-scale MMORPG in the country. Unique." Zhang Zhibei was stunned and said, "RPG online game? This is a big project. Developing this kind of game was usually something big gaming companies did. What's unique about this game?" With full of doubts, Zhang Zhibei and the others followed Yifeng to West Maple Technology Company. West Maple Technology Company was the only subsidiary that worked together with West Maple Group in the same offices, but it also had a large separate office area. After passing through a long corridor and making a turn, Zhang Zhibei suddenly felt enlightened. There was a huge floor-to-ceiling window facing south. Inside, 200-300 people were working at the same time. It was much busier than the front, and the employees were bustling around. In front, there was a huge screen wall displaying various development projects, with project leaders listed, and below each project, there was a progress bar showing the current progress of the project. This huge screen was visually impactful, leaving Zhang Zhibei and others stunned. "Oh my god." Zhang Zhibei was stunned, gaping in amazement. His gaze shifted from the giant screen and swept across the scene of hundreds of people working simultaneously. This was a situation he had never seen before. Fun Shen, are these all technology? Zhang Zhibei asked in astonishment. Yifeng nodded, smiled, and said, "Just a part of the technical staff, belonging to the subsidiary company West Maple Technology, which includes developers of 361 Computer Security House, as well as other project developers, such as games and West Maple e-commerce." Hearing this, Cheng Den suddenly grasped a keyword in his mind. E-commerce. Yifeng, are you also doing e-commerce? Yifeng shrugged, smiled, and said, "Yes, that is also one of the subsidiaries' business." Cheng Den used his hand to pull Zhang Zhibei's and Zhang Don's sleeves, suggesting they take a look at the project list on the screen. Zhang Zhibei then consciously looked at the words on the screen, and his face suddenly changed. West Maple E-Commerce Platform Project. West Maple Electronic Dragon God Legend Project. West Maple Electronic CRM Management System Project. West Maple Logistics System Project. The projects were listed densely, making it easy to overlook if not carefully looked at. But seeing the projects listed, Zhang Zhibei felt that something was off just by looking at the project names. They were all cutting-edge internet applications. His eyes widened, finding it hard to believe. Is this the layout of West Maple Group? Not only was Zhang Zhibei stunned, even the usually composed Zheng Jing couldn't help but be taken aback. Zheng Jing looked at the screen, then at Yifeng, and huge waves surged in his heart. Yifeng was far more formidable than he had imagined. To be able to control such a conglomerate, how could he be an ordinary person? Yifeng's image in his mind suddenly elevated several times. Let's go check out Dragon God Legend and give it a try. Yifeng observed the expressions of the three, unfazed as he spoke. Bringing the three to visit the company, the goal had already been achieved halfway. Cheng Den might not understand, but Zhang Zhibei and Zheng Jing could still be persuaded. The group then walked to the Dragon God Legend project team. A row of test machines were already prepared, with employees testing different roles and functions back and forth. "President, hello." A young male staff member stood up and greeted. Yifeng nodded and smiled. "I heard that the game is in testing, so I'll give it a try." The young man grinned with excitement. "Yes, it's in testing. Please, President." Others cleared their positions. Yifeng motioned for the three to sit down and started playing the game himself. Zhang Zhibei loved playing games, so he eagerly sat down and began controlling his character's movements. He played as a warrior, seeing other characters on the screen including assassins, mages, and priests, each with different skills and equipment. By defeating enemies in the field, he could earn coins and randomly drop equipment. With the excellent gameplay and advanced combat experience, he was immediately captivated, running outside the city to battle and level up. Monsters also drop some materials, like diamonds and mysterious iron, which could be used to upgrade weapons. In less than an hour, he had already understood the basic gameplay and started upgrading his equipment to become stronger. Immersed in the constant rewards and excitement from defeating monsters, he completely forgot that he was still in the company and unknowingly immersed himself in the game. Oh my! This mini-boss is so strong. I can't beat it. Quick, let's team up and take it down. Zhang Zhibei shouted, requesting support from others. Zhibei, stop playing. It's time to work. Zheng Jing chuckled. Zhang Zhibei turned around and realized that many employees had gathered behind him at some point, watching him play. Ahaha, sorry about that, got a bit carried away. My bad. Zhang Zhibei scratched his head, sheepishly laughing. Zhang Lei waved his hand. No problem, no problem. Zhibei, you're doing great at playing, already getting the hang of it so quickly. Zhang Zhibei smirked. I've played many games before, so once I try it out, it's easy to get the hang of it. But I must say, this game is just too fun. I dare say, this is the most fun game I've ever played, hands down. Zhang Lei looked proud. Exaggeration, but indeed there's currently no game that can compete with it. This is all thanks to President Yi's foresight, who designed the entire game's underlying mechanism and gameplay. Both Zhang Zhibei and Zheng Jing were amazed and turned to look at Yi Feng in surprise. Zhang Zhibei exclaimed, Yi God, do you also know how to design games? Yi Feng shrugged, chuckling, is it that hard? Ha ha. Zhang Zhibei, Yi God, you rock. Everyone can do more than you think. Zheng Jing smirked. Well, President Yi, I never expected you to have this talent. Truly impressive. Yi Feng rubbed his fingers, smiling. All right, stop praising me. Anyway, what do you guys think of this game? Cheng Dan took a deep breath and spoke seriously. President Yi, I have a strong feeling that this game is going to be a hit. The gameplay of this game is fantastic. Every time I defeat enemies and get equipment, it makes me happy for a long time, and I also have high expectations for the next time to get even better items. Simply put, the more you play, the more addictive it gets. Zhang Zhibei nodded in agreement. Cheng is right. This game is indeed easily addictive. I didn't realize it's been over an hour already. The gameplay is innovative and fun. The game mechanics are superb. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Dan smiled and asked, President Yi, how do you plan to generate revenue with this game? I see a module in the backpack, gold ingots. Gold ingots are different from coins. Do players have to purchase them? Yi Feng chuckled. Ha ha. Truly the operator noticed it at a glance. Yes. Gold ingots are indeed acquired by recharging. They can be used to purchase materials or weapon equipment. When upgrading weapons and equipment, they are needed. Furthermore, monsters do not drop gold ingots. Apart from recharging and spending money, there's no other way. When Zheng Jing heard the term recharging, he chuckled. This adjective, it's really spot on. Recharging. Yi Feng nodded and continued. Besides recharging gold ingots, players also need to recharge cards to play the game, which is a card charging model. Players need to purchase cards to play the game. Besides these two, the game also features siege mode, group battle mechanisms, plenty of places for activities. Zheng Dan's eyes lit up with excitement. Brilliant. This game's revenue-generating potential is definitely impressive. He could already envision how popular this game would become. As soon as the player base grew, the combination of card charges and ingot recharge mode would undoubtedly be a significant profit-generating weapon. Yi Feng stood up, checked his watch, and smiled. It's getting late. It's time to go off work. Let's go eat. All right. Zhang Zhibei and the others stood up. At this moment, they saw the office staff all standing up in unison. Then the employees started packing up their belongings and headed straight to clock out. See you tomorrow. President, we're off work. Bye. President Yi, see you in the morning. The employees greeted Yi Feng one by one and left the office. Yi Feng also responded warmly. Soon, the office, which had nearly 300 people before, was left with only a few individuals, significantly quieter. Zheng Jing couldn't believe what he saw, then checked the time. It was just past 6 o'clock. They were already off work exactly at 6 o'clock. The boss was still here, and the employees left like this. Apart from public institutions, he had never seen any private company that strictly finished work at 6 in the afternoon. Yifeng, do you have this stipulation to finish work at 6? Zheng Jing asked in confusion. Yifeng asked back, if not 6 o'clock, then when else? We work from 9 to 6 here, with an hour break in between. For a normal 8-hour workday, of course, some people start work in the afternoon and work until the evening, also for 8 hours. Zhang Zhibei was taken aback and asked, what about projects? Aren't there deadlines to meet? Zhang Lei stepped closer, smiling. Zhibei, here. Illegal overtime results in penalty points and salary deductions. If the project isn't finished, we continue working on it tomorrow. What? You mean overtime is illegal and will result in a salary cut? Zhang Zhibei was utterly bewildered. It was the first time he had heard that overtime could lead to a salary deduction. What kind of dream company was this? The benefits were too good. Yifeng turned to Zhang Lei and said, Zhang Lei, the internal testing of the game is over. Before the public testing begins, you need to collaborate with Yifeng Sports to come up with a marketing plan. Try to make the public testing marketing activities colorful and vibrant. In this aspect, you need to cooperate with 361 Software as much as possible to promote the game's popularity. Zhang Lei nodded. Yes, President, I will discuss it with Director Han. Yifeng smiled and said, haha, as long as you understand. Okay, it's time to finish work now. Let's have dinner together later. It's rare for friends from the Penguin Company to visit, and Zhibei is also a technical person. Surely you two have a lot to talk about. Zhang Lei humbly replied. Yes, I still need to learn from General Zhang. Zhang Zhibei straightforwardly said. Hey. Why learn? We exchange ideas, communicate. After work, they found an old Cantonese restaurant near the Tiant building. In the private room, with food and drinks in abundance, Yifeng, Zhang Zhibei, and another person chatted and toasted cheerfully. After drinking for almost half an hour, Zhang Zhibei couldn't handle his alcohol and his face was already flushed, his eyes blurry. With alcohol in his system, his temperament became even more straightforward. He raised his glass to Yifeng. Here, Feng Shen, I toast to you. Without you, the Penguin Company probably wouldn't have been profitable. Let's have a drink. Yifeng didn't want to get him too drunk, shook his head and said with a smile, all right, Zhibei, let's just clink glasses. Let's drink slowly and talk slowly. With that, Yifeng clinked glasses with him. Zhang Zhibei took a sip and sighed heavily. Feng Shen, to be honest, I admire you. I really do. At your age, being able to run a company to such a level, there are probably only a few in the whole country. During my lifetime, there aren't many people I admire. Feng Shen, you're the first. Yifeng modestly smiled. All right, stop flattering me. To succeed in a business, it requires everyone's unity and cooperation. Just like in the Penguin Company. Me, Zhibei, Lao Zheng, Lao Cheng, we all get along well and work naturally. Zhang Zhibei and Zheng Jing nodded in agreement. Cheng Dan, on the other hand, felt a bit puzzled. He sensed that Yifeng's words held a deeper meaning. Did they get along well in the Penguin Company? Were they a trio that included Ma Zhan and Siyi? At that moment, Zhang Zhibei's phone rang. Zhang Zhibei picked up the call and after looking at it, he smiled and said, haha, it's Ma Zhan calling. He then answered the call. Hey. La Ma. What's up, Zhibei? Have you finished the tasks? When are you returning to Shenzhen? Ma Teng's voice came from the other end of the line. Zhang Zhibei replied cheerfully. La Ma, don't worry, everything's done. But thanks to Feng Shen's help, otherwise, this matter would have been quite difficult. The tasks are done, and Feng Shen is treating us to dinner tonight. We'll head back to Shenzhen tomorrow noon. On the phone, Ma Teng fell silent for a moment and asked, oh, Feng Shen is treating you to dinner as well? Yes, we're having a great time here. Ha ha. Zhang Zhibei exclaimed happily. How can I deceive you? Well, let Feng Shen take the call. Zhang Zhibei stood up and handed the phone to Yifeng. Yifeng took the call with a smile. Good evening. Lao Ma. Ma Teng's laughter came from the other end. Hehe. Yizong is too polite. Thank you for the hospitality. Yifeng laughed. No trouble at all. We are all brothers working together. Zhibei, Lao Zheng, Lao Cheng, they are all in a very good mood today. Then, Yifeng looked at Zhang Zhibei and the others, asking, Zhibei, Do you agree with what I said? Zhang Zhibei and Zheng Jing echo. Yes. Laughter filled the scene. However, Ma Teng on the other end of the call found the laughter a bit grating, stirring some discomfort in his heart. He hadn't expected Zhang Zhibei and the others to have such a close relationship with Yifeng. A sense of crisis arose within him. Ma Teng calmly said, "All right, have a good time, but don't drink too much. Zhibei and the others have to return to Shenzhen tomorrow for work." Yifeng casually replied, "Lao Ma, rest assured, I'll take care of Zhibei and the others. If they get too drunk, I'll send them back tomorrow." Ma Teng's eyes flashed a cold light. He sensed that Yifeng was blatantly trying to sway Zhang Zhibei and the others. If Zhang Zhibei and the others were to support Yifeng, it would indeed affect Ma Teng's influence in the Penguin Company. Just a gesture of friendship, Yifeng said with a smile. With that, Yifeng handed the phone back to Zhang Zhibei. After chatting with Ma Teng for a while, Zhang Zhibei ended the call. "Let's continue drinking," he said. Raising his glass, Yifeng squinted his eyes and joined the others in toasting, already silently pondering Ma Teng's intentions. Surely Ma Teng must be feeling uneasy now. In the Guifang community in Shenzhen, at Ma Teng's home, lights were on in the study, and Ma Teng sat in the chair, deep in thought, tapping his fingers on the table. Knocking on the door was heard. Then the door opened, revealing a short-haired, beautiful woman in a lace nightgown. "Honey, aren't you going to freshen up and sleep tonight?" the woman asked with a smile. Ma Teng looked up at his wife Zhang Himei, concealing his worries, forced a smile and said, "In a moment." Knowing her husband well, Zhang Himei sensed Ma Teng's concerns and walked over, standing behind him to massage his shoulders, asking, "Do you have something on your mind recently? Isn't the Penguin Company on the right track now? Isn't it already profitable? Why the worrying now?" Enjoying his wife's massage, Ma Teng sighed, calmed down, and said, "That's true. But it's all accomplished through a gambling agreement. Yifeng indeed has some abilities, but if we let him take away most of the shares." Hearing this, Zhang Himei suddenly understood Ma Teng's worries. Back then, due to the pressure of the company's survival, there was no other option. Now that things are on track, I feel like we need to find time to talk to Yifeng. Although he has merits, this company is still our hard work. If we just hand it over, even I wouldn't bear it. I would feel reluctant. Comforted by his wife's understanding, Ma Teng realized she knew him well. That's right. It feels like we need to have a talk with Yifeng, subtly understand his intentions. If he can step back, it would be beneficial for everyone. Zhang Himei smiled and said, "Don't overthink it. With the support of Zhibei, Ciyi, and the others in the company, besides you, no one else can be the master of the Penguin Company." Ma Teng narrowed his eyes, pondered carefully for a moment, and said, "That's true. But tonight, Yifeng treated Zhibei and the others to dinner, and they seemed to have a great time." Hearing this, Zhang Himei was surprised, realizing that this was likely the reason for her husband's distraction tonight. If Ma Teng wanted to control the Penguin Company, it couldn't be done without the support of Zhang Zhibei and the other founding partners. If Zhang Zhibei and the others were to switch their support to Yifeng, it would indeed affect Ma Teng's influence in the company. "Husband, are you worried about Zhang Zhibei and the others?" Zhang Himei hinted at something, but didn't dare to be too explicit because after all, Ma Teng and Zhang Zhibei were business partners. Ma Teng pursed his lips and smiled, saying, "It's fine. Zhibei knows his limits, and besides, he's been with me for so long. Our relationship is different." Zhang Himei nodded, but couldn't help but say, "When it comes to interests, besides family, there are not many people you can rely on." Ma Teng smiled, patted her hand, and reassured her, "Don't worry, I have my own plans. The future of Penguin Company will still be in my hands, and can only be in my hands. It's getting late now, you should go back to rest in the room." Zhang Himei responded with an acknowledgement and was about to leave. After Zhang Himei left, Ma Teng's face gradually darkened. He was just trying to ease his wife's worries, but deep down, he already harbored a deep sense of apprehension towards Yifeng. If Zhang Zhibei and Zheng Jing sided with Yifeng in the Penguin Company, he could easily fall into a passive position. He never dared to gamble on human nature, to gamble on whether Zhang Zhibei could be trusted. He tapped his fingers on the table one by one, lost in thought. After a long while, he suddenly stopped, sat up straight, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. It's time to kick Yifeng out. The next day at noon, Zhang Zhibei had just returned to the Penguin Company and put down his backpack, ready to work. Zhibei, come here for a moment. Ma Teng walked over, smiling at him. Zhang Zhibei was somewhat surprised. He had just returned, and now there was a new task. But he still got up and responded, okay. Following Ma Teng to the office was already filled with Zheng Jing, Cheng Dan, and other partners. Ha. Come, Zhibei, you guys have worked hard. Come, sit down, Ma Teng invited. The 5 partners of the Penguin Company sat around the tea table, brewing tea and drinking. Ma Teng poured a cup of tea for Zhang Zhibei and smiled. Zhibei, we've known each other for almost 5 years, right? Yeah. Time flies quickly. Zhang Zhibei scratched his head, feeling emotional. Indeed, time flies. It's been almost 2 years since our company started. Last year, we went through many obstacles, but this year, with everyone's efforts, the company's development is getting better and better. Thanks to all of you, Ma Teng praised. Especially Zhibei, as the technical guru of our company, he has been the biggest contributor in perfecting and implementing QQ. Other people nodded in agreement. Without Zhang Zhibei's technical expertise and leadership of the technical team, there would not be the QQ product. Zhang Zhibei smiled humbly and modestly said, it's all thanks to everyone's efforts. In fact, our company's success is largely due to the excellent operation strategy of Mr. Feng. With QQ Space launched and QQ members online, our cash income is increasing rapidly. Zhang Zhibei spoke the truth, but Xi sneered and did not speak. Ma Teng's face was not pleasing, and he did not speak either, silently glancing at the others. Zhang Zhibei continued, I think in the future, Penguin Company will definitely enter the fast lane. With profits, survival won't be a problem. We need to take proactive expansion measures to fill the gap in the domestic internet communication and social networking sector. Mr. Fun is right. Internet entrepreneurship needs to quickly expand. Currently, traffic is king. With traffic, there will be plenty of opportunities for monetization. Zhang Zhibei then shared some of the things he discussed while drinking with Yifeng the previous night. But before he could finish, Ma Teng raised his hand to interrupt him, smiling. Yifeng indeed has extraordinary abilities, and what he said, I understand. That in terms of actual company operations, it's a different matter. Yifeng has made some contributions to our company, for which I am very grateful. Though Ma Teng's words sounded appreciative, they subtly excluded Yifeng from the Penguin Company. Xi nodded. Zheng Jing frowned slightly. Cheng Dan remained composed as if she hadn't heard it. Only Zhang Zhibei truly thought Ma Teng was praising and appreciating Yifeng, and he happily said, ha, yes, Boss Ma, you're right. Ma Teng smiled faintly and continued. Yifeng invested money and did some work, but we are still far from reaching a tens of millions in annual revenue. Relying solely on member income won't be enough, and in terms of the betting agreement, he probably won't be able to fulfill it. I thought, instead of disappointing him, it might be better to just give him some more shares and forget about the betting agreement. Zheng Jing, Cheng Dan, and Zhang Zhibei were all stunned by Ma Teng's words. Only Suyi remained unfazed, seeming to have known about Ma Teng's plan earlier. Zhang Zhibei was puzzled. The company has recently been on the right track, and although reaching tens of millions in revenue is challenging, it's not impossible. If we talk to Mr. Feng this way, will he accept it? Zhang Zhibei actually thought Ma Teng was considering Yifeng's feelings, looking slightly surprised. Zheng Jing, on the other hand, understood the true intention behind Ma Teng's words, with a slight change in his expression. Ma Teng was planning to oust Yifeng from the company's management team. Ma Teng turned his head and glanced at Ziyi, then looked at Zhang Zhibei and said, Zhibei, this is a more suitable solution for Yifeng. He will agree. Zhang Zhibei smiled and said, hey, we can make decisions on behalf of Yifeng God. Regardless of whether the gambling agreement is reached or not, it would be a great thing for our company if he stays in management. However, Suyi said in a cold tone, Zhibei, I think it's better for Yifeng not to stay in management. He is more suitable as a shareholder. Zhang Zhibei was taken aback and subconsciously questioned, Old Su, with Yifeng God's capabilities, becoming one of our partners is completely feasible. The profitability of our company still relies on Yifeng God. Suyi replied calmly with a straight face, with Yifeng's ambition, how could he possibly just want to be a partner? Moreover, we are not really partners with Yifeng after all. Zhibei, think about it, if Yifeng completes the gambling agreement, where would that leave us in the company? Zhang Zhibei hesitated and defended Yifeng. Old Su, Your thoughts seem a bit narrow. Even if the gambling agreement is completed, would Yifeng God really be that kind of person? Suyi sneered. Knowing people's appearance is not the same as knowing their heart. Jibei, don't be too naive. Old Su, what do you mean by that? Zhang Jibei asked, somewhat angrily. Mateng suddenly spoke up. Jibei, what Old Su said does make some sense. The few of us went through a lot to establish Penguin Company. Penguin Company is like our child. Zhang Jibei frowned and continued asking, so, are you suggesting, Old Ma, that we don't want Yifeng to be involved in the specific management of the company and want to sideline him? Mateng remained silent, indicating his approval with his silence. Zhang Jibei furrowed his brows and questioned further, Old Ma, is what we're doing a bit too heartless, a bit overkill? Yifeng God has finally invested in us and made Penguin Company profitable. Are we really going to treat him like this? After hesitating for a moment, Zhen Jing finally spoke up. Yeah, is this going too far? He didn't fully agree with Mateng's approach and felt it wasn't right. But from Mateng's perspective, he could vaguely understand the reason behind Mateng's actions. If Mateng didn't do this, in the future, Penguin Company might end up being led by Yifeng instead of Ma. Different positions lead to different perspectives and considerations of interests. For Zheng Jing, whoever leads Penguin Company is fine as long as the company can develop and make money. From the last marketing campaign, it was clear that Yifeng's capabilities were not inferior to Mateng's, and he could even generate revenue for Penguin Company. In addition, since Yifeng also ran a conglomerate, Zheng Jing could sense that perhaps letting Yifeng lead Penguin Company would be even more appropriate. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to speak up for Yifeng. It doesn't matter. In my opinion, the gambling agreement is bound to fail. Giving him some shares as compensation is already sufficient. Old Zheng, Penguin Company should still be in our hands. Mateng looked at Zhen Jing and said earnestly. At this point, it was already a partial showdown. Mateng didn't want Yifeng to complete the gambling agreement. If he did, Yifeng would lose control of Penguin Company. Mateng had already set the stage to ensure that the gambling agreement could not be completed. It must not be completed. Mateng had already prepared for this. By convening this meeting today, he wanted to see everyone's stance. Zhen Jing's face changed, and he said in a low voice, that's true. But I think Yifeng's capabilities are still very good. This meant that he didn't support Mateng's effort to sideline Yifeng and wanted Yifeng to continue participating in company affairs. Zhang Jibei nodded repeatedly and said seriously, yes. In fact, Yifeng still has many resources. If he brings those resources to Penguin Company, it can definitely accelerate the company's development. Regardless of what you all think, I support Yifeng's continued involvement in company management. Zhang Jibei spoke with firm conviction. His support was genuine, coming from the perspective of the company's best interests. He believed that Yifeng's participation in Penguin Company would be greatly beneficial. Mateng's eyes flashed with a cold light, but he maintained a smiling demeanor on the surface, saying, Jibei, I understand your feelings. Let's table this matter for now and discuss it later. But Suyi couldn't hold back and slammed the table, saying, Jibei, are you blind? Aren't you afraid that after all our hard work and the creation of Q, we'll end up making wedding clothes for others in the end? If you let Yifeng in, what do we do then? I'm asking you, what do we do? Zhang Jibei stared and said, whatever is happening now will continue to happen. Moreover, we unanimously approved the gambling agreement with Yifeng. Now that Yifeng has increased the company's revenue and found profitable ways, are you all trying to throw it all away? Just for your own interests, disregarding the company's development? Old Su, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Suyi angrily stood up, pointing at Zhang Jibei and scolding, idiot. Am I only thinking for myself? Am I not thinking about everyone's interests? If the gambling agreement goes through, Zhang Jibei, won't your share also decrease? Zhang Jibei also stood up and said angrily, even if it decreases, at least I am someone who keeps my word. What? What do you mean by that? Suyi shouted. The two began arguing, and the other three people rose to intervene, pulling them apart to calm them down. After calming them down for a while, Mateng told everyone, all right, let's not discuss this matter for now. We'll talk about it later. Let's disperse. Mateng spoke, and the others left one by one, except Suyi, who stayed behind. That bastard Jibei, if he doesn't want his share, then he shouldn't drag me down with him, Suyi said, indignantly. He couldn't bear to part with the shares he held from the beginning, especially now that Penguin Company was on the right track, with unlimited potential for future development. Mateng said calmly, enough with the anger. Zhibei, old Zeng, maybe they are not suitable to stay in the company in the future. As for Lao Cheng, let's observe him a bit longer. After this meeting, he couldn't trust Zhang Zhibei anymore. Upon hearing this, Suyi immediately understood his intentions. Mateng wanted to sideline both Zhang Zhibei and Zeng Jing. Mateng currently held 40% of the company's shares, and with IDG and the telecom company holding 40%, these two venture capital firms, largely following Mateng's lead, completely controlled Penguin Company. As long as they held a shareholder meeting and voted to exclude Zhang Zhibei, Zeng Jing, and also Yifan, they would be unable to participate in the company's affairs. If the gambling agreement couldn't be completed, then Penguin Company would still be under Mateng's control. Suyi whispered, so, Mateng, what about the gambling agreement? Given the current revenue trend, which is less than 1 million a month, it may not be achieved, but who knows what other means Yifeng might have. Mateng smiled slightly and said, I say it won't be achieved, so it mustn't be achieved. The company is in our hands. Whether it's achieved or not, it's up to us, right? With that, Mateng got up and walked to the phone to make a call. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie entered the office. Mateng, do you have any orders? Lao Li, the current environment is not favorable. We need to cut costs and optimize. As the financial manager, you need to plan accordingly and cut unnecessary company expenses. Mateng paused and smiled. For example, expanding technical team and server capacity may not be necessary right now. Also, to prevent server malfunctions, have the technical department temporarily shut down some servers for maintenance. The middle-aged man in a suit and tie nodded. I understand, Mateng. I will take care of it. Upon hearing this, Suyi's eyes lit up, finally understanding Mateng's tactics. Yifeng would definitely lose this round. Lao Su, I'm heading to IDG for a bit. If there's anything happening at the company, you can just give me a call directly. Mateng stood up and smiled. Also, next Monday, I'm planning to hold a shareholders meeting. Get ready to notify all the shareholders. Suyi also stood up and nodded. Okay, General Ma. He guessed that Mateng was going to persuade two investment shareholders to bring more shareholders on board. By holding the shareholders meeting, they were probably getting ready to sideline Yifeng. Just as Mateng took a few steps, he suddenly turned back to Suyi and said, Lao Su, if you have time, try to work on Zibei and the others' mindset. Remember, we are the partners of Penguin Company. Suyi looked troubled but still replying, okay, I'll do my best, but you know Zibei's temper. A bit stubborn, it might not be effective. Mateng smiled and said, do your best. With that, Mateng turned and walked out of the office. Meanwhile, in the Penguin Company's tea room, Zhang Zibei drank a glass of water and exclaimed, what is Lao Su thinking? Just for the sake of his shares. Zeng Jing sighed and whispered, what else do you think? You're in the technical aspect, so you might not mind, but Lao Ma is the major shareholder. Will he let Yizan take control of the company? Zhang Zibei paused for a moment and then said, we can also become partners together. Expand the company. Isn't that a good idea? Zeng Jing shook his head and glanced at him, saying, have you ever seen two tigers share one mountain? Maybe. But Lao Ma agreed to the gambling agreement at the beginning. Zhang Zibei guessed and asked. Zeng Jing sighed and remained silent, confirming his guess. Zhang Zibei fell into silence as well. After a while, Zhang Zibei asked in a low voice, so, did Lao Ma only intend to use Yifeng to get through the company's difficulties from the beginning? Zeng Jing neither confirmed nor denied, saying, maybe. These three words hit Zhang Zibei like thunder. In his mind, Mateng had always been a person of integrity and sincerity, one of the reasons he had been following Mateng. But this incident shattered Mateng's image in his mind. He couldn't accept it. Zeng Jing saw his changing expression and patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying in a low voice, Zibei, you are focused on technology, but sometimes, human nature is more complex than technology. Zhang Zibei remained silent, grabbed a glass of water, then left the tea room. A week later, On Monday morning, Yifeng and Wan Tai went to Shenzhen to attend the shareholder meeting of Penguin Company. Just as they arrived at the company building, they coincidentally met Zhang Zibei buying breakfast from a roadside stall. Yifeng greeted him. "Zibei, having breakfast so late?" Zhang Zibei handed over the money, turned back to Yifeng, and replied, "Yeah, Yifeng is here so early." Zhang Zibei then walked over with his breakfast, offering a bun to Yifeng, asking, "Yifeng, want a big meat bun?" Yifeng waved his hand, declining. "No, you eat it yourself." Then he asked, "Zibei, do you think General Ma suddenly calling for a shareholder meeting is just for informational purposes?" Zhang Zibei hesitated for a moment and replied, "The actual situation, I'm not sure." Yifeng, seeing his reaction, smiled and didn't pursue the question further. "Haha, maybe General Ma has some adjustments in mind. By the way, it seems like the marketing plan I worked on last month hasn't been implemented yet." "The one about the farming activity?" Zhang Zibei pondered and whispered, "Yifeng, the technical department is busy developing a new version of QQ now. The testing department says there are still many bugs to fix, and the technical department is short-staffed." "Short-staffed? Why not hire more people then?" Yifeng asked in surprise. "General Ma said the external situation is not go. We need to save expenses and strive to survive." Zhang Zibei continued. Yifeng's eyes gleamed, nodding, "I see, let's go. We're heading to the company together." The three of them went upstairs to Penguin Company. Zhang Zibei went back to his office to have breakfast, while Yifeng and Wan Tai went to the lounge to make coffee. "Wan Tai, what's the situation with Penguin Company recently? They don't seem to be in a rush to expand at all." Wan Tai asked in a low voice. Yifeng put down his coffee, calmly saying, "What other reason could it be? Not in a hurry to make money, at least not in this year." Wan Tai instantly realized they don't want to fulfill the gambling agreement. Yifeng nodded, stirring his coffee, smiling. "Yes, I expected this situation long ago. If Ma Teng actively cooperated to fulfill the gambling agreement, that would be contrary to human nature. He's not that magnanimous." Wan Tai hurriedly asked, "Yifeng, what do we do? If Ma Teng obstructs it, won't our target revenue of tens of millions go down the drain? If the gambling fails, we'll have to invest another million." Yifeng chuckled and said, "Let's see first. If Ma Teng takes me for a fool, the one ending up being a fool will be him." Since reaching the gambling agreement with Ma Teng, he had anticipated this scenario, always considering the worst-case scenario to achieve success. If Ma Teng truly cared for Penguin Company rather than personal interests, Yifeng respected him as a man, and Penguin Company might still allow Ma Teng and his fellow partners to exist under his control of the majority of shares. But if Ma Teng didn't want to relinquish his shares and aimed to sabotage the gambling agreement for selfish reasons, then he couldn't blame him for being ruthless. An hour later, Gong Feizhen from IDG and Sun Feng from the telecommunications company, to shareholder representatives, arrived at Penguin Company, and the shareholder meeting officially began. All shareholders of Penguin Company, Ma Teng's 5 partners, to investment representatives, and Yifeng were present in the meeting room. Ma Teng sat at the main seat and started reporting on the recent corporate situation. "Everyone, since the activation of QQ membership fees, Penguin Company has turned losses into profits. However, because the whole membership value-added system is not yet perfect, the monthly revenue is not high. On average, the monthly revenue is just over 500,000, with limited growth. Our management team is actively seeking new dynamics to improve revenue levels, but due to the impact of the international internet bubble and the slowing growth of domestic internet users, the addition of QQ users slowing down, the company still faces significant revenue pressure in the future, and I hope everyone understands." Ma Teng spoke and glanced at Yifeng. Noticing Yifeng's expressionless face, he continued, "But as long as we work together, we can certainly overcome this challenge, keep the company alive. At least, currently, our company's operating situation is much better than many other internet companies." Gong Feizhen from IDG nodded, laughing, "Ha, General Ma, you're right. As long as you have this confidence, we feel at ease too." "Yes, General Ma, you just go ahead and do what you need to," Sun Feng encouraged. These two individuals obviously showed more closeness to Ma Teng. Ma Teng smiled slightly, then turned to Yifeng, asking, "Yizan, what do you think?" Yifeng twirled the pen in his hand and calmly stated, I don't believe external factors are the main reason for the company's slowing revenue growth. I think Penguin Company needs to adopt a more aggressive marketing strategy to increase revenue. Achieving a monthly revenue of over $1 million, or even $2 million, is still possible. Ma Teng directly negated. Yizong, perhaps you are a bit too optimistic. Yifeng countered. Looking at him, I don't think I'm being optimistic. I just want to ask, General Ma, why haven't you implemented the marketing plan I submitted earlier? Ma Teng sat down, clasped his hands together, calmly responding, I believe the company doesn't need to invest so many resources in marketing as the return on investment is not satisfactory. Yifeng chuckled and questioned, how do you know if you haven't even tried? Ma Teng looked around, shrugged, it was our collective decision. Everyone thinks the same, so I decided to be conservative, which is the right thing to do. It's our consensus. Ma Teng used the others to press Yifeng, wanting to make Yifeng unable to argue. The brief conversation between the two brought the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly to a freezing point. Yifeng glanced at the others and questioned, everyone's consensus? Why wasn't my opinion considered? He knocked on the table and solemnly stated, Director Ma, don't forget, I am also part of the team. Ma Teng smiled, General, how could I forget? I didn't say we would never consider your marketing plan. Just that it's not suitable at the moment. I still have the final say in this matter. Ma Teng's words were firm and impeccable, but it also meant a showdown with Yifeng. It was clear that Ma Teng was asserting his authority as the one who calls the shots at Penguin Company. Su Yi chimed in. Yes, General Yi, the current environment isn't favorable, so we shouldn't pursue overly aggressive marketing strategies. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, staring at him calmly and asked, so my role as director is useless then? Ma Teng smiled. Not exactly, General. We still have great faith in your abilities, but right now the company needs you in a more important capacity. Yifeng coldly asked, where? Ma Teng pointed at the table. Penguin Company intends to conduct some offline promotional activities in Guangxi City, a crucial branding opportunity. Since you're also in Guangxi, you will be fully responsible for the brand activities there. The company will fully support you. Ma Teng's true intention was revealed. He was stripping Yifeng of his operational management power at Penguin Company and assigning him to an unimportant position. A blatant power grab. Wan Tai, feeling angry, pounded the table and questioned, Ma, what do you mean by this? Having Feng engage in brand activities in Guangxi. What nonsense is this? Su Yi waved her hand and chuckled. Brand activities are crucial. Wang, don't get upset. Her smile carried a hint of mockery. Oh. Wang Tai was about to explode but was halted by Yifeng. Yifeng looked at Ma Teng and calmly stated, Ma, I refuse this reassignment. This statement filled the meeting room with a palpable tension between Yifeng and Ma Teng. Their gazes met, sharp and confrontational. Today is the shareholders' meeting, so let's put it to a vote. General Yi. Ma Teng raised his hand. Smiling, those in favor of this appointment, please raise your hand. Su Yi was the first to do so, followed by Gong Feizhen from IDG and Sun Feng from Telecommunications, each raising their hands. For people in the meeting room had already raised their hands, collectively holding the majority of Penguin Company's shares, giving them decision-making authority. As the de facto CEO of Penguin Company, Ma Teng had full authority over personnel decisions. Lao Cheng, Ma Teng looked at Cheng Dan, Zhang Jibei, and the others, his gaze carrying pressure. Cheng Dan broke out in a cold sweat, hesitated to raise his hand, but ultimately did not. It was futile by now. Zhang Jibei and Zheng Dan showed no intention to raise their hands, helplessly watching on the side. Their actions would not change the fact that Yifeng was being usurped. Yifeng's eyes gleamed with a cold light, maintaining a calm expression. Ma, it seems you came prepared today. Yifeng sneered. With that, the two of them had daringly torn off the facade, bringing underlying conflicts to the surface. Ma Teng withdrew his hand, a smug smile playing on his lips. General Yi, I hope you will comply with the company's arrangement. Wang Tai, rising from his seat, glared angrily at Ma Teng, wanting to rebuke him but was stopped by Yifeng. Fine. Shareholders, the minority yields to the majority. I understand. Yifeng smiled faintly. I will comply with the company's decision. Ma Teng straightened in the documents in front of him and said with a smile, that's good. By the way, General Yi, regarding the betting agreement, if you give up the betting agreement, I will offer corresponding equity compensation. I believe now, the company no longer needs to continue with this betting agreement. Yifeng leaned back in his chair, coldly retorting, sorry, I have no intention of giving up the betting agreement. Ma Teng's face darkened. Although he had complete control over the company and its revenue, Yifeng had no chance of winning. It vexed him that Yifeng was adamant about the betting agreement. All right, no need to force it. Ma Teng maintained a calm exterior, then stood up. Today's meeting ends here. Everyone may disperse. Shibei, Lao Zhen, Lao Chen, the three of you come to my office. Saying that, Ma Teng looked at Zhang Zhibei and the others before turning and leaving. Gong Feizheng and Sun Feng followed suit, standing up and approaching Yifeng, patting his shoulder. Gong Feizheng chuckled. General Yi, Penguin Company still relies on Chief Ma. Understand this. Okay. Haha. His laughter had a grating edge. Sun Feng also added, all right, don't blame us, General Yi. Penguin Company needs stability. Let's continue to work together in unity. Yifeng stood up, gazing at the two of them and said, when the mountain collapses, those farthest away are safest. Don't get hit by flying rocks. Standing at the foot of the mountain is very dangerous. Sun Feng waved his hand nonchalantly, feigning ignorance, that's for sure. But Shenzhen isn't in a seismic zone. Very safe. Okay. The meeting is over. Let's head back. The two of them walked out of the meeting room side by side. Yi, passing by Yifeng, finally couldn't resist a mocking smile. General Yi, do well in branding in Guanxi. Heh. With that, Yi left the meeting room. Zhang Zhibei stood up and approached Yifeng, looking embarrassed and apologetic. Feng, I'm sorry. He felt a deep sense of remorse towards Yifeng. They had been on the right track, working hard to build the company. Following the betting agreement would have sufficed. An agreement is a promise between businessmen. He simply hadn't expected that once the company was on the rise, Ma Teng wouldn't relinquish his shareholding and control of the company, directly pushing Yifeng out. He felt extremely guilty and responsible for the situation. Yifeng gently patted his shoulder, comforting him. Hey, Shibei, it's okay. No need to apologize to me. I'll be in Shenzhen for a few days. When I have time, let's grab a meal. Zhang Zhibei was surprised by Yifeng's magnanimity and openness. He was moved by the gesture. All right. Yifeng nodded, then turned and left the meeting room. Wang Tai closely followed. Once outside the meeting room, Wang Tai couldn't contain his anger. Damn it, Feng. Ma Teng is really bullying us. He's clearly being unreasonable. I'm willing to fulfill the betting agreement with you. Wanting to kick you out. He wants to void the agreement. This guy is too crafty. You can't judge a person by their appearance. When the elevator doors opened, Yifeng didn't speak, entering directly. Inside the elevator, Wang Tai, feeling anxious, asked, Feng, the situation is very unfavorable for us now. What should we do? Yifeng's eyes flashed with a cold light as he coldly replied, what should we do? Chill. Since he's overturned the table, then Ma Teng can't expect a peaceful meal. In the CEO's office, Ma Teng sat on the boss chair, smoking, while Zhang Zhibei, Zheng Jing, and Cheng Den stood in front of him, with Yi sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. The atmosphere in the office was somewhat tense, with no one speaking. After a while, Ma Teng flicked the cigarette ash, looked up at Zhang Zhibei, and said, Zhibei, we've known each other for 5 years, right? Yes, Lao Ma. It's been 5.5 years, Zhang Zhibei replied, pulling up a chair to sit down. Ma Teng stared at him intently and continued, Penguin Company was founded by us together. Are you willing to hand it over to an outsider? Zhang Zhibei gripped the chair tightly with both hands and asked, an outsider? Who is considered an outsider? Fan Shen? Ma Teng took a heavy drag on the cigarette and said coldly, isn't it? Penguin Company belongs to us. I hope you realize that. Zhang Zhibei gritted his teeth and retorted, who saved the company during its crisis? Who? Wasn't it Fan Shen? Wasn't it? His voice grew louder as he expressed his dissatisfaction. The Penguin Company had been on the verge of bankruptcy, and if they didn't find new investors, the company wouldn't survive. It was Fan Shen who injected funds and solved the company's profitability issues. He remembered this clearly. He always kept this favor in his heart. Without Fan Shen's help, there would be no Penguin Company today. Ma Teng exhaled smoke and said, in a deep voice, I know, but you must understand one thing. We cannot lose Penguin Company. This concerns me, all of the founding members. Zhang Zhibei coldly said, so, is this the reason you're breaking your promise? At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Zhen Jing, a kind person who couldn't bear to see the tension between friends, pulled Zhang Zhibei's arm and said, "Zhibei, calm down." Zhang Zhibei took a deep breath and stood up. "Lao Zhen, I am calm," he said. Then he turned to Ma Teng and said, "Lao Ma, you know well who I am. I have always been fond of technology, not concerned with money, but I understand the principle of repaying kindness. Repaying kindness is the most fundamental principle of being a human being. I don't agree with your approach." Ma Teng extinguished his cigarette and said coldly, "Whether you agree or not is irrelevant. I am the CEO, Zhibei. I will give you one last chance. Stand by my side and stand by the side of Penguin Company." Zhang Zhibei took off his work badge and slammed it on the table. "I only stand on the side of my conscience." With those words, Zhang Zhibei turned and left without looking back. "Hey, Zhibei, Zhibei." Zhen Jing tried to call out to him, but he didn't stop. With a loud sound, Zhang Zhibei slammed the door shut as he left. The office fell silent once again. Ma Teng, expressionless, looked at Zhen Jing and Cheng Dan. "Lao Zhen, Zhibei seems no longer suitable to be the technical director of Penguin Company. Let him be. You didn't even raise your hand in the meeting. What are you planning?" Zhen Jing's expression changed. He felt Ma Teng was pushing him to make a choice. Either stand with Ma Teng or stand with Fun Shen. There was no third option. After hesitating for a moment, Zhen Jing took off his work badge, sighed, and placed it on the table. "Lao Ma, I understand you, but one must have principles as a person." Zhen Jing shook his head, turned, and left the office. Ma Teng remained unfazed and then turned to Cheng Dan. Cheng Dan hesitated and said softly, "Lao Ma, perhaps we should try to persuade Zhibei and the others first." Ma Teng nodded and replied, "Lao Chen, go ahead." Ma Teng didn't pressure Cheng Dan, but from his attitude, it was clear Cheng Dan had not made a decision yet. "Well, then, should I go now?" Cheng Dan nodded, turned, and left. After Cheng Dan had left the office and closed the door behind him, Yi stood up and walked up to Ma Teng, whispering, "Lao Ma, now that the company is back on track, perhaps it's time to make some internal changes." Ma Teng's face darkened instantly, and he picked up the ashtray on the table and smashed it on the ground. Snap! The ashtray shattered into pieces, scattering glass shards on the floor. "Let's go, everyone leave. The world will keep turning even if someone leaves. A bunch of assholes." Ma Teng raged. Yi shuddered. This was the first time he had seen Ma Teng lose his temper like this since they met, completely different from his usual calm and rational self. After a while, Ma Teng kicked a few times to release his anger, then calmed down a bit and regained his composure. "Lao Su, inform the HR department to suspend the work of Zhang Zhibei and Zhen Jing, and recruit a new technical director externally." Ma Teng turned and said, since Zhang Zhibei no longer stood with them, he had to be discarded. Yi nodded and replied, "Yes, I will arrange it right away." As Yi was about to leave, he was stopped. "Lao Su, focus on doing your job properly, understand?" Ma Teng stared at him intensely, seeming to see through him. Yi felt a chill down his spine and quickly nodded in response. Afterward, Yi turned and left the office. Outside the office, Yi took out his cell phone, walked out of the company, hesitated for a moment, wanting to make a phone call, but he stopped himself. Yi's face looked uneasy as he muttered to himself, "Was he on to me? He mustn't have found out, right?" He was indeed scared by Ma Teng's words, thinking that his shady dealings within the company might have been exposed. But upon further thought, maybe it was just a warning from Ma Teng, and hopefully nothing serious. With most of the company's top management almost falling apart, as long as he firmly stood with Ma Teng, he should be safe. Even if he was discovered, Ma Teng shouldn't do anything to harm him, right? Yi thought to himself, feeling a bit relieved. Evening at the Shenzhen Sheraton Hotel. In the luxurious suite, there were about a dozen people in the living room. Wang Tai took out cigarettes and handed them out one by one. "Lao Luo, care for one?" Wang Tai smiled and asked Luo Xian. Luo Xian was focused on studying contract documents and waved his hand. "No, you guys go ahead." Then he turned to the other colleagues from the department, instructing them, "You guys should also review the QQ user agreement and have our financial audit colleagues propose an auditing plan." "Yes, Lao Luo," the others replied as they continued their work. After a while, Luo Xian stood up and walked over to Yi Feng, smiling. "Yi, I've just reviewed the betting agreement again, and there are indeed loopholes we can utilize. There's no perfect law in the world, naturally no perfect agreement. Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash and asked with a smile, haha. Lol Luo, do you already have a plan in mind? You dare say that? You've already come up with a plan, haven't you? Luo Xian pushed up his glasses, and a sly smile appeared on his face. You understand me? Oh. What plans do you have? Yifeng continued to ask. Luo Xian walked over and whispered a few words in Yifeng's ear. Yifeng chuckled and said, ha ha, you really are something, thinking just like me, but legally, you are more professional. Luo Xian stood up straight, grinning, you're praising me too much, it's your idea that's good. Yifeng blew a smoke ring and smiled, saying, I'll handle the other shareholders, the rest is up to you. Okay. Luo Xian replied. Yifeng stood up and turned to the Long brothers standing on the balcony. Long Da, Long San, come over here, I have something for you to do. The Long brothers hurried over as soon as they heard. Brother Feng, what are your orders? Long Da respectfully asked. Yifeng smiled and said, tomorrow, invite a few friends for dinner. Remember, even those who don't want to come, must come. Upon hearing the last sentence, Long Da already understood and replied, yes, Brother Feng, I understand. The next evening, at the Superior CBD underground parking lot, Gong Feizhen had a briefcase under his arm, whistling as he was about to get into his car. Suddenly, two sets of car headlights shone on him from the opposite direction. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes from the glaring light and faintly saw a figure appearing in the light. President Gong, our boss would like to invite you for a meal. A deep voice rang out, leaving no room for refusal. Gong Feizhen was taken aback, not expecting this person to come looking for him. He sized up the man in front of him, tall and strong, with a serious demeanor, but he had no recollection of him. Who is your boss? Gong Feizhen furrowed his brow. Long Da stepped forward and calmly said, our boss, President Yi. Gong Feizhen, now realizing it was related to Yi, shook his head, smiling wryly. Oh, it's someone from President Yi's side. If he wishes to have dinner with me, why doesn't he come in person? Haha, sorry, I'm busy today. Tell him, we can arrange another time. With those words, Gong Feizhen tried to start his car, but it wouldn't start no matter how many times he tried. Realizing his car seemed to have a problem, Long Da stood in front and calmly said, it looks like President Gong's car has broken down. Why don't I give you a ride? Gong Feizhen felt a sudden unease, sensing that there might be something wrong with his car. Feeling a surge of anger, he got out of his car and demanded, what is the meaning of this? If I refuse? Long Da clapped his hands, the sound echoing across the underground garage. Soon, a group of figures dressed in black uniforms appeared at the exit and entrance points of the garage, blocking them from leaving. Gong Feizhen was filled with fear at the sight, realizing he had no choice but to go along. Yifeng meant business. It seemed he had no choice but to go today. Meanwhile, at the telecommunications company downstairs, Sun Feng, not driving today, intended to take a taxi home. As he reached the roadside, he saw a taxi and was about to get in when three black Santana cars pulled up in front of him. A man with a crew cut and dressed in a suit walked down from the passenger seat. President Sun, President Yi would like to invite you for a meal. Please get in the car. Sun Feng warily looked at the man in front of him and asked, Yifeng is looking for me. Inviting me for a meal? Yes, President Gong is already on his way. Long Sen nodded, expressionless. Sun Feng, realizing Gong Feizhen had gone, knew it was related to Penguin Company's business. Despite the benefits he had received from Ma Tang, he felt it unnecessary to be entangled with Yifeng any further. I'm sorry, could you please let President Yi know that I have something urgent today, and we can reschedule for another day? Sun Feng politely declined and started to move towards the taxi. At that moment, 6 men in black uniforms stepped out from the 2 cars behind Long San, blocking Sun Feng's path. Sun Feng's face changed color as Long San coldly said, President Sun, please get in the car. Nervously clutching his briefcase, Sun Feng realized he had no choice but to go along today. He reluctantly agreed. As the sun set, at the banquet hall of the Sheraton Hotel, Gong Feizhen arrived first and found the floor sparsely populated, unlike the usual full house at this prestigious hotel. Instead, there were only a few people in black uniforms with West Maple Security written on them. President Gong, please, Londa gestured for him to enter the secluded room at the end of the banquet hall. Gong Feizhen didn't speak, his face dark, and walked forward. Suddenly, he heard movements behind him and turned to see Sun Feng had also arrived. President Sun, Gong Feizhen called out. Sun Feng hurried over and whispered, President Gong, did you come on your own? Gong Feizhen smiled bitterly and cast a discreet glance at Londa. They brought me here. The meaning behind his words was clear. Sun Feng understood and whispered, same here. Gentlemen, please, President Yi is waiting for you in the private room, Londa said coldly. All right. Sun Feng nodded repeatedly. Both men looked uneasy but walked towards the private room. As the door was opened for them, a pungent smell wafted out a hot pot aroma. Sun Feng entered first, seeing Yi Feng sitting at the head of the table eating hot pot, with Wang Tai smoking beside him, gazing coldly at the two. Odd. Yi? President Yi. President Wang. Sun Feng awkwardly greeted. Yi Feng set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and looked at them, nodding for them to sit. Yi Feng didn't mince words and his expression was stern. Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen exchanged a glance and didn't know what Yi Feng had in store. Finding their seats opposite Yi Feng, the two sat up straight, looking a bit nervous. The atmosphere in the private room was eerie and tense. Sun Feng tried to break the silence, jokingly mentioning the hot pot. Yi Feng was eating, but the tension between them was palpable. I was replaced at Penguin Company. You must be feeling quite pleased. Sun Feng's face paled, then perspiration formed on his hands. Yi Feng's face grew cold as he exhaled a smoke ring and fixed his gaze on Sun Feng. Am I joking with you? Yi Feng's steely tone implied otherwise. Sun Feng felt his heart racing under Yi Feng's cold, piercing gaze. Even though he had been a prominent figure in the business world for a long time, he had never experienced this kind of pressure before. Today's meal was going to be difficult. Yi Feng must be looking to settle the score from yesterday's incident. To his surprise, Yi Feng was even more powerful and energetic than he had anticipated. The people outside the door, the security personnel from Shi Feng Security Company, each seemed tough to deal with. He felt his heart hanging in his throat, palms sweating, discreetly wiping them on his pants. General Yi, I really apologize for what happened yesterday. We couldn't help it. The controlling stake of Penguin Company is still in General Ma's hands. Sun Feng deflected responsibility. Yi Feng coldly snorted, saying, but you did benefit from General Ma though. Sun Feng was shocked that Yi Feng could figure it out. His expression immediately darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, General Yi, you can't just slander people out of thin air. We've already given face by coming here today. What more do you want? Sun Feng shot a glance at Gong Feizhen, signaling him to be more assertive. Gong Feizhen understood, and mustering up his courage, he turned the tables and questioned Yi Feng. General Yi, it's inappropriate to talk like this, considering you invited us for a meal just to embarrass us over yesterday's incident. Let me tell you, Gong Feizhen has seen all sorts of situations. These theatrics won't scare me. Gong Feizhen was actually testing whether Yi Feng would dare to harm him. He wasn't just a businessman, but also affiliated with IDG Capital. There were higher-ups at IDG Capital. Suddenly, Yi Feng grabbed a bowl from the table and smashed it at Gong Feizhen said, Crash! The porcelain bowl shattered with Gong Feizhen reeling in pain, blood streaming down his forehead. Ah! Blood! Blood! Gong Feizhen cried out in pain, covering his head, blood dripping through his fingers, his face pale with fear. Sun Feng, witnessing Yi Feng's sudden outburst, trembled in fear. Tonight, Yi Feng was no longer the modest and polite person he knew. He appeared more like a wolf, a bloodthirsty wolf. Yi Feng slammed the table, saying harshly, Gong, you really think I wouldn't know about you stabbing me in the back? Did Ma Teng approach you to undermine me, wanting to place his own people at Penguin Company? Let me make another guess. Did Ma Teng promise to give you a share under the table? Gong Feizhen's expression changed suddenly. He couldn't believe that Yi Feng had guessed correctly. This is slander, Gong Feizhen shouted, indignantly. Yi Feng picked up another cigarette, lit it, and continued, Gong, with your status, shouldn't be doing such things behind my back. If people from IDG find out about your shady deals with Ma Teng, how do you think they'll react? Gong Feizhen shivered at the threat, realizing his position was at stake. He didn't know how much Yi Feng knew or what evidence he held. He couldn't risk it, not at all. If Yi Feng indeed had something incriminating, his life would be over. No. No. General Yi, please. Gong Feizhen pleaded. Sun Feng also understood Yifeng's implications and quickly stood up, saying, General Yi, let's discuss this rationally, please. Yifeng blew out a smoke ring, scoffing, discuss. Did I invite you here for a negotiation? Sun Feng froze, realizing Yifeng was in a dominant position, likely having leverage over him. Yes. Yes. We were wrong yesterday. Really sorry. Truly sorry. Please, General Yi, forgive us. Forgive us. Sun Feng nodded and bowed slightly. Gong Feizhen, despite the injury on his forehead, hastily joined in. Yes, General Yi, please forgive us. Gritting his teeth, he continued. General Yi, what do you want from us? Yifeng extended two fingers and calmly said. First, cooperate to pass the gambling agreement. Second, I will repurchase the Penguin shares from you at double the price. Gong Feizhen was taken aback, then frowned and said, Manager Yi, our shares, even if combined with yours, seem difficult to pass the gambling agreement. Moreover, Mr. Ma currently holds the company's operating rights, so whether we can fulfill the gambling agreement is beyond our control. Sun Feng nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, as long as Mr. Ma doesn't engage in revenue-generating projects, there's no way. Ma Teng controlled Penguin Company, and whether the company generates revenue is solely up to him, which they cannot interfere with, let alone pass the gambling agreement. Yifeng sneered, that's not something you need to consider. If I say $1 million in revenue is achievable, it will definitely be done. Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen looked at each other, unsure of what trick Yifeng was playing, but seeing his confidence, Gong Feizhen whispered, Yes, we will definitely cooperate. However, regarding the shares issue, it also needs to go through the company's board of directors for discussion. Yifeng squinted at him, saying, Manager Gong, don't play tricks with me. Do I not understand the way IDG operates? 2 times the repurchase price is already a good offer. Don't be too greedy. If you don't agree to repurchase the shares, when I take control of the company, you will end up with an empty shell of a company. Gong Feizhen's expression changed, realizing Yifeng saw through his thoughts in an instant. If Yifeng wins the gambling agreement, Penguin Company will fall under his control, causing the $2.2 million invested by IDG and telecommunications to go down the drain. Gong Feizhen sighed, and reluctantly said, All right, I'll follow Manager Yi's lead. Yifeng smirked, stood up, and handed cigarettes to both men. Manager Gong, this is more like it. Here, take one. Gong Feizhen was surprised but quickly took the cigarette, now feeling Yifeng was even scarier. His mood changed in the blink of an eye. Yifeng took out 2 tissues, wiped the sweat off Gong Feizhen's forehead, and said with a smile, Manager Gong, I am actually a kind person. Gong Feizhen and Sun Feng, Yifeng continued, if people don't mess with me, I won't mess with them. If you stay neutral and fulfill your role as an investment shareholder, that's enough. But if you keep stirring the pot and stabbing me in the back, don't blame me. Gong Feizhen felt a chill and quickly shook his head. No, Manager Yi, absolutely. There won't be such things happening again. Yifeng threw away the tissues, patted Gong Feizhen on the shoulder, and said, That's good. I trust Manager Gong. Gong Feizhen forced a smile, sweating on his forehead. This young man was truly terrifying. Yifeng poured a shot of white wine for each of them using a small decanter and raised his glass. Here's to our collaboration and friendship. Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen quickly lifted their glasses and stood up, saying in unison, Cheers to Manager Yi. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a convoy sped down the road. In a Peugeot car, Wan Tai turned to look at Yifeng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Fenjie, we are almost at the community where Sui lives. Yifeng opened his eyes, gazing at the deep night outside the car window, adorned with distant neon lights, silent and distant. Yes. Call Sui and have him come see me, Yifeng said coldly. Wan Tai pondered for a moment and asked quietly, Fenjie, why not get rid of this corporate parasite first? Yifeng smiled and replied, sometimes parasites can be useful. At night, in the home of Sui, wife, bring me a bottle of mayo tai. Sui sat at the dining table, cracking peanuts. His wife, Kuiyan, put down the burlap in her hand, gave him a white glance, and said, It's so late. Why are you still drinking? Really? Don't worry about it. I'm in a good mood. What's wrong with having a few drinks? Sui said leisurely. Did you hit the jackpot, or win the lottery? Kuiyan laughed and opened the wine cabinet to get him a bottle of Mayo Tai. This wine they usually wouldn't bear to drink, only opening it for important guests. Suyi took the bottle of wine, smirked, and said, "Close enough. The company's situation is clear now. Ma Tang is controlling the company, and he will definitely have his benefits in the future. Promotion, raise, shares. He must have his share. Now that Coco is on the right track, there will be plenty of opportunities to make money in the future." Suyi poured himself a glass of white wine, hummed a cheerful tune, threw a piece of succulent roasted goose into his mouth, and took another drink. All is well. He was about to enjoy a midnight snack when suddenly his phone rang. As he saw the number on the screen, his brows furrowed slightly. It was Wang Tai's number calling. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to answer. "Hehe. Good evening, General Wang." Suyi pretended to smile. "General Su, are you at home? Maple J wants to see you," Wang Tai said with a smile on the other end of the phone. "Now, it's already so late. I have something else to attend to later. I'm busy. Let's do it another day." Suyi casually refused. He didn't have a good relationship with Yifeng. There was no need to meet. Wang Tai coldly said, "General Su, think carefully. Some things are better discussed in person. Otherwise, Ma General should be very interested in the supply chain issue." Suyi's heart tightened at the words. How did they know? How did Yifeng and them know about the kickbacks? Suyi's face changed suddenly, and he fell silent. After a while, Suyi asked in a low voice, "I don't know what you're talking about. It's late now. I can't go out again. Let's talk about it tomorrow." He wanted to adamantly deny it. Wang Tai smiled and said, "General Su, you don't need to go anywhere. We are just downstairs at your home." Huh. Suyi was shocked. He didn't expect Yifeng and them were already downstairs in his home. What exactly do they want to do? After pondering for a moment, Suyi said coldly, "Yi General is indeed considerate, actually coming over in person." "Okay. I'll go down in a moment." After hanging up the phone, Suyi's expression changed repeatedly. His wife, Kuiyan, asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you, dear? Who called?" Suyi put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said solemnly, "A colleague is here. I'm going to see him." With that, he stood up and grabbed his coat. "It's already late. Are you still going out?" Kuiyan asked puzzledly. It was rare to see Suyi look so serious. "Yes, urgent matter, but I'll be back soon," Suyi said as he opened the door and walked out of the house. Not long after, when Suyi arrived downstairs, he saw 8 black sedans parked on the side of the road, their headlights on. 2 people were standing in front of the head car's headlights, smoking. "Hehe. General Yi, General Wang." Suyi recognized the 2, greeted them with a forced smile. Hearing the voice, Yifeng turned around, looked him up and down, and smiled. "General Su, you live in a nice place. Must have cost a lot." This community belonged to the better mid to high-end residential areas in Shenzhen. Considering Suyi's salary, it would be impossible for him to buy a house here. This shows that Suyi has other sources of income besides his salary. Yifeng directly pointed out the purpose with that sentence. Suyi forced a laugh. "General Yi is joking. This is supported by my wife's family. How could I afford it?" Yifeng blew a smoke ring, stared at him, and said with a slight smile, "Suyi, there's no need to fool me. Do you think you did things seamlessly? Or do you think you're smart enough to deceive everyone?" Suyi's heart shook, but he maintained his calm on the surface and asked, "General Yi, what do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about." Yifeng walked over to Suyi, came in front of him, and said coldly, "Stop pretending to be foolish. You took advantage of the benefits of Zon FEI Company, did a lot in the name of Penguin Company, right?" Suyi's face paled at the words. "How do you know? How did you know?" Suyi was shocked and blurted out subconsciously. He never expected that Yifeng would find out about these things. The thought of having Yifeng hold leverage over him made his expression even more unpleasant. Yifeng sneered, "As long as I check your business dealings, everything will be clear. If someone is unaware, it's because they don't want to know." Since entering Penguin Company, Yifeng had been paying attention to the business of every senior executive. He knew very well about the little tricks Suyi had been up to. If Ma Teng hadn't flipped the table, and Suyi hadn't sided with Ma Teng, these matters could have been minor, and he wouldn't have rushed to deal with Suyi. But now that the facade had been torn apart, there was nothing to hold back. Yifeng exhaled smoke calmly and said, "Suyi, as a shareholder of Penguin Company, I should technically have you locked up." Suyi was horrified at the words and quickly pleaded, No. No. General Manager Yi. Please, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. If you were really sent in, his life would be over. He was genuinely frightened. Yifeng narrowed his eyes, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, if you don't want to go in, you need to do something to prove your value to me. Ow. Suyi was taken aback, probably guessing what Yifeng wanted him to do. Yifeng wanted to deal with Ma Teng. He had a slight hesitation in his heart, but for his own survival, he had no choice. General Manager Yi, please give me your orders. 3 days later, at Penguin Company, in the office, Ma Teng was working diligently, reviewing the report on QQ member growth and writing his comments. A knock on the door sounded, and his assistant Lu Dao entered. General Manager Ma, these are the weekly reports from each department. Do you want to take a look now? Lu Dao handed over the documents in his hand. Yes, I want to see them. Recently launched businesses need approval to proceed, Ma Teng said. Looking through the files, he skimmed through the documents, reviewing the work reports of each department, including various QQ businesses. Suddenly, he paused at the report from the Public Relations Department. How did this Penguin QQ joint product project get started? Ma Teng suddenly asked. Lu Dao respectfully replied, General Manager, you instructed before to enhance the Penguin brand effect. So General intends to continue this project and adopt a joint branding strategy to better enhance the brand. This plan was submitted to you 2 days ago. Ma Teng was a bit enlightened, remembering that Suyi had indeed mentioned this to him a couple of days ago. This project was not very important, as no enterprise really wanted to spend a lot of money on Penguin. It was just a means for mutual brand effect. I see. Let old Su handle it, nodded Ma Teng, writing a simple comment on the report. He controlled all the affairs of Penguin Company now, big and small. Although Penguin Company had revenue, under his deliberate manipulation, the revenue level was not high. It was almost impossible to achieve an annual income of tens of millions. In this gambling game, he was confident of winning. General Manager Zhang and Zheng are both on leave. The technology and operations departments lack supervisors, and some work is difficult to push forward, Lu Dao said in a low voice. Ma Teng frowned slightly and calmly said, I know. Let the HR department recruit new supervisors quickly. Penguin Company can survive without them. Yes. General Manager, I will go to the HR department to follow up. Lu Dao bowed and said. Ma Teng acknowledged, but when Lu Dao had yet to leave, he casually asked, Is there anything else? Lu Dao hesitated for a moment and said, General Manager, I heard some news that there are plans for a shareholder meeting to be held next week by the Telecom and IDG side. I overheard this during idle chat. General Manager, are we really going to have a meeting next week? So I can prepare. A shareholder meeting. Why haven't I heard of this? Ma Teng asked with a somewhat puzzled look in his eyes. As the actual controller of Penguin Company, he would be the first to know if shareholders wanted to hold a meeting. He was uncertain how these rumors had spread. It might just be idle gossip from the lower ranks. Lu Dao smiled. After thinking carefully, Ma Teng tapped the table and said, Prepare a car. I'm going to IDG to see General Manager Gong. Ma Teng was always cautious, and if there were such rumors in the company, he had to take them seriously. He wanted to personally meet Gong Feizhen to clarify things. Yes, General Manager, I will prepare the car. Lu Dao left respectfully. About half an hour later, Ma Teng came out of his office and happened to meet Suyi in the office area. Hey, old Su, wait a moment. Ma Teng called out to him. Suyi stopped, looking a bit awkward, and asked with a dry smile, General Manager, do you have any orders? Ma Teng patted his shoulder and laughed heartily, saying, Haha, what orders could I give? We're all on the same side, no need for orders. Regarding that joint product matter, keep an eye on it, but don't make a big deal out of it. Take it step by step. Ma Teng nodded, saying, Yes, General Manager, I understand. Ma Teng observed his expression and asked, Old Su, you don't look too good in the past 2 days. Have you not been sleeping well? Maybe it's just been a bit busy lately. No worries, no worries. Suyi chuckled. Ma Teng smiled slightly, patted his shoulder, and encouraged, I know you've been working hard. As long as you get through this half year, everything will improve. Oh, Old Su, there's one more thing. I'd like to hear your opinion on something. General Manager, please speak. Suyi said softly. Ma Teng smiled. squinting his eyes. I want you to take over Yifeng's position. I'm taking over Yifeng's position? Operation Director. Suyi asked in astonishment. Ma Teng nodded, smiling. Yes. Lao Su, you are the brother I trust the most. Of course, it's you who should take this important position. Suyi's eyes flashed with a strange color. Looking hesitant, he forced a smile and said, okay, I'll listen to General Ma. Ma Teng noticed his uneasiness and asked, puzzled, Lao Su, what's wrong with you? Why do you seem distracted? Suyi shook his head repeatedly, saying, no, it's nothing. Ma Teng pondered for a moment and said, then you take a break if you're really tired. Suyi shook his head and said, no need. Ma Teng thought for a moment and said, well, adjust yourself then. By the way, GD General Gong wants to convene a shareholders meeting, right? Suyi's face turned pale and he said, I'm not sure about that. Okay, I need to go to GD later. I'll leave first. Ma Teng smiled, patting his shoulder before leaving. Suyi watched Ma Teng's departing figure and let out a heavy sigh. Old Ma, please don't blame me. In the evening, Ma Teng returned home, holding a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Wife, I'm back, Ma Teng called out. Zhang Himei, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen and saw Ma Teng still holding the flowers. She smiled and said, you're back, and you even bought flowers, why? Ma Teng laughed and approached her, handing her the bouquet with both hands, saying joyfully, haha, I realized I haven't given you flowers for a long time, so I got you a bouquet today. How beautiful, right? Zhang Himei accepted the flowers, examined them for a moment, smiled, and said, beautiful, beautiful, you seem so happy today. Did you win a big prize? Ma Teng took off his suit jacket and relaxed, saying, no big prize, just that the company's matters have finally settled. I feel relieved. Today, I met with GD's General Gong. He mentioned wanting to increase investment in Penguin Company and increase shares. Zhang Himei, pleasantly surprised, said, that's great. With the current valuation of the company, it must be worth a lot. Ma Teng nodded, smiling. Yes, indeed worth quite a bit of money. We're not far from financial freedom. Zhang Himei happily hugged Ma Teng and praised, husband, you're amazing. Tonight, I'll make an extra dish for you, she said, turning to go back to the kitchen. Suddenly, she stopped, turned back, and asked, and what about Yifeng and Zhang Jibei? Ma Teng waved his hand, indifferent. No need to pay attention to them now. They can't stir up trouble. The whole company is under my control. No one can do anything about it. Yifeng is just a small shareholder now. If he wants to keep his shares, fine. If not, I can buy them back. At tomorrow's shareholders meeting, there won't be a place for him in Penguin Company anymore. I plan to have Lao Su take over his position. Zhang Himei, skeptical, asked, will Yifeng be content with that? Ma Teng sneered. What can he do if he's not content? Enough. I have everything under control with the company, so just relax. Zhang Himei nodded, stopped questioning, and turned back to the kitchen to cook. Ma Teng sat on the couch, lit a cigarette, his mind filled with various thoughts. Today, when he met Gong Feizhen, he understood that Gong Feizhen intended to increase the company's shares before convening the shareholders' meeting. For Ma Teng, this was a good thing, so he agreed. If others were unwilling to dilute their shares, he could sell 5% of his shares, turning it into nearly 2 million in cash. This was no small amount to him. Thinking about this, Ma Teng's lips curved into a confident smile. With full control over Penguin Company and some capital in his hands, he would have no worries. When the agreement on the bet expired, he could fully focus on developing Penguin Company. Yifeng, compete with me? You are too naive. Early next morning, on Friday, inside Penguin Company, Penguin Company convened a shareholders meeting. Ma Teng arrived early at the meeting room, waiting for others to arrive. As the meeting time approached, Sun Feng from Telecom and GD's Gong Feizhen arrived together, followed by Suyi, Zhang Jibei, and others. At the last minute, facing Ma Teng's furious gaze, Yifeng remained calm. Pointing to the contract on the table, Yifeng smiled and said, Ma, why don't you take a look yourself? Ma Teng grabbed the contract on the table and quickly flipped through it. When he saw the signature and stamp upon the contract, he was dumbfounded. The signature on the contract was a single word, Suyi. The contract signed by Suyi yesterday, with the Penguin Company's stamp on it. His mind exploded, completely dumbfounded. At this moment, he finally understood that this was a setup, a trap. He never imagined that Suyi would actually turn against him, betrayed by this friend, brother whom he had trusted the most. A surge of anger rose within Ma Teng. He threw down the contract and turned to glare at Suyi. Suyi, what is going on? Suyi lowered his head, silent and unable to respond. Did you King betray me along with Yifeng? Ma Teng questioned harshly. Suyi's face turned pale, still not daring to speak. Ma Teng lunged at him, grabbing his collar, in a frenzy. Why betray me? Ma Teng roared in hysteria. Everyone in the meeting room watched him, but no one spoke. It was as though Ma Teng's reaction was all within their expectations. Ma Teng pushed Suyi away, then looked at Gong Feizhou and Sun Feng in the meeting room. Gong Feizhou smirked. Ma, we believe it's more appropriate for a more capable person to lead the Penguin Company. Shocked, Ma Teng took a step back, staring at him. Indeed, Gong Feizhou had also turned against him. Yesterday, when Suyi proposed advancing the joint business of the Ping brand, Ma Teng thought it was just a small business and shouldn't be a problem. But little did he know, this was the beginning of Yifeng's plan. Suyi was fully in charge of this business, enabling cooperation between the Penguin Company and the Western Maple Group, signing the contract, ensuring the Penguin Company's revenue, thus fulfilling the gambling agreement. And the news Gong Feizhou circulated yesterday was to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Suddenly, Ma Teng turned to an assistant in the corner of the conference room. Luo Dao. Luo Dao, was it you? Did you hand the stamp over to Suyi? Ma Teng's eyes filled with bloodshot veins, his voice low. Luo Dao looked bewildered. Reply, Mr. Ma, it was on your orders to let Mr. Su advance this business. So, I just... Ma Teng was almost overwhelmed with anger. In the end, it was his fault for trusting Suyi too much. Yifeng, you deceived me. I don't acknowledge this contract, absolutely not. Ma Teng looked at Yifeng, gritting his teeth. Yifeng smiled slightly. It's not up to you to acknowledge now. Lao Luo, continue. Yi Xian smiled and said, yes, Mr. Yi. According to the gambling agreement, once the content of the agreement is reached, you all need to immediately cooperate to transfer the shares. If you do not cooperate, we will take legal action to uphold our rights. According to the default liability of the gambling agreement, the defaulting party needs to compensate the other party 10 times all the losses under the agreement, including but not limited to economic loss compensation, investment equity value compensation, and so on. With that, Yi Xian handed over the transfer agreement to Zhang Zhibei. Everyone, you have all seen the notice, now it's time to fulfill the contract's spirit. Yi Xian smiled. Without hesitation, Zhang Zhibei picked up the pen and signed his name. I support Mr. Yi. Zhang Zhibei signed, then solemnly stated. He was the first to complete the signature. Next were the founding partners such as Zheng Jing, Cheng Dan, then Sun Feng, and Gong Feizhou, the investors. Finally, the agreement reached Ma Teng. I'm not signing. Ma Teng sat back in his seat, his face turning pale. Yifeng coldly chuckled. You need to think about the consequences of breaking the agreement, Mr. Ma. Ma Teng sternly said, this is your scheme. I request an internal investigation into this cooperation contract. I want to terminate the contract with the Western Maple Group. Yifeng tapped the table, calmly saying, it seems you haven't fully grasped the current situation. I propose, Mr. Yi, to assume the new CEO position. Zhang Zhibei raised his hand. With a swish, everyone raised their hands, passing unanimously except for Ma Teng. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. Sun Feng congratulated Yifeng with a fake smile. Yifeng nodded in acknowledgement, then stood up and said to Ma Teng, Mr. Ma, you have now been relieved of your duties. I announce that the cooperation between the Penguin Company and the Western Maple Group will continue. With a face full of despair, Ma Teng slumped in his chair. After a while, he finally came to his senses and stared at Yifeng. Yifeng, you've won. Yifeng walked over, pushed the transfer agreement to Ma Teng, and said calmly, we didn't have to come to this point. Sign it. Ma Teng looked at the pen on the agreement, his hand trembling as he reached out to hold the pen but could not bring himself to write a word. His hand shook, seemingly trying hard to suppress the anger and resentment erupting from his heart. Yifeng looked at him, and in a cold voice said, Mr. Ma, you don't want to pay a hefty sum in compensation, do you? Ma Teng's face turned pale. He knew very well that once he broke the gambling agreement, he would face a huge compensation payment. The situation was irretrievable. With his last ounce of reason, he forced himself to put the pen to paper and sign his name. As he finished writing his name, it was as if all his strength had been drained, and he slumped in the chair. Yifeng took back the agreement, leaned over, and whispered to Ma Teng, "Mr. Ma, you better hand over what's left. Don't wait until I audit the finances of the Penguin Company. You only have one chance, and it's today. You were embezzling company funds before, which Xi has told me." Ma Teng's eyes widened in shock, his expression incredulous. He never expected Su Yi to betray him so completely, without any mercy. It was true that he had used company funds to supplement his family before, but he quickly balanced the books, a fact only Su Yi knew. "Yifeng, are you going this far?" Ma Teng gritted his teeth. Yifeng indifferently said, "This far? When you kicked me out of the Penguin Company, trying to replace me, did you ever think that you were also going this far? Mr. Ma, in this game, only the winner takes all." Luo Xian took out a transfer agreement separately, placed it in front of Ma Teng, and smiled. "Mr. Ma, please sign. Otherwise, you will have a 3-year starting point." The meeting room was extremely quiet. You could hear a pin drop. All eyes were focused on Yifeng and Ma Teng, with Yifeng's gaze fixed on the pen in Ma Teng's hand, staring intently. The air was so still it felt suffocating. Zhang Zhibei's hands were trembling, then he clenched them tight, a struggle evident on his face. He and Ma Teng shared a deep bond, and he did not want to see the current situation. But reality forced him to make a choice, and Ma Teng was no longer the trustworthy friend he used to be. All of this stemmed from Ma Teng's greed. If Ma Teng had accepted Yifeng as part of the team, even as a leader of Penguin Company, everyone could have shared the fruits of success, united, and developed the company, without things getting to this state. But Ma Teng was unwilling to let go of the power he had gained so hard, unwilling to give up the benefits that were within reach. It is said that people die for wealth, birds die for food. "Ma Teng, please," Luo Xian gestured to Ma Teng. Ma Teng's face was pale, and after a moment of silence, he tremblingly signed his name. As he finished signing, he slammed the pen heavily on the table. "Yifeng, are you satisfied?" He raised his head, staring at Yifeng with bloodshot eyes. He knew that from that moment on, he had lost Penguin Company, lost everything he had built since the beginning. All his hard work had gone to waste. It felt as if a sharp blade was piercing his heart. This only fueled his hatred towards Yifeng to its peak. "I'm satisfied." Yifeng shrugged, smiling. Gong Feizhen was the first to applaud, saying, "Congratulations, Yifeng, I mean, CEO Yifeng." Wang Tai fondly smiled, clapping warmly, while others stood and applauded, looking at Yifeng, seeing the victor before them. And Ma Teng had become a mere outsider to Penguin Company. Gong Feizhen and Sun Feng no longer needed to cater to Ma Teng's moods. They could now ignore him and start buttering up Yifeng. Yifeng smiled slightly, raised his hand, and said, "Thank you all for your support. I believe that with everyone's concerted efforts, Penguin Company will continue to thrive." Sun Feng nodded and smiled. With CEO Yifeng leading, Penguin Company will surely become more magnificent. Yifeng replied, "Thank you for your trust, Sun President." Yifeng then turned to Luo Xian and instructed, "Lao Luo, arrange personnel to take over the finance and personnel of Penguin Company." Luo Xian bowed and said, "Yes, CEO, I will take care of it right away." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room. Everyone turned to see Ma Teng slamming the table as he stood up. In full view of everyone, Ma Teng walked up to Yifeng. "Yifeng, you've won this round, but remember, no one can always win. I will remember everything you've done to me today. There will come a day when you will pay the price for it." Ma Teng leaned in close, his voice cold and sharp. "I won't challenge you." Ma Teng's eyes were about to shoot out flames, but reason overtook his emotions. He snorted coldly and walked out of the meeting room. With Ma Teng's departure, the game of cat and mouse in the meeting room finally came to an end. Yifeng emerged as the sole winner, while Ma Teng was left with nothing. "Yifeng." "No, CEO Yifeng." Zhang Zhibei smiled at Yifeng. "Ha ha, Zhibei, you should get back to work from today onwards, right?" Yifeng turned back and smiled. "Of course." Zhang Zhibei nodded vigorously. The meeting ended, and Luo Xian brought the people from Shifeng Group into Penguin Company to take full control. In Su Yi's office, he was already packing up his personal belongings. Luo Xian led his team in and ordered directly, "Su Yi, before you leave, hand over all the information you have. Don't leave anything out. Su Yi smiled bitterly. Even his last bit of usefulness was being squeezed out. Well, okay. Luo Xian pushed his glasses and said, very well, I trust you will cooperate. Wish you a bright future. Luo Xian's words pierced Su Yi's heart like an arrow. Su Yi was almost spitting blood with anger, but at this moment, his anger was meaningless. Heh. Thank you, General Luo. Luo Xian smiled and left the office, continuing to arrange the handover of various departments. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office, Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen raised their teacups in a toast to Yifeng. Congratulations, CEO Yifeng. Yifeng smiled, knowing these two old foxes were not genuinely congratulating him. It was just a matter of who won. But now, he had complete control of Penguin Company. With 51% of the shares through the gambling agreement, coupled with Mateng and Su Yi's shares, he already owned 65% of Penguin Company's shares. Now it was time for Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen. Hey, I have to thank you both for your support. Yifeng raised his cup to toast the two men. Then, he changed the subject and asked, when will the process of buying back the shares take place? Sun Feng's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Yifeng to be so direct. He had just kicked out Mateng, and now he was pressuring the two of them to hand over the remaining shares. Nevertheless, with his leverage in Yifeng's hands, he had no other choice. CEO Yifeng, it can start today. Sun Feng forced a smile. Yifeng nodded and said, okay, you have 3 days to prepare. Sun Feng's face showed some displeasure, but he reluctantly nodded. Facing such a strong leader, he had never encountered someone like Yifeng before. Yifeng was much more assertive than Mateng. Seeing the two men's unsatisfactory expressions, Yifeng laughed and said, hey, don't be so downcast. Losing something means gaining something else, right? I still like to cooperate with Telecom and IDG. With your investment in Penguin Company, you've already doubled your returns. This deal won't make you lose, and I'll make sure you earn even more in other areas. Sun Feng and Gong Feizhen looked at each other, not understanding Yifeng's words. Yifeng sat up on the sofa, mocked on the table, and said, hey, there are other projects I have that you can be involved in. You'll get more certain returns compared to investing in Penguin Company, with the potential for much greater profits. This is my willingness to continue our cooperation, Yifeng explained. Gong Feizhen was intrigued and asked, CEO Yifeng, what project is this? He wasn't agreeing immediately, but he was interested in learning more. Yifeng took a sip of his tea, smiled, and said, I plan to acquire a vanadium mine in Dashizhen, Yunfu City. The confirmed reserves of this mine are currently around 100,000 tons, and perhaps even higher. Based on our market forecast for vanadium ores, the current price per ton is 12,000, with a basic output value exceeding 500 million. I expect the value of vanadium to continue to rise, at least double, even more. However, to redevelop and use the mine, we need an initial investment of over 70 million to acquire the mine, rebuild the mining site. I estimate it will require over 70 million. I believe you'll be interested. A vanadium mine. A glint of excitement passed through Sun Feng's eyes. Investing in mineral resources was indeed profitable, especially these rare resources. But the threshold was very high. Without special resource connections, ordinary capital couldn't get access to these resources. He was genuinely intrigued. He didn't know how Yifeng had secured this resource, but with Yifeng's means and abilities, it wasn't surprising. By overthrowing Mateng this time, he had no doubts about Yifeng's abilities. CEO Yifeng, I am interested. How much investment do we need, and what can we get in return? Sun Feng asked directly. When Yifeng saw the two men, he smiled and said, each party invests 30 million, you'll each get a 20% share, and based on the output value, you'll receive over 100 million in profit annually. Gong Feizhen suddenly asked, it does seem profitable, but CEO Yifeng, you could have earned this money yourself, why share it with us? Sun Feng nodded in agreement. With Yifeng's prowess, raising a few million in capital, even with a bank loan, wouldn't be difficult, so why share this opportunity? Yifeng suddenly burst into laughter and, after a while said, you can never earn too much money. Isn't it better to earn some together? I hope to deepen the cooperation with Telecom and IDG in the future. You can consider this project as a welcome gift from me to you, explained Yifeng. Gong Feizhen was taken aback but soon understood Yifeng's intentions. Yifeng targeted the capital in the hands of IDG's investment fund and wanted to use the vanadium project as a bridge to connect with investment capital. Gong Feizheng and Sun Feng did not speak. Both were pondering Yifeng's words, considering the advantages and risks. Especially Gong Feizheng, he wanted a piece of the pie, but he had witnessed Yifeng's methods and actually feared him even more. Working with Yifeng made him feel like making a deal with a tiger. Sun Feng paused for a moment and said, Yi, this matter may need to be discussed with other senior executives of the company. He did not immediately agree to Yifeng. Gong Feizheng also nodded and echoed, yes, Yi, this project is indeed go, but we do not have sole decision-making authority. It needs to go through proper research before it can be put on the agenda. Yifeng shrugged, smiling and said, no problem. Major investments require caution. I will have Wang collaborate with both of you for research. I believe we will reach a cooperation, right? In some aspects, we are similar. The common aspect Yifeng mentioned was profit-seeking, and the three people present were all profit-seekers, especially IDG, who controls capital and telecommunications companies. They are pure profit-seeking capital, eager to grab every bit of profit, seeing profits like a delicacy to evolve. Yifeng did not deny that he was profit-seeking. On the contrary, he was also profit-seeking, but his purpose of seeking profit was different from the other two. He sought controllable capital, not to be capitalized as a beast. Capital should not serve individuals or small groups but the country, to serve all the people in the country. Even if the Western Maple Group grows rapidly, at present, and even for a long time, it cannot be compared to enterprises holding huge capital. To achieve national industrial upgrading and technological development, leverage is necessary. Utilizing this capital requires cooperation with it to achieve his goals. Just investing in the semiconductor industry alone requires not billions, not tens of billions, but potentially hundreds of billions. Maybe not just 1 trillion, but multiple trillions. It also needs to invest more immeasurable costs in talent. It is difficult to achieve this goal solely through the Western Maple Group. Therefore, he needs support within the system, capital cooperation, and through cooperation from various parties, build a ship that sails against the wind. With the Western Maple Group as the rudder, he is the captain controlling the rudder. In his previous life, even with nearly 1 trillion in capital, at the moment of death, he knew that even billions of assets as an individual were like fleeting clouds, without any value. Therefore, he was willing to donate all his assets to the country, to the poor. In this life, he wants to achieve greater ambitions, to make China stand at the pinnacle of world nations again. This is his profit-seeking goal, as well as his meaning for existence in this world. Yifeng took out a pack of cigarettes and handed them to the two. I look forward to your good news. Sun Feng took the cigarette and smiled. Definitely, Yi. Ha ha. Gong Feizheng took the cigarette, personally stood up to light Yifeng's cigarette, then lit his own and said, yes. Being able to do business and be friends with Yi is our honor. With this sentence, the relationship between the three was defined as friends. Yifeng secretly found it amusing. Indeed, there are no eternal friends in the world, only eternal interests. When interests align, you are friends. Knock, knock, knock. A knock was heard at the door. Come in, Yifeng said. Luo Xian entered. Bowing to Yifeng, Mr. Yi, the work handover is complete. Yifeng nodded, stood up, and said with a smile, good, you can leave now. Together, they left the office and headed to the Penguin Company's lobby, where all department employees and supervisors had gathered. When Yifeng appeared, all eyes focused on him. All Penguin employees understood that this young man would be their new boss in the future. Hello, Mr. Yi. The executives of the Penguin Company greeted one after another, including Zhang Jibate, Zheng Jing, and Cheng Dan. Yifeng looked around at over 100 employees and smiled. I am very happy to serve as the CEO of the Penguin Company. I believe that with everyone's concerted efforts, our Penguin Company can surely achieve long-term development, step by step, to reach our goals. I'm sure that day will come. The scene was filled with enthusiastic applause. Zhang Jibei wore a smile on his face. He believed that under Yifeng's leadership, the Penguin Company would surely become stronger. Within 3 days, Yifeng arranged the follow-up development strategy and planning for the Penguin Company, as well as the integration and coordination of resources between the Penguin Company and the Western Maple Group, to be specifically executed by Zheng Jing. This included developing the QQ space game, delving deeper into QQ show, providing more social functions for QQ, and allowing QQ members to achieve greater value, thereby achieving continuous growth in membership. After arranging everything, Yifeng and Wan returned to Guanxi and back to school. When Yifeng returned to school, it was already night time. Just as he returned to his dorm, he received a call from Gu Muxi. Seeing the call, Yifeng's mouth formed a happy smile as he answered. Hello, little Zixi. Miss me? Miss you my foot. Stinky fun, you've been playing in Shen City for so many days before returning. HMPH. Gu Muxi's clear and pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. Well, I could have come back sooner, but there were some unexpected things that delayed me, Yifeng explained with a smile. In the girls' dormitory, Gu Muxi lay on the bed, swinging her fair legs, pouting. All right, I know you're a busy man, I don't want to disturb your work, but I missed you. At this moment, in the dorm room, Chen Jia imitated Gu Muxi's plaintive tone, saying, I missed you tilde haha. Laughter echoed in the dorm. Gu Muxi's cheeks blushed. She glared at the three roommates, but ignored their playful teasing. Stinky fun, tomorrow at noon, I'll show you something. You'll definitely be happy. Gu Muxi teased. Yifeng teasingly asked, What is it? Is it a pregnancy test report? Gu Muxi blushed, spat out, No. What are you thinking about? It's the design plan for my villa. Yifeng sarcastically put on a disappointed tone. Oh, that's too bad. Looks like I need to try harder. Gu Muxi's face reddened even to her neck as she snorted. Come on. I'm not telling you anymore. HMPH tilde see you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Gu Muxi hugged her pillow, turned around, feeling her cheeks burning. Wow, our little Zixi has such rosy cheeks. Chen Jia, who was applying a face mask, came over and teased. I do not. Gu Muxi denied with reddened cheeks. Does that stinky fun guy already want to be a dad like this? Isn't that too soon? Why am I even thinking about this? Gu Muxi covered her face with the pillow. Sitting on the bed, Chen Jia laughed and said, Okay, I won't tease you anymore, but I think you should confront Yifeng sooner rather than later. A talented guy like Yifeng will surely have many admirers around him. Are you not worried at all? Worried? Non-existent. Gu Muxi lifted her chin arrogantly. She never worries about these things and absolutely believes in Yifeng. If loving each other no longer entails trust, then the relationship has already withered. Chen Jia reached out to pinch her cute face and said, Oh, my little Muxi is really carefree. Gu Muxi asked in return, Then why don't you worry a bit about Wang Tai? Chen Jia widened her eyes. He dares. Gu Muxi covered her mouth and chuckled. True. TZ is completely devoted to you. Chen Jia heaved, smiling, of course, giving him the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard. He wouldn't dare flirt with other girls. Oh, Muxi, have you designed the house in the villa? Gu Muxi took out a sketchbook from the drawer and happily said, Of course, it's all here, preliminary design sketch. I'll show it to that stinky fun tomorrow. Great, Muxi, you're fast. Let me see. Chen Jia curiously said. Gu Muxi guarded the sketchbook, shaking her head. This is just a draft, not finalized yet. Stinky Fun hasn't seen it. Let's finalize it before announcing, to prevent you from interfering with various opinions and affecting my creativity. Chen Jia shrugged, laughing. Okay, then I won't look for now, but I'll warn you first. The most common place for conflicts between couples is in interior design. Think about it. Interior design is a big deal, with many details. If both disagree on certain details, it's easy to argue. Gu Muxi asked in surprise, Is that a saying? Of course. Chen Jia nodded firmly. Gu Muxi asked skeptically, How do you know that? They show it on TV. Chen Jia said so. Gu Muxi, I won't bother with you. The next day at noon, as classes ended on campus, students poured out of the classroom building in groups, heading to the cafeteria. In the Computer Science Institute, Gu Muxi, holding the sketchbook in her hands, stood cutely under the classroom building, waiting for Yifeng to finish class. The Computer Science Institute of Southern China University of Technology is known for having more male students than female students. When Gu Muxi, dressed in a light blue sailor suit, stood under the building, she attracted the attention of many students with a 100% head-turning rate. Wow! Who is this beauty? Don't you know? She's the beauty queen of our Southern China University of Technology. Wow, so pretty. If I had a girlfriend this pretty, I could live 10 more years. Wake up, Bro, even if you live 10 more years, you won't have a girlfriend this pretty. You jerk. I don't care. I like her style. Ha ha. Dream on. The beauty queen already has a boyfriend. Ah. Heartbroken. Who's her boyfriend? Am I handsome enough? A group of bows stood not far away, staring and discussing. Gumuxi just flipped her bangs and received waves of wolf howls. Suddenly, the bows saw Gumuxi looking towards the classroom building, jumping in place with a happy expression. Following her gaze, they saw a handsome young man in a white shirt appearing under the classroom building. Stinky fun, Gumuxi shouted and ran towards him in front of everyone, embracing the young man in the white shirt. The young man in the white shirt lifted her up, spun her around, showing intimacy. Oh no! My goddess! The bows were instantly petrifying and confused, accompanied by the sound of shattered hearts. After Gumuxi landed, she naturally held Yifeng's arm and lightly said, "Yi. Let's go. I'm starving." "Alright, greedy girl, let's go to the second floor of the cafeteria then." Yifeng fondly patted her head. "Oh. What are you holding in your hand?" Gumuxi teased. "Oh, I'll show you when we get to the dining area." Yifeng only glanced at it and guessed what it was, knowing from their phone call last night, so he played along. "Alright, let's go. By the way, there's an exchange activity at the Drama Society this afternoon. Remember to attend." Gumuxi held his hand, saying, "Okay. I got it." As the two walked away, a group of woes couldn't help but cast envious and jealous glances at Yifeng. One beau gritted his teeth. "I have to say, I'm jealous. Ah, Gu campus flower." On the way, Yifeng and Gumuxi walked and chatted under the shade of the trees. "Stupid idiot, move, move." Several bows skateboarding downhill from the front were speeding towards them. The leader of a group couldn't control his direction, crashing straight towards Yifeng. As the skateboarder was about to collide, Yifeng instinctively avoided the collision. The skateboarder didn't hit Yifeng, but instead tripped over a pit on the pedestrian walk behind Yifeng. "Ouch. Oh shit." The skateboarder cried out in pain as he fell backward. "Cow brother, are you okay?" Several of the skateboarder's friends behind him rushed forward to help him up. The skateboarder rubbed his waist and glared angrily at Yifeng. "Damn, are you blind?" Yifeng glanced at him and said, "This is a pedestrian walkway. Isn't that your problem?" The skateboarder, feeling indignant, cursed, "Stupid. So what if it's a pedestrian walkway? You blocked my view." Shaking his head, Yifeng couldn't help but chuckle and said, "You're too reasonable. The pedestrian walkway is not a place for skateboarding." The skateboarder, with a hot temper, realizing he couldn't win the argument, angrily rushed forward, grabbing Yifeng's collar. This scene drew the attention of surrounding students who stopped to watch, but no one dared to interfere. "I think you're asking for trouble." The skateboarder glared at Yifeng menacingly. Unmoved, Yifeng remained calm. Having seen his fair share of storms, this kind of scene didn't faze him. "You better let go," Yifeng said, indifferently. The skateboarder pulled harder and taunted, "What if I don't let go?" His 5 friends behind him also closed in, ready to support the skateboarder. Yifeng was about to react when suddenly, Gumuxi grabbed the skateboarder's arm, her eyes glinting coldly as she said, "Let go." The skateboarder impatiently brushed off Gumuxi's hand. "What's going on? This guy just stirred up trouble. He dared to treat someone protected by Gumuxi like this. It wouldn't end well." True to that thought, the next moment, Gumuxi snorted, grabbed the skateboarder's shoulders, and delivered a strong knee strike. The skateboarder, struck with intense pain, couldn't even cry out before being thrown to the ground by Gumuxi. With a loud thud, the skateboarder crashed heavily on the ground, followed by a cry of agony. Gumuxi clapped her hands proudly and said, "No one messes with my man except me." Turning to Yifeng, she patted his shoulder. "Don't worry. In school, I've got your back." Yifeng couldn't help but smile. Indeed, in school, little she had his back. She. "You're amazing." "Of course. Where do you think I learned my judo skills from?" Gumuxi laughed, her hands on her hips. Seeing the skateboarder being beaten up, a boy wanted to retaliate and lunge towards Gumuxi. But Gumuxi was no pushover. She tripped him up and tossed him out in one swift move. The onlookers gasped in amazement. "Wow, this girl is fierce. Impressive. Goddess of war. What a badass girl." The crowd marveled at Gumuxi's skills, not used to seeing such a beautiful and skilled girl. Several bows thought twice about approaching, even showing some fear in their eyes. Clapping her hands, Gumuxi, chin up, asked, Anyone else? None dared to reply. Gu Muxi picked up the design draft from the ground and, holding Yifang's hand, warned them, "You might not be students here, but while in non-Hua Li, don't be arrogant, and don't mess with my man, or you'll regret it." "Feng, let's go," Yifeng dryly said. "All right, let's go." Ignore them. He had intended to teach those young men a lesson, but found that Gu Muxi had settled everything before he could intervene. Thus, with the admiring gaze of many students, Gu Muxi and Yifeng stylishly left. The skateboarder lifted his head, glared at Yifeng's retreating figure, and cursed, "Damn, this guy is leeching off a woman. Damn it, don't mess with me next time." Yifeng and Gu Muxi went to the cafeteria on the second floor to eat. There were fewer people there, so they found a secluded spot. After ordering, Gu Muxi showed Yifeng the design draft she held in her hands. "Feng, take a look. I put a lot of effort into this." Opening the notebook, Yifeng indeed saw a design draft for a villa. From the overall villa structure to the interior layout, the design was comprehensive. Upon seeing the interior design, Yifeng couldn't hide his surprise. Gu Muxi's design was extremely minimalistic, knowing how to use light to create a warm atmosphere, exuding a timeless design aesthetic. "It's excellent. Wow. I didn't know you had this talent. Little Shishi. It looks great. Your style seems to be minimalistic. Where did you learn that from?" Proud of the praise, Gu Muxi chuckled. "Where did I learn it? You have no idea. Of course, I learned it from you. You just called it minimalistic style. Well, that name fits perfectly, so I'm adopting it." Yifeng was amazed at how Gu Muxi could come up with such designs without any concepts. Her talent in design was impressive, and her designs for future company buildings might also be good. "Learn from me? Did I teach you?" Yifeng asked curiously. Gu Muxi proudly said, "I drew inspiration from when I visited your company's renovation. Did I have to learn from you?" Impressed, Yifeng gave her a thumbs up. She. You're a genius." Gu Muxi covered her mouth, smiling. "Your flattery is sweet." She loved the minimalistic style. Simple, fashionable, enduring, and warm. That's the future home. It had to feel like a home. Returning to the philosophy of life. Life is daily, just like wealth, necessities, and companionship. A family with beauty. Determined to create her imagined home, she devoted herself to it, almost daily fantasizing about the days living with Yifeng inside. "Feng, don't you had any opinions after looking at it?" Gu Muxi asked curiously. According to Chen Jiujia, couples surely would have disagreements over renovations. She wanted to know if Yifeng had any opinions. Yifeng solemnly said, "I do." Worried, Gu Muxi asked, "What are your thoughts? Where do you want to make changes?" Holding her hand, Yifeng earnestly said, "My opinion is, you, in the future, should avoid staying up late. Don't strain yourself with all these tasks. Before, you stayed up late at night, probably working on designs, right? You couldn't have produced these design drafts so quickly otherwise. She, I don't want you to be overworked." Hearing this, a wave of warm feelings washed over Gu Muxi, making her nose tingle. HMPH, well, it's good you understand. Okay, I got it. Gu Muxi puckered up and pecked him on the cheek. "Is this a reward?" Yifeng cheekily asked. "Just this little reward." Blushing, Gu Muxi rolled her eyes at him. "Isn't it enough?" Yifeng decisively shook his head. "Not enough." With that, he leaned in and kissed her. Their lips met, leaving Gu Muxi wide-eyed and stunned on the spot. After freely plundering for a while, Yifeng finally released her contentedly. Gu Muxi's cheeks were all red as she turned her head to look around the cafeteria and saw that nobody was paying attention, which slightly eased her mind. "Stinky Fun, how dare you be inappropriate with me in public?" Asking for a beating, her small pink fist rained down on Yifeng's arm like droplets, feeling quite embarrassed. Yifeng smirked, "So it's only inappropriate if it's in public? Bad boy. It's not allowed even if it's not in public." Gu Muxi pouted, acting coquettish. Yifeng chuckled. "Well, I won't let you off then. I'll ignore you. I'll go get food." Gu Muxi blushed and turned away. Yifeng was in a very pleasant mood. Teasing little Shishi every day was such a happy thing. Suddenly the phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Han Pingan, so he answered immediately. "Hello, Pingan. What's up?" "Fun J. Do you have time this weekend? I have something to discuss with you. It's about Bingji's matters." Han Pingan's low voice came through the phone. Yifeng's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he asked, "What's the matter? Is it about restructuring Bingji's inheritance?" Han Pingan was someone who would try to solve problems by himself first, and if he called to discuss, it must be something beyond his control. Yifeng guessed it was about the inheritance restructuring issue. Han Pingan reply, "Yes Fengji, the industry left by Bingji is a bit complicated. Sorting it out is tricky, and some people have opinions. They don't agree with the asset separation and want to get more. They are Bingji's old brothers. I can't make a decision for now. Because of their opposition, the restructuring is in a deadlock. I'm sorry, Fengji, I couldn't do the task well." In the end, Han Pingan sounded apologetic and self-blaming, a tone he rarely showed. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng already had a sense of what the situation might be, but he couldn't explain it on the phone at the moment. "No need to apologize. I understand your situation. From your perspective, you have to consider Zilu and Bingji's other brothers. Encountering such difficulties is normal." Yifeng comforted him. "Thank you, Fengji." Han Pingan expressed his gratitude, touched by the fact that Yifeng didn't blame him for not doing the task well. Yifeng said, "Don't mention it. Let's not wait until the weekend. Come to the school tomorrow night, and I'll take you to eat delicious food." "Great." Han Pingan breathed a sigh of relief and agreed with a smile. Just as the two were chatting, Gumuxi came back with her meal. "Stinky Fun, whose call was it?" Gumuxi curiously asked. Yifeng hung up the phone and smiled. "It was Pingan. Arranged to meet him tomorrow night to discuss something." Gumuxi put down her tray, pinched his nose, and said, You're never not busy, but you promised me. Drink less alcohol." Yifeng made a face at her. "All right, old lady." Gumuxi chuckled. "You're the old lady. Eat your food." She sat down and suddenly asked, "Is there a communication activity in the drama club this afternoon?" Yifeng nodded while eating. "Yes, it's a communication with the drama club, and as the vice president, I am fully in charge." Gumuxi rolled her eyes, teasing, "Still in charge? You're going to be busy." Yifeng confidently replied, "Managing a small club, what is there to be busy about? I already have the club credits in hand." Gumuxi retorted, "What about you? Are you used to being in the student council?" "In the student council, all I do is odd jobs. What's there not to get used to?" It was clear that she wasn't very satisfied with her current work in the student council. Yifeng knew that she had always wanted to do something for the school and the student council, to elevate her position within the student council, but she didn't know where to start. This didn't surprise him because Gumuxi was not good at dealing with people, especially in the student council, where most were very shrewd individuals. "Hey, relax, as long as you can get your credits, it's fine. Don't worry, you'll be promoted when you're a sophomore," Yifeng reassured her. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, in the drama club, Gumuxi arrived at the club first, sitting in the lounge drinking coffee with Chen Jiajia. With Yifeng's investment, the drama club's warehouse had been renovated, no longer a messy venue but a clean, beautiful, and stylish club center, and Yifeng had successfully gained control of the club. In addition to the largest rehearsal room, the activity center also had a lounge for resting, changing rooms, equipment rooms, and other facilities, all well equipped. "Wow, the drama club has changed drastically," Chen Jiajia exclaimed as she looked around. Gumuxi rested her chin on her hands, proud, and said, "Of course, it's all thanks to Yifeng." Chen Jiajia whispered, "It's because Yifeng is capable." "What capability?" Gumuxi turned her head to ask. "Money. The ability to spend money," Chen Jiajia replied. Gumuxi, you make a good point." Chen Jiajia curiously asked, "Hey, Muxi, do you think? How much money has Yifeng made since he dares to spend like this?" Gumuxi tapped her chin, pondered for a moment, and said, "I've never asked him, but I guess, maybe around 5 to 6 million. 7 million? It should be around that much. Perhaps a little less." "Hey, how would I know?" Chen Jiajia nodded in agreement. "I think maybe it's more, like 10 million. "Well, that's still very impressive." As they were chatting, 2 girls walked in. "Hello, excuse me, is this the South China Drama Club?" one of the pretty girls asked. Gumuxi turned around and saw a girl wearing a floral skirt, with shoulder-length hair, an oval face, and willow leaf eyebrows. The girl had an elegant and delicate temperament that left a lasting impression. Gumuxi was stunned when she saw her. "Huh, it's you." The girl with the short hair also saw Gumuxi and looked surprised. "Classmate Gu, Ha! What a coincidence, didn't expect to meet you here. Gu Muxi stood up, carefully scrutinizing the girl in front of her, feeling a strange and inexplicable feeling in her heart. It's like, a bit uncomfortable. She didn't understand where this feeling came from, yet. Lu Yao, classmate. Gu Muxi smiled wryly. Wait, are you guys from the Gwanda Drama Club? Lu Yao nodded and smoothed her shoulder-length hair, smiling. Yes, we heard there was an exchange event here today. We got out of class early, so we came to check it out. We asked around and found our way here. But when I walked in and saw how good this place is, it was a bit unbelievable, so I came to ask. Gu Muxi suddenly realized, oh, you're in the right place. This is the drama club. Welcome. Lu Yao smiled faintly, staring at Gu Muxi, and extended her hand. Thank you. Gu Muxi hesitated for a moment, shook her hand. You're welcome. Please have a seat. I'll go get you some water. Gu Muxi let go of her hand, turned around to fetch water, with Chen Jiujia following to help. Zhou Lili watched Gu Muxi's backhand, whispered, Hey, she's Yifeng's girlfriend. She's pretty, isn't she? Lu Yao nodded and smiled. Yes, quite beautiful, but she's pretty naive, just merely beautiful. Zhou Lili covered her mouth and giggled, saying, Yao, are you envious? But I have to admit, you're right. Lu Yao laughed. There is a bit of envy. You are so beautiful and have such a great boyfriend. Aren't you the winner of life? Zhou Lili pinched her cheek and said, I think you're not bad either. Some things, as long as you want them, you have to strive for them yourself. Lu Yao shook her head and smiled. What are you talking about? Zhou Lili put her hand on her shoulder, saying, I'm not joking. This is the truth of life. Stop with your truth. Lu Yao pushed her hand away and smiled. HMPH. Let me tell you, once a person has desire, it cannot be stopped. Zhou Lili affirmed. Yao, don't you think that handsome guy, Yifeng, is charming, good-looking, with a good temper and wealthy too? I heard from my friends at South China that Yifeng's family is worth at least tens of millions. Who wouldn't like such a man? You met him a few times and can't stop thinking about him. I know you, Zhou Lili teased. Lu Yao blushed slightly and quickly denied. Who can't stop thinking about him? Don't talk nonsense. But Yifeng's figure had already appeared in her mind. Don't deny it. I see through your thoughts, Zhou Lili said. Yao. Listen to me. There are some things you can try to strive for. If you strive for it, there might still be a chance. If you don't, you won't even have a 1% chance. Lu Yao rolled her eyes at her. I don't have time for you. She sat down, but Zhou Lili's words kept spinning in her mind. Tea is here. Enjoy. Gu Muxi and Chen Jiujia brought over 2 cups of tea. Lu Yao looked at Gu Muxi and smiled. Thank you. You're welcome. Guests are treated well. Gu Muxi sweetly smiled. Lu Yao couldn't help but smile at her innocent smile, realizing she was only pretty. Was this South China's campus belle just a beautiful vase? She didn't know, but interacting with someone like her was easy. Classmate Gu, we noticed the nice decorations when we came in. Your drama club is really well off. Ours at Gwanda is different. We only have a small shabby room. Lu Yao envied. Chen Jiujia proudly said. Hehe, that's because our club has a big boss. Boss Yi, haha. Yifeng's money, he is indeed wealthy. Lu Yao admired. Gu Muxi tugged at Chen Jiujia's arm, signaling her not to brag too much, then smiled. Don't listen to her. It's just slightly better conditions. Lu Yao smiled ambiguously. Sit down. While the exchange hasn't begun, why don't you share some fun stories from your drama club with us? I'd like to understand more in advance. Gu Muxi hesitated for a moment before sitting down. Lu Yao then led the conversation, from the history of the drama club's establishment to the newly appointed vice president, Yifeng. When Gu Muxi didn't want to talk, Chen Jiujia was already on a roll, talking endlessly. Lu Yao controlled the conversation, and Gu Muxi could only listen on the side, occasionally agreeing. She felt something was off. Was Lu Yao too focused on Yifeng? Maybe I'm overthinking it. Gu Muxi couldn't tell, but inadvertently distanced herself from Lu Yao. After chatting for half an hour, the Gwanda Drama Club's executives arrived one after another, and the South China executives were all present. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. President Yi, hello. President Yi, have you had dinner? President Yi is really handsome. Members were excited. The executives and team leaders from Gwanda also greeted Yifeng one by one. Hey, Hixie, It looks like your boyfriend is here. Chen Jia pulled Gumuxi up from her seat. Gumuxi walked to the door and looked outside, indeed seeing Yifeng's figure approaching. Suddenly, there was another figure beside him. Lu Yao. Lu Yao leaned against the doorway, arms crossed, staring intently at Yifeng walking towards them. Yifeng had a handsome face and a warm smile that seemed to melt ice and snow, irresistibly captivating. Zhou Lili leaned over and whispered in Lu Yao's ear, "Look at you." Claiming not to be fascinated, "Your eyes are practically popping out." Lu Yao snapped out of her trance, blushing slightly but still denied rationally, "Nonsense, I'm not." As she spoke, Yifeng had already reached them, and Gumuxi welcomed him with open arms. "HMPH. Smelly Feng. Why are you only coming now?" "Had some matters to attend to." Yifeng patted her head. At this moment, Yifeng naturally noticed Lu Yao standing at the door, his brows slightly furrowing. Why was she here too? "Hello, student Yifeng." Lu Yao flipped her shoulder-length hair and smiled, extending her hand. Yifeng remained calm, not offering a hand, and instead asked, "What brings you here?" Lu Yao felt a bit awkward and joked, "Why, student Yifeng, are you not welcoming me?" Glancing at Gumuxi holding Yifeng's arm, she added, "There might be some misunderstanding between us for you to keep your distance like this, but I don't understand what the misunderstanding is." Lu Yao retracted her hand, squinting at Yifeng. "Do we have any grievances? On the contrary, to meet several times in such a large university city, isn't that fate?" Gumuxi slightly furrowed her brows, feeling a sudden sense of vigilance in her heart. The sixth sense from a woman told her that Lu Yao in front of her seemed to have some thoughts about Yifeng. She turned to look at Yifeng, who had a calm expression, and she felt a bit more at ease, so she held his hand. Yifeng gave a faint smile and calmly said, "It's nothing, Lu Zhao is overthinking." The people present couldn't help but show surprise at his direct response, which lacked courtesy. Chen Jia also reacted, and gave Lu Yao a disdainful look, saying, "Lu Zhao, his girlfriend, is right here. What fate or no fate? Be careful not to make Zhao jealous." Lu Yao chuckled and said, "Ha ha, sorry, I was just joking." "Gu. Don't take it to heart," Lu Yao added. Gumuxi was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to respond. It seemed like nothing she said was quite appropriate. At that moment, she felt that the girl in front of her was not as innocent as she appeared. Suddenly, Yifeng held her hand and affectionately said, "My little she would never get jealous." Gumuxi was taken aback, understanding Yifeng's meaning. She nodded and coquettishly smiled. "You stinker, you know your way around." The sweet scene between the two made others look on with envy, except Lu Yao. "You're really good at spoiling your girlfriend, such a good man," Lu Yao commented, pursing her lips. "Just average, third in the world, nothing special." "Let's start the activities." Yifeng waved his hand to signal the start. The exchange between the drama societies was about acting skills, rehearsal techniques, and organizational management experiences. Throughout the exchange, Yifeng didn't even glance Lu Yao's way, focusing entirely on the tasks at hand. Yifeng was midway through hosting the exchange when he excused himself to use the restroom. Upon exiting, he ran into Lu Yao standing with her arms crossed, seemingly waiting for him. "I'm curious, why do you always seem to avoid me on purpose?" Lu Yao questioned. "Am I some kind of monster to you? Or did I offend you somehow?" She continued, staring intently at him. Yifeng, indifferent, replied as he wiped his hands with a tissue, "You're overthinking. We were never close before, and we won't be in the future." "Then why, when you first saw me, how did you?" Lu Yao pressed, her womanly intuition telling her that Yifeng was hiding something, but she was cut off by Yifeng. "That was just a misunderstanding. Nothing more," he smiled. Facing Lu Yao again, he had completely let go of any past connection. Since they were to live a new life, knowing why Lu Yao had betrayed him or delving into her complicated nature was meaningless. "Is that so? But I feel like you know me," Lu Yao speculated. Yifeng discarded the tissue, saying, "I'm sorry, that's just your own misconception. I hope you stop dwelling on these issues. We really shouldn't have any interaction," he added before excusing himself to go back to his girlfriend. As they passed by each other, Lu Yao felt a chill, a bone-chilling coldness. She turned around, watching Yifeng walk away, now with a furrowed brow. After a while, Zhou Lili walked in, teasing, "Ah, Yo-Yo, I knew you had your eyes on Mr. Yi. Why not admit it?" Lu Yao remained silent, looking somewhat dazed. Since meeting Yifeng, her once tranquil heart had been thrown into chaos. Zhou Lili chuckled. Although he has a girlfriend, there's never a wall that can't be toppled. You have to try. After all, who wouldn't love such an outstanding guy? Lu Yao shook her head, saying, maybe you should zip your mouth shut first. I can't be bothered with you. With that, she turned and walked away. Zhou Lili chuckled. This girl is so stubborn. The exchange activities ended, and as night fell, Yifeng bid farewell to the large group and then escorted Gumuxi back to the dorm. Side by side, holding hands, they strolled through the quiet campus at night, their shadows elongated by the street lights. Stinker, do you know that Lu Yao from the drama club? Gumuxi suddenly asked Yifeng. Yifeng thought for a moment, then laughed. Why? Are you really jealous? I'm not jealous, it's just that her attitude towards you seems strange. It seems like she has taken a liking to you. Gumuxi voiced her intuition. Yifeng patted her head, self-complacently saying, I'm so handsome, so it's normal for people to like me, right? Ha ha. Gumuxi rolled her eyes. Hemph, so full of yourself. Yifeng put his arm around her shoulders, saying, come on, I've only seen her a few times, we're not close. You don't have to worry. She then smiled, standing on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on his cheek. All right, in recognition of your faithfulness, I'll reluctantly reward you a bit. Yifeng licked his lips and mischievously said, in light of your understanding, I'll reward you too. Heh. Hee. I don't want your reward. You have to take it. She. Don't run. Stinker. Why are you chasing me? Ha ha. The two romped and frolicked, their sweet laughter echoing through the campus pathways. The next evening, Yifeng made plans to have dinner with Han Pingan at a street food stall. The street food street behind South China Institute of Technology was popular among students at night, bustling with people out for a snack. Although the street was busy, the food stall had only a few tables occupied. Dining at the food stall was considered a luxury for most students. Only those from well-off families could afford it. Boss, the usual, fried noodles, oysters, and any seafood dishes. 6 dishes for 2 people. Bring some tea first. Yifeng entered the stall and called out to the middle-aged boss. He had been there several times and was familiar with the boss. The middle-aged boss, known as Lao Zhao, had a balding head, wore a yellowed undershirt, and had a round belly. Despite his unrefined appearance, he was an accomplished chef trained in traditional culinary arts. In the world of food, a good chef was highly respected, and many chefs specialized in Cantonese cuisine were renowned. The chef's skillful hands made Yifeng a frequent customer. Lao Zhao chuckled. Ha ha, the handsome guy is here. Sure. Grab a seat while I prepare. Yifeng found a seat and was soon served with tea, teapot, teacups, hot water, and a pack of tea leaves. Yifeng skillfully poured water and brewed tea, a task that caught the curious eyes of the surrounding diners in the stall. He didn't mind the attention and waited for Han Pingan to arrive. Suddenly, the roar of motorcycles rang out as a group of young people arrived at the stall's entrance, many of them carrying skateboards. Boss, grilled fish first, and 2 beers. The lead youth shouted. Hey he. Keoj is treating again. Keoj is generous. The group of youths behind him cheered and praised him. The youth with the surname Cao, carrying a skateboard, had a smile on his face, boasting a sense of self-satisfaction as he enjoyed the admiration of those around him. Accompanied by the crowd, he walked into the stall. Upon entering, he stopped in his tracks, his expression darkening as he noticed Yifeng seated in the corner. Damn, encountering him again. Oh my, Cao brother, isn't that kid from yesterday up ahead? The young man next to Cao Zikan also noticed Yifeng. Cao Zikan snorted, remembering how embarrassed he felt after being tripped by a girl yesterday. It was really humiliating. Now that kid's alone, the time to reclaim his dignity has come. Brothers, let's go. Let's go see him. Cao Zikan waved his hand, leading the group towards Yifeng. The group's imposing presence quickly caught the attention of other customers in the shop, who glanced over. Oh, looks like there's trouble brewing. Are they here to cause trouble with that handsome guy? Shh. Keep your voice down. Don't meddle. You might get in trouble. The surrounding customers whispered among themselves. Yifeng put down his teacup and noticed the approaching group. When he saw Cao Zikan in the lead, his brow furrowed slightly. Can't even have a peaceful meal? But he had seen many such scenes before and remained calm, continuing to drink his tea. Cao Zikan and his group reached Yifeng's table, grinning broadly. Hey, Isn't this the freeloader guy? Only hides behind women. What kind of man are you? Yifeng glanced up at him calmly and asked, "What's up?" Cao Zikin chuckled, pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Yifeng. "Of course, there's something. Weren't you quite cocky yesterday? Will you continue to be cocky today for us to see?" Cao Zikin, backed by his group of friends, felt ignored by Yifeng's nonchalant attitude. Anger surged within him, and he slammed the table, swearing, "Damn it, you're quite arrogant, kid." At this point, the owner of the stall, old Zhao, who overheard the commotion, hurried over in a friendly manner. "Hey, handsome boss, let's talk it out nicely. Calm down." Doing business, he feared nothing more than troublemakers. Any trouble would ruin his business. Cao Zikin glanced at old Zhao coldly. "Boss, this doesn't concern you. Mind your own business." Old Zhao chuckled. "Hey, handsome boss, don't be so hot-headed. This handsome boy here is also a regular customer of mine. If there's an issue, let's talk it out nicely." With that, old Zhao hurried to Yifeng's side, advising him in a whisper, "Buddy, if there's trouble, you can go to the kitchen first. There's a back door." Yifeng leaned back in his chair, saying calmly, "Boss, no need to worry, you can continue with your work." Old Zhao, seeing Cao Zikin's aggressive friends, whisper, "I can't just stand by. Maybe you should go to the back for now. I see trouble coming with all these people." Yifeng smiled, patted his hand reassuredly. "Boss, don't worry about me. Don't let me affect your business. Boss, move aside." The young man next to Cao Zikin was already eager to start. Old Zhao hurried over again, wearing a forced smile. "Hey handsome lad, don't rush, don't rush. How about some tea first?" Old Zhao went to get the tea, but was slapped away by Cao Zikin. "Damn, can't you understand simple words? Today, I'm going to teach this kid a lesson. Nobody can stop me, not even Jesus." Cao Zikin stood in front of Yifeng, raised his left leg, stepped on the chair, and mocked, "Kid, get off by yourself, and I'll let you off this once." Yifeng put down his teacup, shook his head with a smile, and retorted, "Where did you learn that from? A hoodlum. In this era, you're still using these old tricks." Cao Zikin's face darkened, turned, picked up a skateboard, and his other friends gathered behind him. Yifeng squinted, his demeanor calm, but he was already plotting how to deal with these people. Catch the leader first, and if it came to a fight, this kid would be the first to suffer. What could these young people, who couldn't even fight, do? Suddenly, outside the shop, the roaring sound of cars was heard accompanied by honking. The sudden honking broke the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to look outside. They saw several black cars parked at the shop's entrance, a total of 6 cars. At the front was a black Chrysler S-Series, followed by all black Audi A100s. These rare luxury cars, now suddenly appearing in such numbers, drew the attention of the whole street, and the customers in the shop stood up to look. Cao Zikin also turned to see this and was stunned. Damn, so many luxury cars. Then, a group of men in black suits emerged from the cars, a dozen in total, 2 of them tall and muscular, with fierce looks giving the impression that they were not to be trifled with. They walked into the shop, heading straight towards Yifeng. "Get lost." A big-headed, menacing man glanced at Cao Zikin's friends, and with just that look, they quivered in fear. These young people had never seen such a show of force before and paled, immediately making way. Cao Zikin didn't dare block them, put down the skateboard, and stepped aside. To the astonishment of everyone, the big-headed man walked up to Yifeng, bowing respectfully. "Brother Feng." "Hello, Brother Feng." The men in black suits behind him greeted in unison, their voices echoing in the shop. Cao Zikin watched in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Damn, what's going on here? Not only was Cao Zikin confused, but even his brothers behind him, as well as the other customers at the food stall, were also confused. For a moment, all the incredulous gazes gathered on Yifeng. No one had expected such an ordinary young man who was just drinking tea to have such a great background. The fact that this group of people respectfully called him brother clearly indicated that he was no ordinary person. While others dared not speak, Cao Zikin began to feel extremely uneasy. What was this situation? Could it be that this kid had some influential backing? Yifeng gave a slight smile and beckoned, saying, "Dao is here. Pingan, where are you?" "Brother Feng, I'm here. Just got you a little gift." The voice of Han Pingan rang out from the crowd, and he hurried over with something in his hands. Yifeng chuckled and said, "We're all family here, Why bring gifts? Han Pingan set down the gift box, grinned, and said, hey, this was personally ordered by Zilu. She insisted on giving it, so I couldn't refuse. Yifeng suddenly understood that Yanlu must have wanted to express her gratitude by sending a gift. So, Yifeng accepted it graciously and said, all right, I've received your goodwill. Bring something back as a return gift another day. Yes, Brother Feng, Han Pingan replied. He then turned to see Cao Zikin and his group. Curious, he asked, Brother Feng, who are they? Yifeng smiled and replied, troublemakers. Hearing this, Han Pingan's face immediately turned cold as he glared at Cao Zikin's group and said sharply, Dao, they're looking to pick a fight with Brother Feng. Do you know what to do? With a fierce grin, Dao rubbed his palms, then suddenly turned around and delivered a hard slap to Cao Zikin's face. Smack! The slap was incredibly forceful, ringing crisp and clear, causing Cao Zikin to fall to the ground. Cao Zikin was disoriented by the blow, instinctively touched his face, finding it covered in blood with two teeth missing. Before he could react, two burly men in suits lifted him up from the ground. Cao Zikin's group was petrified, facing Dao and his intimidating men who exuded a dangerous aura. Not daring to even think of helping Cao Zikin, Sun even attempted to sneak away, but were blocked by the black-clothed strongmen. Where do you think you're going? Go back and stay put. The two black-clothed men said coldly. Those who tried to flee immediately broke out in a cold sweat, freezing in place, realizing they had messed with the wrong people. They were done for. Cao Zikin was hosted in front of Dao. Kid, you're quite something, Dao said, with a menacing grin. Cao Zikin, who was frightened at first, cried out, no, big brother, my dad works in the Civil Aviation Authority. We can compensate however much you want. Upon hearing Civil Aviation Authority, Yifeng squinted his eyes, then suddenly asked, is your dad called Cao Yan? Cao Zikin was taken aback, thinking that Yifeng was acquainted with his father. He quickly crawled over, responding, yes, my dad is Cao Yan. Big brother, do you know my dad? I recognize him, but we're not close, Yifeng said with a smile. Within the Guangzhou Water Transportation Department, the most crucial agency was the Civil Aviation Authority. Directly under the higher authorities, Yifeng shipyard needed a qualification certificate but hadn't been approved yet. Cao Yang was a key figure there, something Yifeng was well aware of but hadn't interacted with him. It was quite a coincidence to encounter Cao Yang's son today. Upon hearing that Yifeng wasn't close to his father, Cao Zikin's face fell, afraid to speak. Yifeng continued with a smile, everyone must bear the consequences of their actions, no exceptions. Being young is a good thing, but young people should not be too arrogant. Being too arrogant can lead to trouble. You must know that there will always be someone better than you. It's not a bad thing to be low-key. Cao Zikin was now regretful and wished he had known about Yifeng's background earlier. He wouldn't have dared to act willfully. I'll remember that. I won't dare again. Yifeng smiled and asked, what's your name? Cao Zikin. Shivering, Cao Zikin replied with his head down. Yifeng waved his hand and said, Cao Zikin, go sit on the side for now. He didn't want to bother with these young people, but Cao Zikin could be useful as his father held a significant position. Yifeng planned to cool them off for a bit, ensuring they learned their lesson so they wouldn't forget. As for Cao Zikin, his connection to Cao Yang offered a unique opportunity for Yifeng as he was looking to establish his business. After arranging Cao Zikin's group, Dao sat next to Yifeng. Feng, why didn't you teach them a lesson? Dao asked softly. Yifeng raised his hand, indicating that they were now in legitimate positions and they should avoid resorting to violence. Some situations could be handled differently. Dao was reminded by Yifeng that their roles had changed, and they had to adapt to a more dignified demeanor. From a troublemaker, Dao had transitioned into a corporate executive. Seeing Dao reluctantly following Yifeng's advice, Han Pingan teased, hey, Dao, you better listen to Feng's guidance. Once you put on the suit, keep it on and act a bit more dignified. Dao immediately agreed, saying, of course, I'll be dignified. I promise. Yifeng chuckled and said, forget it, I doubt you can change that quickly. Even if you promise to wear a suit, I don't believe you'll keep it on. Stay humble, big brother, and refrain from causing trouble in the future, Han Pingan assured Dao. I understand your meaning, Feng, Dao responded. Yifeng poured tea for both of them and asked Han Pingan, how's the progress on the industrial reorganization? Han Pingan wore a slightly troubled expression and replied, Feng, That situation is a bit tricky. What are the tricky parts? Any opinions? Yifeng asked. Han Pingan whisper. Lao Shan Yannan. He is one of the oldest followers of the boss, responsible for managing the 15 game arcades under the boss's industry. According to the restructuring plan, the game arcade business is to be shut down, but he disagrees. When Yifeng heard this name, he remembered the person. He had seen him at Yan Zubing's birthday party before, a man in his 40s, but the impression was not deep. Does he get a share of the profits from the game arcade? Yifeng continued to ask. Yes, he gets a 30% share, Han Pingan replied. In this world, everyone is driven by interests. There are his interests involved in this matter, so naturally he disagrees with the shutdown. Have you discussed compensation with him? Yifeng asked, stroking his chin. I have talked to him. The company will compensate him, and then will provide him with a new position with a salary not less than what he earns now. But he just doesn't agree, and I have received information that he has secretly communicated with others and plans to oppose this industry restructuring, Han Pingan said, with a hint of apology on his face. Feng Jie, I'm sorry, it's my fault for not handling this matter. Yifeng smiled, waved his hand, and said, this is not your fault. Some people want more, he continued. Is he opposing the restructuring because he wants to take over these 15 game arcades? Is that his condition? What he wants? Han Pingan exclaimed. Feng Jie, you already know. Exactly. His condition is that he wants the company to hand over the industries of the 15 game arcades to him. I didn't agree, and the negotiations have reached a deadlock. Yifeng took out a pack of cigarettes, handed one to Han Pingan and Big Head, then lit one for himself. If the boss were still here, would he dare to make such a request? Hey, human desires are insatiable. Yifeng blew a smoke ring and continued. Pingan, this matter must be resolved in the most appropriate way, or else others will follow suit, and everyone will dare to take a bite. Han Pingan's expression changed, and he already guessed what Yifeng meant by the most appropriate way. Setting an example, he understood that Chang Yongnan did not take him seriously. When the boss was still around, he could control these old guys, but now that the boss was gone, according to the boss's will, Yan Yanlu took over all the boss's industries. How could those old folks not have opinions? If Shang Yongnan was allowed to go away with the industry, no matter how it was separated, soon there would be a second, third, and more people following suit. By then, the empire the boss worked hard to build would collapse. That was a situation he did not want to see. Feng Jie, what should we do? Han Pingan asked softly. Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Pingan, I know you are a man of loyalty, but if you speak to them about loyalty, will they accept it? This matter cannot be loosened, and it absolutely cannot be loosened. I will give him to choices, either take the money and leave, or just leave. Han Pingan was shocked to hear Yifeng's direct and decisive strategy. Feng Jie. This. Yifeng raised his hand to stop him from speaking more and turned to Big Head. Big Head, your thoughts? Big Head took a drag of his cigarette, scratched his head, and grinned. I'll handle it. The boss is no longer here. Wanting to take away the boss's legacy is not something brothers would do. I know Shang Yannan well, but I don't agree with him doing that. If he really dares to do that, then he is not my brother either. Yifeng smiled faintly, then turned to Han Pingan, saying, Pingan, did you hear that? Han Pingan's concern was loyalty, but if he did that, where was the loyalty? After a moment of silence, he said, Feng Jie, I understand. Yifeng extinguished the cigarette, patted his shoulder, and said with emphasis, Pingan, those who achieve great things sometimes need to be ruthless. You are managing all of the boss's industries, not just a matter of money, but the livelihood of tens of thousands of families behind them. If the industries are not restructured, they will eventually be phased out. By then, not just you, but many others will be affected. Han Pingan shuddered at these words, then nodded solemnly. Feng Jie, I understand what to do now. Yifeng smiled contentedly and said, as long as you understand. Backtrack a bit, arrange for Shang Yannan to meet me at Nightfall Bar tomorrow night at 8 p.m. Remember, make sure he comes to see me. It's a must. Just tell him directly that it's my decision. Han Pingan said. Good. I will inform him early tomorrow morning. At that moment, the boss Lao Zhao brought in seafood barbecue. Bosses, please enjoy. Yifeng smiled and said, all right, let's eat first, chat while eating. I'm hungry already. Big Head took out 3 beers and said loudly, Funjae, General Han. Let's get the party started, haha. The three of them enjoyed their meal, drank beer, chatted casually. After about an hour of eating and drinking, Yifeng finally called Cao Zikan over. Cao Zikan walked over tremblingly, partly out of fear but also because he had been squatting for too long. His legs were already sore and swollen with pain. He stood in front of Yifeng, head lowered, afraid to make eye contact. Yifeng wiped his mouth and said, Cao Zikan, how do you suggest resolving this matter? Cao Zikan trembled and weakly asked, Listen, to Funjae. Yifeng smiled. Luckily, you have a good father. So, next Sunday, you will prepare a banquet to make peace. Invite your father too, and we will consider this matter resolved. Ah, am my father? Cao Zikan was startled, not understanding why Yifeng suddenly wanted to involve his father. Any objections? Yifeng squinted at him. Feeling the pressure, Cao Zikan dared not refuse, nodded repeatedly, and said, Yes, yes, Funjae, I'll do as you say. Yifeng waved his hand, saying, Well, you all can go now. Cao Zikan felt like he had been granted a pardon. Both fearful and overjoyed, he said, Yes, Funjae, goodbye. Big Head, goodbye. Without looking back, he hurriedly left in a disheveled manner. The other brothers also followed, but with their legs numb, several of them fell to the ground, scrambling to escape. Seeing how embarrassed they were, Big Head couldn't stop laughing. These kids are hilarious. Funjae, you're just letting him go like that. Yifeng chuckled. These young people are not worth too much trouble. The most important thing is, Cao Zikan still has great potential. Cao Yang used to refuse to show up, but this time, he must come out. Han Pingan asked, Funjae, is it about the qualification of the shipyard? Yifeng nodded. Cao Yan is definitely a cunning old fox. He probably doesn't want to offend the Wu family, or he might already be in cahoots with them. Han Pingan suddenly realized that Funjae was using this opportunity to force Cao Yang out. Funjae's mind is really meticulous. He is not even close to Funjae in this regard. The next morning, in the joyous game hall, the Din game hall was filled with smoke, the sound of hitting machines, and constant shouting. The glass door opened, and a group of people walked in with cigarettes in their mouths. The leader was a middle-aged man with curly hair, wearing a black suit and floral shirt. He walked with a swagger. Sanjay, hello. Good morning, Sanjay. Many players in the game hall greeted the middle-aged man with curly hair. Shan Yongman grinned and nodded at them. At that moment, a young man with short hair hurried over and respectfully said, Sanjay, Neway is waiting inside. Huh? Old Niu is here so early. Shan Yongman chuckled, sounding somewhat disdainful. With that, the group walked into the inner part of the game hall. Shan Yongman opened the office door and saw a bald man smoking inside. He laughed, haha, old Niu, what wind blew you over here? The bald man, Niu Jinbao, was one of the 8 golden tigers under Yin Zubing, and had a good relationship with Shan Yongman. Lao Shan is here. I'm here to see you today because there's something I need to discuss, Niu Jinbao said solemnly, then glanced at the group behind him, signaling the others to leave. Shan Yongman understood his meaning and beckoned for the others to exit. However, a long-haired youth stayed behind. This long-haired youth had a cold and expressionless face, showing no respect for Niu Jinbao. Niu Jinbao frowned upon seeing this youth and wondered why Shan Yongman had kept him there. Shan Yongman said with a smile, Come, sit down. Lao Niu, a crossing is my brother, one of us, not a bother. Niu Jinbao grunted and sat on the sofa. Lao Shan, I heard you've been visiting a lot of people's doors lately. Niu Jinbao asked first while smoking. Shan Yongman leaned back on the other end of the sofa and laughed. Yes, just making rounds. These are all our own brothers, any problem with that? Making rounds? Lao Shan, it's not that simple, is it? I heard you want to branch out on your own. Want other brothers to break away with you? Niu Jinbao questioned. Shan Yongman's eyes flashed with a cold light as he sneered. So what if I do? Lao Niu, did you come early this morning just for this matter? He had followed Yin Zubing for over 10 years, was one of the early group to follow Yin Zubing, held a respectable position within the organization, and had some influence. Therefore, he was not concerned with Niu Jinbao. Niu Jinbao's expression changed, and he anxiously said, Lao Shan, why are you being so foolish? It hasn't been long since the boss left. Are you really going independent now and making other brothers look bad? Shan Yongman sneered. Why do I care how others see me? Lao Niu, if you consider me a brother, Just leave this matter alone. Niu Jinbao said seriously, I do consider you a brother, that's why I wanted to talk to you. Are you not doing well now? Is the company mistreating you? Shan Yongmin spat out smoke and cursed. Damn it. Lao Niu, are you pretending to be clueless? Han Pingan is restructuring and wants to shut down my game hall. Don't you know? What the hell are you pretending for? Niu Jinbao retorted. I know all that, but Lao Shang, why are you so blind? Deities, is it to set up underground gambling dens? In this day and age, can you do that peacefully? When the boss was around, you had a few machines and he turned a blind eye. We all understood, and no one said anything. Now that the boss is gone, you have so many game halls. What's going on? Shan Yongmin sneered. When I distribute profits to the company, do you have this much to say? Don't act all righteous to me. I've worked hard, poured in lots of effort managing over a dozen game halls. How much can I earn just with those little game coins? Don't my people need to eat too? That surname Han said he wants to shut down the game halls, leaving my people out to dry. I see him, clearly targeting me. He grew angrier as he spoke, slamming the table and shouting, that son of a bitch climbed to the top with a woman and became the boss's brother-in-law, thinking he's invincible, thinking I'm an easy target. The company wants to restructure. Fine, let them. I won't play along. Let him do whatever he wants, but don't even think about closing my game halls. Damn it, what a piece of work. What he wanted was to independently manage those 15 game halls, completely breaking away from Yan Zubing's company. Niu Jinbao frowned and said, Lao Shang, think about the situation. Those game halls are not just yours, they belong to the company, to the boss. Once mentioned, Shan Yongmin became even more furious. Yes, they belong to the boss, but without me, where did they all come from? I've followed the boss for over 10 years. Been through thick and thin. When I went out on business trips, did I ever complain? Now that the boss is gone, goat, he handed everything over to that guy Han. What about us brothers? Ha, he was displeased from the start with Yan Zubing handing over the company to Han Pingan. The restructuring plan by Han Pingan, intending to close the game halls, was undoubtedly a significant blow and humiliation to him. So, he decided he wanted to set up on his own, making money with those 15 game halls. He wanted to secure control over those 15 game halls at all costs. Niu Jinbao was unhappy. What are you saying? Who the boss handed things to, that's his decision. Do you have a say? Shan Yongmin kicked the table leg and cursed, F***ck, I do have a say. Niu Jinbao was taken aback, not expecting Shan Yongmin to be so aggressive. It seemed persuasion was out of the question. The office fell into silence for a while. A young man named a Crossing sat in a corner, holding a knife as he peeled an apple, not saying a word, paying no attention to the argument between the two. After a while, Niu Jinbao sighed heavily and advised, Lao Shan, why take it to the point of breaking away? Can't we sit down and talk? Having an argument like this is bad for everyone. Shan Yongmin decisively stubbed out his cigarette. Talk? What's there to talk about? There's nothing to discuss about this matter. Let me work under some snot-nosed kid. Can you handle that? I can't. Niu Jinbao solemnly said. Lao Shan, don't forget, behind Han is Yizong. After the boss had an accident, it was Yizong who handled things. Seeking revenge for the boss, you might not show respect to Han, but you should at least give Yizong some face, right? Shan Yongmin knocked on the table and said coldly, Yifeng, yes. Seeking revenge for the boss, he has some ability, but within the company, he's not in a position to speak. He's just a junior to us. Ha, you're saying, he's just a junior compared to us. In terms of contributions to the company, how would he rank against us? In any case, it's not his turn. Besides, that you fellow may have some money, but he still relies on us to get things done, right? I know Han Pingan works under Yifeng, but so what? Am I afraid of him? Shan Yongmin sneered, then lit another cigarette. Lao Niu, don't try to pressure me with that Yi guy. I consider you a brother, so I don't want to quarrel with you, but you better stay out of this matter. Hearing this, Niu Jinbao knew Shan Yongmin's stance was firm and couldn't be persuaded. He sighed. Fine, I'll leave it be. I only tried to advise you because I consider you my own. If it was someone else, I wouldn't bother. Since that's how you put it, then I have nothing more to say. Do as you wish. With that, Niu Jinbao got up and left straight away, slamming the door as he went. A trace of coldness flashed in Sean Yongnin's eyes as he took a deep drag on his cigarette, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, what a joke. You really think highly of yourself." At that moment, a young man pushed the door open, holding a mobile phone in his hand. "Sean J, it's your phone?" It's Han Zong calling." Upon hearing the phone call from Han Pingan, Sean Yongnin sneered. Since his last conversation with Han Pingan, he had felt that Han Pingan was nothing special, lacking in courage. "Pass it to me," Sean Yongnin said, raising his hand. The young man quickly stepped forward and handed over the phone in his hand. Sean Yongnin took the phone and chuckled. "Heh, General Han, it's me. What's the matter?" "Lao Sean, Funjay wants to see you. Tonight at 8 o'clock, night color bar," came Han Pingan's low voice from the other end of the phone. Sean Yongnin raised an eyebrow and said, "Yizong wants to see me." The sudden request from Yifan to see him took him by surprise. It seemed that the surname had finally come out from behind the scenes. It's tonight," Han Pingan said. Sean Yongnin sneered and said, "I'm busy tonight. I have work to deal with. Let's do it another day." In his eyes, Yifeng was not qualified to order him around, so he wanted to refuse and show Yifeng who's in charge. "No," Funjay said, "tonight. Miss it then there will be no second chance," Han Pingan said coldly. "Hot." Sean Yongnin's face darkened, realizing the warning in Han Pingan's words. "General Han, what do you mean by that? Heh, are you threatening me?" Han Pingan continued. "Lao Sean, the things you need to stand on your own, you will have to deal with sooner or later. Whether you want to handle it properly, it's up to you." Upon hearing this, Sean Yongnin felt a surge of anger. For many years, he had never felt so severely threatened. Originally, he hadn't planned to talk with Han Pingan but to directly ask for what he wanted. If he didn't get what he wanted, he could just transfer the assets elsewhere, since he still controlled 15 game halls. However, that was not the most suitable outcome. The best result he wanted was to take over the 15 game halls from the company peacefully, then stand on his own, without causing a scene. If he could smoothly transition the assets from the company, and maintain a relationship with the company, it would be the best outcome without escalating tensions. It seemed pointless to talk with Han Pingan about this matter. It would be Yifan who would make the final decision. After some consideration, Sean Yongnin smiled and said, "All right, since Yizong wants to see me, I'll meet him tonight and push back the work." "Lao Sean, see you tonight." Han Pingan on the other end of the phone hung up. Sean Yongnin snorted coldly, tossing the phone aside. Crossing. "Tonight, you bring a few brothers with me." Sean Yongnin looked towards the long-haired young man in the corner. Sean J, bring a few brothers." Crossing played with a dagger in his hand and asked, 6? No. 10, bring Lang and others too. Sean Yongnin pondered. Crossing nodded, the dagger in his hand spinning and flipping. Sean Yongnin took a drag of his cigarette, walked to the liquor cabinet, poured himself a glass of whiskey. He exhaled a puff of smoke, lifted the glass, and laughed. "Damn, how come I feel more stylish drinking foreign liquor?" Crossing. "Don't you think? If Sean J says so, then it is," Crossing replied calmly. Sean Yongnin chuckled. "Damn it, I've been drinking beer for over 10 years. I'm tired of it. From now on, I'll drink foreign liquor." With that, Sean Yongnin tilted his head back and downed half of the glass of foreign liquor. However, as the foreign liquor entered his mouth, he furrowed his brows, abruptly slammed the glass on the ground. "Damn, foreign liquor is damn hard to drink. Foreigner, bring a bottle of Mayo Tai." 8 o'clock at night, night color bar. The bar was still operating normally, but it was early, and there weren't many customers in the lobby. The lively music made the scene somewhat deserted. Inside one of the VIP rooms on the 3rd floor of the bar, the decor was luxurious, grandiose, resembling a palace. Luo and Big Head were drinking and chatting, Yifeng and Han Pingan smoking on the side, while 2 well-dressed burly men stood guard at the door. "Funjay, want a drink?" Luo raised his glass in invitation. Yifeng waved his hand, smiled, and said, "You guys go ahead." Waiting for Lao Shang, Luo glanced at his Rolex watch and cursed, "Damn, it's past 8 o'clock, why hasn't Lao Shang arrived?" Big Head chuckled. "Whether he comes or not is still uncertain." Luo grunted, "If he dares not come, then he'll lose his last bit of respect." Thinking of standing on his own, wanting to take the game holes out, with such a big appetite, Isn't he afraid of overreaching himself? Dighead sensed his dissatisfaction in his words, understanding that Luo despised those who wanted to branch out on their own, especially since the soldier brother had just left. Those kinds of people only saw profit. Where was the loyalty? Luo, don't be angry. Let's wait for him to come before we talk. Come on, have a drink, Bighead said with a goofy smile. Luo shook his head, clinked glasses with Bighead. Yifan smoked, checked the time again, but showed no sign of impatience. Han Pingan's face looked grim. Funjie, should I make another call? Yifan shook his head, calmly said, no need. Don't call him. If he wants to come, he will eventually come. If he doesn't come, even if you make 100 calls, he won't come. Upon hearing this, Han Pingan nodded. But I guess he will come, even though he's rude. He's not brainless. Half an hour passed, and someone pushed open the door. Funjie, General Han, Lao Shan has arrived. At the entrance of the bar, Shang Yongnan leisurely walked in with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune, followed by a crossing and 10 brothers. Funjie, we've been waiting inside for quite some time. Please follow me. A well-dressed burly man gestured as he spoke. Traffic jam on the way. Can't help it. Shang Yongnan casually replied. Yeah. Lead the way. The well-dressed burly man led the way, taking Shang Yongnan to the 3rd floor. But there were 2 people at the stairs, blocking Shang Yongnan and his group. Except for Funjie, others stop here. One of the well-dressed men said sternly. What do you mean? One of Shang Yongnan's cronies questioned discontentedly. This is Funjie's rule, the well-dressed man replied. Shang Yongnan pushed aside the blocking hand, sneer. What rule? Never heard of it. Move aside. The well-dressed man hesitated for a moment but still didn't dare to let them through. Shang Yongnan's face darkened, about to get angry. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the other end of the corridor. Lao Shan, why are you bringing so many people? What do you want to do? Shang Yongnan looked towards the voice and saw Luo. He quickly restrained the anger on his face and put on a smile. Ha. Luo is here too. There's nothing much to say. I'll go in by myself. Shang Yongnan smiled, not wanting to start a fight with Luo here. It was pointless. Shang Yongnan walked in alone, following Luo into VIP room number 1. Upon entering the room, Shang Yongnan casually greeted everyone. Then his gaze fell on Yifan sitting on the sofa. He chuckled. Hey, Yizong, it's been a while. Your skin is fair and tender again. TSK. This skin, it's even better than a girl's. As Shang Yongnan's words fell, everyone in the compartment fell silent, with all eyes on him. Especially Luo Tu and Da To. Both stared at him with a dissatisfied look but didn't speak. Shang Yongnan shrugged and smiled. Ha, don't be nervous. This is just a friendly joke, right, Yizong? Yifeng sat on the sofa without paying attention to him, but said to Han Pingan, Go, bring a chair for old Shang over here. Yifeng pointed to the seat in front of him. Han Pingan nodded, brought a chair, and gestured for Shang Yongnan to sit down. Shang Yongnan adjusted his clothes and sat down in a bold manner, crossing his legs. Say it, Yizong, why did you invite me tonight? You don't really want me to sing and drink, do you? Yifeng straightened up and calmly gave him a glass of water, saying, I heard Pingan say you have some opinions about the company's restructuring, so I came today to listen to your opinions. Upon hearing this, Shang Yongnan felt that Yifeng was not as imposing as he thought, and he couldn't help feeling a bit pleased. He had met Yifeng before, but the contact time was limited. He had only heard Yan Zubing mention that Yifeng was a smart businessman. Now it seemed that Yifeng was indeed just a savvy businessman, lacking in charisma. Thinking this, Shang Yongnan smiled and said, Let me be clear, I do have opinions, strong ones. Yifeng extended his hand. What opinions? Please speak freely. Shang Yongnan took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and said, Oh, I forgot to bring a lighter. Yizong, could you help me light it? With that, Shang Yongnan held up the cigarette, indicating for Yifeng to light it for him. Old Shang, I'll light it for you, Han Pingan said, taking out a lighter. He knew Shang Yongnan was showing off, trying to assert dominance over Yifeng, which was why he took the initiative to offer the lighter. Shang Yongnan coldly glanced at him. Hanzon, you don't have to bother. Clang. Luo Tu slammed the glass on the table, about to lose his temper, but Yifeng raised his hand to stop him from acting recklessly. Then Yifeng took out the lighter, and smiled. Old Shan has been a senior figure with Brother Bing for over 10 years. so it's only right to light his cigarette. Click. Yifeng lit the lighter, reaching out his hand. Shan Yongnan then happily lit his cigarette, feeling like he had taken control of the negotiation this time. He believed Yifeng wouldn't dare to act against him, or escalate the situation, or it might lead to the dissatisfaction of other brothers. That was the point he wanted to seize. Ha ha. Yizong still knows manners, unlike some young people nowadays who don't understand even the most basic respect for elders, Shan Yongnan said, giving a glance towards Han Pingan in his words. Yifeng put away the lighter, smiling. All right, old Shan, go ahead. What are your opinions? I think restructuring the company is meaningless and unnecessary. In this world, if you're a crow, you should act like a crow, not pretending to be a swan and getting held back. Shan Yongnan exhaled a smoke ring and declared loudly. Yifeng just listened, not saying a word. Seeing this, Shan Yongnan continued, of course, if you must go ahead with the restructuring forcefully, I won't stop you, it's not a big deal to me. But I strongly disagree with shutting down the game centers. I won't allow it. Ever since Brother Bing and I took down Li Lugans to game centers, how the rest of the centers develop and operate, it's all my doing. It's my hard work. While Brother Bing was alive, I didn't question anything. We did as we had always done. But now that Brother Bing is gone, I can't let you take away what I've built with my own hands, right? As I've discussed with Han Zong before, my plan is to continue managing these 15 game centers myself. The company can give me these assets, and I will provide substantial returns annually to the company, even more than before when Brother Bing was around. From now on, we are still brothers. After all, we have all come up together with Brother Bing. But the company can't interfere in the matters of the game centers in the future. That's my plan. Simple as that. It's what I deserve. Shan Yongnan finished his speech in one breath, raised his glass, and downed it. After a moment of silence in the compartment, Han Pingan frowned. Old Shan, the game centers are the company's assets, not yours. You should understand that. He couldn't agree to this, nor could he accept Shan Yongnan's condition. Otherwise, others might follow suit, creating disharmony that could lead to collapse. Shan Yongnan retorted, Han Zong, you should also understand that these are my contributions to the company. They were earned through my sweat and blood. I risked my life for it. Han Pingan spoke firmly. It's not just you, it's the company and the other brothers. The two held their ground. At this moment, Yifeng tapped on the table and calmly said, Old Shan, I respect you as an elder who followed Brother Bing. But every family has rules, and every country has laws. What you're doing isn't right. In response, Shan Yongnan's face showed a hint of anger, cursing. Damn it, talking about family rules and laws. Did you set them, Yizong? I came here today in good faith to talk with you. Don't give me this nonsense. Let me make it clear, I plan to stand on my own, and if the company doesn't want to give me the game center's assets, then I'll just move them to another location. End of story. He didn't want to patch things up, but he wasn't afraid to face the consequences. If Yifeng agreed to his terms, fine, but if not, he would be upfront about it. There was no need for further discussion. Luo Tu's hot temper couldn't be contained any longer, as he cursed, Stand on your own? Shan Yongnan, you've got some nerve to even say that. You want to take the game centers and go independent, feeling empowered, are we? Thinking that without Brother Bing, no one can control you. I'm still here, damn it. Shan Yongnan took a drag of his cigarette, tilted his chin up, and sneered. And then, Luo Tu, you want to mess with me? I'm scared of you, I'm just a little shit. Luo Tu slammed the table in anger, wanting to get up and confront Shan Yongnan. But Yifeng raised his hand to stop him. Yifeng smiled. Old Shan, since you stated your conditions, you should also listen to mine. Go on, Shan Yongnan said, indifferently. Yifeng lit a cigarette, took a puff, and calmly stated, First, the company will take back the game centers, compensate you, provide you a new position, and your income won't be less than what you're earning now. Second, either you keep the game centers, leave the city. There is no third option. There is no third choice. With the last sentence, Yifeng enunciated each word coldly and firmly. Shan Yongnan widened his eyes, then found it amusing. Muffer ***, surname G, if you're not sincere in discussing with me, don't bother finding me. I've decided on the game centers, and I want to stay in the city. Ha ha. Yifeng, don't think that having money makes you great, that you're tough. Do you think I'm scared of you? I've been through all kinds of storms and tempests. Can you scare me? Damn it. The atmosphere in the compartment plummeted to freezing point, the air seemingly suffocating, as if about to solidify. Yifeng flicked the cigarette ash, then coldly said, Shang Yongnan, you need to understand one thing. We didn't invite you here to discuss, but to inform you. Out of respect for Brother Bing, this is your last chance. Shang Yongnan chuckled and said, This is my last chance. He flicked away the cigarette, but in his hand, sat up straight, and stared at Yifeng with a fierce gaze. Surnamed Yi, take a good look at yourself. When I was out in the streets, you were still playing with mud. Giving me a chance, haha, that's a joke.